Jinghe, who met an untimely demise due to a vehicular collision, was granted the rare opportunity for 4 rebirths, a consequence of her countless virtuous deeds and a celestial error in judgment. In her previous life, as a staunch Harry Potter enthusiast, she wholeheartedly devoted herself to this endeavor. She had anticipated wielding her memories as a formidable weapon, yet you failed to inform me why my recollections were lost. Thus, Jinghe embarked on a journey to shine brilliantly within the enchanting realm of Harry Potter. Chapter 1. At long last, it has come to an end. As night descends upon the magical metropolis, the lights begin to twinkle. Licio hummed a cheerful tune as she leisurely strolled out through the grand gates of the World of Rings. Clad in the robes of Slytherin, she held a plethora of merchandise in her arms, purchased from within. Among her acquisitions were badges and stickers, filling her arm to the brim, while her free hand busily responded to messages. When a notification revealed her total expenditure for the day, Licio's expression instantly morphed into one of dismay. The items in the World of Rings are indeed exorbitantly priced. Alas, but they hold significance. Licio reassured herself. Upon exiting the gates, Licio cast a reluctant glance back. She was acutely aware that this was her first, and likely her last, visit to this place that was so closely aligned with her passions. Not all dreams can be effortlessly realized. Licio was but an ordinary individual from small, inconsequential county. She enrolled in a mediocre university and secured a lackluster job, tirelessly toiling for meager wages while diligently responding to messages from various leaders and executives. Yet, Licio was perceived by others as bright and optimistic, a genuinely good person of remarkable character. Rarely did Licio lament or express fatigue. She approached every task with a smile. After 5 years of dedicated service in her position, she had neither advanced nor regressed, serving as a pillar of the company, consistently performing good deeds and selflessly aiding anyone in need. Whether rescuing a drowning child or extinguishing a sudden fire in a restaurant, 80% of good deeds were attributed to Licio. When others inquired if she felt weary, she laughed heartily, exuding the vibrant energy of an 18-year-old. However, Licio was already 28, having saved diligently to witness the objects of her affection in a city where even soy milk costs 5 yuan. Ironically, aside from this passion, Licio had no other hobbies over her 28 years. She merely knew her zodiac sign, which was Aries, humorously coinciding with April Fool's Day, a fact that many tease her about, though she remained unfazed. As for her MBTI type, it was determined by a new university student who identified her as an ENFP. The student remarked that this was the most vivacious personality, perfectly suited to her. Her fondness for Harry Potter was not a gradual affair. Rather, it commenced one leisurely day when she seized a membership. To avoid waste, she randomly clicked on it and found herself unable to stop. At that time, Licio was merely 20, a university student who, throughout those 4 years, experienced neither sweet romance nor the exuberance of youth, but instead squeezed time and resources from her work and studies to indulge in purchasing merchandise as a young girl. The magical world enabled her to persevere through university and ultimately secure a job. With her thoughts collected, Licio lowered her gaze to glance at her phone. She had sent the necessary materials to her colleague and reported her return time to her superior, only to find her feed filled with promotional posts from WeChat merchants and company advertisements, alongside a grid of her dressed in the attire of the Snake Academy. Jiruo Chunha, Wushang Jingming. Indeed, the most cheerful and carefree Licio belongs to Slytherin. Just after posting, her phone began to chime incessantly. While some expressed envy, the majority of adults were astonished that she still cherished such things, as they were typically favored by the youth. Yet, Licio was nearing her 30s, unmarried, and still fond of these pursuits. With a sigh, Licio silenced her phone and summoned a taxi. In the brief interlude while awaiting her ride, she drifted into thought, relishing the solitude of her own time. Little Bao! A woman's piercing scream echoed through the air, snapping Licio back to reality as she noticed a toddler, just beginning to walk, meandering in the middle of the road. The child's appearance was startlingly sudden. Even his mother was unaware of when he had wandered off, having merely glanced down at her phone. The energetic little one had ventured between the vehicles. As a car sped towards the child, and his mother was still a considerable distance away, Licio did not hesitate to discard what she was holding and rush toward the toddler, grasping his hand and pushing him aside, yet she had no time to evade herself. Bang! Li Qiu was sent flying, her eyes widening as she caught a glimpse of the car that had struck her. Wow, a Lamborghini! How impressive! It was worth it. Wow, it's finally over. As Li Qiu felt the ebb of life, she let out a contented sigh and closed her eyes. Chapter 2. It seems I have come back to life. Li Qiu, having experienced death for the first time, was utterly inexperienced and bewildered by the sensations accompanying her demise. She merely felt as though she had slumbered for an eternity, and then, as if her soul had taken flight, a wave of comfort enveloped her. It has been 28 years since I have enjoyed such a blissful sleep, Li Qiu mused. However, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by a blinding flash of light, compelling her to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she was greeted by an expanse of white, and before her flickered a golden orb of light. As soon as the orb noticed Li Qiu had awakened, it leaped with glee. Indeed, there is a paradise. It is so pristine, it appears I have returned to life. Li Qiu thought to herself. You are awake. Welcome to heaven, exclaimed the glowing orb. Upon seeing Li Qiu sit up, it continued without awaiting her response. We have observed your kindness and willingness to help others during your life, and you ultimately perished while saving someone. Your merits are profound, and thus we grant you 2 opportunities for reincarnation. You may choose your new birth. The little orb danced around her, brimming with excitement. 2 times? Li Qiu found it hard to believe such generosity could exist without ulterior motives. I do not believe you. Tell me the reason. The orb suddenly froze, stammering for a moment before finally articulating. There is no hidden agenda. We simply recognized your goodness and wish to reward you. If you refuse, I shall withdraw the offer. It then peered at Li Qiu, as if assessing her reaction. Li Qiu regarded the orb with an impassive expression, utterly unmoved. After all, she had been working part-time since high school, amassing nearly 12 years of experience, and could easily discern that this orb was a novice at its job. Perhaps it was this very orb that had hastened her demise. After all, with so many souls departing daily, heaven could hardly accommodate such a plethora of new recruits for one-on-one interactions. You were the one responsible for my early death, weren't you? Li Qiu suddenly inquired, causing the little orb to shudder in fear. How did you know? It trembled. The orb shared its own dismay, having erred in its initial assignment, inadvertently bringing such a deserving sister into its fold, and thus it endeavored to procure an additional reincarnation opportunity for her. After explaining the circumstances with a heavy heart, the orb was met with a sigh from Li Qiu. Well, I have lived long enough and do not wish for more time, she said. Just as she was about to inquire about the qualifications for employment in heaven, she heard the orb begin to weep, exclaiming, How tragic. I am so sorry for you. Sob sob. It turned out that while Li Qiu contemplated her circumstances, the orb had taken a cursory glance at her life history. Initially, it had only noted her merits, but was soon overwhelmed by the details of her past. Indeed, Li Qiu was not someone who had been cherished by loving parents. Her name had originally been Li Zhaodi, which she had fought to change when her brother was born. Autumn, the season of her brother's birth, saw Li Qiu supporting him throughout her life, even sending him money before her untimely end. Li Qiu had endured bullying in elementary school, experienced her parents' divorce in middle school, and had been earning her own tuition since high school. She had known hunger, had faced violence, and had endured humiliation from employers, yet she had never known love. Thus, she cherished everything, prioritizing her own interests, acting selfishly, yet attempting to atone for her nature through good deeds that did not align with her true self. She was a paradox, a radiant, confident individual who healed others, yet spent her life in self-rescue, finding herself increasingly ensnared. The orb sobbed uncontrollably, an entity of light producing surprisingly loud wails. With a grand gesture, it proclaimed, I shall grant you 2 more chances. I will deduct it from my salary. 4 times. Li Qiu furrowed her brow, about to refuse, when the orb interjected, You love Harry Potter, right? So this world is yours. Reincarnate into it. Li Qiu was struck dumb, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brightness, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of trembling. After a moment, she stuttered, Is that true? Her longing to explore that world and its inhabitants, her pillars of support and spiritual sustenance, surged within her. Indeed. Moreover, I can ensure you retain your memories. The orb continued, swaying back and forth. 4 times. The first 3 will transport you to magical realms. Do not worry. Thank you, Li Qiu exclaimed, her yearning to see that world palpable. Regardless of the era, whether ancestral or descendant, she merely wished to go. The orb nodded, its glow intensifying as it enveloped Li Qiu. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Suddenly, the orb inquired, By the way, is there anything you wish to change? Your future parents will be of considerable significance. Please change my name. I no longer wish to be called Li Qiu, Li Qiu replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with hope. And with that, she vanished. The orb, having heard her request, prepared to return for reporting, when it suddenly realized something and cried out. Oh no, I forgot to grant her memory. In a flurry of panic, it could only allocate her memories for the fourth life, returning to report, drenched in sweat. Chapter 3. The first life on December 31st, 1881, within the opulent villa of the Eftith family, anguished cries of a woman echoed through the halls. The current head of the family, Arthur Eftith, paced anxiously outside the delivery room, his hands tightly clasped, his gaze fixated on the door. Inside was his wife, Yemen Eftith, a witch hailing from the east, her full name being Fong Yemen. After what felt like an eternity of anxious pacing, Arthur finally heard the resounding cries of a newborn. He dashed into the room, grasping his wife's hands tightly, tears brimming in his eyes, oblivious to the congratulatory voices of the medical staff surrounding them. It was only at Yemen's faint urging that Arthur wiped away his tears and turned to look at the infant beside him. It was a girl, now settled and peacefully sleeping with her eyes closed. As the medical staff handed the baby to him, the powerful patriarch, usually so commanding in public, found himself bewildered yet tenderly cradling the newborn. As if sensing her father's embrace, the infant suddenly opened her eyes and beamed at him with a joyful smile. Though wrinkled from birth, it was evident that the girl had inherited her mother's lustrous black hair and her father's sapphire blue eyes. With distinct double eyelids and fair skin, it was clear that she would blossom into a striking beauty. Arthur's heart melted at the sight of her smile, and his affection for the child overflowed as he playfully pinched her soft cheeks. Sir, your child is exceptionally healthy. However, your wife will be quite weak for an extended period. I recommend placing her in a tranquil and serene environment to recuperate, advised the medical personnel. Turning his gaze toward his ailing wife, Arthur's heart ached for her. Yemen's body had been cursed during an adventurous treasure hunt, leading to residual weakness despite their immediate efforts to break the curse. Initially, Arthur had contemplated terminating the pregnancy due to Yemen's condition, but she had insisted on carrying the child to term. Merlin will bless me, Yemen murmured, gently caressing her belly with a smile. Yemen recognized her husband's concern and smiled back, saying, We have a small cottage in Godric's Hollow. I could stay there. The environment is lovely and peaceful. Arthur nodded, contemplating how to expand and decorate that little cottage shortly. At that moment, the medical staff hesitated before speaking again. Sir, we have discovered a birthmark on the infant's left arm. Upon hearing this, Arthur looked down at his daughter, and she instinctively raised her left hand. He clearly saw a vividly detailed blue-striped butterfly adorning her wrist. This does not resemble a mere birthmark. It appears to be a mark. Arthur immediately began investigating for curses, but all results indicated it was simply a benign mark with no adverse effects. With a sigh of relief, he thought it would be best to consult a specialist in a few days. If it posed no threat, they could consider it a beautiful ornament. After bidding farewell to the medical staff, Arthur cradled his daughter and approached his wife, gently handing the child to her as she regained some strength. Yemen gazed at the chubby little bundle before her, her heart melting at the sight. The girl was peacefully asleep, and both parents softened their breaths in the moment. After a while, Arthur inquired, My dear, what name do you intend to give our child? Me name her? Yemen asked in astonishment. Of course. You have endured such hardship to bring our daughter into this world. It is only fitting that the name belongs to her mother. Let us bestow upon our child an Eastern name, Arthur replied, gazing tenderly at his wife. Yemen bowed her head in contemplation and noticed the butterfly mark on their daughter's arm. The sight of the butterfly evoked thoughts of spring in her mind. Butterflies are enamored with spring, dancing freely under the sunlight. Zhiruachuanha, Wushang Jingming. Lifting her head, Yemen said to her husband, I've decided. We shall name her Jinghe. Our daughter will forever embody the freedom and unrestrained spirit of a butterfly. The girl in her arms seemed to understand, curling her lips into a sweet smile as she drifted back to sleep. Jinghe Euphudisai was born amidst the family's hopes, blissfully carefree and destined for a smooth life. Chapter 4. The Childhood in Godric's Hollow. Once Yemen had sufficiently rested, Arthur had employed their house elf to tidy up the residence in Godric's Hollow. He had installed a fireplace, expanded the room, and replaced all the furnishings with brand new items. Arthur's generosity was boundless, and others were eager to provide the Euphudisai family with the finest, ensuring everything was of the highest quality. During this time, Arthur personally carried little Jinghe to the bustling nocturne alley, for he had learned of a peculiar old wizard deep within the alley who researched curses. After a considerable expenditure, Arthur found the wizard. Upon examining the butterfly on Jinghe's wrist, the wizard bluntly stated that there were no signs of any curse, merely an exquisite mark. Arthur released a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing this. In the spring of March, little Jinghe and her mother moved to Godric's Hollow for recuperation, accompanied only by their house elf, Jinghe, to assist with their daily needs. Thus began Jinghe's joyful childhood in this new abode. Jinghe was quite mischievous. By the time she was 6 months old, she began crawling all over the place, driving Jinghe, the gentle house elf, to the brink of despair. Her playful antics were relentless. As soon as Jinghe tidied up, everything would be in disarray again. By the age of 1, her behavior escalated, and her magical abilities began to manifest. When she was particularly excited, objects around her would levitate, emitting a buzzing sound. Only in Yaman's presence could she manage to contain her powers. She showed no fear of Arthur, due to his work commitments. Arthur did not reside in Godric's Hollow for extended periods, often busy for weeks at a time before he could see his daughter, which led to him doting on her excessively. When Jinghe turned 5, she had already become the unofficial leader among the children of Godric's Hollow, due to her tall stature and vivacious spirit. As all the children here were young wizards, Jinghe found herself in perfect company. Her mind was particularly agile, constantly brimming with imaginative ideas, leading the little ones in playful frolics across the meadows. The parents adored little Jinghe. At an age when children are often troublesome, she managed to entertain the others, calling them back for meals and peacefully drifting off to sleep after a day of play, significantly alleviating the burden of parenting for the wizards. At the age of 8, Jinghe learned about muggles, ordinary individuals devoid of magical abilities. Her curiosity about them ignited. She yearned to understand their way of life and how they traveled without flu powder. She implored her father to take her to see the muggle world. Unable to bear the disappointment on her face, Arthur consented. The Euphudicii family, while pure-blooded, held no disdain for muggles and had even established various businesses in the muggle realm. After visiting the muggle locale, Jinghe's curiosity deepened. She procured muggle encyclopedias and various literary classics to study, eagerly asking Arthur to bring her muggle toys during his visits, relishing in her newfound joys. Jinghe shared her understanding of muggle items with her little friends, leaving the young wizards in awe. It was no surprise, as Godric's Hollow was a place where wizards had dwelled for generations, with not a single muggle in sight. Many elders had either never ventured into the muggle world or had done so very seldom, rendering them oblivious to these things. Time flew swiftly, and another warm spring arrived. Jinghe was now 10 years old. One day, her mother said, "Darling, gather your things. I am taking you to meet an old classmate of mine who now resides in the Wolds." Having never been to this place, Jinghe was particularly excited. Nearly unable to sleep that night, she rose early to prepare, incessantly pestering her mother for information about the aunt. Her mother smiled and said, "You can call her Aunt Candela. She and I were in the same house, and we used to play together often. She is now married to Mr. Dumbledore and has 3 children. The eldest is about your age, with an 8-year-old brother and a 6-year-old sister. You can play with them." Upon hearing this, Jinghe jumped for joy, clinging tightly to her mother's hand as they stepped into the fireplace. Her mother grabbed a handful of flu powder and recited the incantation. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with the Dumbledore Family. As Yaman's words faded, green flames enveloped the figures of mother and daughter. When Jinghe opened her eyes again, she found herself in a cozy little cottage, sunlight streaming generously into every corner, imbuing the space with vitality and warmth. Regaining her composure, Jinghe noticed a stunning red-haired woman smiling at her, accompanied by a tall, stern-looking blonde wizard who, despite his severity, wore a gentle smile that put Jinghe at ease. This was Candela Dumbledore and her husband, Percival Dumbledore. Candela immediately enveloped Yaman in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, I've missed you dearly." The two had been good friends in school, but after graduation, they each married. Yaman embarked on adventures with her husband, while Candela focused on caring for her children and managing her work. After giving birth to Jinghe, Yaman had taken some time to recover. She had intended to bring her daughter to visit her old friend, but due to the health issues of Candela's youngest daughter, they had resorted to sending letters via owl every month. Now that Candela's little girl was 6 and had improved in health, Yaman decided it was time to visit. Releasing her embrace, Candela bent down to hug little Jinghe, exclaiming, "Oh, dear, are you little Jinghe? You are absolutely beautiful." Jinghe responded confidently to the fragrant embrace, "Yes, Aunt Candela, I am Jinghe Euphudicii, Mommy's favorite little girl." Her final statement elicited laughter from the adults present, and Jinghe released the embrace, greeting Percival with a smile, who returned it warmly. Candela took Jinghe's hand and led her into another room, where 3 children sat quietly reading. Sunlight filtered through the glass windows, casting a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Candela introduced, "These are my 3 children. My eldest son is your age, though he will be celebrating his birthday soon. His name is Albus Dumbledore. The younger brother is Aberforth Dumbledore, and the youngest sister is Ariana." As the 3 children turned their attention to their mother's voice, they saw her holding a girl with black curls and blue eyes, her fair face adorned with rosy cheeks. Aberforth suddenly appeared somewhat flustered, setting down his book and approaching his mother. Seeing this, Candela smiled and released Jinghe's hand, saying, You four get along well now. I shall go find your mother. Little Jinghe. With that, she exited the room. Jinghe had stealthily observed the three children, noting that Albus and Aberforth had inherited their mother's dazzling red hair, while Ariana bore her father's gem-like golden locks. Summoning his courage, Aberforth extended his hand. Greetings, I am Aberforth Dumbledore. Jinghe returned the gesture with a smile, introducing herself. Hello, I am Jinghe Evdithis. You may call me Jinghe. It soon became evident that Jinghe was a natural leader among children, for in less than half an hour, she had forged a close bond with the trio, drawing from her extensive knowledge acquired through her love of reading. She engaged in discussions with Albus and entertained the most vivacious of the three, Aberforth, with tales of Godric the Little Wizard, while also taking the time to share fairy tales from the Muggle world with Ariana. She proudly showed her companions the blue butterfly tattoo on her wrist, declaring it a special mark bestowed by Merlin, signifying her uniqueness, which elicited a fit of laughter among the three. Each face radiated joy, and even Ariana's typically pallid complexion was adorned with a rosy hue. Simultaneously, Jinghe learned that she would soon be attending Hogwarts this autumn. Albus expressed a hope that they would be sorted into the same house, to which Jinghe nodded, recognizing the comfort of having a dear friend in an unfamiliar environment. Aberforth gazed at the eloquent girl, sunlight cascading over her dark curls, casting a soft glow, while her blue eyes sparkled with mirth. The butterfly on her wrist danced as if animated by her lively gestures, uplifting the spirits of all who beheld it. Suddenly, Aberforth felt his cheeks flush, attributing it to the warmth of the sun. Chapter 6, A Confrontation with Troublemakers. After a while, Yaman peeked in and announced to the four young wizards, "Lunchtime, my dears." Jinghe had already regaled the trio with tales of her beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous mother from the east, prompting them to greet Yaman politely. Aberforth discreetly examined the enchanting witch, noting that her black curls had been perfectly passed on to her daughter, her amber-brown eyes now filled with gentle warmth as she looked at Ariana, exuding the same affection as his own mother, dressed in a deep green gown that evoked the essence of spring. After lunch, Kendra and Yaman planned to take a stroll, while Aberforth had a customary afternoon nap with their father to avoid exhaustion. However, Yaman, brimming with enthusiasm, longed to accompany her mother outside. Suddenly, someone tugged at her hem, and she looked down to find Ariana. Although Ariana also needed a nap, her fondness for Jinghe compelled her to wish for more time together. Eager to hear more stories, seeing her daughter's desire to go out, and unable to resist Jinghe's earnest pleas, Kendra helped Ariana into an additional layer of clothing and permitted Jinghe to take her outside. Jinghe leapt with glee, eagerly pulling Ariana out of the small cabin, mindful of Ariana's fragile health, so they jogged at a pace suitable for her. Aberforth watched the two figures dart away, initially intending to follow them, concerned about the dangers that might lurk in a world where wizards and muggles coexisted. Yet, he was halted by his brother's playful wink. "No need to worry. I believe Jinghe is quite capable of protecting Ariana, and it wouldn't be proper for us boys to tag along. You know how girls have their little secrets." Without Aberforth trailing behind, the two girls quickly distanced themselves from their mothers and settled in a meadow adorned with lush grass and blooming flowers. Ariana obediently sat down, listening intently as Jinghe continued the story she had begun at home. Jinghe's voice was crisp and powerful, infused with the warmth of sunlight, gradually captivating Ariana. Once the tale concluded, Ariana gently took hold of Jinghe's left wrist, covering the butterfly mark for a moment before releasing it, allowing a blue butterfly to emerge and flutter gracefully. Jinghe's excitement at the sight of the butterfly prompted her to shower Ariana with compliments, making the latter blush with delight. Suddenly, a stone came hurtling towards them, and Jinghe instinctively blocked it. Anger surged within her as she looked up to see four boys, aged 8 or 9, approaching with malicious grins. One of them pointed at Ariana and shouted, "She's a monster, a freak. I just saw her conjure a butterfly. We don't have blue butterflies here." He then turned to Jinghe, exclaiming, "You're a freak too. That blue butterfly on your hand is a curse." Upon hearing the boy's words, Ariana turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Having always been fragile, she was accustomed to having Albus or their father by her side when venturing outside, and any confrontations with other children were usually quelled. However, this time, with only Jinghe at her side, the boys seized the opportunity to bully her. As the boys continued their taunts, declaring, "The Dumbledore family are all freaks. Even their friends are freaks." Jinghe stood tall, positioning herself protectively in front of Ariana, glaring furiously at the Muggle boys. When the boys attempted to throw stones again, they abruptly gasped in terror as the stones in their hands and around them began to levitate. In the next moment, the stones came crashing down upon them. A multitude of stones struck the boys, who, caught off guard, were bruised and bleeding as they fled, crying. Yet, even as they ran, they shouted, "You're the real monster." Jinghe glared at the retreating figures before turning to embrace the trembling Ariana. Ariana found solace in the warm embrace that smelled of roses. As Jinghe continuously reassured her, urging her not to dwell on the insults, emphasizing that every wizard is a treasure, and that it was the boys' ignorance that led to their cruel words. Jinghe repeatedly affirmed that Ariana was exceptional, a truly remarkable little witch. With the mockery fading into the background, only the steadfast words of the girl remained to comfort the young girl, alongside a few curses directed at the four muggles. Ariana suddenly felt her fear dissipate and wrapped her arms around Jinghe in return. Chapter 7. Preparations for School. Once Ariana's emotions had settled somewhat, Jinghe led her to find their mothers, recounting the recent events. Kendra, aghast, knelt to check on Ariana's well-being, and upon finding no issues, breathed a sigh of relief. Yaman, upon seeing that Jinghe was unharmed, offered her encouragement for her brave actions. Subsequently, Yaman proposed to Kendra the idea of moving to Godric's Hollow, stating, "It's a community of wizards, and such incidents will not occur there, my dear. The environment is beautiful, making it an excellent place to live." After some contemplation, Kendra agreed to Yaman's suggestion and returned home to inform Mr. Dumbledore and their two sons of the decision. Percy, upon hearing that his daughter had been bullied by muggles, was furious and rushed out to confront the boys, but was halted by both ladies, who reminded him that punishing muggles could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban, and they did not wish for their children to grow up without a father. Upon hearing the rationale behind the move to Godric's Hollow, he instantly concurred, realizing that they had previously refrained from relocating due to Ariana's fragile health. However, with her condition improved and with Jinghe as a wonderful friend by her side, he felt confident that her health would continue to thrive. The two boys had no objections. Aberforth, especially incensed by the news of Ariana's mistreatment, expressed his gratitude to Jinghe for driving off the boys. Albus expressed his gratitude to the girl, his heart filled with a fervent wish that she would be placed in the same house as him. He instinctively felt that Jinghe would prove to be an exceptional friend. The relocation of wizards was not as cumbersome. Yamming had summoned Jinghe to assist in organizing their belongings, and with a mere snap of her fingers, the house elf made everything vanish. The Dumbledore family settled into a house adjacent to Jinghe's, and every morning, Jinghe would seek out his three dear friends for breakfast, followed by a day of delightful mischief. Arthur took a particular liking to this family, frequently engaging in conversations with Mr. Dumbledore, sharing a bond that felt as though it had been forged long ago. In such an environment, Ariana's health gradually improved, and she became increasingly reliant on Jinghe. The two brothers also grew fond of spending time with Jinghe, as he always had an abundance of knowledge and clever ideas to share. On a morning in early July, the four of them were seated at the table engrossed in their books when an owl swooped in through the window, dropping two envelopes before pecking at the slices of bread on the table. Upon opening the envelopes, they discovered acceptance letters from Hogwarts. Albus had celebrated his 11th birthday in May, while Jinghe's birthday would not arrive until December 31st. Thus, Hogwarts had also issued an acceptance letter for Jinghe. Both Jinghe and Albus were brimming with excitement, for this signified that they would soon embark on their training to become remarkable wizards. Noticing the envious gazes of Albus and Ariana, Jinghe affectionately tousled their hair and assured them, "You shall also become official wizards when you turn 11, and at that time, Albus and I will look after you." Ariana nodded obediently, while Albus's face flushed crimson as he stammered softly, Who needs your protection?" He glanced at Jinghe, relieved that his voice had been too faint to be heard, as Jinghe was engrossed in an enthusiastic discussion about wands with Albus. The parents were equally delighted upon learning that their children had received their acceptance letters, especially Arthur, who spun Jinghe around in sheer joy. He subsequently postponed his work to accompany Jinghe and Albus to Diagon Alley for school supplies. Mr. Dumbledore also planned for the entire family to visit Diagon Alley. Although initially intending to leave the other two behind, he could not resist the heartfelt pleas of Ariana and Albus. Ultimately, the two families reached an agreement, and everyone set out together. By early August, the Dumbledore and Evett families arrived at the brick wall leading to Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. Arthur, under the curious gaze of the children, brandished his wand at the trash bin, counting 3 bricks upward and tapping 2 bricks sideways. The wall first revealed a small opening, which then widened, unveiling a bustling scene that captivated the children, eliciting gasps of wonder. Mr. Arthur, feigning gentlemanly decorum, extended an arm in invitation, proclaiming to the 4 children, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Diagon Alley." Chapter 8. A day at Diagon Alley for the 4 children stepping into Diagon Alley for the first time. It was undoubtedly a moment of immense surprise. They eagerly ventured into the alley, their eyes darting with excitement, yearning to explore every shop. Had it not been for their parents holding them back to prevent them from running amok, they might not have completed their exploration that day. "All right, children, I believe both Jinghe and Albus have their school shopping lists in hand. So, my young wizards, what shall we purchase first? Arthur inquired amidst the chatter of the children. Exchanging glances, Albus and Jinghe turned to Arthur and chorused, let's go buy our wands first. The young wizards were inherently curious about the wands that would accompany them throughout their magical journey, eager to discover the properties of their own. Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately led the children onward, with Mr. Dumbledore accompanying them. Meanwhile, the two ladies chose not to disturb their husbands as they helped the children select their wands, opting instead to stroll hand in hand to a nearby boutique to explore the latest women's fashion, while also visiting a bookstore to gather the first-year textbooks. The gentleman guided Jinghe, Albus, and Ariana to a quaint wand shop, the sign above the door reading, Ollivander, established 382 AP. Upon pushing the door open, a bell chimed, and an elderly man emerged, Mr. Ollivander. Spotting the group at the entrance, he greeted them with a warm smile. Ah, greetings, Mr. Dumbledore, Mr. Evett, and your delightful children. How time flies. It feels like just yesterday that you were selecting wands for your own little ones. Arthur chuckled in agreement. Indeed, time passes swiftly. Mr. Ollivander observed Jinghe and Albus. So, these are the young wizards in search of their wands? Pray tell, which hand do you prefer to use, my dear? Albus replied. My right hand, sir. Jinghe chimed in. I use my left hand, sir. Yes, Jinghe was indeed left-handed. He initially used his left hand solely for eating, but soon discovered that he favored it for nearly every activity except writing. Mr. Ollivander, chuckling, took out a measuring tape to assess the lengths of the boys' respective hands. He then remarked to Jinghe, left-handed wizards are quite rare, you know? Spotting the butterfly tattoo on Jinghe's left wrist, he exclaimed, is this a birthmark, child? Receiving an affirmative response, Mr. Ollivander continued, this may very well be a gift from Merlin. You are destined to become an outstanding wizard. Concluding his measurements, he turned to the towering shelves filled with wands to select one for Albus. You, unicorn hair, 11 inches, give it a wave, my child. Albus waved the wand, causing an immediate commotion as it sent other wands scattering to the floor. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Albus exclaimed hurriedly. Mr. Ollivander waved his hand nonchalantly, and the wands returned to their places. No need to fret, my boy. This is a common occurrence, indicating that this wand is not suited for you. He began to sift through more wands, but none seemed to fit. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he finally produced another wand, declaring, Ebony, Phoenix Feather, 12 inches. It possesses formidable magical power. Give it a try, my boy. This time, as Albus waved the wand, the shop was illuminated by a gentle glow, signaling that he had found the right match. Albus beamed at Jinghe, who looked on with envy and heightened anticipation for his own wand. Mr. Ollivander then pulled out a new box for Jinghe, stating, while measuring you, I felt an undeniable intuition, and as I suspected, this wand quivers slightly. Yearning for its master's choice, Jinghe observed the gently trembling wand, lifted it, and as soon as he made contact, the wand ceased its quivering. A wondrous sensation coursed through him, and with a flick of his wrist, a multitude of blue butterflies erupted from the tip of the wand, fluttering around the shop. Ariana watched in delight, while Albus gazed at Jinghe, thinking she looked even more beautiful. Mr. Ollivander spoke again. Hawthorn, dragon heartstring, 13 inches. It possesses remarkable flexibility. And the dragon's heartstring is from an eastern fire dragon. I recall your father also possessed a dragon heartstring wand, suggesting that your mother is a captivating lady of eastern heritage. Jinghe eagerly introduced his mother to Mr. Ollivander, who suddenly realized, ah, you mean Miss Yamming. Her wand is made of willow, with a tail hair from a nocturnal steed, also 13 inches. I remember her as an exceptionally intelligent and brave young lady. Jing was overjoyed to hear Ollivander praise his mother, and he eagerly prepared to return home to tell her that she was the best mother in the world. Ollivander then spoke again. Wands choose wizards, children. You will all undoubtedly become formidable wizards in the future. Arthur chuckled and asked, Sir, how much does it cost in total? 14 galleons, sir, came the reply. Chapter 9. A Love at First Sight with a Pet. After leaving the wand shop, the group headed to the cauldron vendor, where each purchased a copper cauldron as mandated by the school. Albus even took the initiative to buy a comprehensive potion guide to peruse before the school year commenced, enhancing his knowledge. Subsequently, Jing noticed that the list permitted them to bring a pet, and excitedly urged Albus to accompany him to the pet shop in search of a beautiful companion. Upon entering the pet shop, they were greeted by a plethora of animals, leaving Jing and Albus utterly dazzled. After much deliberation, Albus ultimately chose an owl, naming it Tippy for its utility in delivering messages. Seeing Albus select an owl, Jing decided to seek something different. After all, she could leave the delivery duties to Tippy. Pondering her options, Jing continued to browse the diverse array of animals, which included toads, kittens, snakes, and many others. She examined each one with meticulous attention, torn between her affections for so many creatures. Just as she felt overwhelmed and lamented the Hogwarts restriction of only one pet, her gaze fell upon a small cat. It was a sleek black cat, its fur of flawless ebony, radiating a sheen akin to the finest silk. Its beauty was captivating, especially its tail, which resembled a graceful black serpent. The cat's eyes matched Jing's own, sparkling with a gem-like blue hue. At that moment, the black cat, half-closed eyes and yawning, seemed to sense Jing's gaze. It glanced over, widened its eyes upon seeing Jing's lovely visage, and stood upright. As Jing watched the elegant feline approach her, she stifled her excitement and reached into the cage. The black cat sauntered closer, lowering its head to gently nuzzle Jing's hand. In that instant, Jing resolved to purchase it. She called over the pet shop owner and declared with exuberance, "I want this cat." "How much?" The owner, taken aback by the unusual gentleness of the black cat, revealed that it had originally been found by a friend in the Muggle world. Intended as a pet, it had proven too wild, often scratching and keeping others at bay. Unable to abandon it, the owner had taken it in, hoping to find another wizard to adopt it. While many admired its beauty, the cat's reputation for aggression deterred potential buyers, rendering it the shop's most persistent resident. Observing the cat's newfound serenity, the owner kindly cautioned Jing, "Little girl, this cat can be a bit fierce. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Jing resolutely nodded, affirming, "I want this one." The owner then exchanged the cat's cage and included a generous supply of cat food. Jing also purchased numerous other items, including a cat bed, a litter box, a scratching post, and various supplies. Overwhelmed with her purchases, she required assistance from Albus and Aberforth to exit the shop. Seeing his daughter laden with so many items, Arthur quickly handed Jing a messenger bag, enchanted with a concealment charm, which he had procured while she was selecting her pet. The bag was a soft blue, adorned with roses and butterflies, her favorite motifs. He had also acquired a white bag for Albus, embroidered with a small phoenix, mirroring Albus's fiery red hair. Jing, delighted, hastily stuffed all her items into the bag, leaving only the black cat cradled in her arms. When Arthur attempted to pet the stunning black cat, it swiped at him, prompting him to retract his hand quickly. Jing exclaimed, "Daddy, this little cat is fierce. It only likes me." Afterward, she showered the cat with affectionate kisses, and it remained still, allowing her whims. Percival recognized this cat as the pet shop's notorious resident and recounted to Arthur its history of scratching several young wizards. Arthur, glancing at his unblemished hand, realized the cat had restrained its claws, pleased that it recognized him as its owner's father. Ariane also took note of the beautiful cat and, after a moment's hesitation, gently stroked it, receiving no resistance. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Aberforth, observing the elegant black cat alongside the beaming Jing, found himself puzzled as to why such a vibrant and cheerful girl would choose a black cat. Nonetheless, he concluded that her happiness was what mattered most. The final stop was a clothing store to have their wizard robes made. Jing and Albus stood on stools as the tailor deftly measured them with two flexible tapes, ensuring the most precise fit. Jing, sensitive to tickling, giggled uncontrollably as the tape danced around her. It seemed to sense her ticklishness, playfully brushing against her side at the end of the measurement, causing her to double over in laughter, which in turn amused those around her. The wizard robes, enhanced by magic, were quickly fashioned, and once they gathered their belongings, they joined the adults at Lisa's bookstore to reunite with their mothers. The entire group, now famished, headed straight to a restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Jing excitedly recounted Ollivander's praise, bewildered by how he could remember so many wands, considering the countless wizards who had purchased from him. Yaman smiled and explained, "Every wand is crafted by Ollivander's own hands. Each is his most perfect and cherished creation, which is why he remembers every wand and its owner." Jing's understanding dawned upon her. After dinner, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and everyone was exhausted, ready to collapse into bed. They wasted no time and swiftly returned to Godric's Hollow via Floo Powder, exchanging goodnights before heading to their respective homes. Jing, weary from a day of adventures, completed her evening routine and, after bidding her parents goodnight, suddenly remembered something. She dashed to her room, retrieved her cat, and presented it to Yaman, saying, "Mom, my cat needs a name inspired by the East." Yaman regarded the black cat, a male, who was elegantly grooming his paws, and let out a soft meow. Suddenly, a line of poetry sprang to Yaman's mind. "A person on the road is as exquisite as jade. No one in the world can match this gentleman." She then told her daughter, "Let us name him Moyu," which signifies grace and elegance in the East. Jing nodded enthusiastically, holding up the black cat, proclaiming, "From now on, your name shall be Moyu. Isn't it lovely?" Moyu seemed to understand, responding with a couple of meows, as if pleased with his new name. After giving her mother a goodnight kiss, Jing noticed her father's wistful expression and playfully bestowed Arthur a goodnight kiss as well. bringing a broad smile to his face in return. With dreams of the upcoming school term filling her mind, Jing drifted into a deep slumber, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her, transforming her into a living portrait. Outside, the breeze whispered softly, and the cicadas serenaded the night. All was well. Chapter 10. The Train to Hogwarts. Throughout the month of August, Jinghe and Albus diligently immersed themselves in the study of various magical tomes purchased from Diagon Alley, tirelessly absorbing the knowledge contained within. Jinghe was particularly enamored with the art of defense against the dark arts, perceiving it as a powerful and captivating form of magic capable of dispelling even the most dangerous curses one by one. Albus, on the other hand, found great fascination in transfiguration, marveling at the wondrous ability to transform one object into another. The duo also clandestinely practiced some simple spells with their wands, such as the Agumeni charm. They discovered detailed descriptions of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Jinghe developed a fondness for Slytherin, believing it to be a strong and alluring house, while Albus was more intrigued by Gryffindor, identifying with its adventurous spirit and courage, a trait that resonated with his own character, particularly as his father, Percival, was also a proud Gryffindor alumnus. Jinghe also thoroughly read a history of Hogwarts, sharing a brief summary with Albus and Ariana, omitting certain details, for she believed that some treasures are best discovered personally, doubling the joy of revelation. In this delightful atmosphere, the 1st of September swiftly arrived, accompanied by their families. Jinghe and Albus made their way to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, laden with an assortment of luggage. Coming to a halt before the barrier, they were met with puzzled expressions from young wizards. Yaman explained, "In a moment, you two will need to walk through this wall. Only wizards can enter, as it is protected by a concealment charm, rendering it invisible to muggles." The two suddenly understood, and Arthur turned to Jinghe, saying, "Dear, every house is remarkable, and no matter which one you are sorted into, your parents will be proud of you." Jinghe nodded earnestly, recalling that she had previously inquired about her parents' backgrounds. Arthur was a steadfast Hufflepuff, while Yaman was a wise Ravenclaw. She felt fortunate to have the best parents in the world. After a deep breath, Jinghe and Albus pushed their trolley forward, charging toward the wall. Moments of darkness passed, and as they emerged on the other side, the sight that greeted them was a magnificent steam train adorned in red and black, quietly waiting on the tracks. Many witches and wizards of their age boarded the train, accompanied by their parents. Soon, Albus and Ariana, awestruck, gazed at the colossal locomotive, for it was their first encounter with such a grand sight. They reluctantly bid farewell to their parents, with Albus embracing his siblings. Seeing this, Jinghe stepped forward to hug both Albus and Ariana. As Albus was enveloped in the embrace, he felt as if he had fallen into a rose garden, surrounded by the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, his heart racing uncontrollably. Trembling, he wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her neck, wishing to remain in this moment forever. Yet, it was not meant to last. After a brief interlude, Jinghe released him, and Albus reluctantly withdrew his arms, the scent of roses lingering in the air long after. As the train began to stir, they entered a compartment, waving goodbye to those behind them and searching for a place to sit. Outside, Dumbledore and the Evdith family lingered for a while, only departing once the train was out of sight. After stowing their luggage, Jinghe, holding onto a small figure named Muyu, and Albus sought an unoccupied compartment. However, their late arrival meant that finding an empty space proved impossible. Thus, they settled for a compartment with fewer occupants. At long last, after a prolonged search, they stumbled upon a compartment occupied by just 2 individuals. Jinghe, ever lively, poked her head inside and asked, "Would it be all right if we joined you? All the other compartments are full, and we cannot find a seat." The occupants, a boy and a girl, quickly responded affirmatively, with the girl adjusting her position to make room. Jinghe thanked them and entered with Albus, barely catching her breath before enthusiastically introducing herself to the other 2 young wizards. "Hello, I am Jinghe Evdith. My name might sound peculiar. My mother is from the East, and she chose this name for me. This is Albus Dumbledore. Isn't his hair color lovely? I have seen pictures of phoenixes in books, and their feathers are as brilliant as Albus's hair." She continued, "You can call me Jinghe. If it feels awkward, just stick with Evdith," as she extended her small hand. Her effusive introduction left little room for interruption. The other girl, after shaking Jinghe's hand, introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Nyafti Igg, and this is my good friend, Ephias Dorgy." Pointing to the boy, Nyafti gestured in his direction, and Jinghe turned her gaze to Ephias, who smiled back warmly. Jinghe took a moment to observe her new friends. Nyafti had straight, light brown hair, captivating emerald green eyes, and a flawless complexion sprinkled with a few adorable freckles, enhancing her charm. Ephias, seated opposite, sported brown hair and striking blue eyes, akin to Jinghe's, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion that exuded vitality and attractiveness. Jinghe eagerly engaged Nayafti in conversation, showering her with compliments, which caused the girl to blush and gradually lower her guard, allowing for a lively exchange. The two girls chatted about clothing and accessories, while the boys discovered shared interests during their discussions. In the midst of their conversation, Nayafti noticed a blue butterfly marking on Jinghe's left wrist and exclaimed, "Oh my, Jinghe, did you draw this? It's beautiful." Jinghe, feigning mystery, replied, "I have had this since birth. It is said to be a gift from Merlin, imbued with powerful protective magic. I must have been a truly great wizard in my past life to have received such a mark." Albus, observing the expressions of the others, recognized their belief in Jinghe's tale, as he himself had once been captivated by the same narrative. With a sigh and a smile, he gently exposed Jinghe's fib. "It's merely a birthmark, pretty but without any magical properties." Upon realizing her deception had been unveiled, Jinghe shot Albus an annoyed glare, her forlorn expression eliciting laughter from the group. Seeing Jinghe's feigned sorrow, Nayafti comforted her. "It's all right. No one is born with such a beautiful birthmark. I wish I could paint a green leaf on my wrist. Wouldn't that be lovely?" Jinghe, not genuinely upset, quickly reverted to her playful demeanor, prompting more laughter from Nayafti. At that moment, a snack trolley rolled into their compartment, and the four of them eagerly purchased an array of treats to share. The girls savored chocolate frogs, one of which unexpectedly leaped out of the window, while they chewed and examined the cards depicting the wizard's achievements, all featuring warm and friendly smiles. The boys, meanwhile, challenged themselves to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, expressing their reactions to the unusual flavors. Unfortunately for Ephias, he encountered a chili-flavored bean, contorting his face in distress as he quickly spit it out and gulped down water, causing the others to erupt in laughter. Jinghe, seizing the moment, grabbed a bean for herself, enjoying a delightful rose flavor. Nayafti, captivated by a black cat, reached out to pet it, only to retract her hand as the feline hissed in warning. Jinghe, with a smile, explained, "Her name is Moyu. She has been bullied in the past, so she is quite wary of strangers." Upon hearing this, Nayafti could only retract her eager little hands, lamenting that she could not caress such a beautiful kitten. She then turned her attention back to Jinghe, animatedly discussing her ideal school and engaging in lively discourse about the forthcoming sorting ceremony. Before long, the train arrived, and the four of them proceeded to the changing room to don their uniforms while awaiting disembarkation. After an arduous 8-hour journey, they finally arrived at Hogwarts. With excitement bubbling within them, the four children stepped off the train, embarking on their magical lives. Chapter 12. The sorting ceremony. The four children continued to chatter animatedly about the wondrous sights around them, surrounded by peers of their own age. Various exclamations of awe erupted around them, leaving the children in a state of delightful wonder. As the young wizards gazed about, a wizard holding a lantern suddenly appeared before them, bellowing, "First-year wizards, gather here. All other year students, proceed through the student passage." The first years, obediently complying, quickly congregated, their eyes filled with envy as they watched the older students saunter past, engaged in conversations about subjects and gossip they could not comprehend, all the while wishing to be like them in the future. Once the guiding wizard saw the first years assembled, he led them to the edge of the Black Lake and shouted, "Now, four to a boat," and board in an orderly fashion. Jinghe, Albus, Nayafti, and Ephias naturally formed a group and swiftly boarded the nearest boat. After engaging in light banter for a brief moment, they awaited the arrival of all passengers. With a grand gesture, the guiding wizard commanded, "Set sail," and all the boats began to move on their own, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. As the first years peered down at the Black Lake, they occasionally spotted shadows darting beneath the surface, igniting their imaginations. Jinghe also caught sight of the murky shapes and even glimpsed some tentacles. She turned to Nayafti, exclaiming excitedly, "It seems the rumors are true. There is a giant squid dwelling at the bottom of the Black Lake, which has lived for ages. It is placed there by Mr. Slytherin to protect Hogwarts." Nayafti, equally thrilled, leaned over to take a closer look, causing the small boat to tilt precariously. Fortunately, the two boys steadied the vessel, and Albus quickly pulled the girls back, letting out a resigned sigh. "Such matters will surely be revealed in the school library. The most pressing concern now is the sorting ceremony. I searched through so many books, yet none described the sorting process. I asked my parents, but they wouldn't say, insisting we must experience it ourselves. What if it involves some perilous challenge?" Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately sat up straight, engaging in fervent discussion. Jinghe proposed that they might have to cast their most familiar spell, relying on its characteristics for sorting. Albus suggested that their proficiency with the subjects would determine their allocation, while Nayafti speculated that a magical object would reveal the suitable house upon standing before it. Ephias, however, believed they would need to defeat a monstrous creature for their sorting. The 4 children shivered at the thought and began to revise the spells they had learned. Just as they were musing, a brilliant cluster of warm yellow light suddenly illuminated the faces of the wizards, prompting the children to look up in awe. The majestic castle loomed before them, captivating the young wizards with a sense of wonder. As they arrived at Hogwarts, the first years, under the guidance of the welcoming wizard, disembarked in an orderly fashion, forming a line as they entered the enigmatic castle. The 4 friends found themselves positioned in the middle of the line. Observing as the guiding wizard led them to a door, pausing to inform them, "A teacher will soon come to conduct your sorting ceremony. Please wait a moment." With that, he departed, leaving a swarm of young wizards whispering amongst themselves. Now, Jinghe and her companions were not engaged in idle chatter, but rather reviewing the spells and fundamental knowledge they had learned in their minds. After a while, the door swung open, and a witch emerged. She surveyed the first years before clearing her throat. "Please follow me for the sorting ceremony." The young wizards entered in single file, beholding 4 long tables, each occupied by students from a different house, all staring intently at the newcomers. The first years anxiously scanned their surroundings, and Jinghe looked up to see rows of candles floating above, prompting Neophyte to whisper to her, "Those are levitated using the levitation charm. I read about it in A Brief History of Hogwarts." The witch stood upon the platform, and upon noticing the quietude among the first years, announced, "Next, the sorting hat will determine your houses. When your name is called, please step forward to don the hat." The first years then spotted a tattered black hat at the center of the hall, realizing how simple the process appeared. A wave of chatter erupted among the crowd, revealing how many had been misled by their parents or older siblings. Jinghe and her friends sighed in relief, setting aside their worries as they began discussing their preferred houses. The 2 boys had already expressed their desire to join Gryffindor, while Neophyte aspired to be in Ravenclaw, and Jinghe wished to be sorted into Slytherin. However, Albus insisted that Jinghe's personality was more suited for Gryffindor. At that moment, the sorting hat split open, revealing a mouth that began to sing a peculiar tune, outlining the characteristics of the 4 houses before officially commencing the sorting ceremony. The witch began calling out names. Doyazade, a curly-haired boy, trembled as he approached the chair. The sorting hat deliberated for a moment before announcing, "Hufflepuff." A wave of applause erupted from one of the tables, welcoming the new student. As students continued to be sorted, it soon came time for Albus and Dobby. Under the sorting hat for a brief moment, it proclaimed loudly, "Gryffindor." Watching their friends secure their desired houses made Jinghe and Ephias particularly anxious, but they were positioned towards the end of the line, so it took quite a while before it was Neophyte's turn. The sorting hat, as expected, called out Ravenclaw. Neophyte joyfully leaped from the chair, enveloping Jinghe in a big hug, thrilled for her friend's success in attaining her desired house. Jinghe Fightus. When Jinghe's name was called, all eyes from Slytherin turned towards her, captivated by her black curls and sapphire blue eyes, struck by her beauty, and they awaited her sorting in silence. Their intense focus stemmed from the name of Fightus, a family known for its neutrality. Many of Slytherin's students were affiliated with powerful factions, embroiled in relentless struggles for their own power. The Ephias family, however, remained steadfastly independent, maintaining their strength without wavering. Even the current head of the family, Arthur Ephias, was not a Slytherin but rather a Hufflepuff, yet he remained astutely competent, ensuring the family's growth. Other pureblood families had only heard whispers of Arthur having a daughter, as he never brought Jinghe to various gatherings. Unable to reach Arthur directly, they urged their own children to keep an eye on the new students and to cultivate connections if the opportunity arose. After all, the Ephias family's vast network and wealth would make them a significant asset, regardless of which side they joined. Jinghe felt a chill run down her spine under the weight of their gaze, hastily jogging to the front to sit in the chair and don the sorting hat. The hat pondered for a moment before speaking. "Well, bright, optimistic, adventurous, and possessing a spirit of exploration, you are well suited for Gryffindor." After a significant pause, the hat continued, "No, I perceive a certain madness within you. You yearn for strength and harbor ambition. My dear, it seems I know where you truly belong. Slytherin." As soon as the sorting hat's voice faded, the table designated for Slytherin erupted into the most fervent applause of the evening. Each gaze was imbued with an unwavering determination and ambition, eager to draw the innocent Miss Jinghe Iftis into their fold. With a smile, Jinghe descended, waving at Gryffindor's Albus and blowing a playful kiss to Neophyte before taking her seat at the Slytherin table. Once settled, a multitude of wizards approached her, driven by curiosity and intent, introducing themselves in hopes of capturing Jinghe's attention. She extended her hand, deftly grasping the hands of both Gunter and Malfoy. A momentary hush enveloped the room, as this seemingly unassuming, cheerful young lady was suddenly categorized among their ranks. An unambitious girl would remain oblivious to the hierarchy of pureblood families, Yet Jinghe stood apart. Her placement in Slytherin signified her ambition and desires. During her time in Godric's Hollow, despite her reluctance to venture out, she gleaned insights into the outside world through her interactions with house elves and her reading. Achieving the status of a beloved leader among children stemmed from her vivacious nature and her ability to garner admiration from the entire wizarding community of Godric's, indirectly benefiting her father's business through their goodwill. Through this network, Jinghe discerned the prevailing currents of the outside world. Her resolve to save Ariana and her mother's suggestion that they relocate to Godric's were fueled not only by her affection for Ariana and her inherent kindness, but also by her astute perception that these three children would evolve into formidable allies if nurtured properly. She was both a butterfly dancing in the spring and a serpent poised to strike. Chapter 13, The Dormitory. As Sidney Gunter and Vanola Malfoy beheld the young lady who had just been deemed innocent by many, they quickly realized that Miss Iftis was no mere philanthropist who glows with warmth. Even if she had never graced the sights of other families, she possessed a keen understanding of the leaders among purebloods. Simultaneously, Miss Iftis conveyed a clear message: I am aware of your intentions, and I require to see your sincerity and capability. The two perfect heirs of their pureblood families recalled the tasks assigned to them by their families, glancing at Jinghe's radiant smile as they shook her hands. I am Jinghe Iftis. You may call me Jinghe, she introduced herself cheerfully. Suddenly, a wave of sweat trickled down their backs as they prepared to reciprocate their introductions, only to be interrupted by the schoolmaster, who had stood up at the center of the hall. I shall not indulge in lengthy speeches. Each of you is among the finest. I wish you all a delightful term. With a flourish of his hand, an abundance of delectable food materialized upon the tables of the four houses, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the newly arrived young wizards. This was none other than the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Sidney and Vanola's introductions were cut short as the sight of the food drew Jinghe's attention. Recognizing the moment, they graciously bid farewell, intending to reacquaint themselves on the way back to their dormitory. Out of the corner of her eye, Jinghe noticed them departing as she eagerly began to feast upon a chicken leg, simultaneously analyzing her surroundings. There was a member of the Weasley family within Gryffindor, whom she could approach through Albus, though it appeared that the Weasleys harbored significant biases against Slytherin. Beyond Gunter and Malfoy, there were connections to be made with the Blacks, Selwyns, and even that Lestrange. However, Gunter and Lestrange seemed a tad too reckless. She would tread carefully. With these thoughts in mind, Jinghe polished off her meal, hastily sampling a few bites of dessert before concluding her feast. After dining, she dashed to Ravenclaw to bestow a good-night kiss upon Nyefud, waving goodbye to Albus and his companion as she followed her housemates out of the Great Hall. As they walked, Sidney and Vanola rejoined her. Sidney spoke first. Hello? I am Sidney Gunter. Feel free to call me Sidney. Vanola chimed in. I am Vanola Malfoy. You can simply call me Vanola, Jinghe. The clarity with which Vanola pronounced Jinghe's name indicated that she had practiced saying the somewhat challenging Eastern name during dinner. Jinghe smiled warmly, responding, absolutely. Sidney, Vanola, it is a pleasure to meet you both. I am thrilled to have made friends from my house right at the start of the term. I will write to my father to share that I have already made good friends. Upon hearing this, the two understood that Jinghe was inclined to foster a friendly relationship with them. Writing to the head of the Iftis family would signal that she included them within her circle. As the sole heir of the Iftis family, her father would closely monitor his daughter's interactions, and if Arthur learned of her amicable relations, it would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for their family in future collaborations with the Iftis lineage. This development was advantageous for them and their respective families alike. Nearby students overheard their conversation and realized that the trio had already emerged as the most prominent force within the new year, igniting plans among the other young wizards. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the castle, and as they descended, the temperature gradually dropped. The prefect led the students to the entrance and turned to the newcomers, stating, Welcome to Slytherin. Long ago, the great Salazar Slytherin established this house. Here, we celebrate strength. Ambition is our greatest hallmark. Other houses may accuse us of prejudice, but that notion is mistaken. We also accept half-bloods. We welcome all who possess strength. Furthermore, it has been centuries since anyone from another house has entered here. Before entering, you must recite the password, which changes weekly and will be posted on the notice board. I, the third-year prefect Radvils, welcome you all. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. As the prefect concluded, his gaze swept over Jinghe, who nodded in acknowledgement before he turned away to recite the password, Fong. The door swung open, and Jinghe stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. The decor was predominantly green, with a massive serpent sculpture coiling along the walls, its eyes glowing red. Due to the coolness of the underground, a fire perpetually burned in the hearth, radiating warmth. Green vines entwined around the stone columns, resembling a venomous serpent poised to ensnare its prey. The walls were not solid but rather transparent glass, revealing the depths of the black lake outside. Marvelous, she thought. Thoroughly satisfied, Jinghe caressed the butterfly on her left wrist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Vinola and Sydney noticed the gleam in her gaze. Recognizing it for what it was, the thrill of a predator spotting its quarry, the prefect turned to address them again, saying, "Our Slytherin dormitories differ from those of other houses. Each student has an individual room. If you wish to socialize, feel free to step outside." After a brief pause, he added, "Boys' dormitories are on the left, while girls are on the right. Each room bears a nameplate, and your belongings have already been placed in your respective rooms. Oh, and boys, please refrain from peeking into the girls' dormitories. The consequences can be severe. Now, go find your rooms, and good night, sweet dreams." Having absorbed the information, Jinghe ascended the stairs to locate her room, with Vinola closely following. Soon, Jinghe found her room in the center, conveniently adjacent to Vinola's. With a smile, Jinghe invited Vinola to attend classes together the next day, to which Vinola readily agreed. After exchanging goodnights, they entered their respective rooms. As Jinghe searched, she caught a glimpse of her neighbor on the right, Adele Selwyn. Afterward, Jinghe entered the dormitory, surveying its appearance. To the left lay the lavatory and shower room, while in the center stood a grand bed, surrounded by columns draped with green curtains, creating an atmosphere of perfect tranquility. The entire room was adorned in shades of green. Though Jinghe had an affinity for this color, prolonged exposure inevitably led to aesthetic fatigue. Spotting her luggage, she waved her hand, and the items within soared forth, transforming the sheets and duvet cover to a delicate shade of blue. She neatly arranged her clothes in the wardrobe, organized her books, and retrieved the textbooks required for her classes the following day. Once everything was in place, Jinghe embraced her beloved cat, whom she hadn't seen for several hours, showering it with affection. After indulging in some quality time with her feline companion, Jinghe heard a sound emanating from the window. Turning her head, she saw Nyafude's white owl, Cherry, arriving with a letter in its beak. Jinghe opened the window to retrieve the letter, offering Cherry a morsel of food before unfolding the correspondence. Inside, Nyafude described the new dormitory and shared her reflections on the Ravenclaw password. Nyafude excitedly noted that she had been the first to decipher it, earning much praise for her intellect. She also introduced her roommates, her handwriting hurried and somewhat scrawled, suggesting she had written it in haste after unpacking. Jinghe understood that entry into Ravenclaw required answering the questions posed by the painting, indicating that Ravenclaw housed the most intellectually gifted individuals in the academy. She had not misjudged Nyafude. She recognized her cleverness. Having known Nyafude for less than a day, Jinghe regarded her as a close friend, drawn to her sharp mind and a personality reminiscent of her own. More importantly, Jinghe sensed that their friendship lacked the overt, transactional nature evident in her relationships with Winora and Sidri. Jinghe penned a letter of her own, recounting her acquaintances from Slytherin, describing the lounge layout, and detailing the single dormitory arrangement at her own house. After completing her letter, she entrusted it to Cherry for delivery. Stretching her limbs, Jinghe closed the window, donned her pajamas, and proceeded to wash up. Once refreshed, her room instantly filled with the fragrance of roses. Cradling Mou in her arms, she waited for her damp hair to dry, seated at her desk while reviewing the material for her upcoming lessons. She knew that Slytherin shared classes with Gryffindor, allowing her the opportunity to see Albus and perhaps make the acquaintance of a young Weasley. Tomorrow's schedule included transfiguration and potions, both commencing at 9 in the morning, necessitating an early rise. With no sunlight streaming into her room, only the sound of the bell at 8 would rouse her. Jinghe found the atmosphere somewhat gloomy and humid, detrimental to her health, and decided to practice her warming charm in advance. After finishing her studies, she wrote a letter to her parents, planning to borrow Albus's Jumpy Owl to send it out the following day. Having completed her tasks, the hour was late. Jinghe stretched once more, placed Mou in its nest, and climbed into bed, closing her eyes. Darkness enveloped her once again, and silence reigned. Chapter 14, The Start of Classes. Before 8 in the morning, even before the Hogwarts alarm clock chimed, Jinghe opened her eyes. This was a habit she had cultivated at Godric's Hollow, as rising at this hour allowed her to wash up and descend to find Yamin seated at the table, sipping coffee while reading the newspaper. He would smile warmly at her upon her arrival, informing her of the morning's delectable offerings. Thus, when Jinghe awoke and took in her unfamiliar surroundings, she was momentarily stunned, though she quickly regained her composure. Her once vacant eyes brightened as she hopped out of bed, washed up, petted Mou, brushed her hair, and splashed water on her face, preparing her textbooks for breakfast in the Great Hall. Today, she styled her hair into a bun, enhancing her youthful charm. A style Yamin had taught her, adorned with a thorny rose hairpin that bore the crest of Ivdes. Clad in her school uniform, no longer merely a plain robe, She wore a green shoulder wrap along with the assigned green tie of her house. Once properly attired, she kissed MOU and took a deep breath. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she stepped out, making a quick detour to awaken Winora. To her surprise, upon exiting, she encountered Winora, who was also just emerging. Jinghe raised an eyebrow in amusement at their synchronicity. Winora smiled upon seeing her, greeting, "Good morning, Jinghe. How did you sleep last night?" Jinghe reciprocated with a bright smile. "Good morning. I feel fantastic." She then linked arms with Winora, saying, "Let us hurry. We still need to find our classroom after breakfast. Time will be tight." At that moment, the door to the adjacent dormitory swung open, revealing Adele Selwyn. Spotting the two girls preparing to leave, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Would you like to join me for breakfast?" He fixed his gaze on Jinghe, awaiting her reply. Jinghe beamed, "Of course. Let us go together." The three of them descended the stairs, only to find Sidri waiting on the sofa. He had evidently been anticipating their arrival. Upon noticing the new addition, Adele Selwyn, he raised an eyebrow but asked nothing, simply stating, "Let us go." The four of them entered the dining hall, where many upperclassmen were already enjoying their meals. As they walked, the quartet attracted numerous gazes. Each of them was a veritable work of art, sculpted by divine hands. Though still young, one could easily envision their future allure. Furthermore, this year's cohort of pureblood heirs was present, and among them, these four stood as the pinnacle of their lineage, establishing a fresh social circle on only the second day of term. Jinghe glanced around, noticing Nyafud was absent, likely still in the process of settling in. Turning her gaze to the Gryffindor table, she spotted Albus, Ephius, and a red-haired boy with freckles sharing breakfast. Upon seeing Jinghe, Albus waved at her, and she returned the gesture, while the unfamiliar boy remained engrossed in his meal. With his red hair and freckles, he was none other than the Weasley family's second son, a size Weasley. Even after finishing breakfast, Jinghe had yet to catch sight of Nyafud, presumably due to the absence of morning classes. After their meal, the four gathered their textbooks and headed to class. As it was their first time, they inevitably lost their way in the spiral staircase, finally reaching the Transfiguration classroom 10 minutes before the lesson commenced. The three girls engaged in lively conversation about their female professor and the accessories adorning their heads, while Sidri feigned interest in his textbook. Gradually, others began to arrive, with Gryffindors and Slytherins occupying opposite sides, their mutual disdain unresolved. The Slytherin group, centered around the quartet, settled into their seats, with Sidri flanked by two boys, Carlin Lestrange and Reed Black. Only these two possessed the requisite strength and pedigree to sit beside him. Jinghe greeted them with a cheerful introduction, and they reciprocated with friendly exchanges. Class began, and the first task in Transfiguration involved transforming a matchstick into a needle, requiring increasing precision. After the professor demonstrated the spell, the students were instructed to practice. Jinghe glanced at the incantation, closed her eyes, envisioned the needle's form, then reopened her eyes, waved her wand, and uttered the spell. The matchstick successfully morphed into a delicate embroidery needle. Adele exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, Jinghe, you did it." The other three turned to look. At that moment, a similar commotion arose from the Gryffindor table, prompting the professor to investigate. It turned out that Albus had also succeeded in transforming his matchstick into a needle, both having achieved their transformations simultaneously. The professor awarded 5 points to each house, eliciting cheers from the young wizards. Albus and Jinghe exchanged a knowing smile, performing a celebratory high five, a unique gesture they shared at home when resolving issues. Observing their harmonious interaction, Sidri lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Until the end of the class, no one else had transformed, and aside from Albus and Jinghe, the professor assigned homework to the rest of the class. Additionally, she took the opportunity to invite the two of them to join the Transfiguration Club she had founded. Albus readily accepted the invitation, while Jinghe expressed the need to think it over, as her primary interest lay in joining the dueling club. After bidding farewell to Albus, Jinghe did not leave with Venora but instead went to the herbology classroom to wait for Nyafud to finish class so they could have lunch together. When Jinghe appeared at the Ravenclaw table, the little eagle raised its head to scrutinize this recently renowned heir of the Efdith family. Having just heard that she had successfully transformed into a Slytherin, earning 5 points for her house. Aware of the surrounding gazes, Jinghe graciously lifted her head and smiled in greeting, which eased the little eagle's defenses and sparked a desire to befriend her. After all, having such a talented witch as a friend was a prospect too delightful to imagine. Meanwhile, Sidri and Venora's group also observed Jinghe, and upon seeing her radiant smile, they felt a pang of envy. She possessed cunning, talent, and a well-to-do family. Her parents were open-minded and affectionate, free from the burden of dealing with unexpected illegitimate children or feigning smiles at social gatherings. Her father had paved a flawless path for her, leaving no worries behind. while they lived in fear of their parents losing their sanity at any moment. She was akin to a red rose, dazzling and sought after by countless admirers, yet ultimately, they could only admire her from a distance due to her thorns. Suddenly, Venora was struck by the impulse to keep Jinghe close, longing for her to be a lifelong friend. She turned to Sidri and noticed the glint of desire in his eyes, realizing he shared the same sentiment. There was not a single sane person in the Gunter family. They were all mad. After finishing lunch, Jinghe bid farewell to Neophyte, as their dormitories were in different locations, and she returned to the dormitory with Sidri and the others for a brief rest. Venora, noticing the blue butterfly on Jinghe's left wrist, took her hand and exclaimed, "Oh my, what is this magical pattern? It's so beautiful." The other four turned to look at the butterfly on Jinghe's wrist, but to them, it was merely a curiosity. They were captivated by the delicate wrist Venora held, pale and seemingly fragile enough to break with a gentle touch. The blue butterfly created a striking visual impact on her slender wrist, provoking a flurry of thoughts. Jinghe smiled and replied, "It's not a mark. It's just a birthmark I've had since I was born. It serves no purpose, just looks pretty. But I always feel it's a gift from Merlin, destined to be of great use one day." Upon hearing Jinghe's description, the others snapped back to reality, and Sidri remarked, "It's lovely. It suits you perfectly." Venora, enthusiastic, began to discuss ideas for enchanting watercolor patterns on their own wrists with Jinghe. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts, where Jinghe distinguished herself among the other young witches and was invited by the teacher to join the dueling club. The teacher explained that the club only accepted second-year students and above, and he felt Jinghe possessed such immense talent that he made an exception for her. Naturally, Jinghe was delighted to join, and this news stirred quite a commotion within Slytherin, as Jinghe's prowess made her an object of admiration among the younger witches. As days passed, Jinghe showcased extraordinary talent across all subjects, swiftly becoming one of the most favored students among the teachers. Her friends, Albus and Neophyte, also emerged as trendsetters among the first years. The small group of Jinghe and Slytherin became increasingly diligent in their studies, for any improvement would elicit enthusiastic praise from Jinghe, genuine and heartfelt, unlike the formulaic compliments they received from their families. This encouragement lifted them, inspiring the five to strive for excellence, rapidly establishing their group as the most outstanding and formidable presence among the younger students. Jinghe had an uncanny ability to recognize the finest companions, consistently discovering the most exceptional friends. Chapter 15, Christmas. As time flew by, December soon arrived. Snowflakes began to flutter down from mid-November, and for reasons unknown to her. Jinghe was particularly sensitive to the cold. When winter set in, her hands and feet turned icy, prompting her to remain by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room, bundled in thick clothing and fortified with several warming charms, seeking comfort. Sidri entered the common room with lunch, and the chill that followed him made Jinghe sneeze. He quickly closed the door and handed her the meal. Jinghe had fallen ill after eagerly rushing outside to play in the first snowfall with the girls, and she had been coughing and sneezing ever since. The other five took on the responsibility of bringing her meals. After a few bites, Jinghe lost her appetite, prompting Sidri to gently encourage her, "Come on, eat a bit more." Jinghe turned to look at Sidri's face. His dark curls and deep-set eyes were strikingly handsome. Having learned about the dangers of cousin marriages among Muggles, she couldn't help but marvel at how pleasing her friends were to behold. After all, these pureblood families only intermarried among a select few, often sharing blood ties to some extent. The Gunter family, in particular, was notorious for marrying cousins to preserve lineage, resulting in each member bearing some degree of mental or physical issues. Thus, Sidri's normalcy was a delightful surprise. Jinghe sighed, deciding to indulge in a few more bites in light of his exquisite features. After finishing, she resumed her reading by the fireplace, with Sidri sitting beside her, perusing his notes. As she felt increasingly warm, she noticed Sidri's body heat was surprisingly high. With the rising temperature around them, Jinghe grew drowsy, yawning and lowering her head to doze off. Sidri noticed her drifting into slumber and made a gesture for the others to be quiet. He carefully cradled her in his arms, and upon sensing the warmth, Jinghe instinctively nestled closer. Sidri, pleased by her movement, embraced her gently and remained still beside the fireplace. When the others entered and beheld this glaring scene, they initially felt a surge of indignation, but, upon noticing Jinghe asleep, they settled for shooting a disapproving glare at Sidri before quietly attending to their own tasks while waiting for Jinghe to awaken. After 2 hours, Jinghe stirred groggily, realizing she was nestled in someone else's embrace. Momentarily bewildered, she looked up to find it was Sidri. Embarrassed, she smiled sheepishly at him, scratching her face as she apologized. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally fell asleep and disturbed you." Sidri, feeling slightly annoyed at her awakening, smiled in response, "It's all right." He stretched his stiff arms, inhaling deeply, still surrounded by the scent of roses, which compelled him to adjust his clothing in an effort to prolong the fragrance. Venora, noticing Jinghe had awakened, rose and moved behind her to tame the tousled hair that had become disheveled during her sleep. As she smoothed Jinghe's hair, she inquired, "Christmas is just around the corner. We all plan to return home. What about you, Jinghe? If you're going home, would you like to visit my house?" The other four turned their attention to Jinghe, for if she agreed to Venora's invitation, it would facilitate their visits to her. Jinghe pondered for a moment, recalling that she had recently formed a close friendship with the second son of the Weasley family. Arthur had already written to her, saying he would be spending Christmas at Godric's with Dumbledore and the Weasley family. The five clearly held different views on the matter. With only 3 days of holiday, there was insufficient time to visit so many places. Thus, Jinghe smiled and replied, "I will be going home. However, my father said we will be spending Christmas at Godric's with Albus's family, so I'm afraid I may not have much time to visit you, Venora. However, I have prepared gifts for all of you." The other five, upon hearing this, could only nod in disappointment. Their return home meant attending those aristocratic Christmas gatherings, wearing forced smiles, while enduring their parents' admonitions, such a tedious affair. Carlin, already disheartened, upon hearing the name of Dumbledore's boy, Albus, could not help but exclaim, "Oh, Albus Jinghe." Noticing Carlin's sarcastic tone, chuckled and said, "Oh dear Carlin, I have prepared gifts for everyone. Do not be upset." This elicited a wave of laughter from the other four at Carlin's expense. Before long, 2 days flew by, and Jinghe, along with Neophyte and Albus, boarded the train home. Upon arriving at the station, Jinghe spotted her long-missed parents and rushed into their embrace, pouting, "Mommy, Daddy, I've missed you so much." Arthur lifted Jinghe into the air, twirling her around, which made her burst into laughter. Once she was set down, she embraced Ariana, saying, "Dearest, I've missed you terribly. Did you miss me as well?" Ariana blushed and nodded, indicating her longing for Jinghe. Jinghe also gave Albus a hug, who, blushing, returned the gesture. Back home, Jinghe began to prepare the gifts she intended to give. She crafted an exhaustive set of notes on transfiguration for Dumbledore, found a perfectly shaped golden gem for Albus, and created blue crystal bracelets that emitted a soft azure glow for Ariana and Neophyte. For her elders, she knitted scarves and gloves, and for the 5 friends, she fashioned gemstone brooches and necklaces based on their family crests, brooches for the boys and necklaces for the girls. After organizing everything, she generously fed her family's owl, Quasi, and sent him off with the gifts. It was already quite late when Jinghe finished her evening routine and went to bed, eagerly anticipating the gifts her friends would bestow upon her. On Christmas morning, Jinghe awoke promptly. After freshening up, she hurried downstairs to greet Yamming and Arthur, and her eyes fell upon a pile of gifts beneath the Christmas tree. Her heart leaped with joy as she began to unwrap them one by one. The first was a blue sweater adorned with butterflies, unmistakably a gift from Mrs. Weasley. Next, from Albus, she received a comprehensive tome on defense against the dark arts. Following that, Ariana gifted her a butterfly brooch, which Jinghe promptly donned, while Albus presented her with a stylish backpack, accompanied by a note that read, "Made by me. Hope you like it." The next elegantly wrapped gifts were from Venora and her friends. Jinghe was not surprised to find them lavish. Venora gifted her a luxurious gemstone necklace, while Sidri presented a sapphire ring. Carlin and her companions also bestowed exceedingly extravagant jewelry. Meanwhile, Arthur and Yamming gifted Jinghe a precious crown and 2 beautifully customized dresses. Neophyte gifted her a crystal ball containing a fairy butterfly dancing gracefully. That evening, at the gathering, Jinghe donned the dress Yamming had given her, adorned with a rose brooch and the ring from Sidri. Her entrance captivated the entire assembly. Ariana's cheeks flushed with excitement as she clutched Jinghe's hand, while Albus turned beet red, struggling to articulate his admiration, eventually stammering, "You look absolutely stunning." Even the Weasleys blushed and complimented Jinghe's beauty, with Mrs. Weasley affectionately scooping her into a hug, nearly leaving Jinghe breathless. Dinner that night was a sumptuous affair, pleasing both adults and children alike. The children quickly finished their meals and scampered off to play in an empty room, while the adults engaged in leisurely conversation at the dining table. Such peace and tranquility were yearned for by all. Jinghe and Albus recounted amusing tales from school to the younger siblings, who gazed at them with admiration. Albus remained silent, quietly observing Jinghe as she animatedly shared stories of her friends and her triumphs in the dueling club, where she had successfully challenged several second- and third-year students. Suddenly, Albus felt a surge of longing. He wished to witness firsthand the charismatic Jinghe in her vibrant daily life at school, to experience her colorful existence. "Merlin, let the term commence swiftly, so I may behold her enchanting world," he fervently prayed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Jinghe bid farewell to her parents once more as she boarded the train back to school. regretting that her birthday could not be celebrated at home. She was comforted by Yaming's promise of a splendid gift, which lifted her spirits as she embarked on the journey back to school. The train, puffing white smoke, rolled forward, every arrangement falling into place so perfectly. Chapter 16. Birthday and Heartfelt Moments. December 31st marked Jinghe's birthday. At 7:30 in the morning, she awoke on time. Momentarily taken aback by the lavish decorations in her room, then remembered, it's my birthday today. I planned to bake a cake. The previous night, she had decorated her room beautifully, for she intended to invite her close friends over, having already sent out the invitations. In addition to Sidri and the other 5, Albus, Dobby, and Neophyte were included, as well as the Weasleys. The two houses were notoriously at odds, with the Weasleys particularly disdainful of the elitist pure-blood families. Jinghe's aim this time was to gather these individuals together to ease tensions, having become good friends with Axis. She wished to foster camaraderie between the two houses and mitigate pure-blood prejudice. These were Jinghe's two significant objectives, apart from enjoying herself. With a heavy sigh, she recalled the joy of her birthday, which lifted her spirits once more. She donned her school uniform and prepared to head to the kitchen to bake her cake. Today, there were no classes. What perfect timing. As she opened the door, she was enveloped in the fragrant embrace of Gardenius. "Darling, happy birthday," Venora exclaimed joyfully. Another embrace, scented with lilies, followed from Adele. Both were exquisitely dressed. Venora in a yellow waist cinching gown that made her look particularly adorable. She typically wore only red and gray, so the choice of a soft yellow was clearly for Jinghe, knowing her fondness for vibrant colors. Adele, in a cherry blossom pink gown, radiated beauty, her face aglow in the light, rendering the surrounding items dull by comparison. Noticing Jinghe still in her school uniform, Venora frowned slightly. "Darling, why are you still in your uniform? Today is your birthday. You should be dressed to the nines." Jinghe clutched Venora's arm and smiled. "I plan to make my birthday cake myself. Just the two of you know. Keep it a secret." Venora gazed at Jinghe's radiant smile, momentarily lost in thought. She recalled her first impression of Jinghe as stunning. During the opening ceremony, the vivid colors beneath her voluminous robe resembled a free-spirited butterfly. Meanwhile, she looked down at her own drab gray attire, uniform and devoid of color. Later, upon discovering that Jinghe was the heir of the Iftis family, she felt a thrill of delight, as it allowed her to approach her openly. However, as time passed, she realized that this young girl was not just a pretty face. Her lineage, looks, and intellect were overshadowed by her innate talents and wisdom. Venora understood that her friendship with Jinghe was rooted in her own status. Aware of how popular Jinghe was, and that even this vibrant girl occasionally felt downcast. Having witnessed such a lively Jinghe, Venora had never encountered anyone like her before. Venora matured early, having been introduced to various boys from pure-blood families at the tender age of 8, treated like a commodity awaiting appraisal. She wore extravagant dresses, smiling like a lady in front of a group of earnest children striving to mature. Yet, she harbored a profound disdain for the awkward boys before her. However, she understood that within this scenario, one individual would inevitably become her husband. She needed a child of Malfoy lineage to eliminate any ambiguity surrounding her father's extramarital affairs. She was determined to prove her worth. Yet, as she gazed upon the vibrant scene before her, she realized it was the most vivid presence she had encountered in her 11 years. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. She recognized this feeling. It was an emotion she possessed that others did not. She harbored affection for Jinghe, and although she was merely 12, she understood this sentiment well. She yearned to be his only one. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed that Jinghe had vanished, leaving only Adele standing before her. Regarding her with significance, "Jinghe saw you daydreaming and left first. Remember, keep it a secret. Do not let others find out." Following the hint, Jinghe made his way to the entrance of Hufflepuff's dormitory, casually grabbing a badger to ask for directions. After receiving the information, he arrived at the kitchen door. As he scratched the pair, it erupted into laughter, and soon the kitchen door swung open, revealing a bustling assembly of house elves at work. One little elf approached him. "Esteemed young wizard, I am Gwei. How may I assist you?" Jinghe handed Gwei the list he had prepared the day before. "Fetch everything on this list. I wish to do it myself. Spare me the pleasantries and hurry." He adopted a commanding tone, aware that a softer approach would provoke the elf into engaging in futile self-harm, which would be quite bothersome. Gwei complied with the order and soon laid all the ingredients before Jinghe on the table. As he diligently followed the method given to him by Yaming to prepare his birthday cake, another figure entered the small kitchen. Jinghe looked up to see Sidley. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What are you doing here? How did you know I was here?" Sidley, having not seen Jinghe curled up by the fireplace chatting with Winora earlier, sensed her intentions. He had even inquired at the kitchen that morning and, upon discovering Jinghe had not ordered a cake, deduced she intended to make one herself. Nevertheless, he replied, I woke up late this morning and felt a bit hungry, so I thought I would come to the kitchen for a snack. Not expecting to find you here. Jinghe suddenly realized, since you're here, could you help me crack some eggs? Making this cake is proving to be quite a hassle. Upon noticing the flour dusting Jinghe's nose, Sidley couldn't help but chuckle as he approached to wipe it clean. Jinghe giggled and returned to her vigorous kneading of the dough. Once Sidley had cracked the eggs, Jinghe forbade him from assisting further. He watched her quietly as she focused intently on her cake making. Her hair was tied up in a large bun, beads of sweat forming on her forehead due to the warmth. As he gazed at her, his thoughts drifted back to the past. From the moment Sidley was born, his family had predetermined his future partner, his cousin. She was a product of closely related lineage, often erratic and prone to loud, spontaneous outbursts, while Sidley remained the most composed among his eccentric relatives. He was calm, intelligent, and adept at maximizing benefits, being the closest descendant to their ancestral bloodline. Such a remarkable individual would typically be highly sought after in pure-blood families. However, to preserve their lineage's purity, they matched Sidley with the cousin who had only begun speaking at the age of 2. Aware of her fortune in being paired with someone as exceptional as Sidley, she had always followed him like a shadow, screaming and shoving anyone who approached, declaring, "This is my fiancé. Sidley belongs to me. You filthy lot." Sidley had once painfully questioned his mother about why he was to be betrothed to a madwoman, only to receive a stinging slap in response. His mother, gripping his shoulders and shaking him frantically, bellowed, "She is not a madwoman. She is the most distinct legacy of our ancestor, Lord Slytherin. Only our bloodline is the most noble. Those outside are of inferior lineage, unworthy of us. Do you understand?" The madness in his mother's eyes pierced Sidley, causing him to shut his own in anguish. When the school year began, he swiftly fled the stifling confines of that home. There, he encountered Jinghe and Ivdes, and he suddenly felt grateful for his normalcy, both in appearance and spirit that allowed him to draw near to her. Initially, his approach was merely a task, but as their relationship developed, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, eventually succumbing to his feelings. During this time, Jinghe shone like a little sun, illuminating his world. He approached her desperately, akin to a person on the brink of freezing, and she would genuinely praise him when he successfully cast a spell, study alongside him in the library, and confide in him about her frustrations with assigned work. She would rest her head on his shoulder, and when mocking the insanity of other pure-blood families, she would discreetly help him confront them, returning with a gleeful sparkle in her eyes, asking if he thought she had done well. Jinghe was like Sidley's angel, a redemption sent by Merlin, a cunning yet benevolent blue fox. She was the rose-flavored potion that enchanted him, the handwritten notes he kept under his pillow, the brooch he polished daily. Sidley was a madman, adept at concealing his true nature before her. He was the epitome of excellence in bloodline, knowing how to strike with precision. He wished to guard Jinghe, like a venomous serpent, protecting his treasure and vanquishing those who coveted it. Chapter 17, Birthday and Heartbeats 2. After several hours of toil, Jinghe finally crafted a cake that resembled a work of art. It boasted 2 layers, with syrup nestled in the middle of the bottom layer, which would ooze like blood when pierced, while the top layer featured a dancing butterfly surrounded by chocolate roses. She had even drawn a small green cream snake at the base. The overall cake was adorned with white frosting and sprinkled with tiny pearls, eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding house elves. Jinghe beamed with pride at her flawless creation, clapping her hands and lifting her head in triumph. Sidley, witnessing her delight, wore a tender smile. Once Jinghe washed her hands, he used his handkerchief to meticulously dry them, instructing the elf to deliver the cake to the Slytherin common room before taking Jinghe's hand and leaving. Hand in hand, they strolled along the corridor, drawing astonished gazes from other young wizards. Sidley couldn't help but smirk. Thank Merlin. Although Jinghe was intelligent, she clearly had not yet matured beyond her years. Winora, hearing Jinghe's voice, eagerly rose from the sofa, her smile faltering upon noticing their intertwined hands, but it quickly returned as she approached, linking her arm with Jinghe's and discreetly attempting to separate them. With a smile, she said, "Come on, dear, let me give you a makeover. Trust my skills. Today, you will undoubtedly be the most beautiful girl." With that, she ushered Jinghe upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Sidley watched them until Jinghe disappeared, then turned his gaze only to find Carlin smiling at him. The warmth in Sidley's eyes was swiftly replaced by coldness as he brushed past Carlin, retreating to his dormitory to change for the evening's birthday celebration. At that moment, Carlin spoke, "I know what you're thinking. She doesn't understand this feeling. We each rely on our own abilities. Don't forget, you still have a fiancé." He emphasized the word fiancé with particular clarity. Turning at the remark, Sidley retorted mockingly, "I will soon send her to meet Merlin, but you should focus on dealing with your father's illegitimate daughter." After speaking, He turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Carlin standing alone in his place, his expression dark and unfriendly. Carlin Lestrange had been acutely aware since childhood that his parents' union was merely a strategic alliance among the aristocracy. They flaunted their impeccable appearances and illustrious lineage, indulging in numerous affairs, yet both parties tacitly refrained from acknowledging any so-called illegitimate offspring, until 3 years ago, when everything changed. Carlin's father abruptly declared that he had found his true love, shouting at Carlin's mother, claiming she was intruding upon his time with this newfound passion. This marked the first instance where his parents openly acknowledged their extramarital affairs. He vividly recalled his mother responding to his father's tirade with an elegantly disdainful roll of her eyes, before leaving home for the night. The following day, his father returned with a 5-year-old girl, instructing Carlin to regard her as his own sister. The absurdity of the situation struck him. He remembered saying nothing, merely staring at her. The girl, resembling a fragile vine, suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming that she did not deserve to be there and that she simply adored her brother, as she rushed into their father's arms. Thus, Carlin received his father's furious slap, the first time he had ever been struck. From that moment onward, Carlin's life was thrown into disarray. The girl wept over every broken dish and feigned being pushed down by their father, sobbing dramatically, which resulted in Carlin being punished by his biased father. His father's affection for the girl born of his true love was palpable. Had it not been for Carlin's mother, he would have considered bequeathing his entire estate to her. As soon as the school year commenced, Carlin fled the estate without a backward glance, where he encountered Jinghe and Ivdes, the girl raised in a gilded cage. Utilizing his inherited beauty, he approached her, becoming one of her closest confidants. Upon learning of Carlin's friendship with Ivdes, his father abandoned his thoughts of changing heirs, yet he continued to declare, "A union with Ivdes will ensure that half of her family's fortune is allocated to my daughter." As if to proclaim the grandeur of his selfless paternal love, Carlin mused. Initially, his interest in Jinghe was purely opportunistic. He perceived her as an uncomplicated target. However, he soon realized that she was a cunning vixen, brilliant and exceptionally gifted. Countless accomplished individuals sought her attention, yet she greeted everyone with a serene smile, shrouding her true thoughts in mystery. Like a poppy flower, she captivated Carlin, drawing him in inexorably. She was a thorny rose, an enchanting temptress, an unattainable existence. Carlin recognized that he and Sidri were both madmen, coveting a treasure. At 7 o'clock that evening, in Venora's dormitory, Jinghe was impeccably adorned in an ice porcelain blue gown gifted by her mother, its hem unfurling like petals. A butterfly poised to take flight at her waist. Venora had styled her hair, secretly placing a crown she had prepared for her atop her head. Jinghe, disliking makeup, had merely applied red lipstick, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Venora stood in awe until Jinghe waved her hand, prompting her to exclaim, "My dear, you are truly stunning." Jinghe chuckled lightly, linking arms with her, and said, "Let us go. Albus and the others should be waiting outside." As Jinghe descended the stairs, the others had finished preparing and awaited her arrival. The moment she appeared, the boys were instantly captivated by her beauty, their gazes fixated solely on her. Jinghe cheerfully announced, "Today, I've invited Albus, Dobby, Yassis, and Neophyte. I hope everyone enjoys themselves." Thus, after centuries of exclusivity, the Slytherin Common Room welcomed students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Despite the lingering prejudices, everyone chose to set aside their differences for Jinghe's sake on this occasion. As the four entered, Neophyte rushed into Jinghe's embrace, exclaiming, "Darling, happy birthday. You look especially beautiful today." Jinghe returned with a generous kiss, while Venora and the others wore increasingly dark smiles at the sight of students from other houses. However, due to Jinghe's birthday, the 9 of them gathered in the Slytherin lounge, which had been cleared of others. Surrounding Jinghe as they unveiled a cake she had made herself. Jinghe lit the 11 candles atop it, clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and made a wish. "I hope we can all coexist harmoniously." Upon extinguishing the candles, the other 9 exchanged glances, reaching a subtle understanding of reconciliation. Jinghe distributed slices of the cake to each of her companions, and when it came time to cut the final tier, she wielded the knife as if it were a weapon, slicing through the center with force. The crimson syrup erupted forth, splattering onto Jinghe's left cheek, rendering her both alluring and perilous, like a flourishing rose. Everyone's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. Neophyte retrieved a handkerchief to wipe Jinghe's cheek clean, grinning as she said, "Darling, let us see what gifts we've prepared for you." As Jinghe began unwrapping the gifts, her astonishment echoed through the room, each extravagant present eliciting her highest praises. Thus, Jinghe's birthday was joyously celebrated, fostering a newfound camaraderie between Gryffindor and Slytherin, as scenes of little lions and little snakes walking side by side began to emerge. Jinghe became a guiding beacon, leading Slytherin forward. Chapter 18, Albus. Time flew by, and Jinghe entered her 3rd year. This year, Albus finally enrolled and successfully joined Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony. When Albus turned to look at Jinghe, she erupted in exuberant cheers to celebrate his entrance. At that moment, upon seeing Jinghe's radiant smile, Albus felt his heart race as though 100 butterflies were fluttering in his chest. Jinghe had undeniably become a prominent figure within the school, the only student to choose 12 subjects and excel in each, bringing countless points to Slytherin. For 2 consecutive years, Slytherin's house points remained far superior to those of other houses. Lower-year students regarded her as a role model, while upper-year students aspired to match her excellence. Throughout these 3 years, Jinghe significantly improved relations between Gryffindor and Slytherin, enhancing Slytherin's reputation among the other houses. Each Valentine's Day, she received an abundance of love letters, with countless individuals wishing to forge intimate connections with her. Yet, rather than feeling overwhelmed by the deluge of correspondence, she thoughtfully declined each letter, explaining that she had no intention of pursuing romance before graduation. Such responses, while disheartening to some, only endeared her further to her peers, simultaneously thwarting families eager to secure advantageous unions during their time at school. Those who accompanied Jinghe grew increasingly remarkable, each shining brightly in their respective roles. The 5 most exceptional Slytherin boys and girls surrounding Jinghe exhibited feelings so evident that even the most oblivious could discern them, yet Jinghe remained oblivious. No, it was not intentional. Jinghe excelled in every subject, possessed a keen eye for business acumen, and boasted flawless beauty, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was utterly clueless. She believed their affections were merely expressions of friendship, unaware that her friends, like venomous snakes, coveted the ultimate and most exquisite treasure. While everyone felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing Jinghe's lack of romantic inclinations, they also sighed in relief, knowing that time was still on their side and opportunities would arise. Abufusi had diligently inquired about Jinghe's remarkable achievements during this period of enrollment, and she had become so renowned that her excellence was known throughout the entire school. Abufusi was elated. After all, Jinghe was his beloved elder sister, the most exceptional individual in the world, and he took immense pride in his admiration for her. When did he first realize his affection for Jinghe? Was it during their initial encounter when he felt his cheeks flush? Was it the fragrant scent of roses during their farewell embrace? Was it the moment she gifted him that exquisite gemstone? Or perhaps when he witnessed her joyfully running on the grass with the crossbody bag he had crafted for her? Was it on that Christmas Eve when he fervently prayed to Merlin? Or when he saw her jubilantly celebrating his house assignment? So many moments, each like a magical imprint, firmly entrenched in Abufusi's heart. Initially, he merely thought he adored his sister, but when he saw the boy seated beside her, smiling gently as he listened to Jinghe speak, reaching out to wipe away crumbs from her lips, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. At 11 years old, he understood that he did not wish for Jinghe to merely be his sister. From that moment on, a little red-haired shadow began to follow Jinghe, as Abufusi, just starting 1st grade, had little coursework. Thus, whenever classes ended, he would eagerly accompany Jinghe to various places. He would sit beside her in the library, attempting to engage with her despite not comprehending the content of her papers, waiting for her after class. Often, one could see his red head peeking around the door, occasionally daring to greet Jinghe when the teacher's attention waned. He understood Abufusi's feelings for Jinghe, acknowledging the depth of his brother's affection. He would not dissuade him. He knew that once his brother had made up his mind, nothing could sway him. He was well aware of Jinghe's emotional oblivion. The blatant glances from the 5 individuals surrounding her were clear to Abufusi, yet Jinghe remained oblivious. Abufusi sighed, recognizing that his brother's romantic journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. What would his own feelings be like? Jinghe had certainly noticed the little red-haired head lurking outside. She smiled and shook her head, bemused. Since Abufusi had started school, he had clung to her side like a small lion among a group of serpents. She remembered him blinking innocently as he lamented, "I just arrived in this place, and the only people I know are you and brother. He doesn't want me following him. I only wish to stay by your side and become as outstanding as you." Jinghe sensed an increase in peculiar sentiments. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to Abufusi's desire to follow her, for she already had ample company and did not mind the addition of her brother. As soon as classes ended, Jinghe gathered her belongings and stepped outside, only to be met by Abufusi, who hurriedly approached, eager to carry her things, only to be thwarted by a pair of well-defined hands that snatched them away first. Abufusi glared at the man beside her. Yes, it was Sidley who had taken Jinghe's belongings. He recognized this person as the one who had wiped Jinghe's mouth during the house ceremony. Seeing Abufusi's fierce glare, Sidley smirked mockingly, hidden from Jinghe's view, which only fueled Abufusi's anger. Noticing Abufusi's discontent, Jinghe gently ruffled his red hair and asked, "What's wrong?" Abufusi pointed at Sidley behind them. "He mocked me." Jinghe turned to glance at Sidley, who had now donned an innocent expression, shrugging at her. Seeing nothing amiss, Jinghe turned back to reassure Abufusi, "It's all right. Sidley doesn't often show much expression. Perhaps you misinterpreted it. Don't be upset. I'll buy you sweets from Hogsmeade this week." Abufusi was infuriated, yet felt powerless against Sidley. However, upon hearing Jinghe promise to buy him sweets, he gradually calmed down. Ever since Abufusi began attending school, Jinghe had made it a point to bring him his favorite candies from Hogsmeade every week, which he relished immensely. Although Abufusi could also go to Hogsmeade, his brother was an insatiable candy fiend, leaving none for him. Moreover, he had an affinity for bizarre candies like cockroach clusters, necessitating monthly visits to the infirmary for dental care potions. Otherwise, his teeth would have been in dire straits. Each time Abufusi savored the sweets while listening to Jinghe recount the latest shops in Hogsmeade, he felt the happiest of moments, free from bothersome intrusions. Hogsmeade was so delightful. He mused, "I shall open a store here someday." Since following Jinghe, Abufusi had encountered a myriad of misfortunes. Initially, he thought it was merely bad luck, but soon realized it was orchestrated by her 5 infuriating Slytherin companions. Abufusi, apart from Jinghe, harbored a strong disdain for all Slytherins, a sentiment that persisted for quite some time. However, upon discovering the deliberate nature of his misfortunes, he would exaggerate his injuries for Jinghe's sympathy, leading her to treat his wounds with potions herself. During those moments, he would proudly gaze at the 5 troublemakers in the distance, making faces at them when Jinghe wasn't looking, provoking them to roll their eyes in exasperation. Eventually, to avoid Abufusi's attempts to elicit pity, they ceased their pranks, leaving Abufusi lamenting the loss of Jinghe's concern. Time flew by, and Abufusi gradually matured. In 2nd grade, it became impractical to cling to Jinghe, so he began dining at the Slytherin table, unfazed by the curious gazes around him. Had it not been for Jinghe's presence and his status as her beloved brother, he would likely have met a plethora of unfortunate ends. This little one possessed a magical talent that paralleled Abufusi's, making him an exceptionally formidable rival. As anticipated, in the 3rd and 4th years, Jinghe continued to excel, securing the House Cup for Slytherin once more, and during the 3rd year examinations, she achieved outstanding in all 12 subjects, leaving everyone in awe of her undeniable brilliance. Chapter 19, Ariana and Graduation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Ariana was on the verge of enrollment. At this juncture, Jinghe was already in her 6th year, with merely 2 years remaining until graduation. Jinghe had blossomed into a stunning beauty by her 6th year, her ebony curls cascading casually over her shoulders, her cherry-red lips and fair skin making her stand at an impressive height of 1.68 meters at 16. Her azure eyes captivated anyone who dared to meet her gaze. By the age of 11, Ariana's physique had nearly caught up, due to her shy demeanor and sharp intellect. The Sorting Hat had placed her in Ravenclaw. Ariana excitedly made her way to the Ravenclaw table, and as she passed the Slytherin table, she dashed to Jinghe's side and enveloped her in a warm embrace, to which Jinghe reciprocated. Jinghe presented her with a sunflower-shaped hairpin, a token to celebrate Ariana's first day at school. Jinghe was no longer the boisterous girl of her 3rd and 4th years. She had matured into a more astute and thoughtful individual. At this point, she had also requested her father to allocate some of the Ivythorn family's assets for her to manage. She handled them exceptionally well, much to Arthur's delight, who had previously worried that his daughter's character would deter her from overseeing the family business. However, witnessing his daughter's profound interest in the family enterprise and her remarkable proficiency in managing it, Arthur gradually eased his concerns. He resolved to wait for Jinghe to graduate, allowing 3 to 4 years for her to master the intricacies of their family affairs before entrusting the entire business to her. He envisioned rekindling the youthful dreams he once shared with his wife. Ariana sat at the Ravenclaw long table, yet her gaze would often involuntarily drift towards the Slytherin table, where she observed Jinghe engaging animatedly with those around her, prompting nostalgic recollections from her past. In her childhood, Ariana's health was frail. Even her physician had advised against excessive movement, cautioning that the magical fluctuations within her were highly unstable, posing a significant risk of her becoming a malevolent entity. Consequently, she was to avoid undue fright. Thus, Ariana grew up akin to a delicate porcelain doll, treated with utmost care by those around her. Wizards, often unrecognized by Muggles, were wary of approaching her father and brother due to their family's peculiarities. As a result, this fragile girl became the target of Muggle children's bullying. Each time she ventured outside, she would catch sight of those Muggle children's malicious eyes lurking in the corners. Thus, when she mustered the courage to showcase her magic while out with Jinghe, only to be met with taunts of freak from a group of boys, Her body trembled with an unfamiliar sensation of dread. She yearned to shrink away, to vanish from the gaze of others. Just as she neared her breaking point, she found herself enveloped in a fragrant embrace reminiscent of roses. Jinghe had courageously chased away those boys. His soothing words quelled the tumult within Ariana, bringing her back to her senses. She returned the embrace, closing her eyes in a comforting surrender. Later, following her mother's advice, they relocated to Godric's Hollow, becoming Jinghe's neighbors, a change that brought her immense joy. It meant she could see Jinghe every day, listen to his stories, and play together without the malicious stares and hurtful words that had plagued her before. Gradually, Ariana's health improved. Jinghe became one of the most significant figures in her life. During moments of despair, he would pull her back from the precipice and reassure her, "Do not fear. We all love you. You are not a freak. You are a precious treasure." Ariana resolved to protect Jinghe for a lifetime, aspiring to become a formidable witch like those she read about in books, someone who would leave a mark in the annals of magical history. Jinghe noticed that many of his peers had begun visiting the heads of various houses, and upon inquiring with Vinola, he learned that these visits were to discuss post-graduation career recommendations based on their performance at school. At this juncture, the head of their house had a relatively easy time, as a significant portion of students were set to take over their family businesses, much like Jinghe and his friends would upon graduation. Vinola casually recounted the typical trajectory of most Slytherins, which had become almost mundane. When Jinghe inquired if she had someone in mind to marry, Vinola straightened her posture and stared at him intently for a prolonged moment, until he felt a chill run down his spine, prompting her to slowly shake her head and reply no. Jinghe exhaled in relief and took Vinola's hand, leaving her momentarily lost in thought until he excitedly proposed. "Would you like to start a business with me? My father has said that not marrying is perfectly acceptable. Worst case, I could adopt a child from an orphanage. You don't want to marry either and have no interest in them. So why not join me in expanding our family's influence and becoming the most powerful wizards and family leaders? You will always be Vinola Malfoy, and you won't have to change your surname." Vinola, amused yet impressed by Jinghe's ambition, nodded in agreement, contemplating the possibility of adopting a distant Malfoy relative as her successor. She wished to be recognized not merely for her beauty as a noblewoman, but for her capabilities and intellect, aspiring to be the finest head of the Malfoy family. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon they found themselves in their 7th year. Albus and Jinghe were on the cusp of graduation. Jinghe planned to directly take over the family business while also delving into magical studies. The 5 members of Slytherin had all agreed to follow Jinghe's lead after graduation, including Neiford. Meanwhile, Albus intended to embark on a journey around the world with Dodgy, eager to witness the beauty of distant lands. A graduation ball was on the horizon, and many students were secretly vying to be Jinghe's partner for the dance. Some would boldly recite sappy love letters in front of him, while others attempted to sneak mistletoe onto his head, hoping for a romantic moment, only to be thwarted before they could implement their plans and receive a final reprimand before graduation. Others, including Sidri, mustered the courage to invite Jinghe to be their dance partner, placing him in a predicament of indecision. To ensure fairness, Jinghe mixed the names of all those who wished to invite him to dance, closing his eyes as he drew one name at random. When he opened his eyes, he found himself facing a familiar face, Sidri. Upon hearing Jinghe accept his invitation, Sidri was overjoyed, uncaring whether he was selected by chance or choice. All that mattered was that Jinghe had agreed to dance with him. During this period, Sidri walked with an air of elation, seemingly eager to proclaim to the world that Jinghe was to be his partner, inciting envy and rare mockery from others. On the night of the ball, Sidri donned a sharp, deep blue suit, adorned with a pin gifted by Jinghe, as he took the hand of his beloved girl at the base of the stairs. Jinghe, dressed in a matching blue gown, created a striking pair that radiated elegance. As nobles, both were adept dancers, and everyone tacitly agreed to let them open the dance. After their performance, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, other graduates took to the floor with their partners, savoring their final dance before adulthood. Once the dance concluded, they would all disperse, making future meetings all the more challenging. Outside in the open-air venue, an array of delicacies and beverages was laid out. Jinghe and Sidri, feeling fatigued from dancing, decided to step outside for a bite to eat. Although Sidri hadn't fully enjoyed himself, he complied with Jinghe's suggestion to take a break, prompting a few others to join them. As Jinghe meandered about, she stumbled upon a photography booth charging 10 galleons for 10 photos. With a wave of her hand, she paid the fee and had pictures taken with her friends. Jinghe ensured that everyone had their moment captured. In the magical world, photographs moved, vividly displaying each person's radiant smile. Finally, Jinghe gathered everyone for a group photo. In that image, she stood at the forefront, beaming brightly, while the Slytherin quintet smiled at her. Albus and Daji were caught mid-cheer, and Neifert held Jinghe's wrist at the very last moment the shutter clicked. All were vibrant and full of life, their eyes shining with confidence and determination for the future. Chapter 20. The First Encounter with Grindelwald. Until Jinghe's graduation, Slytherin remained the reigning house of the House Cup, maintaining an unbroken streak for 7 years. Even after Jinghe's departure, her legacy continued to resonate widely among the populace. The most exceptional heir of the Avitus family made her debut at a soiree of pure-blood aristocrats following her graduation. As Avitus entered in a resplendent gown, all eyes were drawn to this captivating young lady. A few seasoned individuals, upon noticing the striking blue of her eyes and the butterfly adorning her wrist, recognized her as Jinghe Avitus. This butterfly served as a distinctive emblem of Jinghe, and initially, Arthur contemplated concealing it with magic due to its conspicuousness. However, Yamin persuaded her husband, saying, "I have a premonition that our daughter will undoubtedly be the finest among us. Can our lineage and abilities not even safeguard a girl?" Thus, this blue butterfly became known among the aristocracy as a symbol unique to the esteemed Avitus family. Others swiftly discerned Jinghe's identity, their gazes shifting from disdain to scrutinizing appraisal. Filled with a newfound caution, they no longer regarded her as a mere ornament, but as a formidable contender. This young lady was no delicate flower. She had flawlessly managed the family business, establishing herself as the unequivocal next heir, collaborating with her promised immense rewards upon success. The seasoned nobles exchanged glances with their sons or daughters, peers of Jinghe's age, who approached with polished smiles. Though the glint of ambition and desire in their eyes was unmistakable, Jinghe, however, paid them no mind and directly approached the family patriarchs, articulating her purpose with unflinching clarity. Initially taken aback, they quickly regained composure, attempting to ensnare her with grandiloquent rhetoric, plotting to give this daring young lady, who had just grasped the reins of industry, a taste of hardship in negotiations. Yet, their hopes were soon dashed. This fledgling lady spoke with impeccable precision, leaving no room for them to exploit her. Ultimately, they were compelled to finalize the transaction at a fair price. Having accomplished her task, Jinghe lingered not, bidding them a courteous farewell before seeking out her 5 close friends to discuss the recent negotiations. Subsequently, she immersed herself in her family's endeavors, while also advancing her research in potions and investing significantly in the study of dark magic defense. Observing his daughter's remarkable prowess, Arthur gradually relaxed, entrusting her with all family enterprises, and he and Yamin embarked on adventures that took them away from home for extended periods, returning only occasionally. Nonetheless, they wrote to Jinghe monthly, sharing tales of their discoveries and oddities alongside photographs. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in the Dumbledore household. Albus's mother, Kendra, suddenly fell gravely ill due to a potent curse, the dark magic involved being formidable. Consequently, Kendra had to reside at St. Mungo's, leaving all household responsibilities on Percival's shoulders. Upon hearing this, Albus relinquished his plans for travel and returned home to assist his father in alleviating the burdens he bore. Albus and his sister Ariana were still in school, with their mother's medical expenses proving exorbitant. In an effort to care for her, Albus brought Kendra home from the hospital, allowing her to recuperate in their residence, while he secured a position at a publishing house, dedicating his days to writing research reports. Jinghe wished to lend a hand, but Albus declined her offer, leading her to send her house elf to help alleviate some of his domestic chores. One day in mid-July, Jinghe found herself with some leisure, and Albus had no tasks to attend to. To unwind, they decided to venture to Godric's Hollow to bask in the sun. As they meandered aimlessly, engaging in casual conversation about recent events, Albus suddenly spotted a figure perched in a tree. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a golden-haired youth, eyes closed, with a blade of grass between his lips, humming an odd tune as the wind tousled his hair. Albus found himself transfixed, gazing at the boy until the latter, sensing scrutiny, opened his eyes and met Albus's gaze, revealing an exquisite face. His striking heterochromatic eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips formed a somewhat mischievous smile as he released the grass. Albus's heart quickened. Jinghe, too, was captivated by the boy's appearance. His hair and eyes were breathtaking. Noticing the two observers, the youth discarded the grass and descended from the tree, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Gellert Grindelwald, currently residing in Godric's Hollow." He extended his hand towards Albus, who hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture. "Hello, I am Albus Dumbledore." In that instant of handclasp, an invisible silver thread seemed to entwine their souls, forging an indelible connection. Once introductions were complete, Jinghe offered a courteous bow, saying, "Delighted to meet you. I am Jinghe Avitus. May I inquire if you are a wizard from another school? I don't believe I have encountered you at Hogwarts." Grindelwald replied, "Indeed. I graduated from Durmstrang. I am here to experience the summer. Jinghe then remarked, I have heard that your academy offers studies in dark magic. Is that true? Yes. He affirmed, I seek like-minded individuals who share my vision. Wizards are currently too weak. I wish to find those who align with my ideals to collaborate in elevating our status. He paused before adding, to fight for the great glory of wizards. His words sparkled with an unusual intensity, captivating and imbued with the confidence and relentless spirit of youth. Albus, upon hearing Grindelwald's sentiments, felt a flicker of excitement. He, too, had once harbored such thoughts of elevating the wizarding community, and his travels with Dorgi were motivated by a desire to explore magic around the world and bolster his own strength, aspiring to become a prominent figure in the wizarding realm. However, circumstances had forced him to suppress these ambitions. Yet, hearing Grindelwald's words reignited the embers of aspiration within him. As one of the most accomplished students at Hogwarts, a Gryffindor, he possessed the courage and ability to venture forth. He was unwilling to squander his youth confined to the valley. As he penned mundane reports, he often prayed to Merlin for his mother's recovery. Noticing the shared fervor in the boy's eyes, Grindelwald smiled, saying, Take your time to consider joining me to restore the glory of wizards. He gestured toward a nearby cottage, adding, That is my home. If you have time, please visit and discuss intriguing matters. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. With that, he strode toward the cottage. Yet, there remained an unspoken truth. Grindelwald harbored a disdain for muggles, wishing for their disappearance from the world, considering their animosity towards wizards unacceptable. Albus watched Grindelwald's retreating figure, frozen in place as the breeze rustled the leaves around him. As one of Albus's closest companions, Jinghe easily perceived the influence of Grindelwald's words on her friend. She observed the burgeoning desire and ambition igniting in Albus's gaze. I understand your thoughts, Albus, she began. To become the greatest wizard and elevate the status of our kind is indeed a monumental achievement. I yearn for that as well, but every endeavor has its duality, Albus. Elevating the status of wizards will inevitably encroach upon the interests of muggles. Pray tell, do you suppose that Mr. Grindelwald yearns for a peaceful coexistence with muggles? Or does he harbor intentions of annihilation? You must ponder this carefully. Jinghe, viewing the matter through her lens of industrial management, posited that a locale is inherently finite. Should she wish to introduce a new establishment, it would inevitably diminish the profits of the existing ones. If the two entities were not adeptly balanced, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Hence, maintaining equilibrium across all fronts is paramount for longevity, a task that is both enduring and arduous. At this juncture, Albus, having regained his composure, contemplated Jinghe's words. Yet, he could not help but reminisce about Grindelwald's smile and his words, convinced that he could not possibly be that kind of person. Though he harbored a disdain for muggles, he would not resort to their expulsion. After bidding farewell to Jinghe, Albus returned home and sat in reflection until nightfall, when he finally rose, having solidified his thoughts. A tranquil evening marked the inception of a turbulent future. Chapter 21, The Sun and the Phoenix. Following that fateful night, Albus realized he could not resign himself to the confines of the diminutive Godric's Hollow. Having already graduated and embarked upon a career, he had become a hired wizard under Jinghe's enterprise, earning a substantial salary sufficient to sustain his household. Albus aspired to follow Grindelwald, to rise as a formidable wizard. The following morning, as dawn broke, Albus, treading upon the morning dew, approached Grindelwald's quaint cabin and knocked upon the door. The wooden door swung open immediately, revealing Grindelwald, adorned with a smile that radiated confidence. He sensed that Albus was a kindred spirit, someone destined to reunite with him for their noble ideals after the events of the previous day. Nodding in acknowledgement, Albus entered Grindelwald's modest abode. Rather than hastily delving into the complexities that required extensive deliberation, they commenced their discussion from various angles. They conversed about dark magic, the regulatory policies of their respective ministries of magic, and explored ways to locate wizards willing to join their cause. Engaging in dialogue with an astute individual is always a refreshing experience, particularly when it involves the two most brilliant wizards of the magical realm. They shared common interests. Their aspirations mirrored each other, and their spirits resonated in harmony. Albus, typically composed, found himself unable to restrain his enthusiasm when discussing ideals. He animatedly described his once-cherished aspirations to Grindelwald, his eyes shimmering with an uncontainable light. He never regarded himself as merely a dreamer. Rather, after meeting Grindelwald, his desire to realize his ambitions intensified. Grindelwald observed Albus, his thoughts echoing his own, recognizing for the first time in over 2 decades a kindred spirit. He gazed at the red-haired youth, resembling a phoenix as described in tales, forever radiant, capable of rebirth amidst adversity. a dazzling beacon at the center of his vision. Grindelwald's heart raced with fervor. A week later, Grindelwald, drawing upon over 20 years of experience, discerned the truth of his feelings. He had fallen in love with this man he had known for less than a month. This was not mere infatuation, but profound love. The moment he laid eyes on Albus, joy surged within him, and he consistently found points of interest in their shared pursuits. He yearned to remain by Albus's side, always. Albus, too, found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, having forged a deep friendship with Grindelwald in less than a month. Yet, despite their platonic status, his heart raced uncontrollably upon encountering Grindelwald, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. The brilliance of Grindelwald's golden hair and his striking heterochromia were indelibly etched in Albus's mind. When he closed his eyes, he envisioned Grindelwald's roguish, imperious smile. His words seamlessly intertwined with Albus's thoughts, and he never displayed vulnerability, exuding the unique vigor and warmth of youth that captivated Albus. Grindelwald, akin to the sun, drew Albus inescapably closer, leaving Albus unable to imagine a life apart from him. Without Grindelwald, his world would plunge into frigid darkness. The rapid cadence of their hearts revealed the answer to their unspoken sentiments. As a torrent of affection burst forth in that moment, on a seemingly ordinary morning, with the sun shining brilliantly and birds serenading the dawn, Albus invited Grindelwald to an empty house, a secret sanctuary where he had once played with his siblings and Jinghe during his childhood. The interior lay shrouded in dust, untouched since they had last visited after 6th grade. Albus tidied the place, adorning himself in attire befitting a grand ball. His fiery locks were meticulously styled, and sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating his features and leaving onlookers breathless. Grindelwald, regardless of how many times he had seen Albus, remained entranced by his beauty. On this day, he too was immaculately dressed, holding a vibrant bouquet of sunflowers. Upon hearing a sound, Albus looked up to find Grindelwald beaming at him, the golden hair harmonizing beautifully with the sunflowers, causing Albus's already racing heart to nearly leap from his chest. Albus accepted the flowers, placing them in a vase, then turned to Grindelwald, taking a deep breath as he prepared to voice his thoughts. However, Grindelwald suddenly placed a finger gently against Albus's lips, laughing as he said, "Such words should be spoken by the first to feel the flutter of the heart, my owl." Albus's heart surged with tumultuous waves. What he had presumed to be unrequited affection turned out to be mutual. He had approached with the worst-case scenario in mind, a conclusion not accounted for in the meticulous calculations of his heart. His Grindelwald, too, harbored feelings for him. Grindelwald brushed his fingers through Albus's crimson hair, his gaze fixed upon him. His usual imperious tone now bore a lover's tenderness, laced with a subtle tremor as he spoke. "In this unassuming cottage in Godric's Hollow, my owl, do you wish to stand together with me for eternity, until the end of time and the fading of life? Are you willing to join me in the pursuit of our shared ideals?" Listening to Grindelwald's earnest proposal, Albus summoned his courage, extending his hand to entwine their fingers. Locking his gaze onto Grindelwald's eyes brimming with love, and declared with deliberate clarity, "I am willing." No elaborate oaths were necessary. Grindelwald understood. From that moment forward, regardless of the challenges or hardships that lay ahead, his owl would remain steadfastly by his side for eternity. "I love you," he professed, "my soul, my everything. All affirming that I love you. This is an inescapable fate, a bond ordained by Merlin." Grindelwald produced a small dagger, slicing his palm, blood flowing forth eagerly. He raised his hand to Albus and proclaimed, "My dear, do you wish to forge a blood pact with me?" Without hesitation, Albus took the dagger, making a similar incision upon his own left hand, blood gushing forth as their palms pressed tightly together. In that moment, the couple received the blessing of their bond. With the blood pact sealed, Grindelwald embraced Albus tightly, their fingers intertwined, silver threads binding them together, a connection that would only be severed by death. The fervent love of youth propelled them forward, convinced they would cherish their love eternally, traversing the same path together. Yet, oblivious to the uncertainties that lay ahead, they believed even the sun and the phoenix could be obscured by mist. In that moment, the young lovers savored the sweetness of their burgeoning romance. Thus, in that summer, they met, understood, and fell in love, with Godric's Hollow witnessing a great romance of the wizarding world. After the blood oath, Albus and Gellert became inseparable, reveling in the exquisite experiences that youth and love bestowed upon them. They often strolled along the moonlit paths, their conversations seemingly endless, engaging in the tender rituals of ordinary couples, embracing, kissing, and sharing their innermost thoughts. Their honesty was unwavering, their passion eternal. Albus cherished Gellert, and Gellert reciprocated his affection. Together, they blossomed in the radiant summer, Few knew the depths of Albus's love for him. Together, they thrived, steadfast against the tempests of life. Their love was a perennial bloom, impervious to decay. The phoenix and the sun were inextricably linked. Others would associate the two, with Albus as the phoenix and Gellert as the sun. The phoenix encountered its sun at the moment of rebirth, emerging anew in the sun's flames, which belonged solely to him, casting warmth and light exclusively upon his phoenix. They represented the most profound existence, an unbreakable bond that endured through time. They composed the grandest love poem of summer, a melody entwining sunflowers and red roses. The sun and the phoenix, embodying the essence of the season. In the sweltering heat, the ardor of youthful love burned brightly, representing the most fervent existence of summer. Together, they vowed to cherish and understand one another, their loyalty unyielding. Chapter 22. The First Life concludes. In the second month of Albus and Gellert's relationship, the weather began to cool, heralding the approach of autumn. Ariana returned home after graduating from Hogwarts, yet Candela ultimately succumbed to the malevolent curse, closing her eyes forever in the height of August summer. The loss of their mother profoundly impacted the family, but misfortune seldom comes alone. Percival, upon hearing of Candela's demise, was consumed by grief and fury, seeking out the sorcerer who had cast the curse, ultimately meeting a tragic end alongside him. Ariana, overwhelmed by the successive tragedies of her parents' deaths, fainted from the emotional toll. Upon regaining consciousness, the doctor informed her that she would need to remain at home to recuperate for the next 2 years, as her latent affliction had resurfaced. The relentless stream of bad news weighed heavily on Albus and Aberforth, with Jinghe stepping forward to assume responsibility for Ariana's medical expenses. Upon learning of Ariana's relapse, he dedicated his time to her bedside, soothing her troubled spirit. At times, he even brought his work to her, setting up a small table to manage his complex tasks while sharing tales from the outside world, encouraging her to regain her strength and assuring her of her exceptional potential, promising to recommend her as a senior Auror at the Ministry of Magic once she recovered. Aberforth, too, was diligently working. Yet he soon discovered his brother's relationship with the golden-haired boy. He confronted them, vehemently opposing their union, deeming Grindelwald too extreme. Ultimately, it was Albus's threat to reveal Aberforth's feelings for Jinghe that silenced him, though he still cast furious glares at the golden-haired boy whenever they were together. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably, seemingly falling into place. However, Albus and Gellert soon found themselves at an unprecedented impasse. After 2 months of tender affection, Grindelwald finally articulated the thoughts he had left unspoken during their initial encounter. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Muggles, believing that to elevate the status of wizards, Muggles must be eradicated. Albus, however, held a different perspective. While he had once been disdainful of Muggles in his youth, he did not believe in their annihilation. He envisioned a peaceful coexistence with them. Grindelwald vehemently countered this notion, asserting that Muggles would never embrace concepts that eluded them. Upon realizing they could never attain such ideals, they would inevitably succumb to jealousy. They would seek to eliminate the few for the sake of the greater good, for wizards were powerful, and the world should be governed by them. In the end, the two failed to reconcile their differing views, parting ways in discord. Albus returned home in silence, lost in thought, and Jinghe, who had been by Ariana's side, noticed his distress and inquired, "Albus, did you have a quarrel with Grindelwald?" Knowing Jinghe's familiarity with the Muggle world, Albus posed the question, hoping to glean useful insights that might persuade Gellert. Jinghe considered the matter for a moment before responding. "I shall accompany you to meet Grindelwald tomorrow to discuss this issue." Albus nodded in agreement. The following morning, Albus brought Jinghe to the wooden cabin where they had gathered in their youth, now serving as a secret hideout for Albus and Gellert. Gellert, believing Albus would not show up, was surprised to see him arrive with a woman. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized her as the previously encountered Jinghe Iftis. Gellert addressed her. "Have you considered my perspective? My stance remains unchanged, and Miss Iftis will not sway me." Jinghe smiled gently and replied, "I am not here to persuade you. Rather, I wish to analyze the timing of your victory." Intrigued, Grindelwald inquired, "What do you mean, Miss Iftis?" Jinghe smiled slightly, producing a strange, dark object and conjuring a vase. She cast a protective charm over the vase and encouraged Albus to do the same. Then, lifting the object, she made a triggering motion towards the vase. With a resounding bang, something shot forth, piercing through 2 layers of protective spells and firmly embedding itself in the vase, causing Albus and Grindelwald to widen their eyes in astonishment. Jinghe blew away the white smoke emanating from the barrel, turning to Grindelwald to say, "Sir, I believe you understand that to enhance the living conditions of wizards, we would infringe upon the rights of Muggles." Pointing to the object in her hand, she continued, "This is a firearm I acquired from Muggles, known as a gun, and they possess even more formidable weapons. They have a vast army. with each soldier armed with a gun. I trust you are aware that the magic of Mr. Dumbledore and I is among the most exceptional in the wizarding world. Yet even our combined protective spells cannot withstand the assault of a gun. What then of other wizards? According to my estimates, Muggles number over 10 million, while we wizards amount to merely a million. We possess extraordinary magic, yet we must not forget that every individual, be they wizard or Muggle, possesses remarkable intelligence. I urge you to consider this carefully. Should war break out, even if wizards emerge victorious, the losses incurred would be irreparable. With that, Jinghe departed, leaving the two men in deep contemplation, hoping they would reflect upon her words. Grindelwald gazed at the vase, his eyes ignited with fervor. What of the gun? He believed that with determination, even such a weapon could be rendered inconsequential. Yet he was also engulfed in thought, recognizing the magnitude of the task ahead. It seemed he must depart, taking Alaric with him to rally more supporters. One afternoon, having reached a conclusion, Grindelwald burst into Albus's home, seizing his hand with fervor, exclaiming, "I have conceived a better plan. Alaric, join me in the quest for the greatest glory of wizards." Albus remained uncertain of what this new idea entailed. Just as he hesitated, Aberforth emerged, forcefully separating their hands and admonishing Albus, "You cannot follow him. I do not oppose your relationship, but Albus, he is far too reckless. Unfit for you. You cannot abandon Ariana for the sake of some elusive glory." Grindelwald's demeanor instantly chilled, displeased by the disparagement of his plans. Thus, the three individuals stood in silent confrontation for a moment, until Grindelwald raised his wand and unleashed a piercing curse aimed at Aberforth. Consequently, chaos ensued as they engaged in a fierce melee within the confines of the small wooden cabin, forgetting about Ariana, who remained helplessly by the side. Ariana, with no other recourse, weakly grasped her wand to ward off some of the oncoming harm, but soon found herself unable to endure any longer. At that moment, Jinghe arrived to visit Ariana and was taken aback by the tumultuous scene before her. Before she could even reach for her wand, she saw a killing curse hurtling toward Ariana and instinctively dashed forward, embracing Ariana and shielding her with her own body, absorbing the deadly spell. Enveloped in a fragrant embrace reminiscent of roses, Ariana felt no delight as she had in the past. Instead, an overwhelming chill gripped her heart. She heard Jinghe's final words before death, "Do not grieve for me, live well." Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Aberforth staggered forward, enveloping Jinghe in a desperate embrace, yet the once lively visage that would often beam at him was now devoid of life. Though the corners of her mouth remained slightly upturned, her blue eyes were forever closed, no longer gazing gently upon them. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the room. What transpired after that day remains a mystery. All that is known is that Aberforth and Ariana eventually settled in Hogsmeade, where Ariana fulfilled her dream of becoming an Auror, while Aberforth took on the role of a tavern owner, stubbornly awaiting a certain someone. In time, only Grindelwald emerged from the valley, rallying a legion of followers to become an infamous dark wizard, while Albus Dumbledore ascended to the position of Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. When Arthur and Yamming learned of their child's demise, it struck them like a thunderbolt, and they hastened home. Jinghe seemed to have anticipated her fate at the last moment, leaving a letter for her parents. "Tell them it is not anyone's fault. It is my destiny. I know my outcome, but I must do this. Do not mourn for me. If fate allows, we shall meet again. I have also arranged for my successor after my passing." As news of the heir of the Iftis family being murdered by an enemy spread, it sent shockwaves through the pureblood community. Some reveled in the demise of Iftis, while many others were incredulous, unable to fathom that the clever and confident Jinghe could be slain by another. On the day of the funeral, nearly all the new heirs of the pureblood families attended, trembling as they reached out to touch Jinghe's cold face, only to be engulfed by a tidal wave of grief and fury, those unspoken affections buried deep within their hearts. The most beautiful and exceptional blue butterfly of the Iftis family had withered away. Following the butterfly's demise, the wizarding world seemed to lose all restraint, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Chapter 23. The arrival. Licio felt enveloped in warmth, akin to being nestled in a cozy blanket. She slept soundly, occasionally hearing soft whispers caressing her ears. One day, however, she experienced a suffocating sensation, as if someone were desperately constricting her space for existence. Feeling guided, she relaxed and followed the direction, emerging successfully. She was thrust into a liquid that nearly choked her, when suddenly someone patted her bottom. Irritated, she thought to herself that it had been ages since anyone had done that. She attempted to speak, but what escaped her lips was the wail of an infant, leaving her astonished. She had truly been reborn with her memories intact. She recalled Tuanzi's words, "I will grant you reincarnation, with memories intact, to enjoy the magical world." At that moment, A bottle was thrust into her mouth, and she began to suckle instinctively, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, for she had already lived a life before. And this experience was entirely new. Just then, the voice of her father echoed. And Li Qiu opened her eyes to see a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes. Before she could revel in the attractiveness of her father and how she must not look too shabby herself, he began to wail in authentic Mandarin. Wife. Are you all right? Are you in pain? You've suffered, my dear. When we go home, I'll make you soup. You can have whatever you desire. His eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke, even ignoring the nurse's suggestion to hold their child. Li Qiu chuckled. It was only after the nurse called out several times, and even the mother in the delivery bed gave him a gentle slap, that he wiped his nose, and, with tears still lingering, cradled Li Qiu as if she were a ticking bomb. At last, Li Qiu beheld her father in full, golden hair, blue eyes, an archetypal Western appearance. It seemed she was indeed of mixed heritage. Just then, the nurse congratulated him. Congratulations, Mr. Wenlin. Your wife has given birth to a lovely girl. My golden-haired, blue-eyed father is named Wenlin. Li Qiu was taken aback. She watched as her father beamed, carefully placing her beside her mother, who had dark hair and brown eyes. She smiled gently at Li Qiu, caressing her cheek, a warmth Li Qiu had never experienced in her previous life. Li Qiu felt overwhelmingly happy. Her father then remarked, "Oh, Yaming, look at our daughter. So well-behaved." The nurse said other babies cry incessantly upon birth, but our daughter is silent. She is even smiling. The woman on the hospital bed chuckled, teasing Li Qiu. Of course, our girl is a good child. Isn't she? Suddenly, Yaming wiped Li Qiu's arm and exclaimed in surprise. When Lin Yu immediately leaned in. What's wrong? What happened? Yaming raised Li Qiu's left arm, saying to her husband, Look, our daughter has a butterfly birthmark, but this one is remarkably realistic. Only then did Lin Yu notice the birthmark, initially obscured by baby fat, resembling a vividly lifelike blue butterfly. He examined it closely, then turned to his wife and said, No worries. It's just a beautiful birthmark. Our daughter must be a reincarnation of some celestial being. This butterfly mark must have come from her past life, indicating she is truly blessed. Upon hearing her father's words, Li Qiu recognized the butterfly mark on her left wrist as Tuanzi's symbol for her. Unfortunately, she was no celestial being, but merely a passerby who had met an untimely end. Yaming, chuckling at her husband's musings, added, Indeed, our daughter might be the reincarnation of a flower fairy. The butterfly couldn't bear to part with her and followed her here. Listening to this, Li Qiu felt a rush of embarrassment. Thus, after spending a week in the hospital, Li Qiu returned home with her parents. Once home, Lin Yu began to spread out various literary references, eager to select a beautiful name for his daughter. Yaming, puzzled, inquired, Didn't we already decide on a name? Lin Yu, engrossed in his ancient poetry, replied without looking up, No, it won't do. Our daughter already has a little butterfly. We must give her a name that befits it. Hearing this, Yaming smiled, contemplating her daughter's name while gazing at the blue butterfly mark. Suddenly, a line of poetry came to her mind. Zhi Rua Chun He, Wu Shang Jingming. The butterfly, fond of spring, serves as its floral envoy. She then exclaimed to her husband, Stop searching. I have a great idea. Zhi Rua Chun He, Wu Shang Jingming describes spring, and the butterfly is of spring. Let us name our daughter Jinghe. What do you think? Lin Yu happily agreed to this name, and Li Qiu felt a deep satisfaction, knowing this time it was her parents who had lovingly chosen her name, rather than some random leftover. On December 31st, 1980, when Jinghe was born amidst the love of her parents, welcomed by the howling winds and snow, Jinghe initially gazed upon the mundane aspects of her home, convinced that she was still ensconced in an ordinary world where magic did not exist. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, it did not deeply sadden her. In this life, with loving parents by her side, she found contentment. The turning point came when Jinghe reached the tender age of 1, capable of engaging in simple activities. One day, as her toy slipped from her grasp, she reached out to retrieve it, only to discover her arms were too short. Her face flushed with frustration. Just as she was about to relinquish hope, the toy inexplicably leaped back into her hands. Jinghe exclaimed in wonder, Magic. Later, she attempted the feat again. And to her exhilaration, she discovered that it was indeed magic. Overjoyed, she nearly fainted with excitement. After calculating the timeline, she realized she would be in the same grade as the savior. Ecstatic, Jinghe began performing leg raises in her crib. Subsequently, whenever she encountered difficulties, she resorted to magic for solutions, ultimately leading to her father, who had returned home early from work, discovering her antics. Anxiously, she worried about whether she would be disliked. But when Lin Yu rushed over, embracing her in excitement, and dashed into the room where her mother was, exclaiming, Yaming, Jinghe can use magic now. She will undoubtedly become a remarkable witch. As Jinghe basked in her parents' joy and affection, she thought to herself, wow, it turns out both my parents are wizards. That makes me pure blood. How delightful. As she grew a bit older, she would pester Yamming for tales of wizards. Thus, Yamming recounted the story of how the 2-year-old savior vanquished Voldemort as Jinghe's introductory tale. Indeed, no matter how far a wizard fled across the ocean, the savior's name remained resounding. At the age of 8, Jinghe learned how her parents had come together, when Linyu, a half-blood, had a pure-blood father from Slytherin and a brilliant mother from Ravenclaw. Her grandfather, in a rebellious spirit, felt that pure-blood aristocracy constrained his freedom. In a fit of defiance, he followed her grandmother to Huaxia, where they married and bore her father. Her grandfather had hoped for his son to carry on his surname, but her grandmother had firmly rebutted, "This is not France. The child will take my surname, and you can discard your theories of lineage. This is New Huaxia." Thus, her father adopted his mother's surname, becoming Wen Linyu. Her beautiful mother, Fong Yamming, was a native of Huaxia. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she was unfamiliar with her surroundings and found herself reliant on her father, who, with his golden hair and blue eyes, spoke Mandarin fluently. When the Sorting Hat placed them in different houses, they became inseparable, and naturally, feelings blossomed. After graduating, they inevitably found themselves together. After spending some time in England, they returned to Huaxia for the birth of their child. Their shared mindset was clear. Jinghe would undoubtedly attend Hogwarts, but she must not forget her Chinese roots. I will teach her English, and Yamming will teach her Chinese, they decided, ensuring she would effortlessly master both languages. Jinghe, grateful for this educational foundation, adeptly wielded both English and Chinese. Thanks to her previous life, where she diligently practiced for the IELTS and completed her English proficiency exams, she found herself quite competent in English, making the journey ahead less arduous. Dreaming of a splendid life filled with magic, she begrudgingly donned her school bag to attend elementary school. Must I endure elementary school before entering the magical realm? She lamented. Alas, this was Huaxia. Neglecting school could invite unwelcome visits from the authorities to her parents' doorstep. Thus, each day, she reluctantly shouldered her bag, revisiting elementary school, while also sneaking into her parents' library to peruse books on alchemy and herbalism. Jinghe sat absorbed in her reading, quietly awaiting the arrival of her owl, which would come when she turned 11. Chapter 24. The owl of 11 years. Jinghe was soon to celebrate her 10th birthday, and by the end of the year, she would turn 11. However, what did it matter? She calculated that her owl would soon cross the ocean to find her, for she was merely months away from her 11th birthday. On the morning of July 1st, she sat anxiously at her desk in her bedroom. Having already advanced 2 grades and graduated early from elementary school, she opened the small window, eagerly awaiting her long-anticipated acceptance letter. Yamming encouraged her not to be overly anxious, assuring her that what was meant to come would arrive in due time. Yet, Jinghe could not quell her nerves. She sat at the table without even touching her breakfast. At long last, after what felt like hours, at noon, a magnificent owl swooped in, delivering a letter that landed directly in Jinghe's arms before devouring the food she had prepared. Clearly, the journey had exhausted the creature. Her hands trembled as she gazed at the envelope, which bore the description, "To Wen Jinghe, 2nd floor left side bedroom window, 17, Spring, He Road." With trepidation, Jinghe opened the letter to reveal its contents, which she had memorized by heart. "Dear Miss Wen Jinghe, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl's reply by July 31st. For confirmation of attendance, inquiries, or assistance, please refer to the contact information above. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The required books included History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The supplies required: 3 or more plain black robes, 2 sets of beginner's copper cauldrons, a wand of your own. Additionally, you may bring an owl for convenient correspondence, or alternatively, a cat, toad, or rat of your choosing. Owls will be housed in the school's owlery, while other pets will need to be cared for by you. Upon reading the letter, Jinghe was overcome with excitement and began to twirl in place. Her heart racing with joy, she dashed downstairs, calling out to Yamming, Mom, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts." After receiving her mother's praise and a kiss, Jinghe hurriedly returned upstairs, carefully storing the letter and retrieving her cherished blue stationery adorned with butterfly designs. With meticulous care, she penned her response. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, I am thrilled to have received your acceptance letter, and I sincerely thank you. I will report to Hogwarts on September 1st as scheduled. Yours sincerely, Wen Jinghe." After completing the letter, Jinghe tied it to the owl's leg, provided it with some nourishment, and opened the window, allowing the owl to soar away. She then framed the letter, preserving it as a keepsake to hang in the common room. In her previous life, she had often tested her fate and discovered she was destined for Slytherin, a fact she firmly believed. Upon entering the true magical world, there was an 80% chance she would still belong to Slytherin. Settling down at her desk, she began organizing her thoughts about what to bring, a few clothing items and personal necessities. As for her pet, she decided to bring her beloved jade rabbit, and perhaps borrow Hedwig for sending letters. When it comes to MOU, it was on a rainy day that 8-year-old Jinghe, having just been dismissed from school, walked alone along the street under her umbrella. She heard a faint mewing sound emanating from a nearby pile of grass. Upon parting the blades, she discovered a newborn kitten, its breath shallow and labored, seemingly abandoned by its mother who had taken the stronger siblings and left this fragile creature to fend for itself. The kitten was black, and as Jinghe reached out to touch it, it sensed her warmth and made an effort to move closer. At that moment, Jinghe was reminded of her past life, where she too had been cast aside. Consequently, she scooped up the kitten and brought it home. During that time, pet hospitals were exceedingly rare, and it was only through Yiming's magical intervention that the kitten was brought back from the brink of death. A week later, the kitten regained its strength and opened its eyes, revealing a pair of sapphire blue orbs identical to Jinghe's. Indeed, Jinghe had inherited her mother's black curls and her father's blue eyes, showcasing the advantages of her mixed heritage from a young age. With striking double eyelids, an oval face, and a high nose bridge, she was a sight to behold, often the subject of admiration wherever she went. The little black cat also possessed those same captivating blue eyes, and Jinghe felt an undeniable bond of fate. As the kitten grew, it transformed into a stunning feline. Yet it remained highly resistant to the touch of strangers. Only Jinghe could freely pet it, while even Yiming and Wen Linyu were often met with rejection. The cat would merely swish its tail away from them, but to others, it would not hesitate to leave its mark with a swift paw. Jinghe found this behavior incredibly charming and, during the naming process, was inspired by the phrase, a jade-like figure on the road, unmatched in the world. Thus, she named it MOU. MOU was not merely a cat. It symbolized 4 years of companionship for Jinghe. Having endured a wretched existence in her previous life, where she battled severe bipolar disorder and relied on medication for survival, this lifetime offered her loving parents and the wondrous magic she could witness. Her condition was now under stable control, yet such afflictions cannot be entirely cured in a short span. Hence, during the 11 years prior to meeting MOU, whenever an episode struck, mostly at night, she would lie in bed, tossing and turning, tormented by a cacophony of buzzing in her ears, enduring the agony alone. After MOU entered her life, the cat became attuned to her emotions, leaping into her lap during her episodes and gently licking her hands, soothing her distress and significantly reducing the duration of her afflictions. MOU was Jinghe's remedy, her tranquilizer. One afternoon, upon returning home from work, Wen Linyu joyfully received the news from Jinghe. He gleefully lifted her into the air, twirling her around, and proudly proclaimed, "I knew it. My daughter will undoubtedly become the most exceptional witch at Hogwarts." After some playful moments, he set Jinghe down and explained, "During the time your mother and I lived in England, we purchased a house for your education. We plan to move there when school starts. We have even left a house elf to keep the place tidy, so we can move in right away." Upon hearing this, Jinghe leaped with joy, showering her father with affectionate kisses on the cheek before rushing upstairs to pack. This marked the first time in over 30 years, including her previous life, that she would travel abroad. Ecstatic, she grinned widely, tossing and turning in bed that night, unable to close her eyes until the rooster crowed, finally succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, in the tranquil realm of Hogwarts, the headmaster's office was in a frenzy. Professor McGonagall burst in, clutching a letter on blue parchment. Barely catching her breath, she exclaimed, "Albus, is it her? Is this girl the one?" The current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, smiled serenely at McGonagall, taking his time to respond. He popped a lemon drop into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before saying, "Yes and no, who can say? There are far too many children with the same name, Minerva. However, you should know. She bears a distinctive mark that will reveal her identity at a glance. One she." McGonagall composed herself, preparing to leave when Dumbledore suddenly cautioned, "Do not inform Severus of this just yet. I fear he may fly to China tonight to verify her identity." With a playful wink, he watched as McGonagall nodded and departed, leaving him alone to ponder by the window, gazing at the moon. Is she truly the one who can alter the future? This is the 4th time now. At this moment, Jinghe was far too absorbed in her excitement to contemplate such matters. She finished packing her belongings and boarded the plane to England with her parents. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 25, Preparations Before School. In mid-July, Jinghe and her parents finally arrived in England. With a heart full of anticipation, she stepped into this romantic land, eager to see the city depicted in her books. However, she was quickly schooled in the realities of wizarding life. Forgetting that wizards and muggles do not reside in the same realms, she realized that to visit the muggle world, she would have to ride a night bus, akin to those described in films, causing her brow to furrow in dismay. How could she sneak a glance at the savior? As her family approached their villa, a diminutive house elf suddenly appeared before Jinghe, bowing deeply. "Welcome, mistress, master." "And young mistress," it announced. "It has been 11 years since the last time you visited. I am delighted to see you again." Jinghe observed the house elf before her, noting that its appearance closely matched the descriptions from the films. However, this elf was well-dressed, indicating that her parents treated it kindly, unlike the Malfoy house elf, who was often seen in tattered rags. The books spoke of house elves possessing formidable magic, yet they had been subjugated by wizards a millennium ago, forced into servitude. Despite their strength, many had been mistreated and struggled to comprehend kindness. Wait a moment? Formidable magic? Jinghe's frown transformed into a smile as an idea sparked in her mind on how to meet Harry. With a snap of its fingers, the house elf made their luggage vanish. Bowing respectfully, it said, "You must be quite weary. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you to enjoy." After a bumpy journey, Jinghe's stomach grumbled at the mention of food. Eagerly, she dashed inside to sample British cuisine, only to be met with another lesson. "Why is the food here so dreadful?" she lamented. "This fish, it looks like it died with its eyes open." Jinghe grimaced as she sifted through the lavish spread, ultimately settling for a few fries and some bread, unable to stomach the bizarre dishes before her. Noticing her pained expression, Yiming chuckled heartily and turned to the house elf, saying, "From now on, stick to the Chinese recipes we taught you. She doesn't fancy the local cuisine." Jinghe sighed in relief upon hearing that the house elf could cook Chinese food, feeling a glimmer of hope for her survival. She quickly requested a bowl of clear noodle soup with an egg to fill her belly. After Jinghe finished her meal, when Lin Yu snapped his fingers, and a female house elf appeared before her. He explained, "This house elf has been assigned to serve you exclusively. Now, give her a name, Jinghe." Jinghe pondered for a moment, glancing at the butterfly on her wrist, and then addressed the elf. "You shall be called Xiao Dai." Xiao Dai bowed gracefully to Jinghe and said, "Thank you, young master, for bestowing upon me a name. I shall henceforth remain utterly loyal to you." After finishing their meal, it was already late. Jinghe stifled a yawn, bid his parents good night, and ascended the stairs with Mou to retire for the night. Upon reaching the threshold of his bedroom, he gently pushed open the door, revealing a serene expanse adorned in soft shades of blue, curtains, wardrobe, and desk, all arranged according to his personal preferences. His belongings had been neatly organized by Xiao Dai. Clothes were meticulously hung in the wardrobe. His books from Huaxiao were perfectly arranged on the desk, and his toiletries were already set out. Jinghe marveled once more at the efficiency and capability of a house elf, realizing that one such creature could easily outperform 10 housekeepers. Content with the scene before him, he placed Mou on the bed and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After his shower, Jinghe towel-dried his damp hair and sat before his desk, poring over his meticulously crafted plans and shopping lists, while his heart brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming trip to Diagon Alley in early August. Would he chance upon Harry? Or perhaps Draco? What material would his wand be made of? Would he encounter Hagrid? Would they resemble their cinematic portrayals? Jinghe pondered numerous thoughts, even entertaining the notion that if he struggled with potions, Professor Snape might subject him to scathing ridicule. Before he knew it, the first day of August had arrived, and Jinghe's family was set to venture to Diagon Alley to procure the supplies he would need for school. During the past fortnight, Jinghe had not been idle. He explored his family's library in search of records regarding his grandfather's lineage, only to discover an absence of any documentation. It appeared that a substantial fortune had been inexplicably inherited by his grandfather. He realized he was not a scion of an ancient pureblood family, but rather a sudden beneficiary of newfound wealth. Oh, how amusing. On that fateful 1st of August, Jinghe, guided by his parents, arrived early at the Leaky Cauldron, the gateway to Diagon Alley. Inside, a hodgepodge of patrons mingled, though a spell rendered the establishment invisible to muggles. Jinghe's eyes darted around, and suddenly he spotted a wizard, clad in a turban and exhibiting furtive behavior, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Their eyes met, and the wizard, as if having found his mark, swiftly rose from his seat and approached Jinghe. Jinghe's heart raced. He realized with a shock that the unmistakable pink turban belonged to Quirrell. To his dismay, he recognized that beneath that turban lurked the presence of Voldemort. Why was he approaching him? Shouldn't it be Harry? In a moment of panic, Jinghe ducked behind his father. When Lin Yu noticed his daughter's sudden movement and looked up, spotting the peculiar figure advancing toward them. Frowning, He stepped forward to obstruct the wizard's path. Quirrell halted before Wen Linyu, stammering, "Excuse me, are you Miss Jinghe?" Wen Linyu furrowed his brow, perplexed that this stuttering individual knew his daughter's name. He raised his wand, aiming it at Quirrell's back, and demanded, "Who are you?" Quirrell, seemingly startled, stuttered, "I am the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. This year, Miss Jinghe, he is the only student from Huaxia. I was merely curious upon seeing her face and did not mean to cause any disturbance. My sincerest apologies." When Lin Yu remained skeptical of such a timid and faltering person being a teacher, he inquired of those around him. And only when they confirmed Quirrell's position did he lower his wand, saying, "I apologize, I misjudged you." However, he retained his vigilance, ensuring Jinghe remained securely behind him. Feeling an unsettling aura emanating from Quirrell's back, Jinghe focused intently on Quirrell's turban, aware of the remnants of Voldemort's soul concealed within. Had she known her father's suspicions, she would have praised him for his astuteness. His intuition was alarmingly accurate. Yet, Jinghe could not comprehend why Quirrell approached her as if recognizing a familiar face. She realized it was not Quirrell who was interested in her, but rather the dark entity lurking behind him. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. What could possibly draw Voldemort's attention to her? She recalled reading that Quirrell's turban was said to emit an unpleasant odor of garlic, his long, hooked nose and eyes rendering him a figure of treachery. Yet, his demeanor was timid, his speech disjointed, the shrewdness of his character overshadowed by an air of caution that seemed incongruous. As Quirrell drew nearer, Jinghe held her breath, determined to avoid the foul garlic stench. However, when she could no longer contain her breath, what filled her nostrils was not the anticipated odor, but an overwhelming scent of rose perfume, so potent it stung her nose. What in the world? Jinghe stared incredulously at Quirrell. Had this version of him found a second spring? Why was the scent meant to mask Voldemort's presence not garlic, but an overpowering rose fragrance? Did Dumbledore not have any suspicions? At that moment, Quirrell suddenly ceased to stutter, turning with a smile to address Jinghe's father, saying, "It's quite all right. I was merely too eager and inadvertently overstepped. My instincts tell me that Miss Jinghe is destined to be a prodigy in the study of defense against the dark arts, and I would be delighted for her to visit my office upon her arrival at Hogwarts to discuss her studies." Quirrell beamed at Jinghe, making her skin crawl. "Thank you for your kind words, Professor. I will certainly visit," she replied, though internally she was vehemently rejecting the notion. Quirrell chuckled, leading the family toward a brick wall. He tapped 3 bricks atop a nearby trash can, then 2 to the left, and suddenly, a grand opening appeared in the wall, unveiling the bustling spectacle of Diagon Alley, leaving Jinghe utterly awestruck. When Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to Quirrell and entered Diagon Alley with Jinghe, as they stepped into this enchanting world, Jinghe felt an inexplicable urge to look back, catching sight of Quirrell still smiling at her, and he uttered a phrase that sent a chill down her spine. "Long time no see." Chapter 26, An Encounter in Diagon Alley. Jinghe comprehended the words that formed on Quirrell's lips, shuddering involuntarily. Who wanted to be greeted with "long time no see"? However, she dismissed the remark from her mind. Her attention was swiftly captured by the myriad of enticing wares lining the streets, singing records, flying quills, and wizards adorned with tall hats, just as depicted in the films. Jinghe was ecstatic, bouncing with excitement, until Yamming pulled her back, cautioning that if she continued this way, they would never finish shopping before nightfall. The family first visited Gringotts, where Jinghe observed the goblins closely, noting their striking resemblance to the descriptions in the films, ugly and diminutive in stature. Following her parents inside, she couldn't help but look around, noticing goblins diligently working, their heads bowed in concentration. When Lin Yu approached a small goblin seated at the front and said, "I would like to make a withdrawal." The goblin, initially expressionless, looked up and, upon seeing the rose brooch, his demeanor transformed, and he greeted, "Ah, Mr. One. It has been a while. Your vault is number 425. Allow me to escort you." Thus, Jinghe and her parents boarded a rickety, unlicensed cart, and as they began their descent, Jinghe experienced a sensation akin to riding a roller coaster for the first time, a rush of cold air filling her stomach, making her feel as though she might not survive this ride. After a considerable drive, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Jinghe and Zia stepped out, only to witness a diminutive figure pressing a brooch against the door of the vault. Instantly, the vault emitted a series of creaks before swinging open, revealing an astonishing trove that nearly dislocated Jinghe's jaw. The interior was brimming with gold and silver treasures, an array of jade stones, and various magical artifacts. Goodness, what an opulent vault this was. When Lin Yu turned to Jinghe and remarked, "This is your grandfather's legacy to you, with a portion contributed by me each year." He then produced a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and handed it to Jinghe, saying, "Feel free to take what you wish." This bag can hold items equivalent to 50 square meters, and I spent 500 galleons on it. Upon hearing this, Jinghe couldn't contain her excitement. Akin to a mouse spotting rice, and dove into the glittering pile of treasures, filling the bag with a multitude of items. Only when she felt sufficiently satisfied did she reluctantly exit the vault, returning to the bank's grand hall. When Lin Yu bent down and inquired, "Where would you like to go first, my dear?" Jinghe promptly retrieved her list and declared, "The wand shop." After all, what child wouldn't yearn to discover the attributes of their very first wand? Thus, she was led by her parents to a quaint little shop tucked away from the bustling streets. Jinghe gazed at the sign that read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 AD. With a heart brimming with anticipation, she pushed the door open. Unlike the previous excursion to a mere tourist attraction, this was a genuine wand shop. As she entered, a wind chime tinkled, prompting a figure inside to glide down a ladder toward her. Jinghe observed closely. Ollivander resembled the kindly, white-bearded grandfather from the films. As Ollivander descended and caught sight of Jinghe's face, he suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear young lady, your wand has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." With that, he turned and retrieved a wand wrapped in blue velvet from a mahogany box, presenting it to Jinghe. "Give it a wave, child, and see if it still belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Jinghe waved the wand, and an extraordinary sensation coursed through her entire being. Suddenly, a flurry of blue butterflies erupted from the wand's tip, dancing gracefully around the shop. In that moment, Jinghe understood that this wand was destined for her alone. However, a whirlwind of confusion ensued within her. Why had she been given such a perfectly suited wand without any inquiry? Shouldn't there have been questions about her dominant hand or measurements taken? Why was it that, for her, the most fitting wand had been chosen with no effort at all? What did he mean by still? Had she lost a fragment of her memory? Ollivander chuckled at the sight before him, saying, "It seems it is indeed you, my dear. Your wand has found you. A wand of willow, 13 inches, with the heartstring of a Chinese fireball dragon, possessing remarkable flexibility, well suited for a young witch destined to create wonders. I have also added a strand of phoenix tail feather, making it a powerful and loyal wand. Now, it belongs to you, my dear." Jinghe gazed at her wand, perfectly proportioned, a deep purple-black hue, with a slight twist in its middle. Surrounding the wand's tip were delicate rose motifs, perfectly sized for her grasp, and it would fit her even as she grew. She was utterly enchanted by this beautiful wand, despite the unconventional manner in which it had come to her. The roses seemed almost alive, reminiscent of her fondness for them in her past life. In her previous existence, she was born in a remote village in the northwest, where even laughter was a luxury. From the moment she could remember, she had been burdened with household chores and weeding in the fields. The harsh environment of the northwest produced little of note, with even named weeds reluctant to take root there. Yet, amidst the adversity, every household had a small patch of roses in their gardens. Those who toiled in the dirt appreciated beauty, and for Jinghe, the rose was her first love. Roses could be made into sweet flower cakes, and in summer, plucked and steeped in water, leaving her smelling delightful all day long. She adored the fragrant blossoms, their vibrant colors, and longed to live a life as beautiful as they. In her childhood, in an effort to adhere to the prevailing narrative, she had compared sunflowers with roses in her essays, highlighting the resilience of the former while relegating roses to a feeble counterpart. Jinghe, however, refused to comply, insisting on writing about roses, resulting in several low grades from her teacher, who threatened to inform her parents if she continued with such nonconformist essays. Thus, she acquiesced, dutifully writing about the stark contrast between dandelions and roses instead. Snapping back to the present, Jinghe caressed her wand, noticing the incantations inscribed upon it, presumably to safeguard it. Subsequently, she proceeded to Leihing bookstore to purchase the books required for her upcoming studies. Upon entering the bookstore, she was greeted by a cacophony of children's voices. She instructed her parents to wait outside while she ventured in to buy her books, eager to experience the thrill of spending galleons. Jinghe diligently gathered each book from her list. Truth be told, when she spotted Newt's name, she couldn't help but chuckle, muttering, "Mr. Scamander, do you truly believe Dumbledore would mourn for you?" After completing her purchase, Jinghe sought to acquire a comprehensive potion textbook for diligent review, hoping fervently that she possessed a flair for potion making and would not be mercilessly critiqued by her professor. However, the book was perched too high for her to reach. After several futile attempts to jump and retrieve it, she decided to seek assistance from a store clerk. Just as she turned around, a person helped her take it down, jokingly remarking, "Look, George, here is a lone lady in need." Another voice chimed in, "It seems this young lady has encountered a predicament, but fortunately, our dear Mr. George has come to her aid." Jinghe replied, "All right then, case closed. You must be the prankster king." Turning to face them, she found a pair of red-haired twins grinning at her. "Thank you. I'm Jinghe, a first-year student at Hogwarts. One of the beaming twins introduced himself. A fellow student. I'm George Weasley, and this is my beloved brother, Fred Weasley. Fred then added, We've got your book. Would you care to try our newly developed fruit candies? I assure you, you'll love them. Jinghe countered, if I hadn't read the original work, I might have believed you. Noticing Jinghe's reluctance, George grinned and said, No worries. It seems our young lady possesses quite the discerning nature. How about we play a game? Fred chimed in. This game is called Guess Who I Am. Then, he turned Jinghe's body away for a few seconds before spinning her back around. One of them cheerfully challenged, Take a guess. Who is Fred? Who is George? Jinghe observed them silently for a moment before extending her hand. Pointing to the boy on the left, You are George. Then she pointed to the right, and you are Fred. As soon as Jinghe finished her sentence, the two boys shook their heads in unison, stating, Sorry, Miss Jinghe, you guessed incorrectly. The one on the left is Fred, the one on the right is George. Undeterred, Jinghe insisted, I did not guess wrong. I want to be fooled by you. Internally, she chuckled, recalling how she had started working during high school in her previous life. While others spent their summer vacations indulging in carefree fun, she had toiled away on production lines to earn her tuition. During one summer vacation, she was assigned to a factory to identify flaws. Although machines were available for this task, the unscrupulous owner was unwilling to invest in the machinery and instead employed several female workers for manual inspection. Despite their diligence, their human eyes could not match the precision of machines, leading to inevitable errors. Consequently, the owner resorted to wage deductions, leaving the workers, who had initially sought the job for its higher pay, with meager earnings. However, Jinghe, in her pursuit of a higher salary, meticulously honed her ability to discern differences, quickly identifying variances between two identical objects with just a glance. Thus, the flaws she detected were beyond reproach, earning her the highest wages in the factory, which allowed her life to improve somewhat. Indeed, a multitude of skills never weighs one down. The two twins, upon hearing Jinghe's words, exchanged astonished glances. George on the left turned to Fred and exclaimed, This is the first time someone has recognized us. Fred chimed in, Even more impressive than our mother. George then addressed Jinghe, Miss, how did you recognize us at first glance? They both exclaimed in unison, This is truly remarkable. At this moment, Jinghe revealed her method of differentiation. She extended her hand to touch George's Adam's apple and pointed out, Mr. George has a prominent mole above his Adam's apple. Retracting her hand, she then indicated Fred's nose bridge. Your nose bridge is slightly taller than your brother's, and when you speak, your brother leads with the first sentence while you provide a follow-up, which makes it quite easy to recognize you. When Jinghe touched George's Adam's apple, he trembled as if jolted by electricity, his face suddenly flushing red. No one had ever touched his Adam's apple before. This was a first. And it was remarkable that a girl not only touched it, but also noticed the mole. Fred was equally astonished and found his interest in this young lady intensifying. It was unprecedented for anyone to distinguish between them based on such subtle differences, a method even their mother had not considered. She was truly remarkable. Fred's heart raced uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Jinghe, she viewed the twins merely as mischievous younger brothers, akin to a neighborly elder sister, her 30-plus years of life experience rendering her far from naive. Moreover, having never experienced romance in her previous life, her emotional responses were as sluggish as a capybara. She had barely managed to get by in her past life, let alone entertain the idea of romance. Noticing the twins' silence, Jinghe retrieved the potions textbook from George's arms and waved goodbye, saying, Farewell. My parents are waiting for me outside. See you at school. The twins, now coming to their senses, slung their arms around each other and bid her farewell. After watching her figure disappear, George remarked, She is truly an intriguing girl, isn't she? I hope she is sorted into Gryffindor. Fred, unusually, did not respond but silently nodded in agreement. After finishing her purchases, Jinghe took her parents to buy a cauldron, just in case she needed an extra 3. Next on her list was to procure a plain wizard robe. However, she felt a tinge of regret for not having seen Harry along the way. Seizing the opportunity while her parents were distracted, she stealthily slipped away to the Muggle world to catch a glimpse of the savior. Upon entering the store, the proprietress greeted Jinghe with a smile. Are you here for 3 plain wizard robes for first-year students? Jinghe nodded, and the proprietress gestured towards a nearby stool, saying, Stand on that stool, spread your arms, and I will take your measurements. Following her gaze, Jinghe noticed someone already on another stool being measured, a platinum-haired boy, appearing quite displeased as he held his arms out for the magical measuring tape. Goodness, a platinum-haired little dragon. Jinghe was taken aback, observing closely. Draco resembled his portrayal in the films, a cherubic figure, albeit with an even paler complexion. She quickly approached, stood on the other stool, and extended her arms, waiting for the tape's measurement. Draco, noticing someone beside him, turned to scrutinize the girl. He saw that she had a cascade of black curls. Yet her eyes were as blue as sapphires, her fair face adorned with healthy blushes, and she wore a light blue dress. Pressing her lips together as she endured the measuring tape's scrutiny, he had never encountered anyone quite like her, likely not of noble descent, but still quite attractive, he thought. And he inquired, "Hey, what is your name?" Jinghe, having kept an eye on him, turned with a beaming smile and replied, "Hello, I am Jinghe, from Huaxia. And you? What is your name?" Caught off guard by her radiant smile, Draco felt his heart race. When he heard she was from Huaxia, he recalled his parents' fondness for Huaxia culture and asked, "Are you pure blood?" Jinghe nodded, replying, "Yes, indeed, I am a pure blood nouveau riche." Satisfied with her answer, Draco nodded approvingly, thinking that she would be worthy of his company. A hint of color appeared on his pale cheeks as he proudly declared, "Then you may be my friend. I am Draco Malfoy." As the measuring tape was neatly coiled away, both awaited their respective robes. Upon hearing his words, Jinghe cheerfully extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you." Draco, blushing, extended his hand in return, yet retained his haughty demeanor, "Of course. Knowing a Malfoy is a privilege. You may call me Draco." Jinghe nodded with a smile. Draco's gaze flitted to her left wrist, where a vividly blue butterfly danced, and he curiously pointed at it, asking, "What is that?" Jinghe followed his gaze, lifting her wrist to showcase the butterfly, and replied, "This is a mark I was born with, a special symbol bestowed upon me by Merlin." Draco's curiosity piqued. He grasped her wrist to examine it closely, muttering about why Merlin hadn't given him a dragon mark instead. Hearing Draco's musings, Jinghe couldn't help but laugh, causing Draco's face to redden even further. In mock severity, though devoid of genuine threat, he warned, "What are you laughing at? Be careful, or I will tell my father." Jinghe's laughter rang out even louder, rendering Draco's cheeks nearly as red as a monkey's backside. After finally regaining her composure, Jinghe playfully pursued Draco, coaxing him until he shyly forgave her. At that moment, their robes were ready. Jinghe accepted her robe and said to Draco, "Goodbye. See you at school. I hope we are sorted into the same house." Draco, huffing through his nose, asserted, "I will definitely be sorted into Slytherin. My family has been Slytherin for generations, and Slytherin is the best house. I believe you have the potential to join Slytherin." Jinghe waved at the fervent Slytherin supporter, saying, "All right, I shall go to Slytherin then. I hope that the young master of the Malfoy family will take care of this girl from Huaxia." Draco, hearing this, nodded with a touch of pride. After leaving, Jinghe found her parents and checked her list, confirming that all items had been purchased. It was time to go home. Meanwhile, after completing his purchases, Draco went to the potion shop to find Lucius. Excitedly, he exclaimed to his father, "Dad, I met a girl from Huaxia today. She has black hair but blue eyes. Plus, she has a beautiful blue butterfly on her hand." Lucius, engrossed in the potions before him, suddenly froze at the mention of the blue butterfly, his pupils dilating as he swiftly turned to Draco, inquiring, "What is her name?" Startled by his father's abruptness, Draco stammered, When Jinghe." Lucius, upon hearing the name, abruptly seized Draco's shoulder and inquired, "Is she still there?" Draco weakly shook his head. Gradually, Lucius composed himself, releasing Draco and addressing him. "You must take good care of her when you encounter her at the academy, do you understand?" Although Draco did not entirely grasp the gravity of the situation, he obediently nodded in affirmation. Lucius set aside the potion he had been holding, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented tenderness and longing. "I wonder, does she still remember me?" Chapter 28, To Meet the Savior. Jinghe, unaware of the conversation between Draco and Lucius, knew only that if she did not rest soon, she would be meeting Merlin. Exhausted after a long day, she collapsed into bed after dinner, deciding to postpone the matter of meeting the Savior until tomorrow. The following day, Jinghe felt rejuvenated and resolved to boldly meet the Savior, hoping to cultivate a relationship and perhaps secure a powerful ally. She had painstakingly arrived in this world and did not wish to lead an ordinary life as a mere student. She yearned to embark on thrilling adventures alongside the protagonists, making her life extraordinary. However, when the house elf Xiaodai heard Jinghe's request, she adamantly refused, stating, "No. The mistress has instructed me not to allow the little mistress to wander about. It is perilous." Jinghe protested, "But who is truly your direct master? Did we not agree that you would heed only my commands?" Frustrated by Xiaodie's indifference, Jinghe felt exasperated, especially with Wen Linyu's strict oversight and Leilei's refusal to support her. Yet, the determined woman from Huaxia refused to concede defeat. She tirelessly reasoned with Xiaodai, appealing to both logic and emotion, attempting to persuade her daily. "I am your direct master. You promised to listen solely to me, and this is not dangerous. Don't you wish to go out and play?" As expected of a house elf, Xiaodai was easily swayed, and after 2 days of persuasion, she relented. Pleased with her success, Jinghe placed her hands on her hips in her bedroom. Thus, on a bright and sunny morning, Jinghe found herself in a splendid mood, and best of all, her parents were not home. What fortune! The heavens had aligned in her favor. Jinghe gathered her belongings and took Xiaodia's hand. Once everything was ready, with a snap of Xiaodia's fingers, the two vanished and reappeared near number 4, Privet Drive in the Muggle world. Jinghe stealthily crept through the grass towards the door. Retrieving the gifts she had prepared for Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and the overly robust Dudley. Taking a deep breath, she rang the doorbell. After a prolonged wait, footsteps echoed, and the door swung open, revealing a thin, pale face with unruly black hair, as if it had not been groomed in ages. The boy's green eyes sparkled with curiosity as he peered at her, and a pair of well-maintained round glasses perched on his nose, his clothes fitting snugly, suggesting they were new. Jinghe was rendered speechless by the sight of the young Harry, whose innocent charm made her heart race, while she secretly sighed in relief, realizing that Aunt Petunia did not seem to abuse him as described in the book. Harry examined the girl before him, a delicate figure with a cherubic face, soft black curls cascading over her shoulders, and eyes that sparkled like sapphires, exceedingly beautiful. Not recognizing her, he assumed she must be Dudley's friend, a sudden pang of jealousy flaring within him. Thus, Harry spoke, "Dudley is not home. He went out to play with his friends." Upon hearing that the troublesome cousin was absent, Jinghe's face brightened. "Who said I came to find him? I came to see you. Hello, Harry Potter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jinghe, hailing from Huaxia." Harry's heart raced at her words. Came to see me? Could she be a student at Hogwarts? Observing the bundles in her arms, he hastily took them from her and stepped aside, saying, "Please, come in." Yet, immediately regretting his invitation. He remembered Aunt Petunia's disdain for his friends and anticipated a scolding. However, there was no turning back now, so he decided to deal with it later. As he contemplated how to discreetly lead her to his room, Aunt Petunia emerged, her voice dripping with annoyance as she admonished. "I told you not to bring your odd friends home. Harry, go outside to play." "Oh my, is that you, Jinghe?" Aunt Petunia's expression shifted from irritation to excitement upon recognizing her, swiftly approaching her. Jinghe, taken aback, thought, "Wait, I don't believe we've met before. Why does she seem so familiar with me?" Aunt Petunia embraced Jinghe tightly, holding her long enough for Jinghe to nearly gasp for air before releasing her. Noticing Jinghe's bewildered expression, she smiled apologetically. "My apologies, you bear an uncanny resemblance to an old friend of mine who happened to share your name. She has since moved away." Jinghe scrutinized Aunt Petunia, who, contrary to her portrayal in films, did not seem overly harsh, and Harry's attire appeared decent, certainly not indicative of abuse. Thus, Jinghe introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jinghe, having just arrived from Huaxia last month. I came to visit Harry, and I brought gifts for you." Aunt Petunia merely glanced at the items in Harry's hands before responding, "You need not bring anything when visiting. Your presence is more than welcome. You may visit Harry anytime." Jinghe replied, "Is it truly that generous?" "Indeed," Aunt Petunia affirmed. "Now go ahead and speak with Harry. I apologize for the suddenness of your visit. It will not happen again." Aunt Petunia waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unconcerned, and turned to Harry, saying, "You need not do any chores. Go and entertain Jinghe." With that, she urged them to enjoy their time together before retreating upstairs, leaving Harry and Jinghe exchanging glances. "Do you know her?" Harry inquired. "I have no idea," Jinghe responded. However, Harry quickly dismissed his curiosity, asking Jinghe, "How did you know I lived here? What do you need to talk to me about?" Jinghe shook her head, lifting her left wrist to reveal the blue butterfly to Harry. With a cheerful smile, she fabricated a tale. "The entire wizarding world knows your name. And I was able to find you thanks to this butterfly mark bestowed upon me by Merlin at my birth. It guided me here to befriend you." The notion that someone had come specifically to see him filled Harry with elation. It was the first time in 11 years that someone expressed a desire to be his friend. Hagrid had mentioned that he would meet many young witches and wizards, but he never expected it to be true. Harry excitedly stammered, "Really?" As he gazed at the girl, she nodded with a smile. And Harry felt as if he might float away, his heart brimming with sweetness akin to the taste of honey, an unfamiliar yet delightful sensation. Jinghe noted Harry's beaming smile and his silence, prompting her to say, "I've also brought you a birthday gift. I know your birthday has passed, but I hope it's all right for me to give you this now." As she spoke, she retrieved a beautifully crafted paper butterfly from her magically expanded pocket, presenting it to Harry. "This butterfly was enchanted by my mother. It can fly. Moreover, you can write a message on it, and it will deliver it to a designated person, though it can only be used for that purpose once. Otherwise, it will flutter around your bedside for a month." Harry accepted the butterfly, which seemed to come alive in his hands, flapping its wings as if ready to take flight at any moment. Harry gazed excitedly at the butterfly before him. It was the second gift he had received, following Hagrid's. The cake had been devoured by Dudley. So this butterfly was truly his, a complete present. With tears glistening in his large, expressive eyes, Harry looked up at Jinghe to express his gratitude. In that instant, Jinghe was utterly enchanted by Harry's adorable demeanor, momentarily forgetting that she was merely a 10-year-old herself, captivated by the charming innocence of young Harry. Glancing at the time, Jinghe realized it was running short and addressed Harry, who was still absorbed in his gift. I don't have much time left. I must return. I sneaked out this time. Goodbye. Upon hearing this, Harry quickly lifted his head and inquired, will you come again? Jinghe calculated that there were less than 2 weeks until school commenced, during which she intended to focus on her studies without distraction, hoping to astonish the professors upon her arrival. Thus, she replied, no worries, I'll be back. In just a few days, school will start, and we will see each other again. Disappointment flickered in Harry's eyes as he nodded, seeing Jinghe off at the door. He was still pondering how Jinghe would return home when a small, unattractive creature suddenly appeared, startling Harry. Jinghe, noticing Harry's fright, chuckled and explained, that SA house elf, specifically serving wizards. You'll meet them in the future. Goodbye. See you at school. Harry watched as the little elf snapped its fingers, causing both to vanish from sight, as if Jinghe had never been there. The only testament to the reality of the moment was the butterfly in Harry's hand. Chapter 29, Departure. Hogwarts. In the 2 weeks following Jinghe's encounter with the Savior, she did not venture outside but remained at home, engrossed in books and practicing magic. After all, there was no risk of being discovered during this time. Once school began and the Sorting Hat was involved, the use of magic would be strictly monitored. Any infraction would attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, leading to a stern reprimand until adulthood. During this period, Jinghe diligently read all the books she had purchased, memorizing much of their content, and began practicing a few simple spells, such as Aguameni and Accio. At last, the 1st of September arrived, the day Jinghe would set off for Hogwarts. Her heart raced with excitement, and her hands trembled. Early that morning, she packed her belongings, eagerly awaiting her father, Yamming, to take her to the train station. Observing their daughter's impatient demeanor, her parents quickly finished breakfast, tidied themselves, and promptly headed to London's train station. The station was bustling with muggles hurrying to catch their trains. Jinghe led the way, pushing her luggage while her parents followed closely behind. She attentively scanned the overhead signs and, after a short search, finally arrived at the space between platforms 9 and 10. A wall stood before her. This must be the entrance to platform 9. Her father, Wenlinyu, gently placed a hand on her shoulder and pointed at the wall. Jinghe, that wall leads to platform 9. It has a concealment charm on it, so muggles cannot see it. Don't worry. Now, dear, push your cart through. Taking a deep breath, Jinghe closed her eyes and thrust the cart forward into the wall. In an instant, she felt a rush and found herself standing before a train that looked just as it did in the movies, billowing steam, surrounded by young witches and wizards along with their parents. The noise was jubilant, filling her with happiness. Soon after, her parents emerged from the wall, and upon seeing their daughter's exhilaration, Yamming smiled and said, Dear, you will board that train shortly. You will be sorted into the appropriate house, and regardless of which one it is, we will be proud of you. Each house has its own characteristics, and we believe you will excel in any of them. Moved by her parents' words, Jinghe enveloped them in a warm hug. Though both Yamming and her husband were Gryffindors, they did not view Slytherins as inherently bad. They embraced an equitable perspective toward all houses. Reluctantly, Yamming urged Jinghe, all right, hurry and board the train, or you might miss your seat. Remember to write to us often. We will miss you. Feeling a pang of reluctance, Jinghe kissed her parents on the cheek, bid them farewell, and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Glancing back several times as she embarked on her dazzling journey ahead. Inside the train, she searched for Harry but found no trace of him, likely having arrived too early. Thus, she settled into an empty compartment, waiting for the train to depart before searching for him again. Meanwhile, Harry had nearly missed the station himself. Only guided by a kind couple, the lady was of Eastern descent, which reminded him of Jinghe. He wondered if she had boarded the train yet. Arriving late, the train was already crowded, so he sought a less populated compartment. While exploring, he spotted a small girl with black hair sitting alone. It was Jinghe. Delighted, Harry opened the compartment door to greet her. Jinghe was momentarily surprised to see him, realizing she wouldn't need to search for him after all. He had found her. As Harry took a seat, he recounted his past few days, mentioning how Aunt Petunia had been kinder since meeting Jinghe, no longer losing her temper as often. Jinghe was taken aback by this revelation and replied, Me? Really? However, she brushed it aside and eagerly discussed school matters with Harry. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the compartment door swung open, revealing a freckled boy with red hair, who politely asked, Hello, is there room for me here? All the other compartments are full. This was Ron Weasley, one of the protagonists. Jinghe cheerfully replied, of course. Come on in. Ron settled next to Harry and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Ron Weasley. Jinghe followed suit, stating, hello, I'm Jinghe from Huaxia. Harry chimed in, hi, I'm Harry Potter. Still recovering from the surprise of meeting a girl from Huaxia, Ron turned to Harry and exclaimed, you're Harry Potter. Do you have, indicating his forehead. Harry understood and lifted his bangs to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Ron gasped, bloody hell. Such was the simplicity of childhood friendship. After exchanging names, the three quickly became good friends, animatedly discussing their preferred houses. Ron declared, I'm definitely going to Gryffindor. My whole family is. Gryffindor is the best house. Slytherin is the worst. Most of the wizards there are dark wizards. They only accept purebloods and discriminate against muggleborns and half-bloods. Harry, eager to align himself, quickly affirmed, I'm going to Gryffindor too. Then he turned to Jinghe and asked, and you, where do you wish to go? With a slight smile, Jinghe replied, I most desire to be in Slytherin. Both boys looked at her in astonishment, and Ron asked, confused, but you're so nice. Why would you want to go to Slytherin? Jinghe responded thoughtfully, if you think I'm nice, would you still feel the same if I ended up in Slytherin? You assume all wizards there are evil without understanding them. Why should such a house exist if it has no merits? Ron, you cannot dismiss everyone in this academy simply because of the presence of dark wizards. Such a notion is fundamentally flawed. After this exchange, the two individuals opposite fell silent. Yet Ron's face still bore an unmistakable look of defiance. Clearly, he recognized the validity of Jinghe's statement, but had not entirely shifted his stance. Jinghe remained unperturbed, aware that changing one's viewpoint is a gradual process, akin to the slow boiling of a frog in water. Just then, the trolley attendant approached, stopping by their compartment to inquire, would you care for some snacks? Ron, jolted back to reality by the question, gazed at the array of delectable treats on the cart, gulped, and held up his sandwich, stating, no, thank you. My mother made me a sandwich. Observing this, Harry rummaged through his pocket, producing a substantial pile of galleons, and addressed the attendant, I'll take one of everything, please. Thank you. He successfully garnered the admiration of his friends. Soon, an assortment of snacks adorned their table. Ron introduced, these are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. There are many flavors, but they are entirely random. I once had one that tasted like bogey. I cannot even begin to describe that flavor. He then grabbed one, popped it into his mouth, and grimaced as he quickly gulped down some water. That was dreadful. It was chili flavored. Jinghe opened a box of chocolate frogs for the first time, lacking experience, and inadvertently let one leap out the window, whisked away by the wind. Ron, witnessing this, remarked, those chocolate frogs can jump, but only once. It's a pity to have lost it. However, each chocolate frog comes with a card featuring an illustrious wizard, detailing their contributions. I've collected quite a few already. As Jinghe examined the wizard on the chocolate frog, she discovered it was Dumbledore, who, in the illustration, smiled warmly and waved at her, with his notable contributions inscribed below. Albus Dumbledore, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time and the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is renowned for his achievements, including defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and making significant strides in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Jinghe exclaimed, wait, why am I being met with a knife when I've only just opened one and haven't even eaten it yet? You can't expect me to eat chocolate and then a knife, can you? I'm about to suffer from a red-eye condition. With a look of defeat, she set down the chocolate packaging, contemplating a different snack to soothe her spirits, when suddenly, the compartment door swung open. Chapter 30, the sorting begins. Jinghe turned to see a girl with curly brown hair and slightly prominent front teeth, adorned with a few freckles, proudly asking, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. Ah, it's her. Jinghe's eyes sparkled. It was none other than the academic prodigy Hermione. The trio was complete. The others shook their heads. And Jinghe offered, perhaps I can help look for it. What is Neville's toad called? Hermione replied, his name is Trevor. Thus, Jinghe waved her wand, reciting the spell she had learned at home. Trevor, come here. With a swoosh, a toad floated up and quickly landed in her hands. Jinghe handed it over to the grateful Neville, who repeatedly thanked her. Seeing Jinghe perform the spell, Hermione's eyes lit up, and she sat beside her, saying, hello. I'm Hermione Granger. That magic you just performed was impressive. Jinghe smiled back, replying, hello, I'm Jinghe. It was merely a simple spell. From the side, Ron mumbled, I can do that too. However, Hermione overheard and challenged him. Then why don't you give it a try? Consequently, Ron, feeling pressured, took out his pet rat and raised his wand, reciting the incantation. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. He attempted, trying to transform the plump rat into something yellow. Unsurprisingly, nothing changed. The rat appeared startled and scampered onto Jinghe's lap. In a dramatic motion, Jinghe caught the rat, exclaiming, this is no ordinary rat. This is Peter Pettigrew. I must find a way to take Peter to Dumbledore and rescue Sirius. She watched as Ron desperately tried to soothe the rat he had lifted, sending chills down her spine. Time was of the essence. After observing this, Hermione sighed and said to Jinghe, "The train will soon arrive at the school. Let us get changed." Jinghe followed Hermione, reminding the two boys to prepare their robes for disembarking. Once dressed, Jinghe and Hermione waited a moment before the train gradually came to a halt. Hogwarts had arrived. As Jinghe and her companions disembarked, they spotted a giant holding a lantern, shouting, "First years, gather here." First years. It was Hagrid, a half-giant with a bushy beard. Harry, along with Jinghe and the others, excitedly approached Hagrid to greet him. As Hagrid looked down and recognized Harry, he was about to greet him when he noticed Jinghe and became exuberant, exclaiming, "Long time no see." Jinghe. Jinghe was bewildered, thinking, "Wait, I've never met Hagrid before." Hagrid offered no explanation, continuing to shout instructions while leaving Jinghe feeling a bit flustered. After a while, once everyone had gathered, Hagrid called out, "Now to a boat. Get in." Jinghe and the other three climbed into the nearest small boat. Once Hagrid saw that everyone was settled, he shouted, "Let us go." Instantly, the boats glided across the lake, causing a stir among the young wizards. Hermione explained to Jinghe, "This mimics the way the four founders discovered the school, serving as a tribute." At that moment, Ron frowned and said, "I heard Fred and George mention that the sorting ceremony requires you to defeat a troll alone. If I fail, will I be expelled?" Hermione, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "I memorized everything word for word before coming. If the professors quiz me, I should pass. But no, I need to review again." Their concerns heightened Harry's own anxiety, leaving him restless. Only Jinghe, who was well versed in the material, could comfort her anxious companions, saying, "Relax. We are first-year wizards who don't even know a proper attack spell. The sorting won't be that difficult, trust me." After her reassurance, the other three began to relax slightly, though Hermione continued to mutter knowledge from her books. Indeed, she was a scholar, Jinghe mused. If it weren't for her extra decades of life, she would be unable to compete with Hermione. Just then, Hogwarts came into view, the magnificent castle appearing before the young wizards, eliciting gasps of awe. Jinghe's eyes sparkled with the glimmering lights, overflowing with admiration. As the boats docked, the young wizards disembarked and, under Hagrid's guidance, entered the grand entrance of Hogwarts in an orderly fashion. After walking a short distance, they paused at the entrance to the Great Hall, where Hagrid turned to the young wizards and said, "All right, everyone, please wait here for a moment. Shortly, a teacher will lead you for the sorting ceremony." With that, he winked at Jinghe and turned to leave. While they waited, Jinghe witnessed a classic scene. Draco, flanked by his entourage, stood before Harry, haughtily stating, "I've heard that the Savior has come to Hogwarts. You must be the infamous Harry Potter." "I am Draco. Draco Malfoy." The surrounding young wizards erupted in whispers upon hearing Harry Potter's name, craning their necks to get a better look. Then Ron chuckled upon hearing Draco's introduction, prompting Draco to notice the Weasley family's laughter, his frustration boiling over. Just as he was about to retort, a loud cough interrupted him, and as he looked up, he saw Jinghe emerging from behind Hermione, his expression brightening as he smiled, and said, "Jinghe, it's you." As Jinghe interrupted Draco just as he was about to speak, he deftly cast a spell, averting a scene reminiscent of a dramatic rift from the films. Deep down, Jinghe still harbored a hope for a friendship to blossom between Harry and Malfoy. Approaching Malfoy with a beaming smile, Jinghe remarked, "Indeed, it has been quite some time, Draco." Afterward, she shot a warning glare at Ron. Though it was somewhat amusing to hear someone call him Mation Long, she knew it was not the moment to laugh. A good-natured person might easily brush it off, but someone like Draco, who held grudges, could remember that moment for a lifetime and become your adversary. Jinghe then turned to Harry and said, "Harry, this is my friend Draco Malfoy, whom I met in Diagon Alley. Though he can be a bit temperamental, he genuinely wishes to befriend you." Hearing Jinghe praise him made Draco blush, and he extended his hand towards Harry, still holding his head high. "So, Harry Potter, would you care to be my friend? You must understand what an honor it is to know a Malfoy." Harry felt an urge to roll his eyes at such an honor, but considering that Malfoy was also Jinghe's friend and trusting her judgment, he reluctantly extended his hand and replied, "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." Just as Draco was about to say something, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind and turned to find a stern witch observing him. Jinghe looked at the witch before her, adorned with a grand wizard's hat, draped in a green robe, and sporting gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded an air of strictness tempered with warmth. It appeared that this was Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall cast a stern glance at the young wizards below, but upon meeting Jinghe's gaze, her demeanor softened unexpectedly, leaving Jinghe quite perplexed. At that moment, a toad leapt forth, and Neville promptly reached out to grab the errant creature. exclaiming, "My Trevor." This elicited a round of laughter from the surrounding young witches and wizards, easing the tension before the impending sorting ceremony. Once the young wizards settled down, McGonagall announced, "Please form 2 lines and proceed in an orderly fashion for the sorting test." The young wizards quickly arranged themselves into 2 lines, with Jinghe standing behind Ron. She overheard Ron asking Harry, "Why did you shake Malfoy's hand? He's a Malfoy. Their entire family are Death Eaters, and Draco will be one too." Jinghe nudged Ron and interjected, "No one can predict the future, can they? Just as you don't believe I could be a Slytherin, I also don't believe Draco is destined to become a Death Eater. Let's focus on the present and see how it unfolds." Jinghe thought to herself. Seeing the young wizards lined up, McGonagall led them into the grand hall behind her. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of 4 long tables, each surrounded by a throng of people. Jinghe looked up to see numerous candles floating above the hall. Upon witnessing this, Hermione turned to Jinghe and explained, "Those candles are levitating spells, which I read about in A History of Hogwarts." Jinghe sighed deeply. It was a familiar phrase, as though she had heard it somewhere before, and it felt far less stiff than the dialogue from the films. How strange. Next, Jinghe's gaze fell upon the professor's table at the front of the hall, and she was suddenly caught in the penetrating gaze of a pair of eyes filled with nostalgia and other complex emotions. She realized that these eyes had been following her since her entrance, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that they belonged to the current head of Slytherin House and Potions Master, Severus Snape. Chapter 31. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. Jinghe found herself momentarily stunned by Professor Snape's gaze. Having entered the workforce at an early age in her previous life, she had quickly learned to read people's expressions, excelling at discerning unspoken emotions. She understood that Snape's eyes did not harbor disdain, but rather resembled the look of a long-lost friend. Yet, she had never met Snape. So why did he regard her thus? After all, she did not bear any resemblance to Lily. Just as Jinghe pondered this mystery, the sorting ceremony commenced with Professor McGonagall's announcement. Each first-year student was called forward to sit upon a chair and don the sorting hat, which would determine their corresponding house. Ron shouted in surprise, "It's that simple. Fred and George tricked me again." Laughter erupted among the other young wizards. At that moment, the sorting hat split open its mouth and began to sing a peculiar song in a strange tone. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but please, do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall gladly devour my own. You can make your top hats shiny and sleek, but I am the magical hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing any hat you may seek. All the thoughts hidden in your mind will not escape my discerning eyes, so try me on, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong." Following this, the virtues of the 4 houses were recounted, and the sorting ceremony began. McGonagall held a lengthy scroll and called out the first name, Hannah Abbott. Oh, the ever-reliable Hannah Abbott, a constant presence in fanfiction. A girl with brown hair, slightly shorter and sporting freckles, stepped forward. McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, and after a moment of contemplation, the hat declared, "Hufflepuff." As soon as the word was spoken, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Blushing, Hannah removed the hat and hurried to her designated seat. The ceremony continued in alphabetical order, and Jinghe, with her surname starting with W, found herself at the back, watching as others were sorted. Regardless of which house they were assigned to, the respective tables warmly welcomed the newcomers with applause. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor as she had hoped, and Ron's placement was a foregone conclusion, given that the Weasley family had a long lineage in the Lion's Den. Draco, however, was called forth, and without any hesitation, the sorting hat proclaimed him a Slytherin, to which he responded with a proud smile directed at Jinghe as he sauntered over to the Slytherin table. Then came the moment. Harry Potter. A ripple of excitement surged through the room as all the wizards craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived. The attention only intensified Harry's nerves. He turned to meet Jinghe's reassuring gaze, and with her encouraging gesture, he gradually relaxed. Approaching the front, he donned the hat, which then engaged in a spirited debate with him before finally announcing, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into raucous applause, with George and Fred shouting, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Next, McGonagall glanced at her list and broke into a smile before calling out, "Jinghe won." Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, for her name was unfamiliar, sparking a wave of curiosity. Observing the students' reactions, McGonagall explained, "Jinghe is our only student from China this year." "Oh, a Chinese wizard," murmured the other students, buzzing with excitement. "This is the first time we've seen a real Chinese wizard. The Ravenclaw senior, Qiu Zhang, is merely of Chinese descent," they whispered, "and her eyes are sapphire blue." "Do Chinese people have blue eyes?" As Jinghe overheard their chatter, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. In both this life and her previous one, she had endeavored to avoid such bustling scenes due to her medical condition, as they could exacerbate her symptoms. to avoid embarrassment. She rolled up her sleeves to wipe her brow, only to forget the conspicuous blue butterfly tattoo on her left wrist. The nearby young wizards then erupted into a clamorous discussion, with more gathering to see this intriguing mark, speculating whether it was an exclusive emblem of Chinese wizards. As Jinghe regained her composure, she felt a ringing in her ears, and the scene before her gradually blurred. Her body seemed to stiffen, rendering her unable to move. Gritting her teeth, she hastily made her way to a chair, gasping for breath as she attempted to steady her emotions and regain a semblance of normalcy. Just as Jinghe felt she could no longer hold on, a figure rose from the professor's table, casting a serpentine gaze over the chattering young wizards below. Uttering a mere 2 words, silence. At the sound of those words, the commotion ceased instantaneously, for it was none other than Professor Severus Snape, the esteemed head of Slytherin House. Observing the tumult settle, Snape nodded to Professor McGonagall, signaling that she might proceed. With the noise dissipating, Jinghe's years of self-control swiftly restored her composure. By this time, the sorting hat was perched upon her head, preparing to murmur its familiar incantations. "Ah, long time no see. Little Jinghe, you still feel nervous in front of such a lively crowd. How many times has it been now? Ha. Of course, you still belong to Slytherin." Jinghe's mind was racing, struggling to comprehend the situation. What was this? Why did everyone seem so familiar with her? Wasn't she supposed to be reincarnated as a magical girl? How had it turned into a narrative of rebirth, where she became the cherished one of a powerful figure? What was going on with her? In her moment of bewilderment, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, "Slytherin." Instantly, the Slytherin long table erupted into the most fervent applause of the evening. Jinghe leapt down and turned to glance at the professor's table, having just heard a professor come to her aid. She recognized that velvet voice belonged to Professor Snape. Had he anticipated her placement in Slytherin and intervened on her behalf? How remarkable was Professor Snape? Jinghe beamed at him, and summoning her courage, she waved goodbye before dashing off. As she hurried away, she failed to notice the tenderness in her professor's gaze and the faint smile gracing his lips. Nor did she observe the significant expression on Dumbledore's face. Draco, having cleared a space beside him after Jinghe's sorting, elicited complaints from Pansy, who was met with an unusual retort from Draco. Upon reaching her seat, Jinghe saw Draco enthusiastically beckoning her over. As she settled beside him, he smugly declared, "I knew you belonged to Slytherin. Exceptional individuals are meant to be in Slytherin." He then proceeded to boast about the grandeur of Malfoy Manor, subtly inviting Jinghe to spend Christmas there. Pansy, sitting nearby, was visibly irked, but Jinghe, disinterested in her lion-like demeanor, artfully ignored the daggers being thrown her way. Meanwhile, Harry felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing Jinghe in Slytherin, and as he observed her animated conversation with Draco, he lamented that he should have accepted the sorting hat's recommendation to join Slytherin. However, it was too late to change his fate. Ron, incredulous, exclaimed, "Jinghe really went to Slytherin. Does that mean she won't turn bad? Should we still hang out with her?" He was promptly met with Hermione's sharp elbow to the ribs as she retorted, "Every house has its significance. Jinghe's placement in Slytherin doesn't mean she will turn evil." Her perspective was undoubtedly influenced by her earlier conversation with Jinghe on the train. A true scholar, her mind was quick, indeed, wasn't it, little Ron? Poor Ron, still reeling from the elbow jab, barely registered the subsequent pats on his head and the teasing voices that followed. Goodness, when did our little Ron learn to discern dark wizards? Came one voice, followed by another. Indeed, how could you suggest Jinghe would turn bad? Ron recognized the familiar antics of his mischievous twin brothers, who were met with a pair of playful thumps. At first, George and Fred had felt a twinge of sadness regarding Jinghe's sorting into Slytherin, but they quickly adjusted their moods, linking arms and saying, "Hey, George, she's just a little dark-hearted cat. I think she'll be interested in our products." George replied, sharing a knowing look with Fred. Mischief was afoot. Chapter 32, The Dormitory. With the sorting of all the young wizards complete, they buzzed with excitement about their forthcoming adventures. At that moment, Professor McGonagall rapped her spoon against her goblet, signaling for silence. Gradually, the young wizards quieted down, turning to see the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, seated at the center of the professor's table. Jinghe gazed at the kind-faced elder, thinking to herself, "Now that I'm here, don't go toppling any towers. I'll be your golden aid in vanquishing Voldemort ahead of time, and then send you off to deal with Grindelwald." The thought made her chuckle to herself. Dumbledore surveyed the assembly of young wizards, his gaze lingering on Jinghe, who was still grinning foolishly. He began, "Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone, and to the first years. Welcome to this wondrous and mysterious place. Here, we shall explore the profound world of magic together, acquiring knowledge and skills, fostering courage and wisdom. No matter where you come from, you will find your place at Hogwarts, gaining unforgettable experiences and cherished friendships. I hope you will strive for excellence this year. Respect your teachers, support your fellow students, and together, we shall pen a new glorious chapter for Hogwarts. He then proceeded to share some important reminders. Students are strictly prohibited from wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night. Mr. Filch will be conducting nightly patrols, and those caught will face severe consequences. Additionally, entering the forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts is strictly forbidden, and if you value your life, do not venture into the room at the end of the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. With that, he concluded with a few whimsical phrases: foolishness, crybaby, rubbish, twist. With a grand gesture, an array of delectable food appeared on the 4 long tables, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. Jinghe marveled at the spectacle before her, her appetite piqued by the sight of the feast. However, she soon recalled that she was in England. Even the culinary offerings of Hogwarts could be rather unpalatable, causing her to grimace. It seemed she would need to visit the kitchen to hand over her recipe to the house elves. Otherwise, with such fare, she would undoubtedly suffer from malnutrition. After a few bites, her appetite waned, and she set down her utensils, observing the professors at the table. She noted that Professor Snape appeared much like his film counterpart, clad in his customary black robes, with his hooked nose and tousled hair. Wait a moment, tousled hair? Jinghe was quite taken aback. Shouldn't his hair be greasy? How had it become so pristine here? Had he encountered something that brought him joy, prompting him to maintain such neatness? Her unabashed gaze caught the attention of Professor Snape, who, sensing a piercing stare, frowned and looked up, only to find Jinghe intently observing him. In that instant, the legendary stern Professor Snape relaxed his furrowed brow upon meeting her gaze. He then regarded her with an inscrutable expression, causing Jinghe to hastily lower her head and poke at the food on her plate. After a while, the food on the table abruptly vanished, and a plethora of desserts appeared before the young wizards. Jinghe, having not quite satiated her hunger, decided to mold a pie in hopes of appeasing her appetite, only to be met with an overwhelming sweetness that made her grimace. She sampled several other desserts, each more saccharine than the last, and after hastily consuming a few bites, she set them aside. Soon after, the headmaster announced that the prefects from each year would escort the first-year students to their respective dormitories. After waving at Harry, Ron, and Hermione from a distance, Jinghe followed the Slytherin prefect to her dormitory. Along the way, Draco incessantly chattered in her ear about his family's peacocks and various boasts regarding the Malfoy manor. Jinghe, listening and nodding in agreement, remained oblivious to the piercing gaze fixed upon her from behind. Theodore not observed the girl before him. During the train ride, Draco had ceaselessly regaled others with tales of the enchanting girl from Diagon Alley marked with a butterfly, extolling her remarkable prowess and mentioning how his father hoped to invite Jinghe to their estate. It was the first time Draco had so frequently mentioned a girl, inciting jealousy in Pansy, who nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Consequently, Theodore found himself inexplicably intrigued by this girl. He had noticed her when she deftly intervened between Ron and Draco. Though petite, she wore a radiant smile, as if nothing could dampen her spirits, and she seemed capable of achieving anything. Initially, Theodore assumed Draco's interest was merely due to her vivacity, but when he observed her nervousness and involuntary tremors upon hearing her name called, he astutely sensed that this girl from China harbored shadows akin to his own. This realization compelled him to pay close attention to Jinghe's every word and action, a sensation entirely new to him. Thus, the group arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, where the prefect turned to the first years and proclaimed, "Welcome to Slytherin. Our house was founded millennia ago by the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. We welcome any powerful wizard to join us. Other houses may claim to accept only purebloods and discriminate against others, but that notion is fundamentally flawed. We also embrace half-blood wizards. As long as you are sufficiently strong and exceptional, you are worthy of Slytherin. I must remind everyone that no one from other houses has entered our common room for over a century, and I hope to maintain that tradition. The password changes weekly and will be displayed on the notice board. I trust you will remember it. Furthermore, Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and I expect each of you to contribute to our pursuit of this year's trophy as well." Jinghe couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had Harry not been in Gryffindor, their aspiration for the House Cup would have been a mere formality. Alas, with Harry in Gryffindor, it seemed destined that this year's trophy would belong to them. The prefect then recited the password to the portrait, Glory. Upon its successful utterance, the door to the Slytherin common room slowly swung open, and Jinghe entered. Taking in the room's decor, the common room was enveloped in soft hues of green, situated underground and devoid of sunlight, necessitating the constant warmth of a roaring fire in the hearth. The walls, made of transparent glass, offered a clear view of the Black Lake, where mysterious creatures occasionally swam. The prefect continued, "Unlike other houses, our Slytherin dormitories consist of single rooms. The boys' dormitory is on the left, while the girls' dormitory is on the right. A word of caution to the boys. Please refrain from harboring curiosity about the girls' dormitory, for the consequences could be dire. Your belongings have already been delivered to your rooms by the house elves, and each door bears your nameplate. You may now retire to your rooms for rest. Good night. After bidding farewell to Draco, Jinghe ascended the staircase, soon discovering the door marked with her name. At that moment, Pansy approached, noting that her room was immediately to the left of Jinghe's. With an exaggerated eye roll, she declared, "Draco is mine. No one can take him away." Jinghe responded, "Who will want to take him from you? Who could possibly compete with you?" Aiming to defuse the tension, she smiled at Pansy before swiftly entering her room and closing the door behind her. Inside, she found her dormitory adorned in shades of green, bed linens, wardrobes, and other furnishings all reflected the Slytherin colors. Spotting her belongings that the house elf had delivered, she opened the cage and lifted Moyu onto the bed, then proceeded to organize her belongings, placing her clothes in the wardrobe and arranging her books on the desk. In that moment, she felt a pang of nostalgia for her own house elf. Had Xiaodai been there, everything would have been perfectly arranged without her effort. Once finished, Jing had changed into comfortable attire and entered the bathroom to freshen up. After drying her hair, she took the opportunity to organize the books she would need for her classes the following day. She was particularly excited about Transfiguration, as she would be attending the class with Gryffindor, eager to witness Professor McGonagall's transformation into her feline form. After a while, with her hair nearly dry, she cradled Moyu in her arms and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 33, Transfiguration. The next morning, Jinghe awoke naturally, a result of the muscle memory cultivated throughout her previous life and this one, as she had always risen around 7 o'clock. Even as a baby, she had yearned for a lie-in, but her stubborn biological clock, ingrained over decades, proved unyielding. After opening her eyes and dressing, she gathered her books, preparing to head to the dining hall for breakfast before locating her classroom. In this unfamiliar place, devoid of friends, she would have to navigate the route to class on her own. She had no desire to be tardy and face Professor McGonagall's reprimand alongside Harry and Ron. As Jinghe pushed open the door, just as she was about to step outside, the door to the dormitory adjacent to hers swung open as well. Turning her head, she beheld a beautiful little girl with golden hair, even clad in a wizard's robe. Her exquisite features shone through, complemented by a beauty mark just beneath her eye. The young witch evidently noticed Jinghe and smiled, saying, "Hello, I'm Bellastrake. You must be Jinghe, right? I was just about to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Would you like to join me?" Upon hearing the girl's introduction, Jinghe was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity that she couldn't quite place. Suppressing this strange feeling, she replied, "Thank you. Of course, let's go together." In this unfamiliar environment, having another friend was a wonderful prospect. Thus, Jinghe and Bellastrake made their way to the dining hall. Upon arrival, they found it relatively empty, with only a few older students dining at tables nearby. Jinghe and Bellastrake chose a spot and settled in. Hogwarts breakfast was quite simple, scrambled eggs and toast, but it was palatable. As they ate, they discussed the subjects they were about to study, quickly forging a strong friendship. Just then, Hermione entered the dining hall for breakfast, and Jinghe waved her over to join them. Hermione initially hesitated, but upon observing the sparsely populated surroundings, she made her way to the Slytherin table to partake in breakfast. Jing was somewhat apprehensive at first, concerned that Ballast might share the common disdain for Gryffindor, especially since Hermione was a Muggle-born witch. However, it became evident that Ballast held no prejudice against Hermione's background or house. Rather, she welcomed her with genuine delight. Thus, the three young girls engaged in animated discussions about their studies while enjoying their breakfast. By the time they finished, Harry and Ron were still nowhere to be seen, confirming Jing's suspicion that the two had certainly not risen early. As Transfiguration was a joint class between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the trio set off together in search of the classroom. Being first-time students, they found themselves wandering through the corridors for quite some time, even though they had arrived early. Eventually, they located the classroom with half an hour to spare before the lesson began. Due to the mixed nature of the two houses, Hermione and her companions were obliged to sit apart, with Slytherin students occupying the left side of the room and Gryffindors on the right. At that moment, a cat suddenly leaped onto the table, capturing Jing and Ballast's attention. Was that the animagus form of Professor McGonagall? It was an exquisite tabby cat, with two delicate black stripes beside her eyes that resembled McGonagall's glasses. Ballast, noticing the beautiful feline, tugged at Jing's arm with excitement, exclaiming, "Isn't that cat absolutely adorable? I wanted one too, but my father ultimately bought me an owl instead." The cat sat quietly atop the table, and soon after, more young witches and wizards began to trickle into the classroom. Draco, accompanied by his entourage, settled beside Jing. He glanced over at the Gryffindor table, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "It seems the chosen one has forgotten the time for class." As the class time approached and the professor had yet to arrive, whispers and murmurs filled the air among the students. After a brief 5 minutes, Harry and Ron burst through the classroom door, breathless and panting, blaming the mischief of the shifting staircases. As they entered and found the teacher still absent, Ron heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness Professor McGonagall isn't here yet." Just then, the previously quiet tabby cat sprang up and transformed mid-air into Professor McGonagall, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. The professor gracefully approached the two boys. Ron, marveling at the spectacle, muttered, "Bloody hell." Hearing Ron's exclamation, McGonagall replied, "Thank you, but I believe I should transform you into a clock so that you will not be late for class." This remark drew peals of laughter from the other students. She then urged the boys to quickly find their seats and prepare for the lesson, as they had already wasted 10 minutes waiting for them. Once they settled, McGonagall turned to the class and declared, "Transfiguration is a most fascinating branch of magic. It allows one object to be transformed into another." Following this, she posed a question about the limitations of transfiguration. Hermione immediately raised her hand high and answered correctly, earning Gryffindor 2 points and garnering the admiration of her fellow students. After elucidating the principles and techniques of transfiguration, McGonagall announced, "Today, we shall practice turning a matchstick into a needle." After distributing a matchstick to each student, she instructed them to commence their practice. Jing gazed at the matchstick in her hand, recalled the incantation McGonagall had just taught, closed her eyes, and focused on the shape of a needle. After 4 or 5 minutes, she opened her eyes and recited the spell. To her astonishment, the matchstick transformed into a perfectly crafted embroidery needle, complete with intricate patterns on its eye. Beside her, Ballast was still vigorously waving her wand at her matchstick. But upon catching sight of Jinghe's success, she immediately put down her wand, raised the needle, and exclaimed, "Professor, Jing has succeeded." The classroom fell silent as all eyes turned towards Jing, eager to see the transformation. McGonagall approached, lifted the embroidery needle for closer inspection, and proclaimed, "Miss Jing has successfully transformed the matchstick into an embroidery needle. Moreover, it is remarkably exquisite. Therefore, Slytherin earns 5 points." The Slytherin students erupted in cheers for Jing. While a few Gryffindors shot provocative glances in their direction, the atmosphere teetering on the brink of discord. Had McGonagall not been present, a quarrel might have ensued. Shortly after Jing's impressive feat, Hermione too managed to produce a needle, though it lacked the finesse of Jing's. Consequently, McGonagall awarded Gryffindor only 3 points. In Jinghe's memory, aside from her own achievement, it seemed that only Hermione had managed to conjure an embroidery needle. Just as she was pondering this, an unexpected voice from behind called out, "Professor McGonagall, Theodore Nott has also transformed his matchstick into a needle." Jing swiftly turned to see Theodore not sitting behind her. Theodore, with his raven-black curls and striking sapphire-blue eyes reminiscent of Jing's, possessed a prominent European nose and slightly pale lips. Though his character was not extensively detailed in the books or films, he was a popular figure in various fanfictions. In those narratives, he was depicted as handsome, knowledgeable about astronomy, yet taciturn. As if sensing Jinghe's gaze upon him, Theodore looked up and locked eyes with her, causing Jing to avert her gaze in flustered surprise. Noticing Jing turn away, Theodore felt a flicker of displeasure, and his lips, previously pale, seemed to gain a hint of color. McGonagall examined the needle before Theodore and remarked, "Mr. Nott has also succeeded, though his needle bears a slight imperfection. Thus, Slytherin earns 3 points." In response, Theodore politely nodded at McGonagall, expressing his gratitude before returning to his silent vigil, fixated on Jing's back. Meanwhile, Jing was preoccupied with comforting Draco, who was frustrated by his inability to perform the spell, completely unaware of the sapphire gaze riveted upon her. "There's still plenty of time. Patience will bring opportunity," Theodore mused, gradually redirecting his attention. Chapter 34, Potions Class. Thus, a delightful day concluded. Jing's stellar performance in Transfiguration garnered her points, and the first-year Slytherin students gradually warmed to her. This was the nature of Slytherin. Regardless of whether one was pureblood or half-blood, it mattered little to them. What counted was strength and excellence, which would earn one their respect. However, the infamous discrimination associated with Slytherin remained a significant issue. Legend spoke of a senior who had shattered such prejudices, yet her identity remained an enigma. As there were no records within the school, leaving many perplexed, this senior seemed to exist only within the realm of folklore. Gazing at her timetable, Jing noted that the following day would feature Professor Snape's potions class, prompting her to hurriedly open her textbook and review the material. A sense of trepidation washed over her, even though she was a student of Slytherin, as long as she did not exhibit overtly brazen behavior. Severus Snape would not easily deduct points. Nonetheless, she remained apprehensive of the venomous wrath of the Serpent King. When the next day arrived, Jinghe followed Balas to the dimly lit classroom. This classroom, situated underground, possessed only a few windows that allowed the faintest rays of light to filter through. Suddenly, Snape burst through the door with an abrupt motion, swiftly waving his wand to shut all the windows. Instantly, the surrounding light vanished, leaving only the flickering glow of candles. Snape turned to face the young wizards with his deep, resonant voice, declaring, "Here, there is no need for you to foolishly wave your wands or babble incantations. Thus, I do not expect most of you to grasp the intricate science and precise techniques behind potion making." His gaze swept across the room, landing on Jinghe, who sat beside Malfoy, and softened slightly. "However, for those few exceptional individuals endowed with unique talents, I can teach you how to confuse the mind and bewilder the senses, how to earn renown, brew glory, and even stave off death." Upon hearing the professor's words, the young wizards exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue, yet they remained too intimidated to speak aloud. Snape continued, "Let me see if our new celebrity, Harry Potter, has prepared for this lesson." Jinghe felt a surge of excitement. He had finally arrived. She eagerly watched the Gryffindor table. Snape slowly addressed Potter. "Tell me, what will happen if I add powdered daffodil root to wormwood stem essence?" Potter shook his head, prompting Snape to inquire further. "You don't know? Then allow me to ask you this. Mr. Potter, where would I find a piece of bezoar?" Harry again shook his head, saying, "I don't know, Professor." Snape pressed on, "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry still shook his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I don't know, Professor." Glancing at Hermione, who had her hand raised high, he implored Snape, "Hermione knows the answers to these 3 questions. Why don't you call on her?" Snape replied, "It seems that mere fame is insufficient, Mr. Potter. Due to your lack of preparation, Gryffindor loses 5 points." The Gryffindor students immediately erupted in dismay, silenced only by Snape's fierce glare. Hermione's arm was beginning to ache from being raised, yet Snape merely glanced at her before turning his attention to Jinghe. "Miss Jinghe, please answer these 3 questions." Jinghe stammered, "Me?" After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly recollected herself. As a devoted fan of HP, the answers came to her effortlessly, and she promptly responded to all 3 inquiries. Snape nodded in satisfaction, gently stating, "Miss Jinghe has answered correctly. Slytherin gains 10 points." His gaze swept across the other students, and he lowered his voice. "Miss Jinghe has provided the answers. Why do you not take note?" The young wizards, upon hearing this, hastily grabbed their quills and began scribbling on their parchment. After a while, as Snape noticed the students had taken sufficient notes, he commenced the lesson on the brewing of the elixir of life. The elixir, despite its grand title, was merely a calming potion designed to soothe the spirit. Calming. Jinghe suddenly recalled her precarious mental state. This would indeed be a welcome relief during her moments of distress. Potion making was to be conducted in pairs, and since Jinghe was seated beside Draco, they naturally formed a team. True to his noble upbringing, he executed the potion-making process with ease, and their collaboration was seamless, resulting in a perfect potion in no time. Throughout the process, Snape remained at Jinghe's side, and although she felt anxious, she focused intently to avoid disappointing him. As soon as they completed the potion, Snape casually picked it up for inspection and, upon concluding his evaluation, addressed the other students. "Miss Jinghe and Mr. Malfoy have successfully brewed an exemplary elixir of life. I expect each of you to replicate such perfection." No sooner had he finished speaking than Neville's cauldron at the Gryffindor table suddenly exploded. Jinghe, having read about such occurrences, instinctively rushed to Neville's side, pulling him away. However, the explosion's radius was extensive, and she could not avoid being splashed with the scalding potion, resulting in severe burns. This marked the first time in 10 years since her arrival in this world that she had sustained such a serious injury. In her previous life, such wounds had been commonplace, but having not experienced such pain in a long while, the sudden scalding caused tears to flow from her eyes. Seeing the girl before him burn with agony, Snape's pupils dilated in alarm, and he swiftly rushed to her side, carefully lifting her while avoiding her injured arm, intent on bringing her to the infirmary. Before departing, he turned sternly to Harry. "Why did you not warn Mr. Longbottom against adding porcupine quills while the cauldron was still heating?" Gryffindor loses 10 points. Everyone, study in silence. With that, he hurriedly carried Jinghe to the infirmary. Draco stormed up to Neville, livid, and exclaimed, "How could you be so careless, Longbottom? And you, Potter? Why didn't you remind him not to add porcupine quills while the cauldron was still hot?" Harry, already troubled by Jinghe's injury, did not hold back in defending himself against Draco's loud accusations. Thus, the plot that Jinghe had thwarted during the sorting ceremony began to unfold once more. Meanwhile, Snape had swiftly brought Jinghe to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey gasped upon seeing the severity of her burns. She hurriedly applied a soothing ointment to Jinghe's arm while casting several healing spells. Having been on high alert to avert disaster, Jinghe succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber after receiving treatment. Consequently, Professor Snape sat quietly at Jinghe's bedside, observing her. He gazed at her pale face, marked by pain, and felt an ache in his heart. He wished he could have chastised her during their rushed journey. But upon seeing her biting her lip in silence to avoid disturbing him, he found himself at a loss for words. As he regarded the young girl before him, he noted her vivacity, brilliance, and youthfulness. He, on the other hand, was a man in his 30s, and the events of his childhood felt like distant memories. Yet the pendant that hung close to his heart reminded him that all was indeed real. She had once entered his life, pulling him from despair, teaching him how to relate better with others, and guiding him to create more exquisite potions. But she no longer remembered him. The butterfly sent by Merlin had granted Snape over a decade of warmth and affection, yet he had hastily withdrawn it. Snape barely had time to react before the butterfly vanished. He believed the girl had vanished forever. But when he saw her radiant face at the start of a new school year, he nearly stood up in shock. His butterfly had returned, wings unfurled. He recognized her nervousness. She was still the same, feeling out of place amidst the bustling crowd. Thus, he came to her aid, and the young girl distinctly realized that it was he who was helping her. She turned her head and bestowed upon him a familiar, warm smile that he had not seen in over a decade. Severus Snape's heart, dormant for decades, began to stir, rekindling with vibrant colors. The familiar blue butterfly still adorned his attire, unchanged as ever. In that moment, in the solitude of the room, his gaze fell upon Jinghe, and the fervent affection that had long been restrained finally surged forth. He meticulously traced every detail of her face with his eyes, recognizing the visage he had always known. From the day he first laid eyes on the girl, he had vowed to protect her fiercely, even at the cost of his own life. Chapter 35. Exploring the Dining Hall. Thus, a week passed in the ordinary ebb and flow of life, and Jinghe welcomed her first weekend at Hogwarts. One morning, while partaking in her monotonous breakfast, she resolved to venture to the kitchen to present the Eastern recipe she had acquired from Lele to the house elves of Hogwarts. Although her stomach was full, her spirit felt depleted. She sensed that if she did not eat something soon, she might crumble. Consequently, at 10 in the morning, she set off alone towards the Hufflepuff dormitory, as the kitchen was the closest to it. However, this was merely a fact she had gleaned from books. In reality, she was entirely unaware. All she knew was that the dining hall was adjacent to Hufflepuff and that one could enter by tapping a pear in a painting. Yet, there were several paintings adorned with pears on that wall, each featuring more than one pear. Jinghe felt her head spinning from the confusion. After pondering for a moment, she resolutely turned around, mustering her courage to approach a fellow student from Hufflepuff to inquire about directions. Just as she was contemplating how to broach the subject, she accidentally collided with a student ahead of her. Jinghe felt as though her nose was about to be skewed. The back she had bumped into was quite solid. She noted. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and as she looked up, she found a Hufflepuff boy gazing gently at her. It was a startling revelation. The boy before her appeared to be a senior, with chestnut hair and eyes to match, his features sculpted and handsome, currently observing Jinghe with kindness. Who else could this be but Cedric Diggory, the heartthrob of Hogwarts? Jinghe's heart erupted with excitement at the realization. She had always admired him while reading, and when she had witnessed his demise in the film, she had wept uncontrollably, prompting her roommates to inquire about her distress. She knew that meeting him was a fanciful wish, yet here he was, the boy who had evoked so many tears, standing right in front of her, asking softly, "Are you all right?" Jinghe's tears, initially born of pain, now seemed to embody a multitude of emotions. What had begun as a simple need to wipe her eyes escalated into a torrent of tears at his gentle inquiry. She desperately wiped her eyes with her sleeve. But more tears continued to flow. How embarrassing, she thought. Cedric was on his way back to the dormitory when he was unexpectedly bumped by a small witch. Turning to see who it was, he recognized her as the only girl from Huaxia at the sorting ceremony. He had noticed her then, being younger. She was small and curled up into a little ball until the professor called her name, allowing him to see her fully. Her black curls cascaded softly over her shoulders. Her features gentle with a small, rounded nose. Jinghe's face was soft and her features well-placed, exuding a playful charm. However, her sapphire blue eyes added a striking allure, eliciting awe at first glance. Cedric found himself captivated, noting her nervous trembling. Concern furrowed his brow. Just then, the head of her house stood up to quell the noise, and he observed how quickly her emotions settled, only for her to be sorted into Slytherin. Cedric felt drawn to her, often stealing glances at her during meals, especially when he noticed her picking at unfamiliar food with concern. A classmate seated beside him noticed Cedric's distraction and turned to tease. "It seems our dashing Hufflepuff is quite taken with the new Huaxia girl. Mark my words, she will be immensely popular, though she is merely a first year. Our handsome boy must strive to keep up." Cedric smiled in response, not contesting the remark. Afterward, due to the constraints of their houses and years, Cedric lost sight of Jinghe. He could only glean snippets of news about her from other students. She had transformed a match into a needle in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, yet had suffered a burn in potions while protecting Neville from Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, Cedric felt a surge of concern and wished to visit her in the infirmary. But by the time he learned of her situation, she had already been discharged. It seemed this little witch from Slytherin had yet to realize her burgeoning fame. Her talent and bravery were subtly reshaping the perceptions of other houses towards Slytherin. Cedric had thought it would be a long time before he would see her again. Yet today, he unexpectedly encountered Jinghe beside the Hufflepuff common room. He intended to greet her cheerfully, but upon seeing her in tears, panic surged within him. He quickly leaned down, asking, "What's wrong? Did I hurt you too badly? I'm terribly sorry. Would you like me to take you to the infirmary?" Jinghe, hearing Cedric's words, shook her head, trying to suppress her tears. She looked up at him and replied, "It's all right. I just got some chili in my eyes." Immediately regretting her words, she thought, how could she have chili when she hadn't even found the kitchen? However, Cedric chuckled and said, "Would you like me to help you wash out your eyes?" Jinghe hurriedly shook her head, responding, "No, I'm feeling better now. I just wanted to find the kitchen. But instead, I found you, Senior Diggory." Cedric, puzzled, asked, "How do you know who I am?" Jinghe smiled brightly and fabricated, "Because I heard about an outstanding and handsome senior in Hufflepuff shortly after school started, and many girls in our house are quite fond of you. One day, I saw a picture of you, and I recognized you immediately today." Cedric smiled and replied, "Is that so? You mentioned you were looking for the kitchen, right? Let me show you the way." Jinghe eagerly nodded. Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Senior." Cedric then led her to the kitchen's entrance, saying, "It's no trouble at all. It's my pleasure to help. You don't need to call me Senior Diggory. You can just call me Cedric." With that, he approached the painting that concealed the kitchen and tapped the pear in the fruit bowl, which erupted into laughter, and the door swung open, revealing a bustling scene of house elves at work. Jinghe, hearing Cedric's willingness, turned to him and said, "All right, I shall call you Cedric from now on. Being able to call you by your name signifies that we could become good friends. Perhaps I might even save you in the future." As the two entered the kitchen, a house elf named Dicky emerged, bowing respectfully to them. "Greetings, esteemed wizards. How may I assist you today?" Jing, without uttering a word, produced a notebook and handed it to the elf. "You may follow the ingredients listed herein for your culinary endeavors. Trust me, the flavors will be delightful." Cedric, discerning Jing's intentions, recognized the notebook as a collection of recipes from the East, and he approached to observe the page the elf had opened, commenting, "Is this a recipe from China? The methods described here seem quite novel to us." Jing nodded in affirmation, explaining, "The local cuisine does not quite suit my palate, so I have provided this recipe from my domestic elf to the kitchen, ensuring they can prepare such dishes. Otherwise, I fear I might starve, as I've lost quite a bit of weight lately." Her words elicited a chuckle from Cedric. Jing then instructed the elf, "Please turn to page 10 and gather the ingredients listed there. I wish to prepare the meal myself." Upon hearing this, Dicky glanced at the ingredients on page 10, snapped his fingers, and instantly, the necessary items appeared before Jing. The elf bowed once more, saying, "Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to summon Dicky. I must now endeavor to prepare dishes that will satisfy the lady's taste, as per her recipe." With that, he vanished. Jing, now brimming with excitement at the sight of the ingredients, turned to Cedric and asked, "Do you have time now? I am about to make a dish from China. Would you care to stay and sample it?" Cedric nodded, replying, "I would be honored to partake in the flavors of your homeland." Jing then proceeded to create a fragrant and visually appealing bowl of sauce noodles, recalling how she used to prepare it quickly after a busy day. Having prepped the ingredients beforehand, she had often resorted to this dish for dinner. Wanting to avoid keeping Cedric waiting too long, she chose this recipe. Once prepared, she presented it to Cedric, saying, "Senior, this is a dish from my hometown. It's a bit hard to describe, but it is truly delectable." She offered him a fork, noting his unfamiliarity with chopsticks. Cedric took a bite with the fork, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "This is delicious. It seems our dining table shall feature more such culinary delights." Jing sighed with relief, having worried that the local populace might not appreciate the flavors of her homeland. But it appeared her concerns were unfounded. At last, she savored her first genuine meal in a week. After their meal, the two exited the kitchen, and Jing turned to Cedric, expressing, "Thank you, Senior, for accompanying me to the kitchen. May I invite you to share more Chinese dishes with me in the future?" Cedric nodded, saying, "Certainly, I would be delighted." Jing beamed, "That's wonderful. I truly appreciate your help today. Until next time, Cedric." She waved goodbye, skipping away in high spirits, humming a tune. Cedric also waved back, farewell. He watched her lively figure until she vanished around a corner, the lingering scent of roses in the air. He smiled softly and turned to enter the Hufflepuff common room. Finally, he could converse with you. Chapter 36. Flying lessons. It was another school day, and excitement filled the air with the prospect of flying lessons, stirring the first-year wizards. At that moment, Jing was slurping her noodles while listening to Draco boast about his flying prowess. I once soared past a Muggle airplane on my broom. The plane was right in front of me, and I simply sped past it. He cast a sideways glance at Jing, adding, "What do you think? Am I not impressive? Surely better than that Potter." Jing realized that despite her visit to the infirmary, the plot had unfolded as usual, leading to a quarrel, with her as the catalyst, which left her somewhat exasperated. However, to maintain their friendship, she decided to comfort Harry over in Gryffindor. After all, it would be quite disheartening if they embarked on adventures without her. Having finished her last bite of noodles, she gave Draco a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's truly impressive." Draco puffed up with pride, resembling a victorious peacock. Just then, Jing rummaged through her pockets and realized she had forgotten to bring napkins. Her mouth was covered in grease. As she pondered what to do, a hand appeared before her, holding a napkin. Jing first noticed the hand offering the napkin, then caught a whiff of a delightful cool fragrance. Looking up, she was surprised to find it was Theodore, who usually said little. He silently gazed at her, offering no words. Jing quickly took the napkin, excitedly patting Theodore's hand in gratitude. To Jing, this was a simple gesture of thanks, but for Theodore, it became something more profound. In his eyes, the little girl had accepted his napkin, flashing him a radiant smile and playfully patting his hand. A faint blush crept onto Theodore's pale cheeks as he withdrew his hand, staring at the spot where she had touched him, as if the softness of her touch lingered, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. He hesitantly placed his hand against his cheek, relishing the moment. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the Gryffindor table, and Jing heard someone exclaim, "Look! Neville just received a remembrall." Jing was aware of the remembrall's function. It turned red when someone forgot something. When Neville held it up, the remembrall instantly displayed red markings, causing him to look bewildered, unsure of what he had forgotten. Sighing, Jing rose and made her way to the Gryffindor table, approaching Neville. She pointed at his attire, saying, "Neville, it seems you've forgotten to wear your school robes." Neville glanced down, realizing he indeed had forgotten his robes. He hurriedly placed the remembrall on the table, thanking Jing before dashing off to his dormitory to change, as class was about to start. Jing, inexplicably drawn to the remembrall, picked it up. The once pristine crystal ball was soon enveloped in red, the glow so intense that it illuminated her face. Jing exclaimed, "Are you suggesting I've forgotten something?" Seeing the glowing remembrall, she quickly set it down and turned to smile reassuringly at a concerned Hermione and Harry, saying, "I believe this remembrall is defective. It's no trouble, I haven't forgotten anything." With that, she swiftly left the Gryffindor table. Soon, the time for class arrived, and Jing, along with Draco and the others, made their way to the courtyard. In a moment, Madame Hooch, their flying instructor, approached briskly, turning to the young wizards with a serious expression. "All right, all students, stand beside a broomstick and extend your hand, saying up. The broom will fly into your grasp." A chorus of up echoed across the courtyard, and as Jing called out, her broom obediently soared into her hand, just as Draco's did. However, he continued to grumble about the dilapidated state of the school brooms, vowing that when he finally made it onto the Quidditch team, he would persuade his father to sponsor the finest broom available. On his first attempt, Harry successfully grasped the broom, while Ron struggled several times before his broom finally lifted, albeit it collided with his nose. Meanwhile, the academically gifted Hermione faced a humiliating defeat during the flying lesson. Despite calling for her broom repeatedly, it merely lazily rolled over. Her face nearly flushed crimson with frustration until, at the last moment, the broom soared into her hands. At that instant, Hermione swore that flying lessons would undoubtedly prove to be the most challenging course of her life. Madame Hooch then addressed the young wizards, instructing them to mount their brooms and, on her count of 3, to gently lift off the ground, reminding them to ascend no higher than 6 feet. As the young wizards cautiously initiated their flight, Neville's broom suddenly spiraled out of control, wobbling precariously into the sky. Madame Hooch quickly tilted her head upwards, calling out to Neville, "Come down at once. You're flying far too high. Maintain your direction and descend slowly." Yet Neville's broom seemed to have a mind of its own, careening wildly, while Neville, filled with terror, shouted, "I can't do it. Professor, it's out of control." At that moment, the broom carried Neville haphazardly through the air, and just as it veered towards a wall, Madame Hooch frantically yelled for him to let go. In a desperate act, Neville released his grip just before the broom collided with the wall, falling onto the weapon of a nearby statue. However, the quality of his school uniform was evidently subpar, as it quickly tore, causing Neville to plummet downwards. Just when he thought he would sustain serious injuries, he felt himself gently placed onto the grass. The onlookers turned to see that it was Jinghe, who had, at the critical moment, waved his wand to rescue Neville. This marked the second time Jinghe had saved Neville. Madame Hooch hurried to Neville's side to examine him, and upon finding no significant injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the young wizards, stating, "Neville is physically unharmed, but he is experiencing some emotional distress. I must take him to the infirmary. You all may roam freely on the grounds." With that, she swiftly carried Neville away to the infirmary. After the teacher departed, Draco approached Jinghe, exclaiming, "Why did you save him? He caused you harm. Why would you still rescue him?" Jinghe, observing the flustered young master, reassured him, "That was an accident, Draco. Do not be angry with them. Such behavior is unbecoming of a noble." Irritated, Draco turned away, only to spot a glimmering object on the grass. Upon picking it up, he realized it was Neville's memory crystal. He then turned to the other young wizards, brandishing the crystal ball and declaring, "Look, it's Neville's crystal ball. I should hide it somewhere he can't find it." At that moment, Harry emerged from the Gryffindor group and addressed Draco. "Give it back to him, Draco." Still fuming, Draco, eager to showcase his superior flying skills, hopped onto his broom and soared into the air, boasting to Harry below, "Come and get it, Potter. If you manage to snatch it from me, I'll return it." Harry, incensed by Draco's taunt, mounted his broom and took to the skies. Both boys entirely forgetting Madame Hooch's earlier warning. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Both possessed remarkable flying talents, and soon they were spiraling through the air. Hermione watched anxiously from below, turning to Jinghe and saying, "If the teacher sees them, they will face severe consequences. Do you have any way to persuade them to stop?" Jinghe patted Hermione's hand, reassuring her, "They won't be expelled. Perhaps there will be an unexpected twist." With that, he, like Hermione, gazed up at the two boys circling in the sky, their figures locked in a fierce chase. Draco intentionally took a reckless dive towards Hogwarts Castle, then sharply turned. Harry, quick to react, executed a sharp turn to pursue Draco. Unbeknownst to them, they had flown outside Professor McGonagall's office window, where she was grading papers. Upon noticing Harry soaring past on the broom, she felt a surge of excitement, realizing she had discovered an exceptional talent for Gryffindor. Without delay, she rushed out of her office to find him. At that moment, Harry swiftly snatched the crystal ball from Draco's grasp, the two tumbling to the ground in a heap. Jinghe and Hermione hurried over to help them up. Draco brushed off the grass clippings from his robes and was about to speak when Professor McGonagall arrived on the scene. Sternly admonishing Harry, "Do you not realize that first-year students are prohibited from flying unsupervised? Harry, come with me. And you too, Jinghe." Chapter 37, The First Encounter with Oliver. "Jinghe, why must I go as well? I believe I am in Slytherin." Yet, Professor McGonagall had already spoken, leaving Jinghe no choice but to follow Harry behind her. Draco, brimming with indignation, remarked to Harry, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Jinghe wouldn't be in trouble. Just wait until you get expelled." Harry, a bit bewildered, did not understand why Jinghe had also been summoned by Professor McGonagall. However, she insisted they both follow her in silence. Soon, Jinghe and Harry found themselves outside a classroom, where Professor McGonagall instructed them to stand by the door while she entered to speak with the professor conducting the lesson. "Professor Quirrell, could you please send Wood out for a moment?" Hearing this, Professor Quirrell promptly waved his hand, signaling a boy to exit. Professor McGonagall brought the boy before Harry. Introducing him, "Harry, this is our Quidditch team captain, Oliver Wood." She then turned to Oliver, saying, "Oliver, this is Harry Potter. I believe I have found an excellent seeker for our team." Jinghe scrutinized the boy before him. Oliver Wood was a passionate Quidditch enthusiast and the current captain of the Gryffindor team. With brown hair and dark eyes, he still bore the remnants of baby fat on his face, yet wore an expression of determination. He was well known as the Quidditch-loving upperclassman, with little else capturing his interest. However, due to his handsome appearance, he garnered considerable admiration from girls, although he had not shown any reciprocation. At this moment, Harry voiced his confusion. "Professor, I thought first-year students weren't allowed to join the Quidditch team." Professor McGonagall smiled at Harry, replying, "As head of the house, I have certain privileges. You are exceptionally talented, much like your father, Harry. Therefore, I intend to make an exception and allow you to join the Quidditch team." Oliver then extended his hand to Harry for a handshake. Oliver, of course, noticed the Slytherin which standing beside him. Truthfully, apart from Quidditch, nothing else captured his attention. Yet, during the sorting ceremony, he had first noticed the blue butterfly adorning the girl's wrist. He suddenly found himself greatly intrigued by her unique markings and appearance. When she was sorted into Slytherin, he felt a twinge of disappointment. This marked the first time something beyond a Quidditch loss had stirred his emotions, leaving him quite astonished. He occasionally found himself paying attention to information regarding Jinghe from the Slytherin side, which, apart from Quidditch, stirred the most profound emotions within Wood. In fact, he felt so unwell about his unusual fixation on a Slytherin girl that he made a special trip to the infirmary, convinced he was ill. Yet, upon seeing the girl again today, he was irresistibly drawn to her once more. This perplexed Wood, leaving him bewildered by his own thoughts. As he struggled to comprehend the nature of his feelings, Professor McGonagall turned to Jinghe and remarked, "Madam Hooch informed me that you saved Neville on the playground. It is evident that you possess a remarkable talent for magic. As fortune would have it, Professor Quirrell is available to mentor you in this regard, as permitted by Dumbledore. Therefore, I have brought you here today so that you may practice with him after his class." Professor McGonagall regarded Jinghe kindly, assuring her, "I believe you will excel." Jinghe, keeping her composure in the face of McGonagall's words, smiled and replied, "Thank you for your support, Professor. I will certainly make the most of my time with Professor Quirrell." However, inside, a tempest of emotions surged. She couldn't fathom why Dumbledore had assigned Professor Quirrell for one-on-one instruction, having attended only 2 defense against the dark arts classes. Where the overpowering scent of rose perfume nearly overwhelmed her, she felt that even her fondness for roses could not endure such an assault. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and she had no choice but to comply with her teacher's wishes. The insidious fear of her instructor, which had haunted her since her arrival at Hogwarts, remained unresolved. If it were an ordinary teacher, it might be bearable, but this was a professor with ties to Voldemort. After offering a few more words of guidance, Professor McGonagall departed with Harry, while would cast a glance at Jinghe, who was standing in place, before entering his class. At that moment, Jinghe was merely numbly responding to the teacher's words, her mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Oblivious to Wood's gaze upon her, Professor Quirrell, evidently aware of the situation, could hardly contain his eagerness to leave class. He emerged with a smile. Addressing Jinghe at the door, "Miss Jinghe, you are exceptionally talented. Headmaster Dumbledore has specifically arranged for me to mentor you." Jinghe replied, "All right then. I see you are no longer stuttering, are you?" Quirrell placed a hand on her back, gently urging her toward his office. The moment she felt his hand on her back, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to quicken her pace and escape his touch. Upon reaching the office door, Quirrell recited a complex incantation before entering. Once inside, Jinghe obediently stood at a distance from the door, too intimidated to move. Observing her demeanor, Quirrell merely smiled, then poured a cup of tea, placing it on the table as he said, "No need to be nervous. Today, we shall not engage in teaching. I simply wish to ask you a few straightforward questions." Jinghe lifted her head in response, managing a smile as she inquired, "What questions does the professor wish to ask?" Quirrell, fixated on her features, slowly posed, "What sort of wizard do you believe the Dark Lord is? What is your assessment of him?" Jinghe retorted, "Are you asking me to evaluate you? If my assessment is unfavorable, will you simply cast an Avada Kedavra on me?" She scrambled to articulate her thoughts, carefully replying, "He is a powerful wizard, driven by ambition and skill, but he has chosen a misguided path. He should have become a wizard of great respect, yet he has turned into one whose name cannot even be spoken within the wizarding world." Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, gazed intently at Jinghe, noting how her spirit remained bright and commendable despite her awareness of his notorious reputation. She exhibited no trace of disdain, embodying kindness akin to the first vibrant bloom of a rose. Jinghe challenged him, "Can you guess why I refrain from displaying any aversion? Can you guess why I choose to offer an honest evaluation?" Following this inquiry, Voldemort fell silent, fixated on Jinghe, while she lowered her gaze, staring at the reflection in her teacup. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and only after a long pause did Quirrell finally speak. "I am very grateful for your response, Miss Jinghe. That will be all for today. We shall continue with systematic training next time." Upon hearing this, Jinghe exhaled heavily, setting aside the untouched rose tea. She raised her head, smiling at Quirrell. "Thank you, Professor. Until next time." With that, she swiftly exited, not looking back. Quirrell followed her out, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, filled with a profound affection for Jinghe. No, it was not Voldemort, it was Quirrell. Voldemort had relinquished control of the body the moment the girl left, unable to sustain his magical presence. Quirrell observed her departing silhouette, aware she had likely forgotten him, the stuttering, timid Quirrell of the past. But that was of no consequence. She would remember him in time, by whatever means necessary. Quirrell's eyes gradually darkened with a fervent madness. Chapter 38, An Adventure. In the days that followed, the news of Harry becoming the youngest Seeker for Gryffindor spread throughout the Hogwarts houses. Harry had initially intended to confide in only his closest friends and train quietly, surprising his opponents during the matches. However, in an unfortunate twist, he shared the news in the Great Hall, where Ron's booming voice erupted. "What? You've become the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team? No first year has ever been a Quidditch player. You are the first. That is incredible, Harry." Thanks to Ron's exuberant announcement, everyone quickly learned of Harry's new role as a Seeker. Draco, who had been eagerly awaiting news of Harry's expulsion, was infuriated to hear about Harry's remarkable achievement. Why does he get to be the Seeker? He is only a first year. Why hasn't he, my head of house, approved my request to become a Seeker? Jinghe interjected, don't be upset. Harry's natural ability to fly at such speed and stability on his first broomstick will surely catch the professor's attention. You've practiced for so long. That's why Professor Snape refused your request. It's just too dangerous. By your second year, you will undoubtedly become the best Seeker for Slytherin. Draco's anger subsided somewhat upon hearing this, yet he still sulked, muttering, once I become the Slytherin Seeker, I'll have my father sponsor the latest broomsticks for the entire team. Just wait until I'm on the field. At that moment, Owl swooped in, delivering letters to everyone, one of which carried a large parcel aimed directly at Harry. Harry steadied himself and saw that it was a broomstick. Initially, he thought it was a mistake, but the package bore his name. He opened it cautiously and discovered it contained the latest model of the broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. Wood's eyes lit up upon seeing Harry's broom, and he hurried over to gently caress it, exclaiming, truly, the Nimbus 2000 is unmatched in speed, design, and endurance. Just as Harry pondered who could have sent him the broom, he noticed the owl that delivered it had flown to Professor McGonagall's side. She was feeding the owl bread, smiling at Harry as she stroked it. Draco, witnessing this, was on the verge of tears, his already pale cheeks flushed with anger. Jinghe, beside him, was barely containing her laughter, continually trying to comfort him. Draco, seated and increasingly agitated, could no longer restrain himself. He stood abruptly and strode over to Harry. Looking up defiantly, Gryffindor Seeker Potter, do you dare to engage in a proper duel with me? Given their already strained relationship, Harry replied immediately, sure. What kind of duel do you have in mind? Draco declared, this Saturday at 11 o'clock. Just you and me, no one else. Harry, initially caught up in the heat of the moment, hesitated as he remembered that nighttime excursions were prohibited. However, Ron, ever impulsive, interjected eagerly, let's do it. Just don't be a coward and back out. Draco retorted, of course. Whoever doesn't show up is the coward. Faced with this challenge, Harry reluctantly agreed. Hermione, looking quite pale, was on the verge of fainting. Both of her friends had agreed to a nighttime duel, which could result in severe point deductions if discovered. Yet at their age, the competitive spirit prevailed, and no one would back down. Despite Hermione's best efforts to dissuade them, she ultimately resigned herself to accompanying them, hoping to leave before Filch caught them. Jinghe refrained from intervening, knowing this was a pivotal moment for the trio in discovering the chamber that held the Philosopher's Stone. She understood that Draco's intent was merely to lure Harry out and then report them to Filch, resulting in significant penalties for Gryffindor. Thus, on Saturday night, she stealthily ventured out, determined to follow the trio to witness the three-headed dog that had only appeared in films. Meanwhile, the three of them waited in an empty space on the second floor, realizing too late that Draco had played them. He merely sought to deduct points from Gryffindor. Just as they were about to return to their dormitory, they heard a meow. Filch's cat. The three hurriedly sought a hiding spot, and Filch, sensing the presence of young wizards in the darkness, chuckled to his cat. Someone informed me that some young wizards are out of bed, roaming at night. Go find those naughty little wizards, Mrs. Norris. The trio darted frantically, unaware that they were nearing the room that Dumbledore had warned them to stay away from. At that moment, the cat was closing in on them, and just as they thought they would be discovered, a hand suddenly appeared, pulling them into a dark corner. They gasped, and upon regaining their composure, they realized it was Jinghe. She too was a bit flustered. It was her first nighttime escapade, and failure would not only mean missing the three-headed dog, but also losing points for their house. She quickly urged them, hurry, Mrs. Norris is coming. She rushed them to the door, and without waiting for Hermione, she cast Alohomora. The large door creaked open, and the four wizards hurriedly slipped inside, closing the door behind them. When Filch and his cat arrived, discovering the room empty, he turned away in disappointment, leading Mrs. Norris away. Believing they were safe, Ron began to grumble about Draco's failure to keep his promise. While he was complaining, a large glob of gooey substance splattered onto his head. As Ron wiped it off and saw what it was, he exclaimed in disgust, ugh, what is this? Jinghe nudged Hermione with her wand, signaling them to turn around. And they soon realized they were in the very room Dumbledore had warned them to avoid. The substance dripping onto Ron was none other than the saliva of the massive three-headed dog in the room. Jinghe was completely mesmerized. The three-headed dog was even more terrifying than depicted in the films. Towering in size, it occupied the entire spacious room. Each head bore a distinct expression, and although they appeared somewhat dazed from lack of human contact, the sheer magnitude of the creature instilled fear in the four young wizards. Even Jinghe, who had lived 2 lives, had never encountered such a being. The creature, once confined to the realm of movies, now stood before her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the three-headed dog erupted into a fierce barking fit, jolting the four young wizards back to reality, prompting their frantic screams. Remembering from her reading that three-headed dogs enjoyed music, Jinghe mustered her courage and began to sing loudly a soothing melody she had learned in her past life. The dog's growls gradually subsided as it listened to her song. And seeing this, Harry and the others quickly opened the door and pulled Jinghe out, fleeing the room. They dashed to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room before finally stopping to catch their breath. Hermione, still shaken, patted her chest, exclaiming, "Goodness! What kind of creature was that? It had 3 heads." Jinghe, regaining her composure, responded, "It has 3 heads. I've seen such creatures in books. They're called Cerberus." Ron shouted, "Is such a dangerous creature kept at Hogwarts to guard some treasure?" Jinghe replied, "Congratulations, young Ron. You have successfully become a seer." She knew the news of the Philosopher's Stone's theft would not be revealed for several days, so she decided to withhold that information from Harry, intending to remind them when they searched for Nick. By now, it was past 1 in the morning. After their intense escapade, Harry and the others were utterly exhausted, as was Jinghe. Fortunately, Sunday meant they could sleep in a bit. Yawning, she bid farewell to Harry and the others before stealthily making her way to the Slytherin common room. She cursed herself for forgetting how far the distance was from Gryffindor to Slytherin. Finally arriving at the common room door, she quickly recited the password and, after a brief wash of her face, buried her head into her bed, falling into a deep slumber. What a perfect adventure it had been. Thank you, Fong Rabbit, for the reward. I just saw it now. Chapter 39, Blaze Zabini. The following morning, Ron stormed over to confront Draco, furious that Draco's plan to lure them out to deduct points had backfired, as they had not been caught. Draco, with a teasing tone, remarked, "What a pity you weren't caught." Ron's face flushed red with anger. Had they not been in the dining hall, he might have charged at Draco. Just then, Ron noticed Jinghe speaking with Bellatrix beside Draco and was about to point out that she had also gone out at night. Jinghe seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned her head, making a quiet gesture towards Ron, her face adorned with a sinister smile that sent a shiver down Ron's spine. Damn it, Jinghe was far too cheerful, and having mingled with them so well, it was easy to forget that she was a Slytherin. Upon noticing Jinghe's expression, Harry hurried over and pulled Ron, who had yet to fully express himself, away. Seeing this, Jinghe let out a sigh of relief. Ron's mouth could rival Harry's, and she had been prepared to interrupt with a spell if Ron continued. Otherwise, with Draco's temperament, they would end up in a shouting match, or worse, a brawl in the Great Hall. At that moment, owls began to swoop in, delivering letters to the crowd. Jinghe received a letter from her family along with the ordered newspaper from the wizarding world. Opening it, she found the headline was about the theft of the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. Next, Jinghe perused her parents' letter, which contained the ordinary greetings and affections typical of parental correspondence. Though it was merely a mundane letter, it represented an experience Jinghe had never encountered in her past life, and she meticulously preserved each letter sent by her parents. She then raised her gaze towards the Gryffindor table, where Hermione, evidently having seen the news about the theft, exchanged a knowing glance with Jinghe before relaying the information to Harry and Ron through the newspaper. Jinghe was well aware of the unfolding events, the theft of the Philosopher's Stone and the possibility that it was hidden in a certain room. She calculated the time. Halloween was approaching, and the troll would soon be unleashed. With her newfound magical skills, she planned to rescue Hermione from an encounter with the troll. However, if circumstances proved unavoidable, she would have to stealthily seek refuge in the bathroom. Jinghe then accompanied Bellos to class, where they were to attend Professor Sprout's herbology lesson. The day's task involved successfully transplanting a mandrake into another pot. Known for its potent magical properties, mandrake was often utilized in various magical rituals. Its humanoid roots resembled that of an ugly infant, emitting a piercing scream when uprooted, which could cause dizziness, or even death if mishandled. Today, they were dealing with juvenile mandrakes, and Professor Sprout distributed earmuffs to all the wizards in both houses, instructing them to wear them during the procedure to prevent dizziness from the screams. Once all the students were properly equipped, Professor Sprout announced, "All right, on my count. 3, 2, 1. Pull the mandrake from its pod and replant it in the other pot." Upon hearing the command, the students collectively uprooted the mandrakes, filling the room with their shrill cries. Jinghe felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even with the earmuffs, the mandrake's frantic screams were overwhelming. She quickly shoved her mandrake into the new pot and breathed a sigh of relief as the noise subsided. Bellos had also managed to plant her swiftly, but when Jinghe turned to look, Draco was still holding his mandrake, foolishly poking his finger into its gaping mouth, only to have it bite down on his finger. With quick reflexes, Jinghe yanked Draco's hand back just in time to prevent injury. Draco, visibly shaken, glared at the plant before forcefully shoving it into the other pot. Just then, a Gryffindor student shouted, "Professor, Neville has fainted." Professor Sprout rushed over, discovering that Neville had not fitted his earmuffs properly and had succumbed to the mandrake's screams, leading to his fainting. With most students having successfully transplanted their mandrakes, she announced, "I will take Neville to the infirmary now." Those who have successfully transplanted their mandrakes are dismissed. A wave of cheers erupted among the other students. Jinghe and Bellost had already succeeded. And with no additional classes that day, Bellost intended to head to the library to read. Jinghe planned to visit the kitchen first to check on the progress of her recipe before joining Bellost in the library. As Bellost turned to ask Hermione if she would accompany her to the library, receiving an affirmative response, the two departed together while Jinghe veered off towards Hogwarts kitchen. Feeling particularly cheerful that day, with nothing to disturb her peace, Jinghe hummed a light tune as she made her way to the kitchen. Upon reaching the corner, she overheard two wizards whispering conspiratorially, igniting her curiosity, and she halted to eavesdrop on their discussion. One wizard remarked, "Did you see this morning's newspaper? Mrs. Zabini has found a new beau." The other wizard replied, "Of course, only she could make the headlines for finding a new partner. I tell you, this lady is under a serious curse. Every male wizard who gets close to her ends up dead. Otherwise, how could there be so many sudden deaths?" The second wizard expressed astonishment, and the two continued to gossip disdainfully about the beautiful lady. Jinghe thought, ridiculous, utterly absurd. She had also seen the news about Mrs. Zabini that morning, but it had merely occupied a small section of the newspaper, yet it was enough to spark such fervent discussion. Jinghe believed that Mrs. Zabini's extraordinary beauty drew many wizards to pursue her, only to be overwhelmed and ultimately left in despair, thus unjustly branding her with a curse. In the East, this would be akin to a woman rising to power without a husband, possessing a handsome son, a true winner in life. Jinghe turned and noticed the two whispering wizards were from Slytherin, their faces somewhat unfamiliar, likely upperclassmen, perhaps in their second or third year. Their hushed tones not only reflected intrigue in the lady's mysteriousness, but also in her son, Blaise Zabini. Blaise had inherited his mother's beauty and became the center of attention upon his arrival at school, despite being only 11 years old, inciting intense jealousy from the two wizards. Furthermore, his excellent academic performance, coupled with his handsome appearance, captivated many young witches. Unable to slander him in person, they resorted to whispering behind his back, venting their frustrations through their words. In response, Jinghe quietly cast a spell, summoning a slow stream of water that flowed beneath their seats. Initially, the two were unaware of the water accumulating beneath them until their trousers were soaked, prompting them to realize they were the victims of a prank. Furious, they stood up, scanning the area, loudly proclaiming their intent to find the culprit and exact revenge. Jinghe stifled her laughter and approached them, feigning surprise as she casually asked them about their wet trousers. "Seniors, did you not find the restroom nearby? I just saw one not far from here. Perhaps you could check it out." The two, already irate about the incident, felt humiliated by Jinghe's suggestion that they had wet themselves. However, they could not take their anger out on her, knowing she was a close friend of Draco Malfoy, and could only glare at her before hastily retreating to their dormitory to change. Jinghe watched the retreating figures of the two individuals, stifling a laugh behind her hand. However, her mirth was abruptly interrupted as she caught a glimpse of someone standing behind her. Whirling around, she discovered the very subject of her earlier conversation, Blaise Zabini, leaning against the wall with an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. After a moment of startled confusion, Jinghe regained her composure, reminding herself that she was merely aiding him in doing good, and he would not complicate matters for her. Thus, she offered a polite smile in Blaise's direction, prompting him to speak. "My dear lady, I have just witnessed everything." Blaise, with his striking features, jet black hair, golden-hued eyes, and a smooth, dark complexion, exuded an alluring exotic charm that could ensnare anyone's attention. Jinghe swallowed hard and replied, "I was merely helping you." Without waiting for Zabini's response, she prepared to make her exit. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. What if he felt disheartened by her earlier words? She turned back to offer him some solace. "Do not take their words to heart. The notion of curses is sheer nonsense. If your mother were truly so formidable, why wouldn't the Ministry of Magic allow her to disguise herself and spend some time among dark wizards? The dark wizards would perish immediately, saving countless wizards from sacrifice." Finishing her statement, she fled without waiting for Zabini's reaction. Zabini watched Jinghe's retreating figure, contemplating her comforting words. Indeed, everyone knew that his mother could not possibly harbor any evil curses, yet they vilified her purely to vent their frustrations. He had found himself inexplicably intrigued by Jinghe since the beginning of the term, though he had yet to engage her in conversation. He had just overheard two wizards maligning his mother, and feeling overwhelmed, he had resolved to leave when he noticed Jinghe, smiling sweetly as she reprimanded the two small wizards. The girl, upon realizing his presence, had considered the matter from an angle he had never fathomed, seeking to comfort him. A girl who had never met his mother defended her against slander, while he could only clench his fists and depart in silence. Suddenly, his interest in Jinghe intensified. He yearned to understand why she radiated such vivacity each day and why she would risk exposure to defend someone she had never even seen. After a brief moment, he smiled softly and turned to leave as well. There would be ample time for encounters in the future. Chapter 40. Teaching and conversation today marked another potions class with Severus Snape, following the same instructional format as always. After outlining the necessary processes and materials for potion making, Snape instructed the wizards to proceed according to the textbook. He strolled through the ranks of students, hands tucked into his pockets, furrowing his brow as he observed their concoctions. The young wizards, lacking in skill, found their progress impeded by Snape's scrutinizing gaze, which occasionally released caustic remarks that further hindered their already slow efforts. Snape's frown deepened as he guided the students, deducting points from several Gryffindor students, eliciting a chorus of lamentations. Hermione was in a state of panic, her forehead glistening with sweat. The points she had painstakingly earned through her constant participation were quickly overshadowed by Snape's deductions. After Snape had finished deducting points from Gryffindor, his demeanor appeared slightly improved as he ambled over to Jinghe's side. At that moment, Jinghe was engaged in the final step of potion making with Bellaster, stirring clockwise 3 times, transforming the potion from a thick gray substance to a clear liquid, before reducing the heat to complete the process. Upon witnessing their success, Snape inspected their finished potion, bringing it to his nose for a thorough examination before nodding in satisfaction. Miss Jinghe and Miss Bellaster, your potion is exceptionally well crafted. Slytherin earns 10 points. The surrounding young wizards had grown accustomed to this scenario whenever it came to Snape's potions class. Jinghe would amass points at an astonishing rate, far exceeding the total points she earned in all her other classes combined. Initially, Jinghe had harbored doubts, wondering how Snape could single her out for praise despite his evident favoritism towards Slytherin. However, as time progressed, she gradually acclimated to the familiar refrain of Slytherin earns 10 points that followed her potion-making efforts. Finally, as the torturous lesson came to a close for the other young wizards, Snape, with an impassive expression, waved his hand, instructing everyone, except Jinghe and Bellaster, to write a 6-inch essay delineating the function and effects of the potion they had just created. Upon hearing this, the students' faces fell, and Hermione hastily pulled Ron and Harry, who were on the verge of voicing their distress, toward the library to complete their assignments. As Jinghe and Bellaster began to gather their belongings in preparation to leave the classroom, Snape called out to Jinghe, Miss Jinghe, please hold on for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jinghe halted, turning to face Snape, who stood at the front of the classroom. What is it, Professor? She inquired. Snape regarded her intently and stated, you possess a remarkable talent for potion making, and thus, I have decided to offer you private lessons. Please come to my office after 8 this evening for your tutoring session. Jinghe, already beleaguered by the frequent summons to Quirrell's office, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her at the prospect of private lessons with Snape. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Very well, Professor. I will be there promptly at that time. That evening, after finishing dinner and bidding farewell to Bellaster, Jinghe made her way to Snape's office. Based on Snape's reactions to her classroom performance, she felt assured that she would not face severe scrutiny. Confident in her abilities, she recalled her past experiences with similarly strict teachers and had mentally prepared herself for this encounter with Snape. Taking a deep breath, she was about to knock when Snape's voice called from within, Come in. Jinghe pushed the door open to reveal rows of potion ingredients lining the shelves of the office, spider legs, bizarre herbs, and the hearts of unknown creatures, all neatly contained in jars filled with preservative potions, quietly floating within. Due to the subterranean location of Snape's office, light scarcely penetrated the space, save for a few flickering candles casting dim illumination. Snape sat at his desk, meticulously grading students' assignments, his brow furrowed in concentration. Upon hearing Jinghe enter, he set down his quill, releasing the tension in his brow as he turned his gaze toward her. Professor, what topics do we intend to cover this evening? Jinghe inquired. Snape replied, Tonight, we shall refrain from brewing unfamiliar potions. I presume you have reviewed some basic potion-making methods. I have a second-year potion assignment here, featuring a potion you have yet to create. Your task is to assess and critique their work, identifying their errors. If your foundational knowledge is solid, we can begin brewing next time. I see. So you summoned me here to grade assignments? Jinghe remarked, though she obediently nodded and approached Snape's side. Noticing he had prepared a stool for her, she sat down and began reviewing the assignments laid out before her, scrutinizing each one diligently. Snape observed her with a sidelong glance, noting her constant revisions on the papers. Feeling both exasperated by the quality of the second-year student's work and proud of Jinghe's extensive knowledge of potion making, just as she was deeply engrossed in her task, Snape broke the silence. How have you been faring lately? Jinghe was somewhat taken aback that his professor was inquiring about his circumstances, yet he nonetheless responded. It's quite ordinary. I attend classes and occasionally visit the library. After that, Professor Quirrell summoned me to his office to teach defense against the dark arts. Upon hearing the earlier part of the statement, Snape appeared relatively unfazed, but upon reaching the last sentence, he furrowed his brow deeply and turned to Jinghe, saying, You need not continue attending. I shall inform Professor Quirrell. Henceforth, you are required to come to me for private potions tutoring every evening at 8. Jinghe was more than eager to extricate himself from Professor Quirrell's clutches and promptly nodded. Understood, Professor. Following this exchange, both fell silent, the quiet office resonating only with the soft rustle of pen on paper. After a while, Jinghe finally completed his assignment and handed it to Snape, who meticulously reviewed Jinghe's revisions, only to scowl and prominently mark an F in red ink. After reviewing, Snape turned to Jinghe and stated, That will be all for today. It is getting late. You may return to rest. Hearing this, Jinghe rose from his seat, bowed to Snape, and expressed, Thank you, Professor. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Professor. With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the room. The office fell silent once more, with Professor Snape inhaling the lingering fragrance of roses before he quietly murmured, Good night, my butterfly. The following morning, Professor McGonagall sought out Jinghe, saying, Jinghe, Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you. Please accompany me. Jinghe had been hoping for an opportunity to visit the headmaster's office, so this was fortuitous. Obliging. He followed Professor McGonagall to the topmost level of the castle, where the headmaster's office resided. Upon reaching the entrance, Professor McGonagall addressed the statue, Fizzing Whizbee, which then rotated, revealing the staircase leading to the office. Jinghe mused to himself about how, despite his advanced age, the headmaster still had a penchant for sweets. Descending the staircase, he discovered Dumbledore standing before his desk, beaming as he looked at Jinghe. After introducing Jinghe, Professor McGonagall excused herself, leaving Jinghe alone to converse with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, inquired, How have you been adjusting to life at Hogwarts lately? Jinghe politely replied, Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. Everything is splendid. This was the truth. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, and then, to Jinghe's astonishment, offered him a handful of what resembled cockroaches, saying, Would you care to try? These are my favorite sweets. Jinghe gazed at the chocolate that bore an uncanny resemblance to cockroaches, and despite any potential deliciousness, he felt a strong aversion and shook his head, declining Dumbledore's offering. Dumbledore continued to appear genuinely interested in Jinghe's life, discussing trivial matters without broaching the topic of Voldemort. Yet, Jinghe remained on high alert until Dumbledore cheerfully concluded, It seems Miss Jinghe's life is quite splendid. I can rest easy now. I am immensely grateful for your visit today. Our conversation can conclude here. Even in the end, Dumbledore refrained from addressing any significant matters. Thus, as Jinghe prepared to depart, he could not resist turning back to Dumbledore, saying, Headmaster, if you seek a pivotal point of reference, 7 is indeed a rather excellent number. This matter would only later dawn on Dumbledore, yet Jinghe was confident that, given Dumbledore's intelligence, he would discern the significance of this number. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Thank you, Miss Jinghe. 7 is indeed a rather splendid number. Having understood that Dumbledore had grasped the implications, Jinghe bid him farewell with a wave before exiting the headmaster's office. The office was left in solitude, with Dumbledore standing in contemplation, his eyes closed, pondering the intricacies of the world. Everything in existence follows a trace. To uncover its mysteries, one must observe with intent. Chapter 41, The Quidditch Match. As time progressed, Jinghe found himself attending his first Quidditch match at Hogwarts, a highly anticipated event as each house's Quidditch team raced against the clock to hone their skills in hopes of claiming victory. The Slytherin Quidditch captain was fervently training, particularly concerned about Gryffindor's new seeker, Harry, who was rumored to possess exceptional skills, especially with his state-of-the-art broom, significantly enhancing his chances of success. The Weasley twins were also integral to the Quidditch team. Had it not been for Wood's rigorous training, they might have resorted to charming the younger witches and wizards into betting on the outcomes of matches, a specialty of theirs. Draco had become increasingly erratic in the lead-up to the Quidditch match, lamenting why he could not be the seeker while secretly vowing to curse Harry during the match, hoping he would falter and cause his team to lose. A few days before the match, Jinghe sought out Harry on the pitch to offer him encouragement. As a member of Slytherin, she held a personal desire for her house to prevail, yet knowing the course of events was already determined. She aimed to bolster Harry's confidence and ease his nerves. During the match, Professor Quirrell would cast spells to destabilize him, and while Gryffindor ultimately triumphed, Harry sustained injuries to a degree. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, Jinghe found would intensely training Harry's eyesight and the other team members' reflexes and agility. Not wanting to interrupt their practice, she quietly took out her notebook and began to sketch. In her past life, she possessed remarkable artistic talent, and her drawings were so lifelike that they seemed to spring to life. However, as a hobby, it was often set aside, only resurfacing occasionally for commissioned work. Now, in this environment, she had rekindled her passion, capturing the spirited Quidditch captain Oliver Wood, confidently standing with hands on hips at the center of the pitch. At that moment, the Weasley twins happened to glance over and spotted Jinghe quietly sketching, and they simultaneously whistled at her. Wood, noticing the commotion, paused and signaled for the team to take a break. As the whistle echoed, the Weasley twins eagerly dismounted their brooms and rushed to Jinghe's side, playfully crowding around her to peer at her artwork. Upon recognizing that the subject of her drawing was Oliver, George jokingly exclaimed, "I had no idea Miss Cat had such remarkable artistic skills. When can you create a piece for me? I shall cherish it dearly." Fred chimed in, "Indeed, Miss Cat. If you would be so kind as to draw a picture for me, I could exchange it for some of our newly developed prank candies." Ever since the Weasley twins had affectionately dubbed Jinghe Miss Cat in the bookstore at Diagon Alley, they had taken to using the moniker incessantly. Despite her previous embarrassment and attempts to dissuade them, they continued to jest, insisting it was a special title shared among them. Ultimately, Jinghe relented, agreeing to create one drawing for each of them. Wood, overhearing George's comment, turned to see that Jinghe had just completed her artwork. She carefully tore the page from her notebook and handed it to Oliver, who had captured Jinghe's admiration due to his spirited demeanor, qualities she had longed for in her previous life. Once one lacks something, the desire for it only intensifies, prompting her to instinctively immortalize his vivacious essence in her drawing, intending to gift it to him. Oliver took the painting, in which a boy was vividly depicted, gazing intently at the players in the sky, embodying an unwavering courage and the unique confidence and fervor of youth. This masterpiece was a special gift from Jinghe, meant solely for him. Suddenly, Oliver's cheeks flushed, and he found himself at a loss, mentally chastising himself for such a state, which would be detrimental to their chances of victory in the impending match. Jinghe then approached Harry, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Do not be anxious. Even if you make a mistake, it is of little consequence. This is your first competition, so do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I know you possess great talent. Simply perform to the best of your ability. I believe in you wholeheartedly, yet I ultimately trust that my house will triumph in the match." Upon hearing Jinghe's comforting words, Harry, who had begun to feel increasingly tense due to the novelty of the situation, found himself relaxing, choosing to take things as they came and do his utmost. Time swiftly passed, and the Quidditch match commenced, aptly reflecting the saying that enemies do not confront each other without cause. The first match pitted Gryffindor against Slytherin, with students from both houses seemingly exhausting their energies to fervently cheer for their respective players. The atmosphere was electric, filled with throngs of spectators. The players from both houses emerged from their tents, and the cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Under Madame Hooch's command, the players mounted their brooms and soared into the sky, with the captains glaring fiercely at one another, as if attempting to unseat each other with their mere gazes. After a brief moment, Madame Hooch observed that both sides were ready and blew her whistle, signaling the official start of the Quidditch match. The competition intensified as Slytherin, true to its reputation, resorted to some underhanded tactics, quickly establishing a significant lead. The young wizards of Gryffindor were left in shock, and the commentator, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Despicable, utterly shameless." He was promptly chastised by Professor McGonagall, who admonished, "Lee Jordan, refrain from allowing your house biases to color your commentary." As the match progressed towards its climax, Gryffindor found itself trailing Slytherin by a considerable margin, compounded by their captain Oliver being knocked unconscious. The golden snitch had been released, and as Harry prepared to seize it, his broom suddenly began to misbehave beneath him, swaying uncontrollably. His figure twisted in the air, and it was evident to all that something was amiss. The Slytherin seeker seized the opportunity to pursue the golden snitch. Jinghe immediately recognized that Professor Quirrell was casting spells to interfere with Harry's performance. Turning her gaze, she confirmed that Quirrell was fixated on Harry, while Snape was anxiously reciting counterspells. Glancing towards the Gryffindor stands, she noticed that Hermione had also discerned the source of the problem, but mistakenly believed it to be Snape, who was disrupting Harry's flight. Just as Hermione prepared to intervene, Jinghe stopped her mid-stride. "It is not Professor Snape, but Professor Quirrell. Allow me to handle this." Hermione, perplexed, had no chance to respond before Jinghe turned and made her way to the professor's box, retrieving her notebook as if to pose a question to Snape. However, she suddenly slipped, teetering forward. Quirrell, absorbed in his fixation on Harry, noticed Jinghe falling and swiftly interrupted his spell, catching her just before she hit the ground. At that moment, Harry felt his broom stabilize. And as the match approached its conclusion, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling Jinghe's encouraging words from days prior, he took a deep breath. Leveraging his keen eyesight to lock onto the golden snitch's position and pursued it closely, ultimately capturing it in the final moment. Harry had caught the golden snitch. He raised it high, surveying the surroundings as an overwhelming roar of jubilation erupted from the Gryffindor stands. In stark contrast, the Slytherin crowd let out a collective sigh of disappointment, with Draco angrily tossing his robes and turning away. The instant Jinghe made contact with Quirrell, she understood that Harry's obstacles had dissipated. She promptly stood up, apologized to Quirrell, and darted into the Slytherin stands. Quirrell, initially irate at being interrupted, found his anger dissipating upon seeing Jinghe. Hermione gazed at Jinghe in astonishment, unable to fathom how she had discerned that the disruptor was not Snape, given that she had clearly witnessed Snape incanting spells, only to discover later that he was reciting counterspells to aid Harry. This was truly perplexing. With a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Hermione resolved to keep them to herself, knowing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. Thus, Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin by a margin of 70 points, successfully claiming the Quidditch Cup for Hogwarts. Chapter 42. Defeating the Troll. With the Quidditch match concluded, the temperature gradually dropped, heralding the approach of Halloween. Snowflakes began to fall thickly from the sky, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. Jinghe, who had inexplicably always harbored a fear of the cold, layered herself in additional clothing every winter. Thus, during her free time, she curled up by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room, cradling a book and an obsidian cat named Mou, quietly spending her day in solitude. Today's lesson was taught by Professor Flitwick, a diminutive figure who, despite his stature, had once been the dueling champion of the school. During class, he stood atop a stack of hefty tomes, allowing the students to see him. He was teaching the levitation charm, explaining to the students, the essence of the levitation charm lies in a gentle flick of the wrist followed by the correct incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Now, you may all try gently flicking your wrists while reciting the spell. Jinghe mimicked the professor's movements, lightly flicking her wrist as she uttered the incantation. In an instant, the feather began to float gracefully under her wand's guidance. Professor Flitwick, delighted to see Jinghe as the first to succeed, exclaimed, "Look, Miss Jinghe has successfully cast the spell." 2 points for Slytherin. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor, a familiar scene unfolded as Ron desperately waved his wand, attempting to make his feather levitate. Hermione, unable to bear the sight, intervened, saying, "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." Ron, growing impatient with Hermione's correction, retorted, "If it's so easy, why don't you give it a try?" Clearing her throat, Hermione waved her wand and recited the incantation, causing the feather to float successfully. Professor Flitwick, pleased with Hermione's success, awarded Gryffindor 2 points as well. Observing Hermione's achievement, Ron turned away in frustration, resting his head on his book. Gradually, more students succeeded, including Bellatrix and Nott, who managed to levitate their feathers. However, a minor incident occurred in Gryffindor when Seamus accidentally caused an explosion due to mishandling, startling his classmates. Harry timidly raised his hand, addressing Professor Flitwick. "Professor, I think I need a new feather here." As the class concluded, Jinghe, along with Bellatrix and Hermione, decided to head to the library together. Walking side by side, they spotted Harry and Ron ahead. Suddenly, Ron, with little regard, remarked to Harry, "No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. She's an absolute nightmare." Such unkind words caused Hermione's eyes to instantly well with tears. Jinghe, unable to intervene in time, watched as Hermione hurriedly bumped into Ron's shoulder and walked away without a glance back. Jinghe immediately became furious and confronted Ron, exclaiming, "Why did you say that? Hermione corrected your pronunciation in class, yet you repay her with such remarks. You are truly disappointing, Ron." Ron was taken aback, for in his memory, Jinghe was a gentle and amiable little witch who never lost her temper. This was the first time she directed her anger at him. Jinghe continued, "You must find Hermione today and apologize for your words." Without waiting for Ron's response, she turned and rushed to find Ballast, eager to locate Hermione. However, it was already too late. All she knew was that Hermione was crying in the restroom, but the castle was vast, and she had no idea which restroom Hermione had run to. Despite having read extensively in her previous life, she found herself unable to recall certain memories after 10 years without review. This was an unprecedented phenomenon for Jinghe, whose memory she considered quite good. She could not fathom why she was unable to recall which restroom Hermione was in, leaving her feeling perplexed. Thus, Jinghe anxiously waited until dinner that evening, which just so happened to be Halloween. The dining hall had taken on a sinister decor, and while the feast was lavish, Jinghe had no appetite. Her thoughts were consumed with the whereabouts of Hermione, and every time she attempted to ponder it, a splitting headache ensued, as if something were obstructing her. Therefore, she resolved to follow the plot's trajectory and secretly accompany the troll to assist Hermione. As the young witches and wizards were joyfully enjoying their feast, Professor Quirrell stumbled through the dining hall doors, shouting, "Troll! There's a troll! I thought I should warn you," and promptly fainted. At the news of a troll in the castle, the young witches and wizards erupted into screams. Dumbledore stood up to restore order, declaring, "All first-year students, line up and follow your prefects to the dormitory without any delay." The young witches and wizards quickly complied, forming a line behind their prefects. Ron, terrified by the news of the troll, was about to follow the others back to the dormitory when Harry suddenly grabbed his sleeve, exclaiming, "Hermione isn't in the crowd. She didn't come to dinner tonight." At that moment, Ron also noticed the absence of Hermione's familiar figure among the first years, and panic enveloped him. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and said, "We have to find her." Thus, the two young wizards stealthily slipped away amidst the chaos, hoping to locate Hermione before the troll drew too near. Meanwhile, Jinghe noticed the two slipping out and discreetly followed suit. After a while, when their prefect called the roll, they discovered that a first-year student was missing from their house, causing immediate alarm. The prefect quickly reported the situation to their head of house. Upon hearing that Jinghe was unaccounted for, Snape became anxious, hastening alongside Professor McGonagall to search for her. Draco and Nod, upon hearing of Jinghe's absence, also grew frantic, particularly Draco, who loudly insisted that he would not leave until Jinghe was found, causing the crowd to erupt once more. Meanwhile, Nod bit his lip, feeling trapped by the stricter supervision that prevented him from leaving. He could only silently pray that Professor Snape would find her soon. At that moment, Jinghe was laboriously searching restroom after restroom, finally hearing a faint sound of crying emanating from a secluded lavatory. "I found Hermione." Jinghe sighed in relief and hurried to the door, knocking gently on the stall and reassuring her, "It's okay, Hermione, don't cry anymore. I've spoken to Ron. He will definitely apologize. Now let's wipe our tears and come out quickly. The troll was released by someone, and it's dangerous. We need to return to the dormitory right away." Though Hermione was deeply saddened, the news of the approaching troll, coupled with Jinghe's selfless warning, prompted her to hastily wipe her tears, open the door, and take Jinghe's hand, preparing to flee together. But it was too late. The troll had already approached them, swinging its club down upon the two small figures standing before it. They screamed and fled, and as Hermione raised her wand to retaliate, the troll easily swatted her aside. Jinghe, observing the situation, recalled the troll's weakness as described in her readings, its head. She first cast a fiery spell to distract it. The troll, not possessing much intelligence, became easily bewildered. Then, employing the levitation charm learned in class, she made the club float from the troll's grasp, guiding it to crash down upon the troll's head, rendering it unconscious. Jinghe had successfully subdued the troll using Ron's method. At that moment, Ron and Harry came running, breathless, and witnessed Jinghe knocking out the troll. Hermione, initially upset to see Ron, softened at the sight of him recklessly rushing to help. Seeing the troll incapacitated, Ron sighed in relief and turned to Hermione, saying, "I'm sorry. It was my fault today. I shouldn't have spoken about you behind your back. I will change. Can you forgive me?" Hermione accepted his apology, and Harry chimed in, "Goodness, Jinghe, you were amazing." Soon after, the professors arrived. Snape immediately spotted Jinghe, whose face was smudged with dust, and pulled her over for a thorough examination. Upon finding no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall, visibly upset, demanded, "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Who came over here?" Just as Ron was about to speak, Hermione interjected, "I'm sorry, Professor. I wanted to defeat the troll by myself to earn points for Gryffindor, so I came over. Clearly, I'm not that capable. Thankfully, Jinghe came to help me." McGonagall, glancing at the dust-covered Jinghe and then at the other three who seemed only slightly dirty, finally relaxed, stating, "Miss Granger, due to your recklessness, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. However, in recognition of Harry, Ron, and Jinghe's bravery, each of you will earn 5 points." The four of them beamed at the announcement. "Now enough of this. You four must be quite shaken. Return to your dormitories and rest. We will handle things here," McGonagall instructed. Snape, feeling a pang of concern, said nothing but silently escorted Jinghe to the entrance of the common room. Just as she stepped inside, he spoke, "Miss Jinghe, please ensure you possess the requisite skills before challenging a troll to save your friends, rather than acting recklessly as you did earlier." Understanding that Snape was not angry but rather worried, Jinghe smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I understand. Good night." With that, she opened the door to the common room and stepped inside. Snape, watching her enter, turned away without a second glance, intent on reporting the day's events to Dumbledore. His butterfly still placed immense importance on friends. Chapter 43, Merry Christmas. As Halloween fades into memory, the joyous occasion of Christmas approaches. During Christmas, everyone can return home to spend a delightful 3-day holiday. Jinghe plans to return home during this time, reflecting on the fact that nothing particularly significant occurs in the original narrative, merely Harry's discovery of a mirror that reflects one's innermost desires. Thus, rather than gazing into her own heart's yearnings, Jinghe yearns to be with her beloved parents. Most of the Slytherin students are heading home to partake in family-organized festivities, with only a handful remaining at Hogwarts to experience their first Christmas. In recent days, Draco has been frequently hovering around Jinghe, persistently inquiring if she would accompany him to Malfoy Manor for the Christmas celebrations. Jinghe politely declines, assuring him that she will present him with a birthday gift. Although Draco feels a twinge of disappointment, how could she refuse an invitation from a Malfoy? He continues to pop up from various corners to ask, "Are you truly not coming?" This leaves Jinghe bemused. Ever since the tale of Jinghe and the Gryffindor trio vanquishing a troll spread, thanks to Ron's loud proclamations, she has become an object of admiration among first-year Slytherin witches and wizards. After all, to defeat a troll in their first year is nothing short of extraordinary, and not only did they avoid losing points, but they also gained 5, a tale of triumph. Consequently, Jinghe receives not only Draco's Christmas invitation, but also several other invitations from young witches and wizards eager to have her celebrate with them. She graciously declines each one, wishing to spend these 3 days cherishing time with her parents. As she finds the intricacies of social interactions to be rather meaningless, having endured countless insipid corporate gatherings in her past life. Christmas is among the most joyous holidays for young witches and wizards. A day before Christmas, Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, drags in a colossal Christmas tree, placing it in the Great Hall center. With a flourish of his umbrella, he adorns it with lovely ribbons and twinkling lights, anticipating that beneath this magnificent tree, an array of presents will appear by Christmas Day. Hermione also intends to return home, while Ron and Harry choose to remain at Hogwarts for the holiday. Thus, Jinghe bids farewell to the two and embarks on the train home with Bellost and Hermione. After a leisurely 8-hour journey, the train finally arrives at its destination. As she disembarks, Jinghe spots her parents smiling at her from a distance. Having not seen them for 3 months, she cannot contain her excitement and rushes toward them, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." The couple joyfully embraces her, equally eager to reunite with their daughter. When Lin Yu, in a familiar gesture, lifts Jinghe and twirls her around, radiating happiness. Just as Jinghe eagerly shares stories from school with her parents, she feels a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she discovers Draco standing there, flanked by his parents, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Upon noticing them, Jinghe politely greets the Malfoys. Narcissa gazes at Jinghe with warmth, saying, "So, this is the remarkable girl Draco has spoken of. It is indeed the first time we've heard him commend someone." Hearing this, Draco's ears flush crimson. Lucius, silent, observes the girl before him intently. Her familiar visage, marked by the lifelike butterfly on her left wrist, evokes memories of the girl who had once smiled at him and offered her assistance during his darkest hours. He had thought it was merely a fleeting dream, a figment of his imagination. Yet, the brooch he keeps in the highest shelf of his study and the girl standing before him affirm that this is no dream. She truly once stood by his side, pulling him from despair. Due to the biting cold, Jinghe cannot linger outside for long. After a hasty farewell to the Malfoys, she rushes back to her cozy abode. While Narcissa expresses mild regret that Jinghe cannot attend their gathering, she invites her warmly to visit their home whenever she can. Upon returning home, Jinghe dashes into her room, finding it just as she left it, immaculate and untouched, as if no one had ever lived there. It seems Xiaodai has been exceptionally diligent in her cleaning. Jinghe then begins to prepare Christmas gifts for her friends. She selects a black headband adorned with red gemstones for Bellost, knowing her golden locks will create a stunning visual impact. For Ron, she prepares an enormous snack pack, enough to last him a month given his voracious appetite. For Hermione, she chooses a book on potion making, certain it will delight her. For Harry, she gifts a pair of glasses identical to the ones he currently wears, having personally inquired about his prescription. To Draco, she bestows a dragon-shaped tie clip, while for Dumbledore, she knits a pair of woolen socks and includes a selection of fruit candies from the Muggle world. For Snape, she arranges for her parents to procure a dragon's heart. And for Professor McGonagall, a cat-shaped pendant resembling her animagus form. Additionally, she prepares gifts for the other 2 professors, a rare rose seed she discovered and a magically enhanced stool for easier standing. After some thought, Jinghe also decides to prepare gifts for Nott and Zabini. Nott receives a snake-shaped sapphire brooch, while Zabini is gifted a ruby bracelet, perfectly complementing his dark skin. Jinghe even has a light blue collar for her cat, enhancing its elegance, nearly forgetting Oliver Wood and the Weasley twins. She gifts Oliver a chocolate shaped like a golden snitch, while the twins receive identical gifts, a joke book featuring moving characters. As for her parents, Jinghe had already presented them with a scarf she knitted, imbued with a protective charm. On Christmas morning, Jinghe awakens with excitement, rushing down barefoot and calling out to her parents, "Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad." Before they can respond, she dashes to the base of the Christmas tree, eager to find her gifts. There is no need to search. The tallest pile unmistakably belongs to her. Jinghe sits down, eagerly unwrapping her Christmas presents. The first is a light blue sweater embroidered with her initial Jan adorned with tiny butterflies, a gift from Mrs. Weasley. The second is a book on Quidditch from Oliver, with a note wishing her success in joining the Quidditch team next year. Next, she opens gifts from Hermione and Bellost. Hermione has sent her postcards from the Muggle world, while Bellost presents her with exquisite butterfly cufflinks. The next beautifully wrapped gift is from Draco, a stunning rose-shaped gem that exudes opulence. The following two gifts, both precious gems, leave Jinghe puzzled as she cannot discern the senders' names. Theodore has gifted her a sapphire ring, while Zabini presents a crystal ball featuring a small figure dancing in a dress. As the diminutive figures danced within, snowflakes fluttered gracefully downwards. Snape presented a potion, which Jinghe scrutinized closely, exclaiming, "This is the Felix Felicis." Following this, various professors bestowed upon her an assortment of candies, magical notes, and other delightful trinkets. The Weasley twins, true to their nature as inseparable siblings, gifted Jinghe identical butterfly hairpins. Eventually, after half an hour, she finished unwrapping the mountain of gifts that had accumulated. When Linyu, with a grand gesture, generously bestowed upon her a significant sum of galleons, while Yamming gifted her several exquisite hairpins, patiently teaching Jinghe how to style her hair with them. After the gift unwrapping, Jinghe chose to remain with her parents for the next 3 days, cherishing this beautiful time together. As the 3 days drew to a close, Jinghe bid a reluctant farewell to her parents, boarding the train at the very last moment. As the steam engine chugged forward, Jinghe anticipated her first birthday at Hogwarts, a celebration destined to be unforgettable. Chapter 44, Hairpins and the Mirror of Ariste. Christmas had come and gone, and only 3 days remained until Jinghe's birthday, which fell on the last day of the year. To her surprise, she discovered that she shared this special day with Tom Riddle. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, she spotted Draco rushing towards her like a firecracker. His delight upon seeing her was palpable. He wore a tie clip that Jinghe had gifted him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he dashed forward, only to collide with her unexpectedly, causing her to catch him in her embrace. The surrounding young wizards gasped in unison. Draco felt as though he had plunged into a field of roses, and before he could revel in the sensation, he realized he had crashed into her arms. His cheeks flushed crimson, as he found himself blushing more frequently since becoming friends with Jinghe. Quickly retreating from her embrace, Draco turned his back to Jinghe, taking a moment to regain his composure before attempting to speak. However, as he turned back, his carefully organized words stumbled out awkwardly. "Why your hair indeed." Since Yamming had gifted Jinghe those lovely hairpins, she had styled her silky black hair into an elegant updo, enhancing her already captivating features and making her appear even more graceful and radiant. The young witches of Hogwarts had never seen such a hairstyle. They immediately flocked to her, chattering excitedly. "Oh my goodness, Jinghe, how did you do your hair? It's absolutely stunning. Is that a wand atop your head? It's so beautiful, yet so short. Can you teach us?" Their eager questions pushed Draco aside, who, despite his frustration, found himself blushing once more. Yet, he could not help but steal glances at Jinghe, who radiated warmth as she patiently answered the inquiries of her peers, guiding them one by one. A strand of hair delicately brushed against her cheek, reminiscent of an angel sent by Merlin, glowing with ethereal light. Theodore watched her intently. He knew she was beautiful, yet each time he saw her, he was struck anew by her charm. He silently sketched her every expression in his mind, wishing to capture the moment forever. Blaise, with his golden eyes alight with fascination, regarded the enchanting girl who combined beauty with prodigious talent, considering her a rare gem, like a solitary blue rose in a garden. His fingers brushed over the red gemstone bracelet she had gifted him, a smile gracing his lips, even as his heart raced thunderously. Cedric, too, observed the girl at the Slytherin table, who was surrounded by admiration. With her gentle smile, she engaged warmly with everyone around her. For the first time, he pondered whether the Sorting Hat might have erred. Jinghe seemed more suited to Hufflepuff than Slytherin. As he gazed at her, an involuntary smile of affection crept onto his face, oblivious to the chatter of his friends nearby. In his eyes, she was the sole source of brilliance in the room. Jinghe continued to answer her classmates' questions with patience until the bell signaled the end of their impromptu gathering. Following this, her hairstyle sparked a trend throughout Hogwarts, with the Weasley twins crafting similar hairpins that were eagerly snatched up by young witches. After class, as Jinghe prepared to return to the dormitory with Ballast, she was suddenly called by Harry. Blushing, he complimented her hairstyle before shyly asking, "Jinghe, would you like to come out tonight? I've discovered something I hope you'll see." Jinghe was aware of Harry's invisibility cloak, but still inquired, "Tonight? Exploring at night could easily get us caught by the teachers." "Don't worry," Harry reassured her, "I have a plan." Thus, Jinghe nodded in agreement, accepting Harry's invitation. While Ballast expressed concern, "Are you sure you want to go with him? If the teachers find out, the punishment will be severe." Jinghe smiled confidently, "Don't worry. I have my own clever ideas." That evening, Jinghe arrived at the agreed-upon location, sensing an absence of others. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find Harry's head floating in the air. He explained, "This is an invisibility cloak. When we wear it, no one can see us." Jinghe feigned enlightenment and slipped beneath the cloak with Harry. Instantly, he was enveloped in a gentle fragrance of roses, soothing and intoxicating. Unlike the sharp scent of coral, a faint blush crept onto Harry's fair cheeks. Harry led Jinghe through a maze of corridors until they reached a room that housed nothing but a colossal mirror, adorned with intricate patterns. This was the mirror of Ariste, capable of revealing one's innermost desires. As Harry removed the cloak, he turned to Jinghe, saying, "Did you know? This mirror shows my parents. I want you to see them." He pulled her closer to the mirror, and in Harry's eyes, his parents slowly appeared behind him, gazing at him lovingly, their hands resting on his shoulders, smiling tenderly. When Jinghe looked into the mirror, she saw not only herself, but also a multitude of figures. She glimpsed the Marauders, their youthful faces grinning playfully at her, and a younger Snape standing shyly beside her, while she beamed, linking arms with Lily. She also spotted a youthful Dumbledore and Grindelwald, laughing heartily together, and even a younger Tom. In the mirror, Tom had his arms wrapped around Jinghe's neck, his face impossibly close to hers. This sight astonished Jinghe. She could not comprehend why she was witnessing such a vision. It was only when Harry tugged at her arm that she snapped back to reality. "Did you see my parents?" Harry asked excitedly. "I really do look like my father." Jinghe nodded, acknowledging that having seen Harry's youthful parents was indeed a momentous encounter. Just as they were engrossed in the mirror, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "Isn't this mirror fascinating?" The sudden sound jolted the two from their reverie, and they turned anxiously to see none other than Dumbledore standing a short distance away, a warm smile adorning his face as he regarded them. He then spoke. "This is the Mirror of Ariste, a magical artifact capable of reflecting the deepest desires of one's heart." Upon recognizing Dumbledore, Harry felt his tension dissipate, and he boldly inquired, "I saw my parents in there, Professor. What do you see in the mirror?" This was a daring question, yet in the heat of the moment, Harry blurted it out. "Woolen socks," Jinghe thought to herself. However, much to her astonishment, Dumbledore's response was not about woolen socks. "Huh? I see a lively phoenix dancing around a glowing orb. Much like Fawkes, perhaps I am simply too fond of it." What an unexpected turn of events, Jinghe mused. Why not woolen socks? It seemed as though Dumbledore had read her thoughts, for he continued with a knowing smile. Once a person's desires are fulfilled, they inevitably turn to other yearnings. Such cravings are unending. He then turned to Harry and added, "The Mirror of Ariste, while capable of satiating your fleeting fantasies, does not represent reality. Tomorrow, it shall be relocated to prevent young wizards from inadvertently becoming ensnared by its allure." At that moment, Jinghe realized there must have been some alteration in this world that had led to Dumbledore's changing desires, yet it left her with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Dumbledore then cheerfully addressed them. "Now, young wizards, you may return. Let today be a day when no one has visited this place, and I shall keep your secret." Harry sighed in relief. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore then turned to Jinghe, saying, "Thank you for the candy you gifted me. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And as for the woolen socks, it's been many years since anyone has given me such a gift. By the way, when you are permitted to visit Hogsmeade in your third year, please do me the courtesy of visiting an old friend at the Three Broomsticks. Though you may not be able to indulge in any drinks at that time, visiting friends is always permissible." With that, he playfully winked at the two. Jinghe felt a twinge of confusion. The Three Broomsticks must refer to Aberforth, yet she had no acquaintance with him. So why did Dumbledore speak as if he were visiting a friend? All these queries would remain unresolved until she was allowed to visit Hogsmeade in her third year. Subsequently, the two bid farewell to Dumbledore and quietly donned their invisibility cloaks to return to their respective dormitories. Jinghe, filled with unanswered questions, gradually drifted into slumber, perhaps to find the answers she sought in her dreams. Chapter 45, Birthday. Time swiftly passed to December 31st, and at long last, Jinghe's birthday had arrived. The weather on December 31st was perhaps the sunniest it had been all winter. Remarkably, it wasn't too cold, and the sun eagerly peeked out to illuminate every corner of Hogwarts. Thus, as the afternoon light began to wane, Jinghe decided to invite her dear friends to celebrate her birthday by the Black Lake. As for the birthday cake, Jinghe planned to make it herself. She was undeterred by the possibility of failure, having worked in a bakery in her previous life and acquired some fundamental pastry knowledge. With Yaming's guidance, she had become quite adept, and she envisioned her 11th birthday cake being crafted by her own hands, a cake as splendid and vibrant as those she had seen in videos, imbued with blessings and love. Therefore, after her morning classes, Jinghe made her way to the Hogwarts kitchen alone. As she rounded a corner, Professor Quirrell unexpectedly appeared, prompting her to pause and greet him. To her surprise, upon seeing her, Professor Quirrell smiled warmly and said, "Ah, happy birthday." Not the polite Miss He, but rather an overly familiar he. This was utterly perplexing. Jinghe and Quirrell were merely teacher and student. She could not comprehend the airy familiarity. After expressing her thanks, she continued on her way, leaving Quirrell standing there with an enigmatic smile on his face. Since her first visit to the kitchen, Jinghe had been returning frequently, and she was now quite familiar with the route. She approached the portrait, scratched the pair, and the door swung open. The house elves, upon seeing her, gathered around and inquired eagerly, "Miss Jinghe, what delightful plans do you have for today?" It turned out Jinghe often shared recipes for delectable treats with the house elves, and they had grown accustomed to her visits. With a smile, Jinghe replied, "Today is my birthday, so I wish to bake a cake myself." She presented a detailed list of ingredients to the house elves, requesting that they gather everything she needed to prepare her cake. The ingredients were swiftly collected, and just as Jinghe rolled up her sleeves, ready to embark on her culinary adventure, a voice chimed in from the side. "I am eagerly anticipating the creation of a beautiful cake by this lovely lady." Turning to look, Jinghe was astonished to find Blaise sitting on a small stool in a secluded corner of the kitchen. How had she not noticed him upon entering? This was hardly in keeping with his typically flamboyant personality. "Blaise, what are you doing here?" she asked. She had not mentioned her intention to make a cake to anyone, so it was surprising that he was already here. Blaise replied, "I took a guess." Jinghe pondered this. She hadn't informed anyone else, so he couldn't have been lying in wait for her. Perhaps he had simply come to the kitchen after class, feeling hungry, while she had been delayed by her encounter with the professor. Blaise had observed Jinghe's restlessness during class, noting how she darted out the moment the bell rang, and had followed her to the kitchen. He had fortuitously known a shortcut that led directly to the kitchen, arriving before her and settling down to wait. "Well, you can carry on with your own business. I'm going to start making the cake," Jinghe declared. Blaise shrugged. "I'm just here looking for something to eat. Please continue. I won't disturb you." Jinghe nodded and began crafting her birthday cake. Understanding that Jinghe preferred not to have interruptions, Blaise pulled up a stool beside her, making an effort to minimize his presence while his gaze remained fixed on the industrious Jinghe before him. Jinghe had her hair pinned up with 2 delicate butterfly clips. Her sleeves rolled high, revealing her fair wrists. The butterflies seemed to flutter with her movements, as if animated. The kitchen was warm, and soon beads of sweat began to dot Jinghe's forehead, while flour dusted her cheeks and nose. She focused intently, meticulously following each step of the process. Her face glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Blaise found himself unconsciously grinding his teeth, a primal urge to taste the peach-like visage before him overwhelming his senses. Yet, he ultimately restrained his desires, nervously toying with the bracelet on his wrist. After 3 hours of diligent effort, Jinghe's cake was finally complete. It boasted 2 layers, elegantly adorned with a soft blue icing. The bottom layer was encircled with a ring of white pearls, embellished with delicate white chocolate butterflies, while the top layer was decorated with a lace of white frosting, dotted with tiny pearls. At the heart of the cake lies a rose crafted from chocolate, delicately cradled by a swan. The entire confection appears akin to the exquisite displays that Jinghe had last observed, and upon seeing the finished product, she placed her hands on her hips, reveling in her craftsmanship. Blaise was the first to behold Jinghe's cake, and true to form, he marveled at the meticulous artistry of her creation. After instructing the little sprite to package the cake, Jinghe washed her hands and turned to Blaise, exclaiming, "Let us go. I believe the others should be arriving shortly." At that moment, Jinghe remained blissfully unaware of the smudge of flour adorning the tip of her nose, resembling a playful kitten. Blaise produced a handkerchief, leaning in closer to Jinghe, startling her momentarily, only for her to realize he was merely wiping the flour from his own nose, prompting her to chuckle awkwardly. When Jinghe and Blaise arrived at the designated meeting place, the others had already gathered. Jinghe had invited Draco, Theodore, and Bellamy from her house, along with Harry and his friends, Wood, and the automatically included Weasley twins, as well as Cedric from Hufflepuff and her fellow countrywoman, Cho Chang. Following Jinghe, Blaze was met with a myriad of scrutinizing and icy glances from the gentleman present. He smiled slightly, remarking, "Today's cake is a masterpiece crafted by Jinghe herself. I witnessed the entire process, and it was truly impressive." Unsurprisingly, the glares intensified. "You certainly know how to incite jealousy, Blaze," someone muttered. Everyone was aware that it was Jinghe's birthday, and though old grievances simmered, the attendees managed to restrain their disputes in her presence. Draco was particularly well-dressed for the occasion. Casting a pointed glance at Ron, who had just been exchanging barbs with him, and turned to Jinghe to say, "Happy birthday. I have prepared the finest gift for you." Jinghe responded with a sweet thank you, then unveiled the cake, drawing forth a chorus of praise from the young wizards. Seated between Bellamy and Hermione, Jinghe watched as her friends lit 11 candles atop the cake. Amidst the harmonious rendition of the birthday song, she closed her eyes to make a wish. "May every year be complete, every endeavor smooth, happiness be everlasting, and may I attain all that I desire." Upon opening her eyes, she blew out all the candles in one breath. Hermione observed the reactions of those around her, while Jinghe made her wish, noting that besides Ron, the gazes of the others were remarkably gentle. Turning back to Jinghe, she saw her illuminated by the candlelight, resembling a butterfly dancing in the sun, captivating everyone's attention. Subsequently, Jinghe shared her cake with each person present, followed by the unwrapping of gifts. She showered every present with praise, utilizing a wealth of vocabulary, causing Draco's spirits to soar even higher. As Jinghe delighted in the joyful atmosphere, the birthday celebration came to a perfect conclusion. After bidding farewell to Hermione and the others, she prepared to return to her dormitory with Bellamy and the rest, when suddenly, Snape appeared. The young wizards felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing something was amiss. However, Snape merely pressed an object into Jinghe's hands, instructing her, "Open it when you are alone." With that, he swept away with a flourish of his robe. Suppressing her curiosity, Jinghe hurried to her dormitory and immediately opened the parcel to discover an assortment of candies and a bottle of high-quality beauty potion. A note inside read, "Happy birthday," signed by Dumbledore and Snape. Jinghe felt a tinge of confusion. While she could understand Snape's gesture, why would Dumbledore also send her a birthday gift? Perhaps it was his way of looking after a student from far-off China. After sampling the delicious candies, she placed her gifts in their designated spots, washed up, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 46, Meteor Shower. Jinghe's birthday passed joyfully, and life seemed to return to its regular rhythm. One day, while in the dining hall, Hermione and her friends rushed over to sit beside Jinghe, exclaiming, "You must have heard about the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. I believe the three-headed dog we encountered last time is guarding it." Jinghe nodded thoughtfully, stating, "That three-headed dog appears to be well cared for, otherwise it wouldn't he have remained so quiet in that room for such a long time? Who in Hogwarts has the time to tend to such a large beast?" The answer is becoming clear. The trio exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously declared, "It's Hagrid." Harry added, "That three-headed dog must be one of Hagrid's creatures. Only he would have the time to care for it." Jinghe agreed. "It stands to reason that Hagrid is overseeing it. We should find a time to inquire with him." Thus, the four agreed to visit Hagrid's hut that Saturday afternoon. At that moment, Draco approached Jinghe, evidently having spotted her conversing with the Gryffindor trio. He plopped down beside her, irritated, and asked, "What business do you have chatting with Potter?" Jinghe found Draco's sulky demeanor amusing, yet endearing, and affectionately ruffled his hair. Responding, it was nothing of great importance. Draco's hair felt exceptionally soft to the touch. Initially, he had been meticulous about his appearance, applying hair gel each day. Until one day Jinghe commented, "You look even better without the gel. It's better for your hair too." Thereafter, Draco abandoned the gel, opting instead for a sleek, natural look, though he sometimes found it disheveled by Jinghe's playful hands. After receiving a gentle pat, Draco's cheeks flushed. Yet his mood lightened as he playfully admonished Jinghe, "You mustn't keep secrets with Potter." Jinghe chuckled and nodded in agreement. Nearby, Pansy observed the scene with narrowed eyes, rolling them in exasperation, yet inching closer to Draco, too intimidated to speak. After all, Draco had been quite furious the last time she had mocked Jinghe, and now Jinghe was the most renowned student in Slytherin. She could not afford to make an enemy of her, lest she find herself in a precarious position. Consequently, she could only strive for a peaceful coexistence. After class, Jinghe was called again. Turning around, she found it was Theodore Knott who had summoned her. Their relationship had been strictly platonic, as Theodore was typically reticent and rarely engaged with her. However, he excelled in astronomy, and Jinghe often sought his assistance with questions, to which he would respond earnestly, and they would occasionally visit the library together to research difficult topics. Theodore maintained his usual cool demeanor, though a faint blush colored his ears as he nervously inquired, "There will be a meteor shower tonight. Would you like to join me at the astronomy tower to watch? After speaking, he fell silent, anxiously awaiting her response, his hands trembling subtly at his sides. This was his first invitation to anyone. He was uncertain of its outcome and had even prepared a speech in case she declined. There's a meteor shower tonight. Jinghe had never witnessed one, so she replied with enthusiasm. Of course. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to it. Theodore's heart soared at her acceptance. Still maintaining a calm facade, he replied, very well. Then, I shall see you tonight. Internally, however, a tempest of emotions surged within him. For a fleeting moment, he was momentarily dazed, unsure of how to proceed, and could only rely on instinct as he bid Jinghe farewell. Once in a secluded corner, he finally allowed a smile to break through. As night descended, Jinghe arrived at the astronomical tower as per their agreement, the evening sky adorned with twinkling stars. The temperature had plummeted, and Jinghe, determined to honor this rendezvous, had layered herself in thick garments and fortified her warmth with several protective charms, all in anticipation of witnessing the meteor shower. Upon her arrival, Theodore had been waiting for quite some time, his mind racing with countless drafts of conversation, yet the sight of the girl rendered him speechless, his nerves getting the better of him. Ultimately, it was Jinghe who shattered the silence. She produced a box of chocolates from her pocket and offered it to Theodore, saying, "These are homemade chocolates from my mother, sweet and delightful. Would you like to try one? A piece of chocolate is good for the body on such a cold night." Theodore nodded, accepting the chocolate and tasting a piece, which was indeed as sweet as she had claimed. Summoning his courage, Theodore ventured, "The meteor shower is still half an hour away. Would you like to observe some other stars in the meantime?" Jinghe nodded in agreement, and they approached the telescope situated on the tower, where she eagerly set it up and gazed skyward. The stars above were both beautiful and enigmatic, scattered across the heavens like unspeakable parables. Their silent twinkling hinted at the fates awaiting each individual. At that moment, Jinghe sought to locate Andromeda, a constellation that appeared elusive and mysterious in the sky, often difficult to pinpoint without the right guidance. She called for Theodore, who always seemed to spot things with remarkable speed. After standing behind her for a while, he sensed her growing uncertainty, and suddenly, a pleasant, cool fragrance wafted into her nostrils. She turned to find Theodore behind her, his arms encircling her as he adjusted the telescope. Jinghe's cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time she had ever been embraced by such a handsome boy, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, she quickly reasoned that Theodore was merely 11 years old. And what could such a young mind conceive? Shaking her head, she endeavored to dispel the ambiguous thoughts swirling in her mind. As she moved, her fluffy hair brushed against Theodore's throat, prompting him to clear his throat, while the moonlight concealed the blush creeping up his ears and cheeks. It was also his first time being so close to a girl. He typically refrained from such actions, but once he committed to something, he pursued it with unwavering determination, striving for perfection. Eventually, they located the Andromeda constellation. After a fleeting glance, Jinghe hastily lowered the telescope, and they quickly separated, both faces masked by the moonlight's glow. Just then, the meteor shower that Theodore had mentioned commenced. Countless meteors streaked across the sky, their radiant glow illuminating the faces of the two youth atop the tower. Jinghe's eyes sparkled as she watched the beautiful meteors soar into the distance. Having heard that wishes made upon falling stars could come true, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, sincerely wishing for everything to be real, hoping that in the end, everyone would find a fulfilling conclusion. Theodore stood quietly, observing the girl's face. From the moment she shut her eyes, his gaze remained fixed upon her, undistracted by the meteors. In the past, he would have eagerly recorded the time, number, and trajectory of such celestial events, but now he was solely captivated by the girl before him. Lacking close friends, his interactions mostly confined to family, he had once perceived a vast chasm between himself and Jinghe. However, as time passed, he noticed the profound sadness that sometimes flickered in her eyes, an unmasked sorrow that could only arise from deep-seated experiences. Later, he discovered that their interests in astronomy and various other matters closely aligned, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yet, Theodore's demeanor prevented him from expressing his feelings as openly as Draco might have. He excelled in astronomy, while Jinghe radiated confidence and brilliance, her loving parents providing her with an unencumbered life. She was a beacon of hope and light, whereas he felt like a serpent lurking in darkness, unable to endure even a glimmer. Yet, he could not resist the urge to reach out, even if it meant burning himself in the process. He yearned to protect her, to remain by her side for eternity, willing to exhaust every means to do so. The meteor shower lasted a full 10 minutes before fading into silence. As if it were a dream, yet everything felt so tangible. With the celestial display concluded, there was little reason to linger at the astronomical tower, and Theodore escorted Jinghe back to their dormitory. He cherished this final moment of solitude with her, walking at a deliberately slow pace. While Jinghe reflected on the recent meteor shower, mirroring his leisurely tempo. In the enveloping darkness, only the soft glow from Theodore's wand illuminated their path. Jinghe, struggling to see, grasped the sleeve of Theodore's robe to guide her forward. Sensing her actions, Theodore's lips curled into a faint smile, and he slowed his pace even more. Thus, the journey that typically took them merely 10 minutes extended to a full half hour. However, every journey must reach its end. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, they recited the incantation to enter, and it was time to part ways and retreat to their respective chambers. Just before leaving, Theodore turned to Jinghe and asked, "If there's another meteor shower next time, would you be willing to come out again?" Jinghe nodded in response, "Of course. The meteor shower is so beautiful. Who wouldn't he want to witness it again?" Theodore smiled, his grin radiating warmth akin to the melting snow under the March sun, leaving Jinghe momentarily entranced. In a sudden moment of impulse, she asked, "Can I call you little duo from now on?" Theodore, her name for him echoing in her mind, seemed fittingly whimsical. Theodore's smile brightened even further. "Of course, that title will be yours alone." Upon hearing Theodore address her in such a manner, Jinghe's face flushed once more, prompting her to wave her hand and say, "Then, little duo, good night, sweet dreams, see you tomorrow." With that, she dashed up the stairs. Theodore stood still, watching her retreating figure, a smile lingering on his lips as he called out, "Good night, sweet dreams, The way he uttered that name was reminiscent of a lover's whisper, laden with unspoken affection. Chapter 47, Hagrid's Hut. Soon, the time arrived for the four of them to visit Hagrid's hut, as planned for Saturday. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon Hogwarts. After preparing, Jinghe waited inside Gryffindor for the others to emerge, knowing Ron's tendency to dawdle would mean a late departure. Hagrid's hut was not far, and the four of them laughed and chattered about the Philosopher's Stone as they made their way. Upon arrival, they found Hagrid feeding his pet with a bowl of indistinct food. Seeing the four approach, Hagrid set down the bowl and greeted the young wizards enthusiastically. "Harry and Jinghe, you've all come." He warmly ushered them into his home, eager to share his latest batch of cookies. The moment Jinghe stepped inside, she was knocked over by Hagrid's enormous dog, which licked her face and sniffed her as if recognizing a long-lost friend. Hagrid chuckled, "This is Fong. It seems he quite likes you, Jinghe." Hagrid's hut is precisely as depicted in the films. Everything within is exceedingly large, befitting a giant's abode. Hagrid brings out a chair that he typically occupies alone, which is ample enough to accommodate both Ron and Harry. The fireplace blazes with fervor, surrounded by some of Hagrid's own magical creatures. Outside, a vast vegetable garden flourishes, with an array of robust vegetables thriving within. The four young wizards soon notice that Hagrid's table is laden with cookies that are nearly the size of their faces. Hagrid places one on the hearth to warm it, then presents it to them, exclaiming, "Give it a try. This is my new rock cake, and it tastes splendid." Each of the young wizards clutches one of these so-called cookies. Ron takes a hearty bite, only to find it so hard that he nearly damages his teeth. He covers his mouth, tears welling in his eyes as he shakes his head at the others, indicating that the cookie is far too tough to consume. Jing, gazing at the cookie in her hand, discreetly retrieves her bag and tucks the cookie inside, planning to either gnaw on it later or soften it somehow before eating. But certainly not at that moment. Hagrid, with an eager expression, inquires, "How does it taste?" Harry takes a symbolic bite and replies, "It's delightful. Thank you, Hagrid." Hagrid beams with joy, responding, "I'm so glad you like it. I have plenty more, don't hesitate to take more." He then produces a massive platter filled with the same cookies. Harry quickly interjects, "Hagrid, what was it that Dumbledore asked you to retrieve last time?" Hagrid, upon hearing this, immediately shakes his head and insists, "No, I cannot disclose what Dumbledore asked me to fetch." Harry presses, "Is it the Philosopher's Stone?" Hagrid's face registers shock, and Harry, observing Hagrid's reaction, realizes that it indeed pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. He continues, "Is the three-headed dog at the end of the corridor on the right yours? It nearly bit us." Hagrid waves his hands dismissively, exclaiming, "No, Fluffy is quite well behaved. He wouldn't bite without reason." But then, as if suddenly aware of something, he promptly covers his mouth. Harry understands immediately. Fluffy is indeed Hagrid's pet, and undoubtedly guarding something significant, most likely the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Harry is about to inquire about ways to soothe the three-headed dog, a loud clattering erupts from Hagrid's stove. He hastily dons gloves, lifts the lid, and retrieves a gigantic egg. This egg is unlike any other. It is remarkably round and smooth, one that even Hermione has never encountered in her readings. Seeing Hagrid carefully wipe the egg before returning it to the stove to continue warming, Harry asks, "What kind of egg is that, Hagrid?" Hagrid, brimming with pride, responds, "This is a dragon egg." Ron immediately perks up at the revelation, thrilled as it is his first encounter with a dragon egg. However, A sudden thought strikes him. Dragon eggs are not something one can simply acquire. They are incredibly precious. Where did you get it, Hagrid? Jinghe, aware that Ron's brother specializes in breeding dragon eggs and managing dragon populations, possesses a greater understanding of dragons than the others. Hagrid explains. A hooded figure handed it to me while I was at the pub. Hermione, realizing that Hagrid must have divulged something crucial, inquires. What did you say to him that prompted him to give you the dragon egg, Hagrid? Hagrid strokes his beard and replies. I merely told him that Fluffy quiets down when he hears music, and then he gave me the egg. Truly, a child raised on a diet of magical concoctions, Hagrid. The four friends exchange glances, understanding that this hooded wizard is undoubtedly coveting whatever Fluffy is guarding, which must be the Philosopher's Stone. Ron then interjects, Hagrid. You must know that wizards are not permitted to keep dragons without permission. Hagrid's expression falls. I know, but I just want to witness him hatch and grow. Based on my estimates, he should hatch the day after tomorrow. To witness the birth of a dragon. Such temptation is something no wizard could resist. Ron's eyes light up. Can we come to see the dragon hatch, Hagrid? Ron's confidence stems from knowing that Harry's invisibility cloak would likely keep them undetected. Hagrid immediately declines. No, if you come out, you'll be discovered. Harry reassures him. Don't worry, Hagrid. No wizard will spot us. You can trust us. Ron adds. If we can't see it, I'll just have to contact my brother to take the dragon egg for breeding. Under such pressure, Hagrid ultimately gives in to Harry's request. Thus, the mystery is resolved, and the young wizards learn what lies within that room and how to deal with the three-headed dog. After spending some time there, Harry and his friends bid farewell to Hagrid, taking with them several rock cakes that Hagrid insisted upon, and they discuss the earlier conversation along the way. Harry remarks, I suspect that hooded wizard might be Snape. The last time I saw him, he was limping as if something had clawed him. He recounts how he encountered Snape and Quirrell in heated discussion while cloaked in invisibility in the restricted section. Jinghe recalls witnessing Snape's injury during her afternoon tutoring session and had brewed a potion for his leg, applying multiple healing charms. Understanding that he was reluctant to visit the infirmary. Strangely, despite Snape's disdain for potions brewed by first-year students, he not only accepted her potion but also expressed gratitude. This revelation paints a different picture of the stern professor, showcasing a more compassionate side towards young wizards. Hermione, upon hearing Harry's account, shakes her head. I don't believe it's Snape. It must be Quirrell. Harry, do you remember during your last Quidditch match when your broom was unstable? Quirrell was watching you intently, while Snape was reciting a counter curse. If Snape were in league with someone to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he wouldn't have helped you. Harry considers Hermione's argument, finding it compelling, and turns to Jinghe. Jinghe, who do you think it is? Jinghe replies, I believe it must be Professor Quirrell. After all, Professor Snape is my head of house, and I know him well enough to assert that he is not that kind of person. Nodding in agreement, the three successfully shift their suspicions to Quirrell. Hermione adds, according to my research, the last Philosopher's Stone was created by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Ron inquires, who is Nicholas Flamel? Hermione responds, I haven't fully uncovered that yet, but I will soon. After discussing this topic, the young wizards turn their attention back to the dragon egg. Hermione, no longer cautioning against their outing, knows Harry has an invisibility cloak, and she turns to Jinghe. So, do you want to join us to see it hatch? Jinghe nods eagerly, of course. It's a dragon. The core of my wand is a dragon's heartstring. Please. I want to have a chance to go into the Forbidden Forest to see if I can save a unicorn. But if Draco discovers that I'm there, I wonder if he would report to Professor McGonagall. I'll have to see. Thus, the four young wizards agree to don the invisibility cloak together on Monday and visit Hagrid's hut to witness the hatching of the dragon egg. Chapter 48, The Hatching Dragon. Time swiftly ushered in the arrival of Monday, and everything appeared to be rather ordinary, save for four young wizards harboring secrets, eagerly anticipating the fall of night. As they anxiously awaited, darkness enveloped Hogwarts, restoring a hush to the surroundings, while the little wizards, weary from a day of toil, hurriedly washed up and retired to their beds. However, for spirited young sorcerers donned their invisibility cloak and stealthily made their way to Hagrid's hut. The cloak's coverage was limited, barely accommodating 3 individuals, and with the addition of another, it felt somewhat cramped. Thus, Jinghe endeavored to shrink her form, striving to create extra space for the others. In the enveloping darkness, Harry could only sense a warm embrace, fragrant with the scent of roses, nestled against him. Had anyone been able to see, they would have noted that Harry was holding Jinghe as if they were lovers, his face flushed with warmth, betraying the telltale signs of embarrassment, though concealed by the night's shadows. As the trio gradually approached Hagrid's abode, they noticed the hut was aglow, with Hagrid's pet Fong stationed at the door, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, Fong perked up, as though catching a whiff of something, and pounced towards what seemed to be an empty spot, which was, in fact, the cloaked quartet. Jinghe was swiftly knocked over by Fong, who exuberantly bounded around her, nudging her back towards the entrance of Hagrid's hut. Upon entering, the four were immediately struck by the unusually high temperature within. Even Jinghe, who was typically sensitive to the cold, began to perspire lightly on her nose after only a short while. Hagrid, clad in gloves, was diligently tending to a dragon egg, surrounded by a bed of glowing coals, as he meticulously rotated the egg with an iron poker to ensure even heating. Without turning his head, Hagrid called out, "It'll be ready soon. Have a seat." The four settled into their seats, remaining silent as they watched Hagrid's focused efforts. After approximately 10 minutes of this, Hagrid suddenly retrieved the dragon egg and placed it on the prepared table before them. They understood that the dragon was on the verge of hatching. The five of them gazed intently at the egg, which began to tremble uncontrollably on the table as the creature within grew increasingly impatient to emerge. Moments later, the shell atop the egg cracked open, and a dark dragon head broke through. The five held their breath, utterly transfixed by the hatching process. The dragon first extended its head, then, after a vigorous struggle, pushed its limbs through the remnants of its shell before finally freeing itself. Upon closer inspection, the dragon was entirely black, adorned with delicate fangs and a spine lined with sharp spikes. Upon emerging, the black dragon coughed twice, and true to its nature, it expelled a small burst of flame from its throat, nearly singeing Hagrid's beard. According to the customs of the magical world, a dragon typically recognizes the first creature it sees as its mother, and this dragon, upon first glancing at Hagrid, merely turned its head to notice Jinghe beside him, mistakenly identifying her as its maternal figure. After letting out a few joyful cries, it bounded over to Jinghe, nestling affectionately into her embrace. Jinghe, bewildered by the turn of events, cautiously stroked the black dragon, casting an awkward smile in Hagrid's direction. Hagrid, initially feeling a twinge of disappointment, quickly regained his composure upon seeing her expression. "It's all right. I know you have a way with animals." While soothing the dragon, Jinghe glanced out the window, suspecting that a certain platinum-haired young gentleman was lurking outside, spying on the scene. Sure enough, she caught sight of a platinum head peeking out. Swiftly, she placed the dragon into Hagrid's arms and opened the door to apprehend a fleeing Draco. Draco glared at Jinghe, his voice laced with indignation. "Why did you come here with Harry to see the dragon? Why didn't you share this secret with me? Do you remember your promise? I'll tell the professors." At that moment, Draco resembled a petulant child, yet Jinghe understood that his anger stemmed from feeling excluded. She approached him, gently tugging at his shoulder. "All right. Don't be upset. I was merely worried you might be caught by a professor, not intentionally trying to keep this from you. Besides, don't you want to see this little dragon, Draco?" Draco had sensed that Jinghe was sneaking out earlier that day and felt that something was amiss. Following her, he discovered she had ventured to Hagrid's hut with the trio from Gryffindor, and he was astonished to witness a dragon, an animal prohibited from being kept as a pet. Given that Draco's name was synonymous with dragons, he harbored a profound fascination for them. Jinghe was well aware of this, often gifting him dragon-shaped tie clips. Since their friendship blossomed, Draco had found himself coddled more frequently, allowing Jinghe to lower his defenses. After a few sweet words, he awkwardly conceded, "Fine, just this once. I will come to see the dragon, but you mustn't keep secrets from me again." Jinghe smiled and nodded, pulling Draco into Hagrid's hut. The other three were taken aback when they saw Jinghe leading Draco inside, particularly Harry and Ron, who had a tendency to bicker with him. The initial excitement of seeing the dragon evaporated, replaced by expressions of dismay. Draco, noticing their expressions, huffed. "If it weren't for Jinghe inviting me, I wouldn't be here." Hagrid, who held a rather negative view of the Malfoy family, immediately pointed his umbrella at Draco, admonishing, "Mind your words, Malfoy." Hagrid's booming voice and stern tone effectively dampened Draco's earlier bravado. Jinghe guided him to a nearby chair, though he muttered defiantly, "I'll write to my father to tell him. You'll be replaced eventually." His voice was low, but Jinghe caught the words. She playfully thumped Draco on the shoulder. Upon seeing her shake her head, he reluctantly fell silent, though his expression still bore traces of defiance. Yet, soon his gaze was captivated by the dragon cradled in Hagrid's arms. It had always been his childhood dream for his father to procure a dragon for him, and this marked his first encounter with a living hatchling. Ultimately, the young wizards, still naive, quickly cast aside their personal grievances in the face of such a magnificent creature, chattering excitedly about the dragon's name and attributes. Ron interjected, "Hagrid, you must know that dragons grow at an astonishing rate. They can change almost daily. In less than a fortnight, you might not have enough room for it. Your hut is too small. You need to send it to a proper location for care. Otherwise, you could face serious consequences if discovered." Hagrid clutched the black dragon tightly. "Please don't take Norbert away. I'll ensure he is looked after by my good friend." Norbert, the five young wizards mused, was presumably the name Hagrid had just bestowed upon the dragon. Hermione added her voice of caution. Hagrid, if the Ministry of Magic discovers this dragon, it could implicate Dumbledore as well. Hagrid was indifferent to his work, but the mere thought of implicating Dumbledore compelled him to suppress his sorrowful feelings and declare, I cannot involve Dumbledore. I shall release it when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Ron interjected, My brother Charlie is a dragon keeper. I can contact him to take Norbert for specialized care. Hagrid, feeling utterly helpless, nodded in acquiescence before embracing Norbert with a heavy heart, lamenting, My poor little darling, you are to leave me in less than a week. Just then, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Hagrid, hearing the knock, immediately inquired, Who is it? A voice from outside replied, Hagrid, it's me. I have some questions for you. The occupants inside quickly recognized the voice as that of Professor McGonagall. Jinghe couldn't help but feel puzzled as to why McGonagall would appear here so unexpectedly. Without further ado, Harry hastily retrieved the invisibility cloak and beckoned the others to slip beneath it. Draco, upon hearing the knock, also grew anxious. However, he was momentarily distracted by the sight of his archenemy producing the precious cloak. Before he could utter a mocking remark, Jinghe swiftly grasped him and firmly covered his mouth. Once Hagrid saw that the young wizards had hidden themselves adequately and tucked the dragon away in a concealed spot, he opened the door. Outside stood Professor McGonagall, who was there to inquire about matters concerning the Forbidden Forest. With the four of them beneath the invisibility cloak already feeling quite cramped, Draco's presence further diminished their standing space. The five of them jostled against one another, striving to maintain silence while inwardly praying for the two to conclude their conversation swiftly. After what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, Professor McGonagall finally finished her inquiries and was about to depart when the dragon, hidden in the corner by Hagrid, suddenly lunged forward, landing precisely in the spot where the five were concealed. Their hearts raced instantly, and McGonagall clearly sensed something amiss in the vacant area. She slowly approached, brushing aside Hagrid's attempts to obstruct her, and reached out. In an instant, the invisibility cloak was seized in her grasp, revealing the young wizards. The five stood awkwardly, at a loss for words, and Jinghe managed to greet Professor McGonagall with a simple, Good evening, Professor. McGonagall was visibly taken aback. What are you all doing here? Chapter 49, Saving the Unicorn. McGonagall stared incredulously at the five standing before her, her brow furrowed deeply. She had already dispatched the Patronus to summon Snape regarding Draco and Jinghe, and now, in exasperation, she demanded, Why are you five out here in the middle of the night? Jinghe, you are as lively as ever. With that, McGonagall let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, in his office, Snape, upon hearing that Jinghe had been caught roaming at night, rubbed his temples in annoyance. She remained as impulsive and careless as ever, always causing a ruckus whenever they ventured into the Forbidden Forest to gather potion ingredients. Yet, her innate affinity for creatures often yielded an abundance of materials, necessitating his assistance in tidying up after her. Without further delay, Snape donned his robes and hurried to Hagrid's hut, completing the usual 10-minute journey in just 7. Upon entering, he found the 5 young wizards huddled together like quails in the corner. Aside from Jinghe and Draco, there was Harry, his red-haired companion, and that clever Gryffindor girl. Snape suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He swept his sleeves aside, approached the group with a furrowed brow, and lowered his voice. Well, it seems our savior does not regard the school's rules highly, believing his fame can shield him from consequences. And you, Mr. Malfoy, appear equally dismissive of regulations. You must have great confidence in your family. Snape admonished each young wizard in turn, but when it came to Jinghe, he merely remarked, This is your last warning. After Snape had finished his reprimand, McGonagall interjected, You have all caused quite a ruckus. Therefore, I must impose an appropriate punishment. 50 points will be deducted from each of you, and you will accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest tonight. The young wizards gasped collectively at the prospect of losing 50 points. Hermione seemed on the verge of losing her balance. She shook her head and grasped Ron's shoulder for support. Snape, upon hearing the punishment, furrowed his brow, deeming it somewhat severe. Yet, he reasoned that he could easily award points back in their potions class, and he knew the girl possessed a natural affinity for animals, so the patrol should not present too much difficulty, as it would merely involve the forest's edge. Thus, he refrained from contesting the punishment. Just then, Filch arrived, cradling his cat, and gloomily queried, Let me see which young wizards require punishment. Your consequences are mild compared to the past. Once, misbehaving young wizards were bound by ropes and hung by their thumbs all night. Jinghe, though familiar with such punishments, felt a chill at the thought of Filch's sinister visage uttering such threats. Snape, sensing her anxiety, maintained his stoic demeanor and turned to Filch. Very well. Let us proceed quickly and not waste time. Thus commenced the 5 young wizards' inaugural journey into the Forbidden Forest. While regarding the dragon, McGonagall, after hearing Hagrid's explanation, chose not to elaborate further, merely advising Ron to ensure the dragon was taken away within 3 days. Hagrid, lantern in hand, led the way, followed closely by Harry and the others. At this moment, Draco incessantly complained to Harry, "Why must I be punished alongside you? This is truly unfortunate. Being with you is hardly a stroke of luck." Ron retaliated instantly, sparking a back-and-forth exchange of banter between the two. In the stillness of the forest, their voices echoed. Upon reaching a certain point, Hagrid turned to the young wizards and announced, "We shall now split into 2 groups. There are 6 of us." Draco promptly declared, "I want to be with Jinghe." After Hagrid made the necessary arrangements, it resulted in Jinghe, Draco, Harry, and an additional Yaya, while Hermione and Ron accompanied Hagrid. Thus, Jinghe led the 2 down the left path, while Hagrid guided Hermione and Ron down the right. Hagrid cautioned them, "Do not venture too far inward. Merely patrol the perimeter and then regroup." The 3 proceeded cautiously, with Draco carrying the lantern and incessantly grumbling to Jinghe, "Today has been utterly dreadful. I should have known better than to come." Jinghe was aware that they would soon encounter the unfortunate unicorn, so she urged her companions to quicken their pace while offering words of encouragement to Draco and Harry. Finally, after traversing a distance, Yaya suddenly let out a cry, prompting the trio to look forward and discover a hooded figure clad in black, hunched over as it fed on the blood of an animal. Upon hearing Yaya's call, the figure raised its head, revealing half of its face smeared with the silvery blood. Draco shrieked in terror, dropping the lantern, and, clutching Jinghe, attempted to flee, only to trip over a gnarled branch and fall awkwardly. The hooded figure, initially aiming a wand at Harry, suddenly turned its head towards Jinghe, hesitated momentarily, and then swiftly turned away, fleeing without attacking anyone. Jing watched in astonishment as Quirrell hastily fled, momentarily frozen in place. Without delay, she brandished her wand and shot a beam of red light into the sky, a signal for Hagrid, who would soon arrive. She then rushed to the injured creature and gently lifted its head, resting it upon her lap. Before her lay the unicorn, a being of unparalleled purity, accessible only to females, elusive and mysterious, dwelling within the forbidden forest. Observing the faint breaths of the unicorn, Jing swiftly retrieved the white essence she had prepared and the excellent healing potion she had procured from Snape, applying it to the wound on the unicorn's neck. Gradually, the injury faded, and fortunately, Jing had arrived just in time. The unicorn survived, escaping the jaws of Quirrell. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry stood quietly at a distance, their eyes fixed on Jing as she diligently tended to the unicorn's wounds. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed in the air. They looked up to see a centaur approaching, bow and arrow in hand. Initially, the centaur maintained a defensive posture, but upon spotting Jing and the others, he relaxed. He swiftly approached the unicorn, which had now calmed and was gently resting on Jing's lap. The centaur spoke, "Greetings, Miss Jing, it has been a long time. I am Forenza." Jing was taken aback. She had never encountered this centaur before. Why did he greet her as if they were familiar? Noticing her puzzled expression, Forenza elaborated, "I am a close friend of Hagrid's. He has often spoken highly of you, mentioning your exceptional qualities, and your facial features are quite distinctive." Jing nodded in understanding. At that moment, Hagrid arrived in a flurry, accompanied by Hermione and Ron. His gaze immediately fell upon the unicorn resting on Jing's legs. Harry filled him in on the recent events, and Hagrid quickly knelt to inspect the creature. After examining it, he sighed in relief, saying, "It's not too serious. Thanks to your timely aid, Jing. I can hardly fathom who would wish to siphon the blood of a unicorn. They are the purest of beings. While their blood may extend life, it comes at the cost of an eternal curse." Hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione's mind raced. If blood drinking could prolong life, it must involve some forbidden magic, potentially linked to someone from Hogwarts. Could it be Quirrell? While Hermione pondered, the unicorn, trembling, rose to its feet and lowered its head, its horn brushing against Jing's forehead, followed by a beautiful silvery glow. In that instant, Jing felt enveloped in warmth, as if submerged in soothing waters, and sensed her magical powers revitalizing. Forenza observed this scene in awe. A blessing from the unicorn? Such blessings are granted only once in a lifetime. You are fortunate, Jing. Just as you were many years ago. Jing lovingly stroked the unicorn before them when suddenly, the call of another unicorn echoed nearby. Forenza remarked, "That is its mother, calling for her child." The unicorn affectionately nuzzled Jing's cheek before slowly making its way towards the sound. At that moment, Forenza addressed Jing. "Today, while observing the skies, I noted that a long-dormant star, the butterfly star, has reawakened, altering the entire celestial alignment. This signifies that all will ultimately be well." Jing nodded in agreement. The centaurs possessed a natural gift for interpreting the stars and discerning the paths of fate. With the crisis averted, the young wizards bid farewell to Forenza, exhausted. As they returned to their common room, The mysterious figure who had fled was indeed Quirrell, who not only wished to avoid being seen in such a disheveled state by Jing, but was also determined to eliminate Harry. They had initially intended to kill Harry right there, but, upon seeing Jing, hastily concealed their face and fled, vowing to ensure Harry's demise next time. As the seasons change, so too do destinies intertwine, leading to unpredictable conclusions. Chapter 50. Plans before the adventure the following day. The young wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor were left agape upon discovering that their house points had drastically diminished. They incessantly inquired among their peers about the cause of such a significant loss. Meanwhile, the 5 students responsible for the point deductions, feeling guilty, dared not meet the eyes of their fellow wizards. Instead, they focused intently on their studies, eagerly answering questions to regain those lost points. Ultimately, the truth about the point deductions spread among the Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Slytherin was somewhat fortunate, as Jing had contributed significantly to their points throughout the year. Despite the substantial loss, they remained hopeful that Jing would restore their standing. Draco, on the other hand, was protected by his infamous temper and the influence of his family, leaving others hesitant to complain, resorting to whispered gossip instead. Thus, only Pansy made a few snide remarks, and all remained relatively normal within Slytherin. In Gryffindor, aside from Hermione's fervent point-earning efforts, Ron and Harry found themselves the targets of disdain, with their house already trailing at the bottom. The sudden deduction of 100 points left little hope for recovery. However, what was done, the points had been deducted, and the young wizards could only express their grievances verbally, determined to work diligently to improve their standings. As the end-of-term exams approached, the atmosphere was charged with anxiety. As this was the first examination for all, students flocked to the library to gather materials. Some approached teachers with questions, while others sought to obtain answers through less honorable means. The air buzzed with a palpable tension. Jing, along with Bellatrix and Hermione, hurried to the library after class to study, occasionally joined by Draco or Theodore. Harry sometimes joined as well, but Ron would only come if prompted. Since their visit to Hagrid's hut, Hermione, while studying, also sought information about the elusive Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. After searching fruitlessly for some time, Jing handed her the card she had obtained on the train. Upon seeing it, Hermione's eyes lit up with realization. She called Harry and Ron over and revealed a book thicker than a brick that she had perused for leisure. I discovered some content about Nicholas Flamel in this book while I was passing the time, she explained, flipping through the massive tome until she found the relevant section. Reading aloud, Nicholas Flamel, a renowned and powerful alchemist, is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, which possesses the magical ability to grant immortality and transmute metals into gold. He and his wife, Perenelle, have lived for over 600 years. Flamel holds a significant place in the annals of magical history, with his alchemical achievements widely esteemed. Harry, enlightened, exclaimed, "If the Philosopher's Stone can grant immortality and even resurrect the dead, then the Dark Lord's objective must be to claim it for himself." He added, "We must stop him from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone." The other 3 nodded in agreement, eager to witness such a spectacle unfold. Even if they were unable to breach the final barrier, they were determined to witness how Ron unraveled the intricate chess game and how Hermione concocted such a challenging potion. At the very least, they yearned to behold it. The 4 young wizards once again immersed themselves in clandestine deliberations, intent on formulating the perfect strategy to thwart the Dark Lord. Time was of the essence, and they resolved to act swiftly. Thus, after devising their plan, they decided to return to that room on Friday night, which was merely 2 days hence. Jinghe also pondered how she would explain the events to Draco afterward and what she would tell her parents upon returning home. Sighing, she wondered if her involvement would earn her additional points. After all, this year's House Cup belonged to Slytherin. It seemed plausible. Jinghe delightedly mused. This adventure, imbued with the aura of a protagonist, would surely see her through unscathed. It was akin to effortlessly winning while indulging in a free immersive experience of a live-action roleplay. Subsequently, they resumed their studies with the same fervor as before, poring over their textbooks and diligently completing the assignments given by their professors, as these scores would contribute to their final grades. Jinghe aspired to achieve in all her examinations. Her friends, including Ballast and others, exhibited remarkable self-discipline and innate talent, rendering any prodding from Jinghe unnecessary as they diligently prepared for their finals, eager to present commendable results to their parents and enjoy a joyful holiday thereafter. Jinghe and Hermione felt little anxiety regarding their own grades. Their goal was nothing short of excellence. Thus, during their study sessions, they would also assist Harry and Ron with their coursework. Harry was relatively conscientious. With just a bit of encouragement, he would immerse himself in his studies. Conversely, Ron, even under the fierce glares of Hermione and Jinghe, struggled to absorb much knowledge while reading. leading the duo to exert their utmost efforts to prevent Ron from facing dire consequences during the final exams. Even as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with the impending examinations, Harry continued to attend Quidditch practice. Consequently, Jinghe would occasionally accompany Hermione to observe the training sessions of the Gryffindor team. Her notebook was adorned with vivid illustrations of various characters, each rendered with lifelike precision. Jinghe had even sketched Hermione in a thoughtful pose, absorbed in her studies, which brought immense joy to Hermione, who embraced Jinghe for an extended period. Wood found it quite peculiar, ordinarily. He would be wary of Slytherins observing Gryffindor's practice due to concerns that they might relay strategic insights to their own team. Thus, no Slytherin students were permitted near during training. However, Jinghe was an exception, allowed to sit quietly on the grass, sketching and writing. Although Wood spent much of Jinghe's visits in a state of rest, he occasionally engaged in practice. Jinghe, uninterested in Quidditch at this juncture, intended to focus on it in her second year. At present, she was engrossed in her sketches, attentively observing the agile forms of the Weasley twins soaring through the air. She had promised to create a portrait for them, but various delays had postponed her endeavor until now. The two portraits of the Weasley twins were completed swiftly, fulfilling her promise. Jinghe chose not to depict them in their usual playful demeanor, but instead captured them in a moment of focused concentration atop their flying broomsticks, embodying the spirited essence of 12 and 13-year-old boys. Upon finishing their training, George and Fred were immediately taken aback upon receiving the artwork from Jinghe, embracing her tightly and nearly rendering her breathless. George, visibly moved, exclaimed, "This is splendid." Fred added, "We're at a loss for how to repay you." They then chorused, "How about we offer ourselves in service?" Their eyes bore a mixture of jest and earnestness as they gazed at Jinghe. Barely able to catch her breath, Jinghe, assuming they were merely jesting as usual, replied, "Oh, come now. It's just 2 drawings. No need for such fuss. If you have any prank candies in the future, remember, I could join in if you need." Their excitement reignited. They embraced her once more, with George cheerfully proclaiming, "Welcome, Miss Kitten, to the Weasley Joke Shop." Fred chimed in, "When we open shop, you shall be our sole proprietress." Jinghe recognized their dream of establishing a joke shop and realized that her involvement would only ease their burdens. Yet, the term proprietress felt rather peculiar to her. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, they were still quite young. Jinghe, who had not dated in over 30 years, pondered seriously. However, she seemed to overlook that this was not a school like those in Huaxia, where students were heavily discouraged from romantic entanglements. Here, young wizards came of age at 17, and their understanding of such matters was far more advanced. In this instance, the two indispensable co-founders of the Weasley Joke Shop would not be absent. Chapter 51. The exploration begins. Time swiftly progressed to Friday evening. As before, Jinghe stealthily slipped out of Slytherin and rendezvoused with her companions. The four donned their invisibility cloaks and cautiously evaded Filch's vigilance, making their way to the classroom. They had meticulously planned how to soothe the 3-headed dog and even brought along an instrument. However, when they gingerly pushed the door open, they found the 3-headed canine blissfully slumbering, serenaded by an enchanted harp that played melodious tunes nearby. Jinghe, aware that Quirrell had already ventured in, displayed little surprise. But Harry and the others were oblivious. Panic ensued as Ron exclaimed, "We're doomed. He is already inside. We must hurry or we'll be too late." Despite the 3-headed dog appearing tranquil, the creature sensed the commotion nearby and stirred, as if on the verge of awakening. The four, noticing its impending consciousness, cautiously moved closer in silence, only to discover a trapdoor beneath them that had been left ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness below. Just as they leaned to peer down, the 3-headed dog opened its eyes, rising to glare fiercely at the 4 intruders. Reacting without a moment's thought, they leaped down, bracing for impact while shutting their eyes, only to be caught by an unknown force, feeling no pain whatsoever. Ron opened his eyes in astonishment, finding themselves enveloped in a dense mass of purple vines that had cushioned their fall. Just as relief washed over them, the vines suddenly writhed, ensnaring their limbs with increasing ferocity, determined to drag them deeper within. Harry and Ron, typically inattentive to such matters, were instantly gripped by panic, struggling futilely to escape the tightening grasp of the vines, which only constricted further with each desperate movement, rendering them completely immobile. Hermione and Jinghe recognized at a glance that they were confronted by a devil's snare, a plant that thrives in dark, damp environments. When a creature falls into its grasp, its tendrils ensnare the prey tightly, ultimately exhausting it to the point of immobility. However, it is most afraid of light and the searing heat of fire. Exchanging a knowing glance, Hermione ignited a patch of the devil's snare nearby with blue flames from her wand, while Jinghe conjured a roaring blaze to incinerate the remaining vines. The devil's snare, sensing the flames licking at its tendrils, hastily released its grip on the four of them. Hermione and Jinghe controlled their descent gracefully, while Harry and Ron, caught off guard, tumbled heavily to the ground, feeling the sting of their abrupt landing. Rubbing his rear, Ron complained, "What on earth are these things? They wrapped around me so tightly." Hermione couldn't help but deliver a sharp rap on his head, saying, "I told you to read more. You never listen. This is called Devil's Snare, which loves dark, damp places. A single flame is all it takes to drive it away." Once the four young wizards regained their composure, they hurried towards the next location, determined to thwart Quirrell. They soon arrived before a door, surrounded by countless unknown creatures fluttering about like dragonflies. Harry approached the doorknob, twisting it only to find it locked. They needed to find a key. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes lit up as she gazed intently at the flying creatures above, pointing skyward and exclaiming, "Look, those are keys, soaring through the air with wings." To locate the key for the door, they needed to identify the correct key among the myriad of fluttering beings. However, how could they possibly find the right one amidst so many? Trying each one would be an utter waste of time. At that moment, Jinghe pointed to a broomstick resting against the door and smiled. "Since someone has already entered, it stands to reason they must have found the right key, which means the correct one must bear some slight damage." As the seeker on the team, Harry took this to heart and carefully scrutinized the flying keys, noticing that all but one had perfectly intact wings. The left wing of one key was half damaged, causing it to struggle in flight. Upon identifying the correct key, Harry mounted the broomstick in the corner and deftly maneuvered through the swarm of keys, eager to seize the damaged winged one. However, upon sensing Harry's approach on the broomstick, the other keys ceased their erratic movements and instead circled around him, obscuring his vision. The three below looked up with concern as Harry was ensnared by the swarm, praying he would successfully find the key. True to his prowess as Hogwarts' youngest seeker, Harry managed to discern the correct key even amidst the confusion and grasped it firmly. Instantly, the other keys, sensing the capture of their kin, surged towards Harry in a frenzy. He quickly descended on the broomstick, and the keys followed suit, attacking the three below. In haste, Harry inserted the key into the lock, and upon opening the door, the four rushed inside, slamming the door shut just as the sound of wings battered against it echoed outside. Finally, they found themselves within a chamber, but before they could catch their breath, a blinding light illuminated the room, revealing an enormous wizard's chessboard laid out before them. The four contemplated slipping past the chess pieces unnoticed, but to their surprise, the pieces sprang to life, sensing their encroachment. Ron declared, "It seems we must win the game to proceed." His eyes gleamed with excitement, for he was an avid chess player. During their Christmas holiday at school, Harry had never managed to defeat him. Ron quickly took charge, directing the others to their respective positions. "Harry, you stand as the king. Hermione, you take the queen's side. Jinghe, you take the rook's position next to the queen." With that, Ron confidently mounted his steed, proclaiming, "As for me, I shall be the knight." Thus commenced a fierce battle of wizard's chess, with Ron commanding the white pieces and launching an attack against the black. Unlike mundane chess, these pieces were animated. Whenever one captured another, it would swing its weapon with ferocity, shattering the opponent. As the game progressed, the ground became littered with broken pieces. Under Ron's guidance, they swiftly approached the endgame. He recognized the final move and turned to his companions, saying, "The last piece I capture will be my own position, so I may not move forward again. You three must succeed." With determination, he faced the opposing piece and declared the decisive move. The knight from the black side drew its sword and struck Ron's piece, causing it to splinter under the tremendous force. Seizing the moment, Jinghe swiftly cast the levitation charm, allowing Ron to descend gently. Rushing to his side, she applied a healing salve to his forehead, which had been injured in the impact, and followed it with several healing spells until he began to recover. Jinghe admonished Ron, "Abandoning a companion is not the mark of a true wizard. A complete set of friends is essential for success." In a teasing manner, she added, "You fainted earlier because they were unprepared, but now I bring the answer. And you still faint?" Just then, the Black Queen cast her crown to the ground, signifying the White's victory under Ron's adept command. Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to Ron's side, helping him to his feet. "Goodness, Ron, you were incredible. This challenge was exceptionally difficult," Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hermione added, "Ron, you were truly remarkable. I apologize for my previous remarks about wizard's chess being a brute's game." Ron, scratching the back of his head bashfully, replied, "It's nothing. It's simply my area of expertise." Yet, he could not suppress the joy and pride radiating from him. The four of them dusted off the remnants of the chess battle from their clothes and resolutely joined hands, ready to face the next unknown challenge. Chapter 52, The Exploration Continues. The next challenge, Jinghe knew, involved a complex potion riddle devised by Professor Snape. Descending a flight of stairs, They encountered a table cluttered with an array of potion vials, accompanied by a note. A cluster of blue flames barred their path ahead, indicating that only the potions on the table could aid their passage. Hermione picked up the note, which detailed the order in which the potions should be brewed. She pondered silently, examining the 7 potion bottles before her, and began to manipulate the contents according to the instructions on the parchment. 1. Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. This indicates that 2 potions will either aid their advance or retreat, while the others are lethal poisons. 2. Among the 7 potions, 2 will save you. This means they only need to select the correct 2 potions to pass this trial. 3. 1 potion will allow you to move forward, while another will provide a means of retreat. This explains the function of these 2 potions. 4. 2 of the potions are the stinging nettle draught, while the remaining 3 are deadly poisons hidden among them, regardless of how cunningly one may attempt to conceal it. The poison vial invariably resides to the left of the nettle wine. This is a crucial clue that aids them in pinpointing the location of the poison. The 2 vials at either end are of distinct varieties, indicating that the potions at the far left and right are neither for advancing nor retreating. As one can observe, these 7 vials vary in size. Neither the diminutive dwarfs nor the towering giants have concealed poison. The size of the vials allows for the elimination of certain options. The second vial from the left and the second vial from the right are akin to twins, though their appearances differ. Their flavors are identical. This serves as yet another hint to assist them in identifying the same potion. Jinghe, too, had perused the contents of the parchment, her mind reciting the successful method of potion brewing, and thus she stepped forward to assist Hermione in concocting the potion. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry anxiously observed them from the sidelines. Ultimately, the potion was successfully brewed, but instead of yielding a single vial, it had transformed into 2. It appeared that there was now enough for 2 individuals to pass through. Harry was certainly required to go. But the question remained, to whom should the remaining vial be entrusted? Jinghe contemplated whether it should be Ron or Hermione, but a sudden surge of intuition overwhelmed her, compelling her to believe that this potion was meant for her, that she should accompany Harry to confront the dark figure ahead. With a determined gaze, she addressed Ron and Hermione. Let me take this one. You both have assisted Harry through 2 trials, while I have contributed little. This time, I shall enter alongside Harry to face the unknown. Without waiting for their response, she seized one of the vials and drank it down, prompting Harry to hastily do the same with the other. Upon consuming the potion, they felt a refreshing chill enveloping them, devoid of any significant discomfort. Jinghe informed Hermione, "If we have not returned in half an hour, please inform the headmaster." Hermione nodded, standing beside Ron as they watched Harry and Jinghe steadily approach the shimmering blue flames. Taking a deep breath, the pair stepped into the cerulean blaze, experiencing no painful searing, only a gentle warmth, indicating that the potion had indeed worked. After traversing through the blue flames, they descended a staircase, only to find a hooded figure standing before the mirror of Ariste, eyes shut, none other than Professor Quirrell. Upon hearing their footsteps, Quirrell abruptly opened his eyes, and through the mirror, he beheld Harry and Jinghe. Startled, he quickly turned to face them, expecting only Harry to have arrived, and was taken aback to see Jinghe accompanying him. However, he could no longer maintain any pretense and shouted, "Why have you followed him? Is my presence truly such a surprise to you?" Jinghe retorted. At that moment, a hoarse voice emanated from beneath Quirrell's hood, saying, "Ah, Jinghe, long time no see. Do you remember me?" Jinghe furrowed her brow, responding, "I do not know you. I have never seen you before." Yet Voldemort, seemingly undeterred by her reply, continued, "Do not worry, I shall soon emerge. Under the guise of this savior, I will meet you face to face." Jinghe grimaced at his words, though she was unable to discern the expression on her face. Voldemort, sensing Quirrell's reaction, realized that Jinghe had indeed followed Harry. Although she was a Slytherin, her penchant for risk was remarkable. Had she not been driven by self-interest, the Sorting Hat would have placed her in Gryffindor long ago. He had initially anticipated Harry would be alone, planning to have Quirrell remove his hood and exert psychological pressure on Harry, but with Jinghe present, he dared not let her see his frail form and resorted to speaking from beneath the hood. He commanded Quirrell to position Harry before the mirror of Ariste while pointing his wand menacingly at Jinghe. Although she was merely a first-year witch, her intelligence was unparalleled. Voldemort needed to resurrect. He required a perfect body to reunite with his blue rose. Harry and Jinghe exchanged a glance before he cautiously approached the mirror. With Quirrell gripping Harry's shoulder, his expression frenzied as he inquired, "What do you see? Do you see the Sorceress Stone?" Harry stood before the mirror, witnessing his reflection smiling back at him, reaching into his left pocket to retrieve an irregularly shaped purple stone before cheerfully placing it back. In that moment, he felt something bulging in his left pocket in reality. In response to Quirrell's frantic shouts, Harry weakly replied, "I saw myself as the head boy of Gryffindor." leading the team to victory in the Quidditch Cup. Just as Quirrell was about to speak, Voldemort interrupted. He lies. Quirrell, remove the hood. I wish to see him. Quirrell, stuttering once more, replied, Master, you have not yet fully regained your strength. But Voldemort was growing impatient. If he did not obtain the Sorcerer's Stone, he would have to wait an eternity. He was unconcerned about whether Jinghe would witness his grotesque visage, thinking that once he regained his form, he could simply enchant her to forget. Thus, he urged Quirrell to unveil his head. Reluctantly, Quirrell began to unravel the large scarf wrapped around his head, turning to reveal Voldemort's face, which was little more than features without a body. Slowly, he spoke. Harry Potter, the lucky one who has survived. You must realize your current strength cannot withstand me. If you willingly hand over the Sorcerer's Stone, I shall spare your life. Then, addressing Jinghe with an unexpectedly gentle tone, he said, Jinghe, I shall soon restore my original appearance. Do not worry, we will meet again shortly. Jinghe felt as though her mind was muddled. She could not comprehend why Voldemort spoke to her in such a familiar tone when they had never met. Harry, however, shook his head firmly and suddenly turned to Jinghe, attempting to flee. But Quirrell would not allow their escape. With a flick of his wand, a massive wall of searing red flames erupted, blocking their path. At that moment, Voldemort was unconcerned about anything else, commanding Quirrell, seize him. To ensure the safety of the Sorcerer's Stone, Quirrell resorted to rudimentary spells to attack Harry. Observing this, Jinghe used her limited knowledge of spells to thwart Quirrell's efforts. Quirrell, unwilling to harm Jinghe, could only evade her attempts, while Harry seized the opportunity to dodge, trying to escape Quirrell's grasp. At that instant, Jinghe shouted to Harry, Harry, grab his face. Heeding her words, Harry decisively placed his hands over Quirrell's face. In that moment, he witnessed Quirrell's visage rapidly disintegrating as though subjected to a burning force. Quirrell staggered back, feeling his face, and cried out, charging at Harry. Jinghe, from the sidelines, cast a binding spell, tripping Quirrell up. Harry, with his agile reflexes, pressed down firmly on Quirrell's face, and thus, Quirrell let out an otherworldly scream as he disintegrated into ash. However, just before his demise, Quirrell cast a lingering, affectionate glance at Jinghe, deepening her confusion. As Harry turned to Jinghe, exclaiming his triumph, Voldemort's remaining essence suddenly coalesced and surged toward Harry. Jinghe, standing at a distance, was unable to intervene in time, and the shadow howled as it passed through Harry's body before vanishing. Caught off guard by the dark magic, Harry abruptly lost consciousness. Jinghe rushed to his side, casting several healing spells, quietly remaining beside him as they awaited the arrival of the professors. Hermione, adhering to Jinghe's words, hastily summoned the headmaster and the other deans less than half an hour later. They rushed down to the bottom, where they found Jinghe kneeling at the side, with an unconscious Harry resting upon her lap. Dumbledore instructed Professor McGonagall to take Harry to the infirmary for treatment, while Jinghe brushed off the dust from her clothing, greeted the professors, and prepared to return to her quarters for some rest. However, she was suddenly halted by Snape's voice. Did that individual utter anything peculiar to you? Jinghe pondered Voldemort's inexplicable long time no see and felt a surge of bewilderment. She replied to Snape, he did not harm me. He merely said something akin to long time no see, yet I feel I have never encountered him before. Jinghe only divulged Voldemort's greeting, refraining from mentioning any other details regarding his resurrection. Recognizing that Jinghe had yet to regain her memories, Snape nodded and said, I understand. Please return and rest. Remember, do not recklessly follow someone next time. Jinghe smiled and nodded, saying, thank you for your concern, Professor Snape. I will certainly prioritize my safety in the future. With that, she waved goodbye to Snape, intending to return to her dormitory to freshen up and rest for the night. After all she had endured, she felt utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, it had been quite an exhilarating adventure, had it not? The next day at noon, Harry awoke in the infirmary, abruptly opening his eyes and exclaiming, Jinghe, be careful, only to realize he was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by professors and the headmaster. He then noticed the table beside him was overflowing with an assortment of snacks brought by visiting wizards. Dumbledore, with a warm smile, reassured him, it's all over now. Harry, look at the table, your friends brought these for you. However, there were too many, so we had to send them away to avoid disturbing you. As he spoke, he picked up an item from the pile, exclaiming, oh, Bertie bought every flavor beans. It has been ages since I last had them. I haven't tasted them since I encountered the booger flavor over a decade ago, but surely one cannot be that unlucky. He tossed one into his mouth, falling silent for a moment. Oh, it appears I still have a bit of bad luck. Harry, anxious, said, Professor, the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, saying, it has been resolved, do not worry. Harry then inquired, what about Jinghe, Professor? Dumbledore replied, Jinghe is fine. Rest assured and focus on your recovery. In just a week, we have the final exams. He concluded with a playful wink. Thus, following the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, the semester was drawing to a close. The tale of their basement adventure soon spread, and Jinghe became a celebrity in Slytherin. First-year wizards idolized her for single-handedly defeating the mysterious figure alongside Harry, which was undeniably impressive. Although Draco, upon hearing the news, became irate, demanding to know why Jinghe hadn't informed him. He was still more concerned about whether she had been injured, warning her with reddened eyes, "You mustn't venture to such dangerous places with that Potter again." After the intense final exams, Jinghe's first-year wizarding career concluded. Following a week of rigorous revision, she achieved commendable results in each subject, successfully transfiguring a pear into a shoe during her transfiguration exam, concocting a potion in her potions exam that Professor Snape used as a model for other wizards, and being the first to accurately map the corresponding constellation distribution in her astronomy exam. Each professor was thoroughly impressed with Jinghe's performance and unhesitatingly awarded her the highest marks. As the semester was set to conclude, all the young wizards gathered in the Great Hall for their final meal of the term, after which they would pack their belongings and revel in their well-deserved holiday. While enjoying the feast, the four houses awaited the final results of the House Cup. The Slytherin students held their heads high, for even though Draco and Jinghe had deducted 100 points, they still managed to reclaim enough points to successfully defend their title. They emerged as the highest-scoring house, surpassing Ravenclaw by 70 points, while Gryffindor languished at the bottom. Observing the Slytherin's determination to win the House Cup, Jinghe sighed, thinking, "Let them revel for now. Soon enough, I shall show them what true resilience looks like." Dumbledore, noticing the young wizards animatedly discussing the House Cup's fate, wrapped his glass to garner silence before announcing, "The delightful semester is drawing to a close, students. As we approach the end, I hope you have all gleaned valuable lessons and experienced personal growth. Regardless of the challenges you face, remember to confront them with courage. Now, I shall announce the points earned by each house this semester." He then proclaimed loudly, "The first-place house is Slytherin, with a total of 582 points." Instantly, the Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause, their faces aglow with excitement. Dumbledore continued to announce the scores for the other houses. In second place, we have Ravenclaw, with 512 points. Third is Hufflepuff, with 475 points. And in fourth place, we have Gryffindor, with 412 points. In stark contrast to the jubilant Slytherin table, the Gryffindor table was shrouded in gloom, each face etched with frowns. Just as Slytherin believed the House Cup was theirs for the taking, Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "Normally, this year's House Cup would belong to Slytherin, but I have a few points to award to the brave young wizards, all right? Let the real show begin," Dumbledore declared. In the challenges set forth by myself and the other professors, Mr. Ron Weasley bravely faced Professor McGonagall's Wizard Chess Challenge, exemplifying Gryffindor's courage and fearlessness. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. As the applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins cheered exuberantly, "It's Ron, my brother. He conquered that challenging wizard chess." The Slytherin students wore expressions of dismay, their faces long, but they consoled themselves with the thought that they still had not fallen behind Slytherin. However, Dumbledore's next words shattered their hopes. Harry Potter successfully thwarted the mysterious figure from acquiring the precious Philosopher's Stone. I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The applause from the Gryffindor table grew even more fervent as they calculated their total points, astonished to find they had equaled Slytherin's score. Then Dumbledore turned to the Gryffindor table, noticing their eager eyes, and added, "Although Neville Longbottom did not participate in this endeavor, his selfless concern for the house has earned him 20 points." A wave of cheers and whistles erupted from the Gryffindor table as the students chanted, "First! We are first!" Now, Gryffindor had surpassed Slytherin by a full 20 points. The Slytherin students were immediately deflated, their faces falling as they glared fiercely at the Gryffindor table. In mere minutes, they had gone from a commanding lead to second place. It was a bitter pill to swallow for anyone. As everyone believed that this year's House Cup belonged to Gryffindor, Headmaster Dumbledore interjected, "Miss Jinghe has successfully rescued Mr. Ron during this endeavor and assisted Miss Granger in obtaining the correct potion in a timely manner. Furthermore, when confronted by the mysterious figure, she bravely aided Harry Potter in achieving success, thereby exemplifying the excellence of Slytherin House. For this, I shall award Slytherin 50 points. Therefore, the recipient of this year's House Cup is Slytherin." At that moment, the Slytherin table erupted in even more fervent applause as young wizards encircled Jinghe, their faces beaming with joy. Bellaster, filled with excitement, threw her arms around Jinghe's neck, while Malfoy ceased his usual mutterings and stood tall, proudly lifting his chin, as if to proclaim that the House Cup had indeed been claimed by Slytherin. The head of Slytherin was almost beside himself with elation, as this year's House Cup once again belonged to Slytherin, marking a genuine 7-year reign. The decorations above the hall were already adorned with Slytherin's banners, and Dumbledore merely gestured symbolically, causing the flags to flutter, still bearing the emblem of Slytherin House. Subsequently, Dumbledore delivered his closing remarks, signifying the end of the term. Students, the semester is coming to a close. I hope you have all gained knowledge and grown during this time. Regardless of the challenges you face, always remember to confront them with courage. You have all worked diligently this semester. May you carry your knowledge and bravery into a delightful holiday. And I look forward to reuniting with you in the new term. The conclusion of this semester marks the beginning of a new journey. I hope you take the time to rest during the break and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Though Gryffindor felt a twinge of regret for not securing the House Cup, there was no denying Jinghe's contributions, and the young lions of Gryffindor applauded as well. Due to Jinghe's notoriety across the 4 houses, Slytherin's reputation in the eyes of the other 3 houses had greatly improved, prompting sincere applause from them in congratulation for Slytherin's victory in this year's House Cup. Thus, on the final day of school, amidst laughter and cheer, the wonderful holiday commenced. Jinghe had eagerly packed her belongings, longing for her parents. The next day, she joyfully boarded the train with her friends, bidding farewell to the professors as she set off for a delightful holiday at home. Jinghe had meticulously planned her extended break, including her study schedule and the time she would visit friends who had invited her over, convinced it would be a perfect holiday. The train chugged along the tracks, emitting wisps of white steam, filled with the laughter and joy of young wizards. Chapter 54, Malfoy Manor. After an 8-hour journey, the train finally reached its destination. Jinghe happily bid farewell to her friends, promising to write to them during the break before swiftly racing towards her parents waiting at the station. Thus began a joyful summer holiday. Jinghe picked up her planner and referred to her schedule. Her first plan was to write letters to all her dear friends, resulting in her family's owl being overwhelmed, delivering numerous letters each day. The second plan was to visit Malfoy Manor to see Draco, who had been incessantly chattering in her ear throughout the school year. Just days before the break, he had repeatedly insisted, "Why won't you accept my invitation? How could you possibly decline an invitation from a Malfoy?" Jinghe, exasperated by his persistence, reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing her agreement, Draco, filled with excitement, swiftly decided that she would visit Malfoy Manor on the 5th day of the holiday, taking charge of the arrangements without waiting for Jinghe's confirmation, as though threatening to sever ties if she did not comply. Thus, Jinghe added the visit to her itinerary for the 5th day of her holiday. The 3rd day of the holiday arrived quickly, and in anticipation of Jinghe's visit, Draco had already connected the fireplaces between their homes, allowing for a swift journey. They had agreed that Jinghe would arrive at Malfoy Manor at 10 o'clock on the 5th day. Early that morning, Draco instructed the house elves to prepare various items in anticipation of her arrival, ensuring everything was in perfect order. His bedroom was meticulously arranged, and he even had a guest room tidied up for her convenience. Dressed in formal attire, Draco settled in front of the fireplace, eager to showcase his best self to Jinghe. Lucius and Narcissa were aware of Jinghe's visit and were filled with myriad thoughts. Would that lively girl remember them? Did she have any impression of them? Meanwhile, at Jinghe's home, she changed into simple attire, bid farewell to her parents in front of the fireplace, and took a handful of Floo powder, stating, "Malfoy Manor." In an instant, she was enveloped in green flames and, the next moment, emerged in the fireplace of Malfoy Manor's living room. Upon seeing the green flames flare up, Draco eagerly jumped from his seat and rushed to the fireplace. As Jinghe appeared, he grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Welcome to Malfoy Manor. You will find everything here. It's far superior to anywhere else." Jinghe never quite got accustomed to the Floo powder. She felt a slight choke as she transitioned, and before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, Draco was already pulling her along, chattering excitedly about the beauty and grandeur of Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa stood a short distance away, gazing intently at the girl who emerged from the fireplace. She remained unchanged, still brimming with curiosity about everything, her joy evident in her eyes when she looked at Draco, though she displayed a respectful demeanor towards them. Suppressing their disappointment, they approached, and Narcissa warmly greeted Jinghe, saying, "Welcome, Miss Jinghe, to our manor. Draco will ensure you have a delightful day." Jinghe politely responded, "Thank you, Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius, for your hospitality. I am truly delighted to visit Malfoy Manor today," as they observed the girl before them. Her courteous replies tinged with a hint of distance, their smiles masked an increasing sense of melancholy. Yes, the girl before them was still youthful, filled with an enduring love for life, while they had long since matured into weary adults, burdened by responsibilities that seemed endless. Yet, she remained unclouded by such pressures, her only concern being the challenges of her studies. Once Draco had exchanged pleasantries with his parents and Jinghe, he eagerly pulled her outside, exclaiming, "Let me show you our garden. It's absolutely stunning." Thus, Draco led Jinghe into a garden brimming with vibrant flowers, and upon glancing around, she was instantly captivated. The garden was adorned with an array of roses, flourishing in full bloom, despite it not being the season for roses. Through some form of magic, they radiated with vitality, drawing butterflies to dance amidst the blossoms. Draco gazed at the girl before him, her astonished expression igniting a sense of pride within him as he declared, "Since the era of our ancestor, Venora, our family has exclusively cultivated a myriad of roses in this garden. Each blossom is tended to by a dedicated house elf, and specific enchantments have been cast to ensure that these roses bloom resplendently throughout the year. Thus, regardless of the season, even in the depths of winter, visitors can witness the roses flourishing in all their glory." Jinghe immediately began to lavish praise upon the garden's beauty, prompting Draco to lift his chin even higher. Indeed, the Malfoy estate is truly one of a kind, unparalleled in its magnificence. As Jinghe admired the rose garden, Draco's mention of the legendary ancestor stirred an odd sense of familiarity within her, as if she had encountered the name somewhere before. Shaking off her musings, she reminded herself that she had not yet been born when that ancestor passed away, making any connection impossible. Subsequently, Draco guided Jinghe to witness another marvel of the Malfoy estate, an array of peacocks, strutting elegantly across the open grounds. These peacocks epitomized the grandeur of the Malfoy lineage, their regal postures reminiscent of the family itself. "These peacocks are unique to our estate," Draco proclaimed. "They respond solely to the members of the Malfoy family." However, in the next moment, a peacock spotted Jinghe and rushed towards her, circling around her in a vibrant display, completely disregarding Draco, who stood nearby. Some peacocks even began to fan their tails in her direction. Draco's face flushed with irritation, while Jinghe hastily ruffled the young master's hair, offering him gentle reassurances. With a huff, Draco took Jinghe's hand and walked away, declaring, "What is so special about peacocks anyway? Let me show you the other wonders of our estate." Draco then led Jinghe to the library within the manor and other fascinating locations, eventually bringing her into his bedroom to recount the history of his family. Upon entering, Jinghe noticed that Draco's room bore no extravagant decorations. It was simply adorned in shades of green, with an abundance of his photographs and a large family crest. Yet, there was an unexpected touch of soft blue intermingled with the green, which softened the otherwise cold atmosphere, rendering the room quite inviting. "Oh, to be brought into a boy's bedroom? This felt rather inappropriate," Jinghe mused to herself. Draco invited Jinghe to sit on his bed, then retrieved a substantial album, flipping to a page that displayed a photograph of a striking blonde woman. "This is our ancestor, Venora Malfoy. She was formidable. She single-handedly enhanced our family's fortunes, propelling us to the forefront of the pureblood families even to this day. It is said that she never married, and her successor was rumored to be a product of alchemy or a distant relative. The family history does not elaborate, so I am unsure of the details. But she is truly my inspiration. I aspire to restore the glory of the Malfoy name just as she did." As Draco spoke of his ancestor, his eyes sparkled with pride and admiration. Jinghe couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable feat of a pureblood family woman who successfully defied the fate of arranged marriages and elevated her family's status so magnificently. It was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment. Gazing at the photograph, Jinghe recognized the distinctive golden hair that had been passed down through the Malfoy lineage, accompanied by an undeniable ambition that radiated from the image. The sense of familiarity grew stronger, causing her brow to furrow in confusion. Noticing her distress, Draco inquired, "What troubles you?" Jinghe, regaining her composure at the sound of his voice, shook her head, indicating she was fine, yet the strange sensation lingered within her. Perhaps it was the striking resemblance among the Malfoys, having seen Draco and Lucius, that evoked this sense of recognition. As the delicate wings of a butterfly fluttered, the truth drew ever closer. Chapter 55, Persuading Dobby. Seeing Jinghe's discomfort, Draco waved the family album aside. "No matter, let us explore other areas. Lunchtime is approaching. Let us dine together." At that moment, Jinghe's head throbbed from excessive contemplation, prompting her to say, "Please wait a moment. I need to rest." Frowning, she rubbed her temples. But the pain only intensified. Just as her discomfort peaked, a pair of cool hands gently pressed against her temples, kneading away the tension, and to her surprise, the pain began to subside. It was Draco, alarmed by her distressed expression. In his concern, he had resorted to offering his cool hands as a remedy, and it appeared to be effective. Jinghe's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Realizing it was Draco and that they were alone, she began to lower her defenses, surrendering to the soothing sensation. Overwhelmed by discomfort, she found solace in the familiar presence beside her, resting her head against his shoulder and drifting into a deep slumber. Draco observed the girl asleep against him, his gaze softening from its usual defiance to something tender. As he continued to ease her pain with gentle movements, he pondered when Jinghe had come to occupy such an important place in his heart. Was it her striking beauty upon their first encounter, the enigmatic butterfly that accompanied her, or perhaps the special attention he had given her due to his father's admonitions? It could also be the gentle comfort she offered whenever he felt anger rising within him, or the warmth in her eyes that held no ulterior motives. Unknowingly, he had elevated her to a position of significance, even to himself, as he yearned for her companionship, wishing to share more experiences together. No need to worry. Draco would soon come to understand his feelings. As Jinghe's brow began to unfurl, Draco gently withdrew his hands from her temples and enveloped her in an embrace. He positioned her comfortably, leaning against the side of the bed with her nestled in his arms. Draco rested his head atop hers, gradually succumbing to slumber himself. Lucius and Narcissa, noticing Draco had not returned for lunch after bringing the girl to his room, felt a twinge of concern. They approached his door and knocked softly, but silence met them. Lucius turned the doorknob, revealing the sight of the two, entwined in sleep. Draco's platinum hair mingled with Jinghe's dark locks, a sight that took their breath away. Sunlight poured in, casting a serene glow upon them, creating an atmosphere of tranquil stillness. Standing at the threshold, Lucius and Narcissa gazed at the scene before them for a long moment before quietly retreating and closing the door, acutely aware that they belonged to a different era than the girl. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Jinghe slowly awakened from her slumber. It was the most restful sleep she had ever experienced. Unlike prior nights filled with peculiar dreams, these hours had been devoid of visions, allowing her to drift into a profound, uninterrupted sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that she was nestled in someone's embrace, surrounded by an unfamiliar setting. After a brief moment of confusion, she realized she was within Malfoy Manor, and the person she was leaning against must be Draco. Coincidentally, having just awakened, Draco also stirred from his slumber, attempting to rub his eyes, only to find that his arms were wrapped around her. Upon noticing that Draco had awakened, she extricated herself from his embrace. Draco, rubbing his eyes while trying to alleviate the numbness in his arms from maintaining the same position for too long, inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell?" She shook her head and stepped forward to gently massage his arms, which had grown sore from holding her. A sudden silence enveloped them as they found themselves devoid of conversation. After a moment, Draco broke the stillness. "It seems it must be evening by now. Are you hungry?" Just as she was about to respond, their stomachs simultaneously growled, leading them to exchange amused glances that shattered the previous silence. Subsequently, Draco snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf. The elf, much like those depicted in films, was clad in tattered rags, with wide eyes that gazed timidly at Draco. "What does Master wish for Dobby to do?" Draco proceeded to instruct the elf to prepare dinner. Dobby nodded submissively, casting a glance at Jinghe before vanishing from sight. Jinghe pondered the empty space where Dobby had stood, realizing this was the very elf that had thwarted Harry's attempts to receive letters and prevented him from attending school upon sensing danger. She needed to devise a plan to resolve this matter through Dobby. If the narrative held true, then the letter she had written to Harry was likely in Dobby's possession. She had to persuade Dobby to refrain from dissuading Harry, thereby averting a series of unfortunate events, including Ron's escapade of stealing his father's flying car only to have his wand broken, and the subsequent summons from the Ministry of Magic that brought his father unexpected notoriety. Turning to Draco, she asked, "May I speak with your house elf for a moment?" Although Draco was somewhat puzzled as to why she would want to converse with his lowly servant, he acquiesced to her request. With another snap of his fingers, Dobby reappeared before them. Dobby maintained his submissive demeanor, inquiring, "Is there something Master wishes to entrust to Dobby?" Jinghe initially suggested that Draco step outside, desiring to speak with Dobby alone. Despite his confusion, Draco reluctantly exited the room, leaving the two alone. Jinghe regarded the timid elf before asking, "Is the letter I sent to Harry in your possession?" Dobby, startled by the question, quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No. How could Dobby have the letter meant for Harry? Dobby is unworthy of such an important message." He began to bash his head against the bedpost, prompting Jinghe to fix him with a cold stare. "I visited Harry, and he claimed no one had delivered a letter to him, which perplexes me greatly. Furthermore, he mentioned seeing a small figure clad in rags. It couldn't have been my elf. And you alone have ample motivation to intercept these letters to prevent Harry from attending school." Through a combination of intimidation and persuasion, Jinghe successfully halted Dobby's self-harm. The elf trembled as he confessed, "Dobby must prevent Harry Potter from going to school. There is danger at Hogwarts." Jinghe replied, "Harry is an exceptional wizard. If he is in peril, his professors will protect him, rather than relying on a house elf who takes orders from others. If he does not attend Hogwarts, The dangers will still persist, and nothing will change. Moreover, what will happen if the Malfoy family discovers your actions? She continued, everything has its own course and fate. No matter where you flee, you cannot escape it. Having spent years in Malfoy Manor, Dobby was unaccustomed to such convoluted reasoning. His sole concern was Harry's safety, and thus he was easily swayed by Jinghe's eloquent words. Gradually, he retrieved a pristine white letter from his pocket, stamped with the seal Jinghe had affixed days prior. Trembling, Dobby said, Dobby understands now. Dobby will no longer impede Harry. Thank you, Miss Jinghe. Seeing that Dobby had grasped her point, Jinghe gently added, there are many ways to save Harry, rather than resorting to such extreme measures, Dobby. The elf timidly nodded and bowed to her, saying, I understand, Miss Jinghe. Observing Dobby's newfound understanding, Jinghe couldn't help but marvel at his awakening intellect. She smiled and said, if I have the opportunity, I will ensure the Malfoy family grants you your freedom. Then you may go wherever you wish, and even become friends with Harry Potter. The allure of such freedom was immense for Dobby, and he repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Jinghe. Unable to bear the display of thanks any longer, she waved him off, encouraging him to attend to his duties, assuring him that she would not take long to restore his freedom. As he departed, he expressed his gratitude once more, his large eyes glistening with tears. Even though all beings have their fates, her arrival was destined to alter the course of destiny itself. Chapter 56. A perfect resolution. With the matter regarding Harry flawlessly resolved, Jinghe opened the door for Draco to re-enter. Draco grumbled, what could you possibly have to discuss with that lowly house elf that warranted sending me away? Jinghe merely smiled, remaining silent, pondering how furious he would be if he learned she had written to Harry and that his house elf was aiding him. She would surely have to soothe him afterwards. Thus, she opted to keep their conversation private for the sake of lasting peace. Noticing Jinghe's refusal to answer, Draco huffed and took her by the hand, leading her downstairs to dinner. Hurry up, I'm starving. You must try our Malfoy family's dinner. At the dining table, Lucius and Narcissa awaited them. Jinghe first expressed her apologies to the couple, and upon receiving their acknowledgement, she took her seat at the table. The dinner spread was indeed lavish, featuring a variety of dishes and desserts that attested to the meticulous care of their house elf. Having missed lunch due to their nap, both Draco and Jinghe were ravenous, yet they waited for the adults to begin before indulging. True to the Malfoy Manor's tradition, the rule was to eat in silence, with no conversation permitted at the table. The only sounds that punctuated the meal were the occasional clinks of forks against plates. Although Lucius and Narcissa did not utter a word, they kept watch over the girl with keen interest. When she had eaten her fill, Narcissa finally spoke up. Are you finding your stay here comfortable, dear? The hour is quite late. Would you like to stay the night? We have prepared a guest room for you. At this, Draco's eyes sparkled as he eagerly looked at Jinghe, hoping she would decide to remain in the manor, as it would allow him the chance to converse with her in the evenings. Jinghe shook her head, according to her plans. Her visit to Draco's home should have only lasted until noon. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, she found herself remaining into the afternoon, unable to stay for the night, as she had other commitments the following day. Thus, she spoke, everything is splendid, thank you, Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius, for your hospitality. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall not trouble you further. Upon hearing Jinghe's response, Draco let out a sigh of relief but refrained from urging her to stay, as she had already indicated her other plans for the next day. He recognized that he could not ask her to alter her itinerary for his sake. The once arrogant and self-important young master of the Malfoy family began to consider Jinghe's feelings. Jinghe's intention to assist Dobby in achieving his freedom was not merely a passing thought. After finishing her meal, she glanced around the table and noticed that everyone had mostly set down their cutlery. She then picked up a napkin to dab her mouth and turned to Lucius, saying, Uncle Lucius, before I leave, I have a small request. Lucius, noticing the earnest gaze of the young girl, replied, Is there something you wish for? I shall grant you whatever it may be. Jinghe continued, I would like to request a house elf named Dobby. Lucius, perplexed, inquired, why the sudden interest in this particular elf? It would seem that your household is not lacking in house elves. Why would you wish for one that we have never paid much attention to? Jinghe explained, I am aware that tonight's dinner was prepared by Dobby, and after conversing with him in Draco's bedroom, I found him to be quite agreeable. I am willing to pay for his services at my estate. Lucius glanced at Draco, who nodded, confirming that indeed Jinghe had spoken with Dobby for a while in his room. Lucius then declared, Since Miss Jinghe has taken a liking to this elf, I shall gift him to you. There is no need for payment. Consider it a present. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby materialized before them. As Dobby was about to inquire of Lucius, Lucius handed him the handkerchief he had draped over his pocket and said, From this moment forth, you are no longer our house elf. You now belong to Miss Jinghe. Dobby could hardly comprehend the scene before him. He had anticipated a long wait for the freedom he desired, and yet, Mere hours later, it had arrived. He was now a free elf, unbound by anyone. Dobby, being astute, understood that this was merely Jinghe's pretext to Lucius. Trembling, he accepted the handkerchief and bowed deeply to Lucius before turning to Jinghe and proclaiming, "Dobby will work diligently in Miss Jinghe's home." Jinghe nodded in response, jesting that when she promised to rescue him, she would not delay nor torment him for an extended period. "When I say I will help, I do so without hesitation. It is a simple matter for me." After dinner, the hour had grown late, and Jinghe, considering that her parents might be worried, bowed once more to Lucius and Narcissa, bidding farewell. "Thank you both for your generous hospitality today. It is getting late, and I believe I must take my leave, lest my parents grow concerned." Draco, reluctant to let her go, grasped her arm and pleaded, "Can't you stay just a little longer?" Jinghe comforted him. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow. If you find the time, you are always welcome to visit me." With this assurance, Draco reluctantly released her arm, watching as she approached the fireplace, reciting her home address, and departed with Dobby. As Jinghe had anticipated, her late return caused both Wenlian and Yamming to remain awake, anxiously awaiting her arrival. When they finally saw her emerge from the fireplace, they breathed a sigh of relief, though their expressions remained stern. Jinghe, noticing her parents' serious demeanor, offered a playful smile and began to explain the circumstances of her delay, taking some time to soothe their concerns. She then introduced Dobby to her parents, who were intrigued by the elf's desire for freedom. Since Dobby was now ostensibly Jinghe's house elf, they understood that he could not be bound to another home. Regardless of the living conditions, the three of them devised a plan. Dobby would work for them, but his freedom would not be curtailed. He would receive a monthly wage, effectively making him akin to a caretaker rather than a house elf. After discussing this arrangement with Dobby, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes as he thanked them profusely, even suggesting that his originally agreed-upon salary of 20 galleons be reduced to 10. Jinghe initially resisted, but Dobby's earnest pleas won her over, leading her to reluctantly agree to the lesser amount. Upon hearing this concession, Dobby joyfully leaped and bowed again in appreciation toward Jinghe. Jinghe reviewed her planning schedule, noting that the following day was Saturday, and she would be seeking out Harry before heading to the Weasley residence. The Weasley twins had persistently prodded her until she acquiesced. While she was eager to ride in the enchanted car, safety was paramount, and she decided it prudent to wait until she and Harry reached Grimmauld Place to attempt the flight. She calculated that her exam results would soon be released, allowing her to send them swiftly via owl without any detours. Having already communicated with her parents, who were familiar with the Weasley family's environment, they readily consented to her temporary stay there. Jinghe then informed Dobby that he would accompany her to visit Harry. Upon learning that he would see Harry Potter the next day, Dobby's previously settled emotions surged with excitement, and he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Since Jinghe had enjoyed an extensive slumber that night, she was not particularly fatigued. Seizing the opportunity of her abundant energy, she composed replies to her friends' letters that she had yet to respond to, preparing them for delivery by owl the next day. After finalizing these tasks and addressing a portion of her homework, she finally began to feel weary. Following her evening routine, she cradled her beloved Mou and fell into a deep sleep. The moon hung serenely in the sky, enveloped in tranquility, symbolizing the splendid conclusion of the day. Chapter 57, A Visit with Harry. The next day arrived swiftly. Sunlight streamed onto Jinghe's face, rendering everything beautifully radiant. She sat up in bed for a moment, organizing her plans for the day, gently caressing Mou, before rising to wash up and commence her agenda. Once she had gathered all her belongings, including her largest expandable bag filled with essentials, she bid farewell to her parents and summoned Dobby, ready to embark on their journey. Having left Malfoy Manor, Dobby's tattered garment had vanished, replaced by tidy attire that made him appear far more sprightly. Evidently, Dobby was well aware of Harry's residence, without needing to inquire. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Jinghe found herself at Harry's home. At this moment, Harry was immersed in his small cottage, diligently studying various spells from his books. He had buried himself under the covers, tracing the incantations illustrated on the pages. Harry's innate talent was undoubtedly remarkable, and after several attempts, he succeeded swiftly. However, despite mastering the spell, he felt a twinge of disappointment, as none of his friends had sent him a letter throughout the week. He had dispatched his own correspondence with Hedwig to them the very next day after returning home. Yet their replies seemed to have vanished into thin air. A sense of melancholy washed over him, and feeling stifled beneath the blankets, he abruptly threw them off and sat silently on the edge of his bed. Just as he believed that nothing remarkable would occur that day, he suddenly heard a knock at the door from the living room. It was the weekend, and the house was devoid of occupants. Only he remained at home, as the Dursleys had gone out for some business, leaving Harry behind. They had mentioned discussing a significant project that, if successful, would elevate their financial status exponentially. Thus, Harry pondered who might unexpectedly arrive today. He stepped out of his room and opened the door, only to be greeted by a surprising sight. Jinghe was standing there. His earlier disappointment transformed into sheer joy, and a bright smile spread across his face. "What brings you here?" he exclaimed. Jinghe stood outside with a beaming smile, replying, "Of course, I've come to take you on an exhilarating holiday adventure." Dressed in a light blue long dress, her hair styled in a loose bun adorned with 2 identical butterfly hairpins, she looked radiant, her lips red and teeth white. As she stood there with her hands behind her back, gazing at Harry. As Harry beheld her, his heart raced, but suddenly he felt bashful, reminded of his casual attire. His cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Just as he was about to stammer a question about the adventure, a house elf emerged from behind Jinghe. This one was different from the last he had encountered. Although it bore a resemblance to the previous house elf, its demeanor was markedly subdued and weary. Observing Harry, it hunched its body, appearing quite diminished. Noticing Harry's gaze shift to the elf, Jinghe stepped aside, revealing Dobby completely, and with a cheerful demeanor, she said, "I suspect you were just fretting over why you hadn't received any letters from us this week. I believe this liberated little elf, Dobby, can provide you with the answer." Harry looked at Dobby, who trembled as it began to speak. "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter." It was Dobby who took it upon himself to hide the letters sent to Harry Potter. As it spoke, it seemed to search for something to harm itself with, but then recalled Jinghe's earlier warning. "You are now free. You need not engage in self-harm. If you do, I will no longer take you to see Harry." Thus, it suppressed its instinctual urge and retrieved the intercepted letters, saying, "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter. Dobby has come to apologize today, hoping that Harry Potter can forgive him." Harry was taken aback by the thick stack of letters before him. As he sifted through them, he discovered that his good friends had indeed written back. They hadn't forgotten him. Rather, they had been intercepted by this little elf. Anger surged within him, and he glared at Dobby. But then he remembered that Jinghe had brought it along, implying there was a reason for its actions, and since it had returned the letters, he decided to calm down. After a moment's silence, he asked, "Why did you intercept my letters?" Dobby meekly replied, "Because Hogwarts may be in danger." Dobby wanted to help Harry Potter. However, Miss Jinghe advised against it, saying that Harry Potter must face these challenges to grow. Miss Jinghe also said she had met Harry Potter and that he is not that kind of person. He must bravely confront these dangers. Upon hearing Dobby mention meeting Jinghe, Harry felt a flicker of confusion and glanced up at her. Jinghe mischievously winked at him, making it clear that those words were merely to placate Dobby. Harry had learned some characteristics of house elves during his time at school, and Jinghe explained, "This is Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy Manor. But he has now regained his freedom." The realization that Dobby was a Malfoy house elf who had intercepted his letters initially irked Harry. But considering it was all in an effort to help him, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resigned himself to forgiving Dobby. Upon hearing Harry's forgiveness, Dobby leapt joyfully 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "Harry Potter has forgiven Dobby. Harry Potter has forgiven Dobby." Seeing Dobby's exuberance, Harry couldn't help but shake his head. And then he recalled Jinghe's earlier mention of an exciting holiday trip, prompting him to ask, "Where are we planning to go?" Jinghe replied with a smile, "Would you like to visit Ron's house with me? Hermione will be there too. Mrs. Weasley is such a wonderful lady. We both received sweaters hand-knitted by her for Christmas." Harry was eager to visit his good friend Ron's home, but he struggled to recall Ron's address. Now that Jinghe was offering to take him, it felt like a stroke of good fortune. However, he remembered Aunt Petunia and hesitated, saying, "I would love to go with you, but Aunt Petunia might not agree." Jinghe smiled, saying, "I just noticed that today, you are the only one at home. We can sneak away. Aunt Petunia likely won't know where to find Ron." Considering Aunt Petunia's usual indifference towards him, Harry thought that disappearing for a few days might not be an issue. He then suggested Jinghe sit on the living room sofa while he hurried downstairs to pack his meager belongings. Once he had everything ready, Harry paused to write a note to Aunt Petunia, leaving it in the living room. "Aunt Petunia, Jinghe and I are going to my friend's house for a few days. Don't worry." Initially, he hesitated to mention Jinghe, but recalling Aunt Petunia's gradually softened attitude towards him upon seeing Jinghe, he added her name at the end. Seeing Harry finished packing, Jinghe rose from the sofa, adjusted her dress, and asked, "Have you got everything ready?" Harry nodded, and Jinghe instructed Dobby to stand between them. Once Dobby saw they were both prepared, it snapped its fingers, and in an instant, the two vanished from the room. In the next moment, they found themselves in Jinghe's home. It turned out that the fireplace at Jinghe's house had been connected to the one at number 4, Privet Drive long ago. Dobby's magic could only maintain this short distance, and since Harry's home was too far from the Dursleys, they would need to use flue powder from Jinghe's estate to reach Ron's house. This was Harry's first visit to someone else's home, and he felt a rush of anxiety. His eyes fixed ahead, too nervous to look around. Seeing Harry's tense demeanor, Jinghe couldn't help but chuckle and said, No need to be overly anxious. Just treat it as a casual outing. Upon hearing this, Harry gradually relaxed, although he still felt a tinge of nervousness. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to observe the surroundings of Jinghe's home. Everything was exquisitely beautiful, arranged tastefully according to the owner's preferences. Despite the spacious house accommodating only 3 individuals, it exuded an extraordinary warmth. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Fong Yaming seated in the living room, and he recognized her as the witch who had guided him on his first day of school. To his surprise, she was Jinghe's mother. Harry shared this revelation with Jinghe, who marveled at how his parents had encountered the savior so effortlessly. Consequently, Harry soon felt completely at ease and hurriedly approached Fong Yaming to greet her. Fong Yaming also recognized him as the little wizard she had assisted outside the train station that day, and with a warm smile, she nodded and said, "Have a wonderful time." Jinghe then took Harry to the fireplace in their home, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and stood inside the fireplace, declaring, "Godric's Hollow, the burrow." This was Harry's first experience with flue powder, and after a choking cloud of smoke, he found himself enveloped in green flames. In the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, revealing a scene he had never encountered before. Before him stood a modest little house, not particularly grand, yet its arrangement was extraordinarily cozy, although somewhat cramped. The place was adorned with vibrant flowers, and pots and pans were neatly placed where they belonged. The house boasted windows on both sides, allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating everything and creating an atmosphere of sheer beauty. Birds chirped joyfully outside, accompanied by the laughter of children playing, while the table was adorned with several bunches of bright flowers. Nearby, pots and pans were magically scrubbed by enchanted cloths that cleaned themselves with water. Harry gazed in astonishment at the scene before him when suddenly, 2 figures darted out, one of them exclaiming, "I knew it was you, Jinghe." And Harry, "George and I predicted you would arrive today, so we waited for you bright and early." The newcomers were the Weasley twins. Initially, they had planned to secretly bring Harry over using their father's enchanted car, but they hadn't anticipated Jinghe bringing him so openly. Fortunately, Jinghe had written to them the day before, informing them of their possible arrival, allowing them to prepare. Otherwise, anyone would have been taken aback at the sight of 2 unexpected visitors emerging from their fireplace. Jinghe believed it was quite impolite not to give prior notice, so she had hastily penned a letter late into the night, sending it off before bringing Harry along today. The raucous antics of the Weasley twins attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity. A middle-aged woman with chestnut curls approached, brandishing a rolling pin and scolding, "I told you not to make such a racket so early in the morning. Why don't you ever listen?" Upon spotting Jinghe and Harry standing behind the twins, her expression shifted from one of anger to warmth as she opened her arms, gently pushing the twins aside to embrace them. "Oh, my dears, welcome to our home. Have you eaten breakfast yet? I'm still preparing it. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." This was Molly Weasley, a courageous and loving mother as well as a highly skilled witch. She resembled her portrayal in the films, her figure slightly altered from having given birth. Yet her face radiated kindness, making one feel an irresistible urge to approach her. Ron, still bleary-eyed, noticed his best friend standing downstairs being hugged by his mother and suddenly woke up. "Harry, how did you get here?" He rushed down the stairs to investigate, soon realizing Jinghe was the one who had brought Harry over. Though the Weasley twins eventually received a swat from their mother with the rolling pin, they remained cheerfully clustered around Jinghe. George grinned and said, "Welcome, Miss Kitty, to the burrow. I believe these will be the most unforgettable days of your life." Fred chimed in, "I trust our future joke shop owner is ready for the challenge." Having intended to show Jinghe around, the twins were interrupted by Molly Weasley, who called for them to help set the table as breakfast was ready. As they passed by her, she playfully gave each of them a gentle thump on the head. The Weasley breakfast was quite simple, consisting of ordinary fried eggs and bacon sandwiches, with each person receiving a glass of milk. Despite the simplicity of the meal, Molly's culinary skills transformed these basic ingredients into a delightful feast, so much so that even Jinghe, who usually shied away from English cuisine, couldn't help but indulge heartily. Noticing how much Jinghe enjoyed her meal, the Weasley twins began transferring eggs from Ron's plate to hers, along with some bacon. Jinghe attempted to wave them off, but the twins were unyielding. "It's all right, Miss Kitty. You're at the perfect age to grow," Fred insisted, while the other added, "Ron is so strong. Missing one won't matter." In the Weasley household, there was no custom of silence during meals. The twins continued to jest beside Jinghe, while Ron conversed with Harry about other matters. Meanwhile, Molly Weasley prepared another egg for Harry and Jinghe's plates, her eyes filled with maternal affection. At that moment, a small, youthful voice echoed from the staircase, "Mom, have you seen where I left my socks?" The owner of the voice descended, rubbing her eyes, her hair tousled, clearly just awakened. As she fully opened her eyes and spotted Harry and an unfamiliar yet beautiful older sister, she was taken aback. Molly responded, perhaps in the laundry basket by your bed. Dear, you might want to check there. This little girl was Ginny Weasley, the youngest and only daughter of the Weasley family. Despite her tender age, she was extraordinarily adorable, embodying the Weasley family's signature red hair and sporting charming freckles that only enhanced her allure, inciting affection from all. Ginny clearly had not anticipated meeting Harry today, and upon realizing it, her eyes widened as she swiftly turned and raced back up the stairs. Harry was puzzled as to why the girl seemed to flee upon seeing him, and he turned to Ron for clarification. Ron explained, "She's been talking about you all summer." The Weasley twins chimed in, teasing, "Looks like we have Harry Potter's little fangirl here." Fully aware of the situation, Harry felt his cheeks flush crimson. Just as Jinghe finished her meal and was about to do something, the Weasley twins pulled her aside to show her around the burrow, a home that radiated warmth. Although simple, the care and love poured into it were evident. Sunlight flooded in, filling the space with blooming flowers, and every corner was tidy, devoid of clutter. Jinghe paused in front of a clock, while the Weasley twins watched her with amused expressions, soon realizing it was their family clock. However, Jinghe remained quiet and gazed for quite a while at the clock described in the book, crafted from the likenesses of the Weasley children. At each hour, the clock would point to the corresponding character's head, and the Weasley twins would emit a boisterous laugh. The adjacent wall was adorned with a plethora of photographs of the children, each one alive with movement, thanks to the enchanted nature of magical photographs, showcasing their vibrant and sunny spirits. This was a testament to the love for the children. Subsequently, they eagerly pulled Jinghe upstairs to explore further. The second floor housed the bedrooms of the Weasley family. Just as the twins were about to take Jinghe to see their room, a door swung open, revealing their third sibling, Percy Weasley. Percy was tall and slender, sporting the Weasley family's signature red hair and freckles. He was in his 4th year, sharing the same year with Wood, and had successfully become the prefect of Gryffindor. Upon his emergence, he cast a brief glance at the Weasley twins before fixing his gaze intently on Jinghe and saying, "Welcome to our home, Miss Jinghe." Jinghe smiled in return, saying, "Thank you, Percy. I am delighted to be here, and congratulations on becoming the prefect of Gryffindor." Percy Weasley, who was known for his emphasis on honor, remarkable talent, and self-interest, yet never forsook family and friends. Percy had certainly heard the commotion downstairs and was aware that the exceptionally gifted first-year girl had come to visit along with Harry. Eager to greet her, he rehearsed his greeting in his mind, took a deep breath, and opened the door. He was unsure if the girl recognized him, but to his surprise, Jinghe not only knew who he was, but also acknowledged his achievement as the prefect. This enigmatic girl from Huaxiao was far from the innocent facade she presented. The butterfly from the east was both alluring and perilous, yet Percy found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Rarely did he pay attention to anyone or anything beyond his studies and positions, yet for the first time, he was captivated by a girl who was not part of his plans. The girl was exceptionally intelligent, earning countless points for her house, and in a dramatic turn, she had successfully defended Slytherin's 6-year reign over the House Cup. Unbeknownst to him, Percy had already woven this girl into the fabric of his daily thoughts, observing her under the guise of his responsibilities. Her cleverness and cunning mirrored his own, and being a Slytherin indicated that she was no ordinary girl. Thus, Percy's course began to veer from its intended path. He found himself irresistibly attracted, desiring to reach out and touch the petals of that blooming rose. However, many others coveted the same rose, and he was destined to disrupt his carefully laid plans for its sake. Chapter 59, Attempting Mischief Products. Just as Percy was suppressing his excitement and preparing to speak to Jinghe, the Weasley twins wasted no time. In a swift motion, they seized Jinghe by the arms and whisked her into the adjacent room. Percy, who had been ready to articulate his thoughts, watched in dismay as they vanished, his frustration causing him to stomp his feet before retreating to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Jinghe, sensing that Percy had something left unsaid, was caught off guard when she was suddenly pulled into a room. As she regained her composure and turned around, she found the twins grinning mischievously at her. This, it seemed, was their room, and George had locked the door to prevent any interruptions. Jinghe surveyed the cozy room. It contained 2 identical beds and a large wardrobe filled with nearly matching clothes. A significant portion of the room was dedicated to their products, perhaps resembling a research base. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room and casting a warm glow over the photographs hanging on the walls, creating a scene of sheer beauty. Just as Jinghe was marveling at her surroundings, the Weasley twins, taking advantage of their height, encircled her with their arms. One draped an arm around her neck, while the other rested a hand on her shoulder. "Oh, so just because you two are tall, you think you're impressive?" she thought. But the twins paid no heed to her exasperated expression, continuing to snuggle up to her, the intoxicating scent of roses wafting nearby. George, with a playful grin, declared, How could our future boss lady not have the privilege of being the first to know about our products? Fred chimed in. Today, we will present all our developed products for our future boss lady to review, while they feigned seriousness in showcasing their latest inventions. The term boss lady lingered delightfully in the air, sending shivers down Jinghe's spine. Thus, she swiftly swatted away the hands resting on her shoulders and turned to face the twins, exclaiming, "If we're looking at products, let's focus on that and leave out the nonsense." Standing with her hands on her hips and a puffed-up demeanor, the sunlight perfectly illuminated her long, dark hair and dress, casting a golden sheen over her. Her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, her beautifully arched brows knitted together, and her sapphire-like eyes glared fiercely at the twins. Though lacking any real menace, the twins' eyes sparkled as if infused with sunlight, their hearts racing with excitement. Noticing their dazed expressions, Jinghe waved her hand in front of them, prompting them to snap back to reality. "What were you two thinking? So serious? Are you trying to trick me into coming here? Do you actually have nothing?" George, regaining his playful demeanor, replied, "How could you say that, Miss Kitty? That's truly disheartening." He feigned sorrow, clutching his chest and collapsing into Fred's embrace, leaving Jinghe both amused and exasperated. After some light-hearted banter, the twins emerged from their secret base within the room, carrying a variety of candies. The previous time Jinghe had mentioned joining them was no idle jest. The very next day, she had supplied them with ample funding for their research, prompting them to embrace her tightly in gratitude, nearly taking her breath away. With their newfound resources, they had concocted an array of bewildering products: rainbow candies that changed the color of one's pupils, chocolate that transformed one into various small animals for a mere 10 minutes, and licorice that induced a fever, conveniently sold alongside an antidote for skipping class. Only the Weasley twins were privy to the effects of these products, and they had not disclosed anything to Jinghe, simply wishing to let her sample their creations and indulge in their little whim. They proclaimed, "As the boss lady, of course, you have the privilege of being the first to taste our products." Jinghe was aware that each candy would likely possess some mischievous effect, so she steeled herself, preparing to taste each confection. The initial candies were harmless, merely altering her pupil colors or causing mild rashes, effects that would dissipate after about 5 minutes. However, when Jinghe consumed a seemingly ordinary chocolate, she was suddenly enveloped by a strange sensation and felt herself shrinking. To her astonishment, as she extended her hands, she discovered that her arms had vanished, replaced by 2 black claws resembling those of a mangosteen. Jinghe realized, to her utter disbelief, that she had transformed into a small black cat. In an instant, she felt herself lifted into the air. It was Fred who had scooped her up. The two of them chuckled, gazing at Jinghe, now a tiny feline, their hearts melting with affection. Jinghe meowed in the air, waving her paws in a futile attempt to communicate. "What have you given me? Release me at once." Yet, all that emerged from her mouth were a series of plaintive meows. George, standing nearby, chuckled and reassured her, "Do not fret, Miss Kitty. It is merely transformation chocolate. You shall revert in 10 minutes. Fred, gazing at the small creature in his hands, remarked, "I never imagined that our dear Miss Kitty would remain so adorable even in her feline form." True to his reputation as a prankster, he was quick with witty remarks. And if she were not a cat at that moment, Jinghe's face would surely have flushed as red as a ripe tomato. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Jinghe suddenly transformed back into her original self. Fred, startled to find the small cat had grown larger in his grasp, instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Their positions then took on an intimate nature, resembling that of a couple. Fred's arm cradled the back of Jinghe's thigh, while her legs encircled his waist. Both their faces blushed profoundly, and George, suppressing his discomfort, hurriedly extracted Jinghe from Fred's embrace, saying, "All right, Miss Kitty, since you have returned to your former self, let us continue." Fred, still blushing, refrained from responding to George's words. After a brief moment to compose herself, Jinghe rummaged through a pile of snacks and selected a rather unremarkable chocolate, popping it into her mouth. She assumed it was merely a trifle that might change the color of her hair or cause a nosebleed. Yet suddenly, the scenery before her became hazy, as if shrouded in mist, and her body felt weak and limp. The Weasley twins observed as Jinghe's sapphire-like eyes glazed over, and she stumbled towards them, collapsing into George's arms. George's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Fred, exclaiming, "Isn't this the infatuation chocolate we had yet to test? How did it end up here?" Fred was equally puzzled as to when it had been mixed in, and since they had never tasted this particular chocolate, they could only watch helplessly as Jinghe succumbed to its effects. At that moment, Jinghe felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her, with only one thought occupying her mind: to be close to George. Upon landing in his embrace, she let out a satisfied sigh, her hands instinctively caressing his cheek. Gazing at him with an expression of infatuation that he had never seen before, her petite form curling up against him. Jinghe's lips unconsciously moved toward George's cheek, leaving him frozen in place, allowing her to indulge in her whimsical antics. However, just as her lips were about to make contact, the effects of the potion wore off, and she fell into a deep slumber. George let out a sigh of relief, realizing the potion's effects were not as potent as he feared, though a sense of subtle disappointment lingered within him. He looked down to find the girl in his arms peacefully asleep, and he carefully laid her on the bed. The two of them then settled on a nearby stool, quietly guarding her as they awaited her awakening. After a moment of silence, George spoke softly. "You feel the same way, don't you?" His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Fred, who, upon hearing the question, replied, "Indeed, we are brothers." Attuned to each other's thoughts, they then lapsed back into silence. Their years of brotherly camaraderie would not be severed by mutual affection for the same girl. Unspoken words lingered in their hearts, conveying that they would not mind sharing her. The twins' long-standing rapport was on full display, as even without words, they understood each other's sentiments. Yet, clearly, the girl on the bed remained oblivious, feeling only a hazy disorientation, akin to the effects of intoxication. Chapter 60, The Report Card. Jinghe stirred drowsily awake in bed, bewildered as to why she had suddenly fallen asleep. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of two enlarged, handsome faces before her. Rubbing her temples, she inquired, "Why did I fall asleep?" The twins exchanged glances. Realizing that Jinghe had no recollection of the events following her consumption of the chocolate, they bantered lightly, suggesting that she had inadvertently ingested a sweet that induces slumber. Jinghe, feeling foggy and attributing her disorientation to the candy's side effects, accepted their explanation without question. The days spent in the humble abode were filled with unbridled joy, as Jinghe formed an inseparable bond with Ginny. Ginny admired her older sister figure, finding her beautiful and gentle, with a faint scent of roses. Jinghe's constant laughter and engaging conversation captivated Ginny, who quickly became enamored with her, sticking closely to her side, even drawing less attention from Harry. Wherever Jinghe went, Ginny followed, prompting the Weasley twins to joke, "It seems our little Ginny has become Jinghe's devoted fan." Ginny, shedding her usual shyness, boldly retorted, "What if I do like Jinghe? What's wrong with that? Don't you like her?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with excitement, leaving the twins momentarily speechless in the face of her candidness. The ever-loquacious twins now scrambled to concoct a suitable response. As George's gaze wandered, it landed on a broomstick in the corner, and he nudged Fred, suggesting, "How about a race?" Fred agreed, exclaiming, "That is a splendid idea." He then poked Harry, saying, "What do you think? We can't forget our training during the holidays." Before Harry could respond, the twins, unable to contain their enthusiasm, whisked him away to fetch their broomsticks and dashed outside to the grassy field. They energetically chased away the mischievous gnomes that had invaded the yard, tossing a broomstick to Harry before soaring into the sky. Jinghe, Ginny, and Ron had not undergone any formal broomstick training, so the three remained on the grass, basking in the sun while watching the trio's aerial acrobatics. Ginny and Ron gazed up enviously at their siblings soaring through the air, and Ginny turned to Jinghe, declaring, "When I reach second year, I'm definitely going to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Ron chimed in, "Me too." The siblings then launched into an animated discussion about Quidditch, while Jinghe listened quietly, soaking in their excitement and hopes for the future. Just then, Percy emerged, casting a glance at Jinghe, who was lounging in the sun with her eyes half closed. He then looked up at the three flying above and called out, "You all come down. I have something to discuss with you." Three individuals were reveling in their aerial escapades when they were abruptly summoned by Percy, who had a matter to discuss. Fred, his face clouded with displeasure, retorted, "You had better indeed have something important to say, my dear brother, or I shall make you experience the delightful innovation of our latest concoction, the upgraded dung bomb." Percy raised an eyebrow, then instructed the other three to stand. Noticing Jinghe swaying slightly from sitting too long, he steadied her with a gentle hand. Once everyone was prepared, Percy began. "It appears you all have been so engrossed in your merriment that you have forgotten today marks the arrival of your report cards." With that, he produced several thin white envelopes from behind his back, containing everyone's grades. Ron was struck dumb, covering his face with his hands, incredulously staring at the white envelopes in Percy's grasp. "No, I refuse to believe it. Why would the report cards arrive now? So soon? Aren't they supposed to be issued in the 4th week?" Percy rolled his eyes. "It is already the 4th week." He proceeded to distribute the report cards into the hands of the others. Jinghe eagerly accepted hers from Percy, and upon opening it, she found exactly what she expected. All her grades were outstanding. "Oh." Ginny, catching sight of Jinghe's report, exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Jinghe, you have achieved all O's." "How impressive." Harry glanced at his own report card, which was quite ordinary, containing just one exceeds expectations. E, and the rest as A. Ron, trembling, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and murmured a prayer to Merlin before summoning the courage to open his report card. To his delight, he found every grade was an A, just scraping by the passing mark. He was elated. Passing was sufficient, and the rest mattered little. Thanks to Merlin. Thanks to Hermione's tutoring. The Weasley twins also received unremarkable grades. Percy had opened his report card earlier that morning, finding only one E among a sea of O's, a reflection consistent with his previous academic performance. Percy turned to Jinghe, saying, "Miss Jinghe, congratulations on achieving all O's in your first-year exams. Do you have time to visit my room? I have something to discuss with you." Jinghe nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to follow Percy upstairs, the collar of her shirt was suddenly tugged. She turned to see it was the twins, who were not looking at her, but were instead grinning at their brother Percy, albeit with a hint of mischief in their smiles. George spoke up. "What could our dear brother possibly want to say to Jinghe?" Fred added. "What could be so secretive that we cannot hear it?" Percy frowned at their remarks, preparing to respond when Jinghe swiftly swatted away George's hand that was gripping her collar, turning to scold. "What is the matter with you two? Don't be so mischievous. Percy merely wishes to speak with me. There is no need to tug at my collar. I can barely breathe." The tugging action had evoked memories from Jinghe's previous life, of her parents grasping her collar and playfully tapping her head until marks were left on her forehead. It had been ages since anyone had yanked at her collar, and that moment had stirred unwelcome memories, igniting a sudden flash of irritation within her, prompting her to speak unabashedly. The Weasley twins, sensing her genuine annoyance, quickly reassured her with smiles. "It's nothing, nothing at all. We were merely too eager. Please forgive us, Miss Kitten." Understanding their intentions had been innocent, Jinghe nodded and followed Percy upstairs. Upon reaching his room, Percy opened the door and gestured for her to enter, closing it behind them. He then seated her in a chair he had prepared beside his desk. Taking a deep breath before stating, "Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of your presence in our home, and given your outstanding results, he has tasked me with guiding you in advanced training this summer to maintain your exemplary performance." Jinghe nodded, replying, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Percy." Percy, relieved by her unquestioning acceptance of his words, felt his heartbeat quicken, his hands trembling involuntarily behind his back. He was lying. There was no such tutoring. Dumbledore had merely included a note at the end of Percy's report card wishing Jinghe enjoyment in their time together, without any further instructions. Greedily seeking a moment of solitude, he fabricated a lie to her. Thankfully, she failed to perceive any deceit, as Percy exuded an aura of reliability, and Jinghe couldn't fathom why he would willingly tutor her. To her, Percy seemed to care only for his family and the power he wielded. Thus, she assumed it was merely a task assigned to Percy by Dumbledore, quickly accepting his falsehood. Consequently, Percy, wishing to embellish this deception, shared insights from his own academic experiences, imparting second-year knowledge to Jinghe. Gradually, he became engrossed in teaching, while Jinghe listened intently, recognizing the competence of the Gryffindor prefect. There at the desk, their heads, one dark and one red, were closely aligned, resembling two intimately connected individuals. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon their hair, akin to two resplendent jewels, making the moment appear timeless and serene. Chapter 61. Lockhart and the diary. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the new school year was upon them. Amidst Ron's incredulous lamentations, during the delightful holiday, Jinghe not only engaged in necessary one-on-one tutoring with Percy, but also took a ride in the Weasley family's enchanted car, which ultimately resulted in Mrs. Weasley delivering a well-deserved reprimand to the twins. Additionally, she enjoyed delightful exchanges with Hermione and Ginny, significantly alleviating Ginny's fears and discomfort regarding Slytherin. Now, Jinghe furrowed her brow as she perused the lengthy list of books required for the new defense against the dark arts teacher. The quantity she needed nearly equaled the total number of books required by all the other teachers combined. She recalled the appearance of the new defense against the dark arts instructor from the films and promptly closed her eyes in agony, wishing to forget. At this moment, Jinghe remained unaware of the memories that would awaken during her second year. The group had agreed to embark on a shopping trip to Diagon Alley a week prior to the start of the term. Mrs. Weasley gathered all the children early in the morning to stand in front of the fireplace. The other children had mastered the art of using the Flu network, yet Harry, who had only used it once, when Jinghe guided him, was still quite inexperienced. Thus, Mrs. Weasley instructed Ron to enter the fireplace first and teach Harry how to use the Flu powder. Once Ron was prepared, he stepped into the fireplace, retrieving a handful of powder from the jar hanging beside it. He then shouted the destination clearly, Diagon Alley. As he released the powder, it transformed into brilliant blue flames enveloping him, and in an instant, Ron vanished from the fireplace, reappearing in the one at Diagon Alley. Taking a deep breath, Harry summoned his courage, stepped into the fireplace, and followed Ron's example, grasping a handful of flue powder, which resembled ordinary soot, lacking any distinct characteristics. He then inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Diagon Alley." Then, releasing his grip, a swirl of emerald flames enveloped Harry, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The others, clearly sensing that Harry had mispronounced the incantation, exchanged bewildered glances. George timidly spoke up, "Did I mishear?" Fred chimed in, "It seems he didn't say Diagon Alley. I've taken him there before. How could he possibly get it wrong?" However, at that moment, Harry had already disappeared, prompting the group to hurriedly take turns entering the fireplace in pursuit of him. As for Harry, upon arriving at the incorrect location due to his mispronunciation, he found himself choking on dust. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered a shop brimming with peculiar items, unidentifiable bones, bat wings, and ominously bubbling black potions. This was evidently not a store found in Diagon Alley. Just then, Harry noticed someone entering from outside, prompting him to hastily conceal himself within a suit of armor. The helmet had a narrow slit, allowing Harry to peek out and observe the unfolding scene. He witnessed a frail, hunchbacked old man emerge, his lecherous gaze fixed on the customers as he flashed a grin, revealing yellowed teeth. To Harry's astonishment, the customer was none other than his Slytherin nemesis, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his father, Lucius Malfoy. The armor was thick and provided perfect sound insulation, preventing Harry from clearly hearing their conversation. He did, however, see Lucius hand over a black box to the shopkeeper, who, bending at the waist, leisurely produced a black bag filled with galleons and handed it to Lucius. At that moment, Draco began to scan the area, his gaze lingering on the suit of armor, sensing something amiss, and approached it for a closer inspection. Harry held his breath, paralyzed with fear. Just as Draco was about to reach out and touch the armor, Lucius completed the transaction and turned to see Draco's hand inching toward the suit. He swiftly raised his serpent-headed cane and lightly tapped Draco's left shoulder, admonishing, "Draco, it is impolite to meddle with others' belongings." Draco withdrew his hand, and after Lucius nodded to the shopkeeper, he exited the establishment with Draco in tow, while the shopkeeper, trembling, retreated inside with the box. After a moment of waiting, Harry cautiously emerged from the armor and dashed out of the foreboding shop. However, the outside world proved to be even more terrifying. It was not the lively Diagon Alley he had known, but a desolate place that appeared devoid of life. The few figures on the streets were cloaked in oversized robes that obscured their faces, swaying as though they might topple at any moment. Just then, a group of sinister wizards encircled him, exclaiming, "Oh, who do we have here? The illustrious Harry Potter. What brings our renowned savior to such a dismal locale?" As they formed a tight circle around him, Harry felt the air grow thick with dread, nearly suffocating him. At that moment, a booming voice called from the left, "Harry." Everyone turned to see a towering giant, a serious expression etched on his face. It was Hagrid. The group of wizards silently retreated at the sight of him. After ascertaining the situation, Hagrid escorted Harry out of Knockturn Alley in search of the Weasley family. Meanwhile, the Weasley family, along with Ginny, was inside Scribulous ever-changing ink, searching for the books they required. Inside, the central space was cordoned off, surrounded by posters of various sizes. Individuals were riding broomsticks, beaming charming smiles at the camera, while numerous witches eagerly awaited the appearance of a man from within. In the next moment, a tall wizard with golden curls and striking gray-blue eyes stepped into view. He was undeniably handsome among wizards, yet his overly broad smile, showcasing 8 gleaming teeth, rendered him rather greasy in appearance. Ginny, watching this self-assured wizard, was overwhelmed by the shrieks of excitement from the surrounding witches. This was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, her second-year defense against the dark arts professor. Darkness clouded her vision, obscuring the future of Hogwarts. As Lockhart emerged and spotted the throngs of witches, his grin widened exaggeratedly. "Welcome, my beautiful ladies, to my signing event. Today, I shall regale you with tales of my most recent adventures." With a feigned wink, he incited another round of screams from the witches. After a lengthy monologue of trivialities, the signing event officially commenced. Mrs. Weasley, a devoted fan of Lockhart, hurriedly tossed her belongings to her son and excitedly joined the queue for his autograph. The atmosphere was tumultuous as Ginny struggled to sift through the lengthy list of books Lockhart had provided, searching for other professors' texts among the stacks. This required her to carefully examine the shelves on the second floor. Meanwhile, the Weasley children, led by Mr. Weasley, were diligently hunting for their textbooks. Just as they finally gathered all the required books and descended the stairs, they spotted Harry, looking disheveled and covered in dust, standing at the entrance of the bookstore. His face alight with surprise. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but Lockhart, ever the quicker one, had already spotted the dusty Harry. His keen eye immediately recognized the boy standing at the doorway, and he rushed over, exuberantly slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders and proclaiming, "Look, everyone, Harry Potter himself is a fan of my books. To reward this brave savior, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, shall gift him an entire collection of my adventure series, each volume bearing my autograph." With that, he forcibly turned Harry to face the bookstore's camera, which quickly captured the moment, contrasting the polished Lockhart against the grimy Harry freshly emerged from Knockturn Alley. The witches in attendance erupted into even louder screams upon hearing that Harry would receive a complete set of autographed books. Ginny darted to Lockhart's side, pulling Harry away, only to see Lockhart frown in displeasure, his previously accumulated ire boiling over. She pushed Harry towards Mr. Weasley and leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper, "Sir, you wouldn't want your fans to discover that you are merely a fool who can cast Obliviate, but is inept at all other forms of magic, would you?" Her gaze was sharp, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Lockhart, taken aback by Ginny's words, had never encountered this girl before and was bewildered by how she had uncovered his secret. Struggling to suppress his shock, he forced a stiff smile before hastily making his way back to his signing table. Meanwhile, Harry had explained to the Weasley family the reason behind his dusty appearance, and Mr. Weasley then guided him in finding the books he needed for school. However, due to Ginny's intimidation, Lockhart abruptly concluded the signing event. Just as the group prepared to venture elsewhere, the bookstore's entrance was suddenly blocked by two figures. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Draco Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy. After Draco had struck a haughty pose, he caught sight of Jinghe nearby and immediately shifted his demeanor, rushing over to her to whisper about his holiday activities and to express his grievances regarding her association with the Weasley family. Lucius, who had originally intended to hand over the mysterious notebook to one of the Weasleys, was poised to deliver a scornful remark, but, upon noticing Jinghe's presence, moderated his tone. Casually, he picked up Ginny's first-year textbook from the bucket and began to peruse it, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Weasley, if I am not mistaken. All your children must now be 11. Mr. Weasley, initially prepared for a confrontation, was taken aback by Lucius's unexpectedly mild manner. Far from the usual blatant mockery encountered at the Ministry of Magic, it was a rather snide greeting. He replied, "That is not your concern, Lucius. Perhaps you should contemplate where to place that heap of things in your own home." Lucius felt a surge of anger, but remembering Jinghe was still nearby, he restrained his urge to retort. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Weasley. But I dare say you ought to worry about whether your wallet can sufficiently accommodate your family's expenses." As he spoke, he closed Ginny's second-hand textbook and returned it to the iron bucket, only to discover a black notebook nestled alongside it. Without allowing Mr. Weasley a chance to respond, Lucius called out, "Let us go, Draco." Upon hearing his father's command, Draco reluctantly bid farewell to Jinghe, casting a venomous glare at Ron and Harry. Once they exited the bookstore, Jinghe approached Ginny, and when Ginny was momentarily distracted, she swiftly snatched the black notebook that Lucius had secretly slipped to Ginny. With her success, Jinghe let out a triumphant cackle within her mind. She mused, "Now, let me see what wonders this ordinary notebook can conjure." The original narrative had been altered. The girl was on the cusp of acquiring new memories. Chapter 62, The Start of Term. Upon returning home, Jinghe did not immediately open the black diary. Instead, she retrieved a defensive, charm-imbued rope given to her by her father, initially intended for her protection. However, since she had encountered little danger over the past year, today seemed the perfect occasion to put it to use, especially with the matter of Voldemort's fragment now at hand. She laid the diary upon the table and meticulously wrapped the rope around it, treating it as if it were a formidable beast. Next, she began to examine the books she had purchased, tossing aside Lockhart's work with disinterest and focusing on the items required for her second-year herbology and potions classes. Having received extra tutoring from Professor Snape nearly every evening last term, Jinghe had already grasped the essentials of second-year potions, prompting her to buy a book on more advanced potion-making techniques, which she studied intently. Before long, it was time for the new term to commence. As usual, her parents accompanied her to the train station, bidding her farewell. Dobby had already been won over by Jinghe, thus avoiding the perilous scenario depicted in the films where Ron and Harry resorted to desperate measures to board Ron's father's enchanted car, ultimately ending up entangled in the Whomping Willow, resulting in Ron's wand being tragically broken. Aware that Ron's wand was a second-hand one from his brother, Jinghe had taken it upon herself to purchase him a new, suitable wand in Diagon Alley, which had brought him to tears of gratitude. As the train prepared to depart, Jinghe said her goodbyes to her parents, reluctantly boarding as a new semester awaited her. This time, without Dobby's interference, Harry and Ron arrived punctually, finding an empty compartment where Hermione awaited Jinghe's arrival. However, being a Slytherin student, Jinghe quickly noticed the solitary presence of Ballast in the compartment and rushed in, eagerly expressing her fondness after a long holiday apart. Inside the compartment, The two girls shared some snacks and chattered animatedly about the upcoming second-year curriculum and the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor. To Jinghe's surprise, Ballast revealed her fondness for him. Jinghe endeavored to persuade Ballast, subtly indicating that Lockhart was merely a facade with no substance. Had she been unaware of the unfolding plot, she might have found herself enamored with the new defense against the dark arts professor as well. However, now that she had insight into his true nature, she could only fantasize about delivering a punch to that perfectly smiling face, adorned with 8 gleaming teeth. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin compartment, Draco and Theo were puzzled by Jinghe's absence. Draco even ventured to the Gryffindor trio's compartment in search of her, hoping to bring her back with him. But to no avail. After checking several compartments without success, he returned to his own, growing increasingly anxious about Jinghe's whereabouts. Had something prevented her from boarding the train? Had something significant occurred? Was she injured? Others likely shared his concerns. Thus, apart from Ballast and Jinghe, the Slytherin and Gryffindor trio sat uneasily for 8 long hours on the train until they finally arrived at their destination. As they disembarked, they contemplated explaining to the professors if Jinghe had not made it for some reason, believing the professors would surely be understanding. Each of the 6 harbored their own silent drafts in their minds. To their relief, they spotted Jinghe walking ahead, arm in arm with Ballast. The Slytherin trio's anxiety dissipated upon confirming that she had indeed not missed the train. Draco, in a fit of annoyance, approached and seized Jinghe's arm, exclaiming, "Why didn't you come find me on the train? I was worried you might miss it." Blaise sauntered over, lamenting, little Jinghe has forgotten about her dear friends. How disheartening." His tone was so melodramatic that it could have been mistaken for that of a forsaken spouse, sending chills down Jinghe's spine. Theo merely observed Jinghe silently, saying nothing. Jinghe quickly explained that she had not been late, but rather, her compartment had been a bit further away with Ballast. Ballast rolled her eyes dramatically at the 3 boys. Now in their second year, they proceeded to the upperclassmen's corridor, no longer taking the boats to Hogwarts. In their first year, they had been forbidden from bringing pets, but as second years, Jinghe cradled her little cat, Mou, as she settled beside the Slytherin table, waiting for the first-year witches and wizards to be sorted. The Gryffindor trio, seated at their own table, noticed Jinghe stroking her cat at the Slytherin table, which eased their worries. Feeling a sudden sense of connection, Jinghe looked up and spotted the trio at the Gryffindor table waving at her, prompting her to smile and wave back. She then caught sight of the Weasley twins making faces, which made her laugh, while Percy, relieved to see her not late, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The time for the sorting ceremony had arrived, and the young wizards, filled with excitement, were assigned to their desired houses. During this time, Jinghe noticed a particularly unique little witch. She donned an eccentric ensemble, a standard wizard robe draped over her unusual attire, with silvery hair and sky-blue eyes, reminiscent of an angel dispatched by Merlin. Adorning her forehead were peculiar glasses, and a large hat obscured her entire head, creating quite the spectacle. Ultimately, the sorting resulted in this little witch being placed in Ravenclaw. She then joyfully skipped to the Ravenclaw long table. Yet her odd behavior and bizarre clothing caused the other Ravenclaw students to shy away from engaging with her. Based on her appearance and demeanor, Jinghe easily recognized this little witch as Luna Lovegood, the most unconventional and imaginative girl in all of Ravenclaw. As Jinghe stood in a daze, she suddenly realized that her cat was missing. However, she was not overly concerned, as she believed her cat was exceptionally intelligent, a sentiment reinforced by Moyu's usual behavior. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Moyu leapt onto Jinghe's lap, clutching something in her mouth, a small mouse. Jinghe felt no fear towards the mouse. Instead, she pondered whether she had been remiss in feeding Moyu lately, prompting her to hunt for food. Yet, Moyu merely held the mouse in her mouth without any intention of eating it. Jinghe decided to remove the mouse from Moyu's grasp for a closer examination, only to discover that one of the mouse's pinky fingers was missing. How could I have forgotten about this hidden bombshell? Jinghe had initially intended to capture Peter Pettigrew last semester, but an abundance of responsibilities had delayed her plans. Moreover, Ron kept his pet under tight surveillance in his bedroom, often lamenting, for some inexplicable reason, numerous pets seem intent on capturing my Scabbers. What has my poor Scabbers done to deserve this? Jinghe thought to herself. Your poor Scabbers has quite the reputation, little Ron. Ordinarily, one would expect the mouse to struggle desperately in Jinghe's hand, yearning for escape. However, this mouse remained remarkably still, as if it were already her pet. Jinghe quickly realized that this mouse was the animagus form of Pettigrew and thus treated it with due respect rather than as an ordinary rodent. Aware of its ability to perceive expressions and comprehend speech, she feigned ignorance and gently stroked the mouse, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this a gift from you? Moyu, let us take it home and care for it." Moyu responded with a couple of affectionate meows. Jinghe glanced over at the Gryffindor table, where Ron was in a flurry, frantically inquiring if anyone had seen his mouse. Suppressing her disgust, Jinghe discreetly concealed the mouse in her sleeve, where it remained obediently still, nibbling on a piece of cucumber she had casually provided. The sorting ceremony soon reached its conclusion, and after the students enjoyed their first dinner of the term, Dumbledore led all the Hogwarts wizards in singing the school song in various pitches. Thus began Jinghe's second year amidst this peculiar melody. Chapter 63. Conversations with the Diary afterward. Jinghe returned to the dormitory accompanied by Ballast, with the mouse still quietly nestled in her sleeve. Although a wave of curiosity surged within her, she refrained from alarming the creature. Instead, she engaged in conversation with Ballast while discreetly glancing at the mouse. Upon reaching the dormitory and bidding farewell to Ballast, Jinghe swiftly turned and made her way back to her room, gently extracting the mouse from her hand. She then retrieved an exquisite cage from her wardrobe, adopting a benevolent demeanor as she placed the mouse inside. After securely closing the cage and locking it, she grimaced as she brushed off her hands, shaking off the non-existent dust. At last, she had captured Scabbers. No, rather, Peter Pettigrew. This cage had been specifically purchased from the Diagon Alley magic shop to contain an animagus, preventing it from transforming back into its human form. The cage had been exorbitantly priced, and after a lengthy negotiation with the shopkeeper, Jinghe had acquired it for 400 galleons. She gazed at the cage with a pained expression, lamenting that she would not have had to spend such an exorbitant sum had it not been for the necessity of capturing this mouse. Inside the cage, Peter seemed to sense something amiss, pacing restlessly and clawing at the walls while emitting frantic squeaks. He appeared to attempt transforming back into his human form, only to realize that the cage severely restricted him. His panic escalated, and he grew louder, frantically circling the confines of the cage. The cage featured a transparent square top, allowing visibility into its interior, with no gaps in the door, save for a tiny hole at the top that permitted a modicum of air for the creature's breathing. However, the cage's primary function was to contain an animagus, offering no additional capabilities. Jinghe was acutely aware of Peter's frantic cries within the cage, but she felt no sympathy. With a flick of her wand, she cast a silencing charm, isolating the noise from her ears before proceeding to freshen up. She planned to request a vial of Veritaserum from her professor the following day and deliver the mouse to Dumbledore's office, thereby fulfilling the primary objective of her third season, rescuing Sirius Black and clearing his name. Jinghe stretched with a sigh of relief, planting a kiss on Moyu, the true hero behind capturing Pettigrew, before heading to the washroom to cleanse herself of the day's fatigue. After finishing her routine, Jinghe emerged from the washroom, pushing the door open to find the room enveloped in steam and the fragrant aroma of roses. Her hair clung damply to her scalp, and the humidity from her shower had left her cheeks flushed. As she toweled her hair, she strolled towards her desk and took a seat. Glancing to her left at the cage containing the mouse, she noticed that it had ceased its frantic movements and was now calmly perched on the transparent cover. Gazing at her, Jinghe furrowed her brow and reached out to cover the small opening with a thick book, blocking its line of sight. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the black diary from the drawer beneath her cabinet. The black diary lay obediently in the drawer, appearing like an ordinary notebook, yet it was tightly bound. Jinghe fixed her gaze on the diary, inhaled deeply, untied the string binding it, and opened the first page, revealing the name of its owner, Tom Riddle, along with a character that resembled the Chinese word for and. Jinghe felt a surge of confusion. This character was distinctly not the English and. Could it be that this diary belonged to Tom and another individual? Who might that person be? Why does this character appear in the diary? Moreover, Jinghe keenly observes a blue butterfly entwined with a black snake at the lower left corner of the page, its mouth agape, revealing fangs, seemingly poised to devour the butterfly. Jinghe suppresses her inner questions, reassuring herself that the truth will eventually reveal itself. She then opens the diary to the second page and takes out her feather quill to inscribe the first line. Oh heavens, the second grade semester is about to commence. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Jinghe pretends to be oblivious to the diary's secrets and expresses her excitement for the new term in the voice of an ordinary second-grade witch. Suddenly, she notices the line she wrote slowly vanishing, replaced by a newly emerging phrase. Is that so? How thrilling indeed. Second-grade magic always brings the most novel experiences to everyone. Upon seeing this line, Jinghe's pen swiftly dances across the page. Who are you? The content then gradually fades, and the answer materializes. I am the owner of this diary. Tom Riddle. Jinghe writes again. Are you also a Slytherin? The response appears, indeed. It seems the student who found my diary is also a Slytherin. Pleased to meet you. I am your senior. Jinghe continues, really? It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Riddle. I am Jinghe 1, a second-year Slytherin student. I hail from Huaxia. After this line disappears, the diary falls silent, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary black notebook. Just as Jinghe begins to wonder if the diary's soul magic is insufficient, that familiar handwriting reappears before her. Jinghe, your name is quite familiar. Upon seeing this, Jinghe writes, indeed, I am the only student from Huaxia in the entire grade. The words on the diary surface again. Is that so? That is truly marvelous. It is said that students from Huaxia possess special markings. Special markings? Jinghe touches the blue butterfly on her left wrist, gritting her teeth and summoning her courage to write. Is that so? Were there students from Huaxia during your time as well? I must tell you, I have a blue butterfly on my left wrist, one I have carried since birth. My parents say it is a gift from Merlin. Did Huaxia students in your era also have special markings? This time, the diary did not respond with any words, but instead returned a few punctuation marks. Jinghe, puzzled by the symbols and unsure of what the young Tom Riddle meant to convey, wrote, Senior, what is wrong? The diary then rapidly produced a lengthy passage. Jinghe, it truly is you. You are still here. Do you remember me? Can you recall the past? Are you happy? Jinghe could barely decipher the initial phrases, but the subsequent words appeared as if deliberately scrambled, a chaotic jumble that left her bewildered. She thus wrote, Of course, I am Jinghe, Senior. I have always been here. But I may not remember you, as there is no one named Tom Riddle in our year of Slytherin. My memory only recalls events from after I turned 3. I have made many friends here, and I feel quite happy. But Senior, I cannot comprehend the rest of what you wrote. It is too chaotic. Upon reading her words, the soul within the diary remained silent for a long while before responding. It's all right. I was just a bit too excited. The latter part was merely my unstable ramblings in that state. Nothing to worry about. Jinghe sighed in relief and resumed her correspondence with the diary's soul. Today, I met a truly special girl, and I like her very much. Dinner was splendid. My friends and I were in a secluded little compartment, which nearly led my other friends to think I had missed the train. Thus, Jinghe continued to chatter about all that had transpired that day, while the soul within the diary responded with unexpected gentleness, answering each line particularly well. Is that so? That girl sounds quite remarkable. I imagine there must have been Chinese cuisine. You seem to have many friends. If I were there, I would wish to befriend you too. I like you as well. Regardless of how peculiar Jinghe's writings became, she consistently received gentle and meaningful replies. Were it not for her awareness of the lingering soul of Voldemort within, she might have been utterly enchanted by the exchanges, truly a master of persuasion in his former life. The duo engaged in a lively back and forth until Jinghe noticed the night was growing late. If she did not retire soon, she would awaken fatigued the next morning. Suddenly, she was startled to realize how deeply she had become engrossed in chatting with the soul of the diary. She swiftly penned, It is quite late now, Senior Riddle. I must rest, for I have classes tomorrow. If I am late, the professor will admonish me. Good night. The soul within the diary, clearly still eager to continue their conversation, replied nonetheless, Very well, Jinghe. I look forward to our meeting again tomorrow. Good night. Jinghe then closed the diary, wrapping it tightly with a cord before placing it in her drawer and shutting it, subsequently drifting into a deep slumber, cradling her companion, MOU. Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment she sealed the diary, another line of text emerged within its pages. Good night, my butterfly. That night, as Jinghe nestled her head upon the pillow, she fell asleep within mere minutes. After she succumbed to slumber, a plume of black smoke suddenly seeped from the crack of the drawer where the diary was kept, coalescing beside the table into a humanoid form, with raven black curls and eyes like obsidian, clad in Slytherin's green robes. He possessed striking features that would undoubtedly incite admiration and infatuation among witches if he were to appear at Hogwarts. His gaze fixated on the peacefully sleeping girl, occasionally flickering with a crimson glow. This was the youthful Tom Riddle. He believed a mere defense spell could shield him, and assumed his diary would only be found by inconsequential little witches. Little did he know his fortune had led him to encounter his butterfly. A simple protective charm could not deter him, even in his current spectral form. Yet, he would comply with his butterfly's wishes, assuring her of his presence. Convinced he would discover other means, he approached the girl's bedside, kneeling on one knee, his eyes clearly perceiving her serene visage in the dark. His gaze filled with unabashed infatuation and desire. His butterfly remained young and joyful, surrounded by trivial distractions. But that was inconsequential. He would soon emerge and resolve any disturbances surrounding her, leaving no obstacle between them unchallenged. Just as Tom reached out to caress the girl's cheek, a sudden sting struck his hand. His enamored gaze turned frigid as he glared at the black cat nestled in the girl's embrace. The cat had leaped from her arms, fur bristling, arching its back and baring its teeth at Tom. The earlier sting was the cat's paw, and while Tom, in his spectral form, felt no pain, an unprecedented rage surged through him. How dare even a cat strike him? Tom's pupils gradually turned crimson, despite his weakness. He still possessed enough strength to make the little cat vanish. At that moment, Moyu clearly sensed the mysterious entity before her posed a threat. Yet she remained crouched protectively in front of Jinghe, baring her teeth and hissing to deter Tom from approaching. Tom extended his hand slowly towards the snarling black cat. But just as he was about to draw near, Jinghe shifted on the bed, realizing that her usual companion nestled in her arms was missing. Frowning, she closed her eyes and reached out to search for Moyu. After a few aimless swipes, she finally found the upright Moyu standing at the foot of the bed, puzzled by her pet's unusual liveliness that night. As she groggily opened her eyes, Tom had already transformed into a wisp of black smoke, drifting into the diary hidden within the drawer. Thus, when Jinghe opened her eyes, all she could see was the snarling Moyu. There was nothing else in sight. Jinghe assumed that Moyu was worried about her safety due to Peter being in the cage that night. She got up to check on the cage and found Peter sitting quietly inside, seemingly resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, Moyu remained agitated, scratching incessantly at the drawer containing the diary. Jinghe realized Moyu understood that something dangerous lurked within, posing a threat to her, which caused her concern. So, Jinghe gently picked up Moyu and whispered soothingly, "It's all right. The contents inside are bound by me and pose no threat. Be good." Moyu relaxed, comforted by Jinghe's words. Moyu gradually settled down in her embrace, occasionally mewing softly. Seeing Moyu calm down, Jinghe cradled her and returned to bed, drifting back to sleep. Yet, Moyu's wide eyes glimmered in the darkness, fixed intently on the drawer that held the diary. Fortunately, Tom did not emerge again during the latter part of the night, and all remained tranquil. She would eventually come to understand everything happening around her. Chapter 64, The Truth. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Jinghe awoke punctually. Having stirred once during the night to comfort her little cat, she still felt a bit drowsy, yet she rose in accordance with her biological clock. The first class of the day was potions, taught by their own professor. As usual, Snape began with his indifferent tirade, directing scathing remarks towards all the young wizards except for Jinghe. His words were like venom, warming the hearts of those listening. The lesson unfolded in the same manner as the previous semester, detailing the potion-making process, materials needed, and precautions to take. After the lecture, he instructed the young wizards to engage in practical work. As customary, Snape, after deducting a few points from the Gryffindors with evident pleasure, stood quietly beside Jinghe, watching her concoct potions. Having completed the second-year curriculum with Snape last semester, the second-year lessons were no longer challenging for her. Instead, she was now working on the more advanced potions that Snape assigned exclusively to her. It became evident that Snape had not misjudged her abilities. Even with the higher difficulty of the potion-making task, Jinghe executed the process flawlessly and without error, even refining some methods based on her own experience to enhance both the speed and quality of her work. Observing Jinghe's adept modifications to the potion-making techniques, Snape noted that her approach remained unchanged. Even without her former memories, she still managed to perfect the improvements. The potion class concluded amidst the young wizard's deep contemplation and frustration. Before they departed, Snape assigned a daunting 5 inches of potion homework, eliciting a chorus of groans from the students. Jinghe chose not to return to the dormitory with Ballast, instead quietly remaining in her seat as the other young wizards gradually filed out. She waved off Draco's invitation and bid farewell to the Gryffindor trio. Snape, evidently aware that Jinghe had something to discuss, also stood silently at the podium, observing as the other young wizards exited. Soon, only Snape and Jinghe remained in the classroom. Jinghe spoke up. "Professor, I would like to borrow a potion to rectify a miscarriage of justice from decades ago." Snape furrowed his brow in confusion. "What potion do you need?" "The truth serum," Jinghe replied as she retrieved the cage she had placed beside her feet and shook it towards Snape, saying, "My little cat brought in a mouse yesterday. At first, I thought it was simply hungry. However, Professor, I discovered this is no ordinary mouse. It is an animagus." Upon hearing this, Snape's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he gazed at the cage. There was no animagus mouse throughout Hogwarts, a peculiar situation indeed. This reminded him of the celebrated hero featured in newspapers decades ago, Peter Pettigrew, whose animagus form was also that of a mouse, albeit he had been killed in Azkaban. Wait a moment, Snape's mind became chaotic. What if that mouse had not perished? Jinghe had just mentioned it was a miscarriage of justice. Could it possibly concern that mouse? Snape sensed the gravity of the situation and gestured for Jinghe to follow him, hastening towards his office. Inside, he retrieved a box filled with high-quality truth serum. Aware that he could not handle certain matters alone, he took the serum and quickly led Jinghe to the headmaster's office on the top floor. Upon arriving, Snape recited the incantation, cockroach cluster, and the doors swung open. He swiftly descended the stairs, with Jinghe nearly struggling to keep pace. In the office, Dumbledore was engrossed in paperwork when he looked up at the sound and saw Snape and Jinghe. "Ah, Severus, and Jinghe, what brings you both here? Snape held up the cage and said to Dumbledore, I believe this cage may be harboring the celebrated hero from over a decade ago. Dumbledore's once kind gaze sharpened suddenly. He rose and approached the cage, opening it. The mouse, upon seeing the door ajar, attempted to dart away. But the two wizards present were not about to grant it such an opportunity. With a flick of his wand, Snape caused the mouse, which had intended to scurry into a corner, to grow in size, transforming from a rodent into a curled-up human on the ground. This man, was none other than the renowned hero from the newspapers, Peter Pettigrew. However, due to his years spent living with the Weasley family, he had forgotten his former posture and lay on the ground like a mouse, his tattered clothing and sparse hair revealing a round, timid face with eyes filled with fear, particularly accentuated by his protruding buck teeth, evoking feelings of revulsion. Dumbledore promptly conjured a chair, binding Pettigrew securely to it. Snape stepped forward, prying open his mouth and pouring an entire vial of truth serum down his throat, after which Dumbledore began to question him. Was the explosion decades ago caused by Sirius? Pettigrew desperately tried to keep his mouth shut, but the potency of the truth serum forced him to tremble as he revealed the truth. It wasn't him, it was me. Snape then inquired. You were the one who betrayed them to the Dark Lord, leading to their discovery, weren't you? Peter nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, It is indeed I. She informed me that as long as I uttered this address, she would be with me. Nearby, Jinghe felt an overwhelming wave of confusion wash over her. Shouldn't she be fearful of the mysterious figure? When had Peter begun dating? Why was she unaware of it? However, it was evident that Snape and Dumbledore, standing aside, recognized the identity of the woman Peter referred to. Snape stepped forward, menacingly brandishing his wand against Peter's chin, declaring, She will never agree to be with you. Ultimately, you are merely a coward, clinging to life. After all these years of study, you haven't even mastered the most rudimentary mental concealment, and now you find yourself ensnared. How could you possibly believe the promises of such a person? Are you to be considered naive, or is your mind merely filled with weeds? Upon hearing Snape's words, Peter shrieked, That cannot be. He promised me that once this matter was resolved, Jinghe would be with me. Jinghe, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted back to reality by the mention of her name, her brow furrowing even tighter. Upon hearing Peter utter Jinghe's name, Snape immediately collapsed, plunging Peter into unconsciousness. Jinghe, perplexed, inquired, What is wrong with him? I seem to have heard him calling my name. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, responded, Perhaps our Jinghe is simply too renowned at school, leading him to know your name. After all, he is an animagus who has been hidden for over a decade. Jinghe, clearly skeptical of Dumbledore's explanation, found herself devoid of anyone who could clarify her doubts. Thus, she suppressed her questions and nodded, contemplating the need to uncover the truth herself in due course. Dumbledore, glancing at Peter's unconscious form on the bench, turned to Snape and stated, Severus, I shall take him now to the Ministry for judgment. It appears the Ministry has wrongfully accused the wrong person. Heroes and traitors have been confounded for over a decade, and it is time to restore order. Snape, crossing his arms, retorted, The fools at the Ministry have never been right about anything. In fact, I would prefer he remains in Azkaban alongside his dear friend. Then, as if recalling something, Snape rubbed his forehead and added, Releasing that black fellow is unfathomable. I can only imagine how tumultuous things would be in Slytherin with Jinghe involved. Dumbledore chuckled. The exuberance of youth can often be a delightful chaos, Severus. As they conversed, a silencing charm enveloped them, preventing Jinghe from overhearing their dialogue. She stood by, her eyes darting around in anticipation. Just then, a fiery figure leapt into her embrace. Upon recognition, she realized it was Fawkes, the headmaster's phoenix. This extraordinary phoenix, akin to any ordinary pet, nestled against Jinghe, nuzzling her affectionately while emitting joyful chirps. Jinghe, enchanted by the little phoenix, gently stroked its back, rendering Fawkes blissfully content, eyes closed in delight. Dumbledore, lifting the silencing charm, remarked with a smile, It appears Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you. It is the first time I have seen him display such affection for anyone besides myself. A nostalgic glimmer sparkled in his eyes, while Snape regarded Jinghe with undeniable warmth. Dumbledore continued, Should Miss Jinghe find the time, she is welcome to visit the headmaster's office to see Fawkes. He adores your company. Jinghe, exhilarated, nodded eagerly. The opportunity felt serendipitous. Not only could she bond with the world's rarest phoenix, but she could also discreetly gather some of its feathers for her alchemical endeavors. She had perused numerous books on alchemy in her home library, and even crafted several protective bracelets, albeit simple ones that only offered basic spell resistance. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her practice, her skills steadily improving. Dumbledore then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jinghe, for your assistance in capturing this fugitive. I shall take him to the ministry for questioning now. Jinghe nodded in agreement and, alongside Snape, exited the headmaster's office. The two walked in silence along the corridor. Snape was aware that his butterfly bore many secrets, including the revelation that this rat was an animagus. Yet he refrained from inquiring unless the girl chose to disclose it herself. Noticing Snape's lack of curiosity, Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief and, upon reaching a fork in the path, said, "Thank you, Professor, for the Veritaserum you provided today. I believe the truth will soon emerge. After all, this rat was Ron's pet, so I must inform him of this rather unpleasant news." Snape nodded, his thoughts drifting to the rat that had lived with the Weasleys for decades, a wave of nausea washing over him. The two then parted ways at the crossroads. Snape returned to his office, while Jinghe took a deep breath, heading towards the Gryffindor common room to relay this disheartening information to Ron, mentally organizing her words to express the news delicately. Chapter 65. Sirius Black. Meanwhile, far from Hogwarts, on a desolate island, stood a dilapidated prison. The structure appeared so decrepit that escape seemed feasible. However, it was surrounded by numerous cloaked figures, the Dementors, rendering any attempt to flee perilous. This was the infamous Azkaban prison, housing all manner of notorious criminals, including those who were merely guilty of accidental murder, alongside the henchmen of both the First and Second Dark Lords. At this moment, a group of wizards cautiously approached the prison, wands drawn, vigilant of their surroundings. For the place was rife with desperate souls, and a single misstep could prove fatal. They made their way to a cell, peering inside at a disheveled man with unkempt hair, whose spirit appeared as weary as his appearance. Yet, amidst the cruel torment he had endured, his former handsomeness was unmistakable. He seemed oblivious to their presence, eyes tightly shut. The wizard outside retrieved the key to the cell, unlocking it, and stepping inside, the choking dust prompting a few coughs. The man inside sensed their arrival and opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. One of the wizards, noting his attention, spoke up, "Mr. Black. We require your presence to confirm details regarding a case from decades past. Please accompany us." The man turned his head calmly, revealing dark, curly hair and chiseled features. His eyes, reminiscent of tranquil lakes, seemed capable of ensnaring souls. His garments were disheveled, and his face bore the marks of hardship, yet his striking visage compelled admiration. This was the infamous prisoner, once the most promising heir of the Black family, Sirius Black. Coldly, Black replied, "I have no interest in participating in this so-called case. I am aware I am a criminal, and my words hold no value." He then closed his eyes, evidently rejecting the wizard's request. The wizard, anticipating this response, pressed on. "Mr. Black, we have apprehended Peter Pettigrew, who perished in the fire over a decade ago. Your testimony is essential for the conviction." As Sirius Black, who had just closed his eyes, heard the moment Peter was apprehended, he abruptly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. "Who had captured him?" The wizard spoke. "We are not entirely certain, but Peter was brought here by Professor Dumbledore. According to his account, Wormtail had been transforming into a rat and residing in the Weasley household. Upon learning that Peter was to be held accountable, Sirius acquiesced to this notion, as he had yet to extricate himself from suspicion. Thus he donned special shackles to move about. At the rear of the line, an Auror observed that the situation had been resolved and relaxed his vigilance, remarking to his companion, "Alas, I heard that this Wormtail was captured by a female student from Hogwarts." The wizard beside him responded in astonishment, "Really? But that's not an ordinary rat. It's a wizard in his animagus form." The female Auror nodded and said, "You were not present at the time. I witnessed Peter being brought in. And although he was unconscious, I was close enough to hear him murmuring a name." "What was it? Jinghe?" The nearby wizard, upon hearing the name, instinctively raised his voice. "Jinghe? That does not sound like a name from our region." The witch replied, "Indeed, it appears to be from the east." Just as the female Auror was about to speak again, a figure suddenly burst forth from a nearby cell, startling them all. They turned to see a disheveled individual, bearing the marks of neglect, yet still recognizable for his former handsomeness. However, his once handsome visage was now marred by a frenzied expression. The man pressed his face against the cell door, shouting, "Is it Jinghe? Has she returned?" As everyone stood in bewilderment, Sirius, walking in the midst of the crowd, abruptly turned back and struck the man in the cell with a cold voice. "You have no right to mention her, little Barty." The man in the cell was none other than Barty Crouch Jr., the son of the current Minister of Magic, who had once been one of Voldemort's most formidable henchmen. Little Barty, seemingly oblivious to the pain, continued to ramble madly. "If it weren't for her, that girl wouldn't deserve to bear that name." Sirius merely gazed coldly at the deranged man and said, "You are unworthy to decide her fate." With that, he turned and walked away, the other wizards hastily following, leaving little Barty alone in the cell, laughing maniacally. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he was anticipating his own release. He awaited his kind yet timid mother to come, so he could escape and confront the girl who bore his beloved's name, a name that was singular and could not be claimed by another. Little Barty's gaze grew even more frenzied. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Jinghe suddenly sneezed twice loudly, rubbed her nose, and wondered, "It's not even cold? Who is speaking ill of me?" At this moment, the trio from Gryffindor had been summoned from the common room by Jinghe, and they looked at her with confusion. Ron spoke up. "Is something the matter, Jinghe? By the way, have you seen my rat Scabbers? I haven't seen him all day." Poor Scabbers. Could he have been devoured by some wretched owl? Hearing Ron's inquiry, Jinghe quickly repressed the carefully crafted response she had prepared and instead placed a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder, saying, "Ron, what I am about to say may come as a surprise, but I hope you will not be too shocked. It is a fact, and I wish for you to accept it swiftly." Ron gazed at her, bewildered, while the others mirrored his confusion, unable to comprehend what could have rendered Jinghe's expression so grave. Taking a deep breath, she began, "The pet you mentioned, the rat Scabbers, is not a pet in the true sense. He is an animagus. Moreover, this rat is the very mastermind responsible for the tragedy that befell Harry's parents decades ago." The trio stood frozen in shock at Jinghe's revelation. Ron, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "You must be joking. Jinghe, it's not April Fool's Day. And wasn't T. Wormtail already sacrificed? The true culprit is imprisoned in Azkaban." Ron, aware of the events from years past, recounted stories his father, Mr. Weasley, had told him. Jinghe shook her head and turned to the astonished Harry. "Harry, you still have family. The events of that case over a decade ago blinded everyone. The true perpetrator roams free while the scapegoat hero has endured years in Azkaban. Harry, the man currently in Azkaban, though I believe he will soon be released, is the most esteemed heir of the Black family, Sirius Black. You may call him Padfoot. Harry, he is your godfather." Both Ron and Harry were clearly taken aback by Jinghe's words, standing in stunned silence for a considerable time, until Ron, breaking the spell, clutched his head in despair and exclaimed, "Is this true?" Jinghe nodded. "Professor Dumbledore has transported him to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation. I believe the newspapers will report this in a few days." Upon hearing this, Ron grew increasingly distraught. "I only just realized that I have been living with a grown man, and I have." Ron's thoughts spiraled, making him feel nauseous, and he rushed to the lavatory to vomit profusely. Meanwhile, Harry, astonished to learn he had family, realized his godfather was an innocent hero. Regaining his composure, Harry asked Jinghe, "Is all of this true? Will I meet my godfather? I have family." With that, Harry's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Jinghe nodded. "Professor Dumbledore informed me of Sirius being your godfather. As for the other details, I am not entirely sure. But you should be able to meet him in a few days, Harry. At that time, you can speak with him about anything." Hermione, standing nearby, genuinely felt joy for Harry. She had witnessed the way Harry's aunt treated him, and now he had a godfather who could care for him. This was indeed thrilling news. However, her gaze shifted to Ron, who had just emerged from the restroom, pale and weak from his earlier ordeal. And her heart ached for his experience. Spending 11 years sharing a space with that loathsome man was truly terrifying. Hermione looked at Ron with a mix of sympathy and amusement. Jinghe comforted Ron while encouraging Harry to anticipate the forthcoming news in the papers, feeling relieved as she hummed a tune and skipped back to her room. The main quest of Season 3 had been accomplished. The guilty would ultimately face their reckoning, while the true heroes would forever be revered and cherished. Chapter 66, The Unjustly Wronged. Let us now return to Sirius's perspective. At this moment, Sirius, accompanied by a group of wizards, swiftly arrived at the Ministry of Magic through apparition. The ministry was unusually quiet that day. The normally boisterous wizards, engaged in their duties, seemed to have been silenced by an enchantment, working silently at their tasks. In the vast hall, the only sounds were the clanking of Sirius's shackles, reverberating through the silence. As Sirius entered the ministry, he became the focus of all eyes, with everyone awaiting the outcome of the day's hearing, to discern whether a true hero, wronged for a decade, would finally be vindicated or if a false criminal intended to evade justice. Sirius maintained his characteristic defiant expression, undeterred by the years spent in confinement, for it had not altered his essence. He followed a throng of wizards as they slowly entered the interrogation room of the Ministry of Magic, where he beheld Fudge, perched high above, regarding him with a mixture of trepidation and panic, a stark contrast to the derision and mockery he had encountered years prior. The room was filled with a multitude of wizards, while at the very front sat a reporter from the Daily Prophet, who immediately began feverishly scribbling notes the moment Sirius Black stepped through the door, bound to a chair by the wizards. Sirius turned his head to find himself seated beside his sworn enemy, the loathsome Peter Pettigrew, whom he had fantasized about escaping to kill countless times. Impulsive as ever, Sirius felt an overwhelming urge to spring from his seat upon seeing Pettigrew, but the shackles held him firmly in place. forcing him to struggle helplessly. He yearned to seize Pettigrew by the collar and demand, "Why did you betray James? Why would you trust that nebulous promise over your companions with whom you had played for years?" At that moment, Dumbledore descended from the platform and approached Sirius, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Sensing Dumbledore's presence, Sirius gradually calmed, though his gaze remained fixed on Pettigrew. Fudge, observing Sirius's newfound composure, ordered for Pettigrew to be awakened. A witch, adorned in a robe that could not conceal the vibrant hues of her attire, sashayed over, ostentatiously brandishing her wand to tap Pettigrew's forehead, rousing him from his stupor. Upon witnessing Pettigrew regain consciousness, she flashed a saccharine smile towards the platform and cast a sidelong glance at Sirius before returning to her original seat with an exaggerated gait. Now fully awake, Pettigrew surveyed his surroundings and realized there was no escape, remaining silent and sitting still, oblivious to Sirius's anguished inquiries. Fudge rapped his gavel, signaling for silence from Sirius, and then, feigning gravitas, proclaimed, "The interrogation shall commence." The Auror beside him promptly pinched Pettigrew's cheek and administered an entire vial of Veritaserum, a potion that, under normal circumstances, should not be consumed in such quantity. However, in the name of justice, it was poured down his throat in one go. As for any side effects, they would deal with that later, perhaps with a Dementor's kiss to remedy the aftermath. Fudge then spoke, "Peter Pettigrew, did you orchestrate the arson that resulted in the deaths of 2 wizards and 13 muggles?" Pettigrew nodded, confessing, "It was I who did it. I framed Sirius." Gasps of shock erupted from the assembly, as the case seemed irrevocably settled, revealing the ministry's negligence from years past that had led to this egregious miscarriage of justice. Fudge, undeterred, pressed on, "And who instructed you to commit this act?" Pettigrew replied, "It was that person. They promised me that if I succeeded, she would be with me." In a fit of rage, he rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a stark dark mark that left the audience wide-eyed. Fudge squinted and inquired, "Who is this she? Is she still alive?" Before Pettigrew could respond, Sirius erupted once more, "No. Pettigrew has no right to mention her. He is a fool." Fudge rapped his gavel, about to speak, but Dumbledore, standing beside Sirius, interjected, "Sir, I believe this case has become abundantly clear. The perpetrator has divulged everything. You should trust in the veracity of his words, for the Veritaserum was crafted by our esteemed Professor Snape, renowned for his unparalleled potions expertise." Fudge rubbed his temples, fully aware of Snape's prowess, yet he sought to press further, pondering that capturing this so-called might allow him to mitigate the ministry's past blunders. He gazed at Pettigrew, who appeared to be struggling against something, ultimately failing, and merely uttered, "That girl is dead," before frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. The truth had been laid bare. It was the ministry's inaction that had imprisoned the true hero in darkness for many years. Fudge caught sight of the reporter from the Daily Prophet, diligently jotting down notes, and could already envision how the ministry's failures would be portrayed in tomorrow's edition, leading to a throbbing headache. But the outcome was predetermined, and he could effect no change. All he could do was strike his gavel and declare, according to the ministry's findings, the arson 10 years ago was perpetrated by the fugitive Peter Pettigrew. We shall revoke his Merlin's Knight badge, and Sirius Black, having been found innocent, was merely present to save his friend and is hereby exonerated. Following the announcement, the Auror released Sirius from his special shackles. Rising to stretch his wrists, Sirius, seizing the moment when no one was watching, pivoted and landed a punch on the unconscious Pettigrew's cheek. An Auror standing beside Pettigrew swiftly intervened, pulling Sirius away, but Sirius, still seething, attempted to pursue for another blow when Dumbledore grasped his arm. Sirius turned to speak, but he met Dumbledore's gaze, which conveyed a silent warning. The wise wizard shook his head slightly, locking eyes with Sirius and speaking in a voice meant only for him. "She is alive, Sirius." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at Dumbledore, suspecting it to be a mere fabrication to soothe his turmoil. Yet Dumbledore held his gaze, unyielding in his conviction. After a moment of silence, Sirius replied, "There's no need for comfort, Professor Dumbledore. I witnessed her corpse 10 years ago. It has been my relentless desire for vengeance for James, Lily, and her that has kept me enduring in that prison for all these years." Dumbledore smiled faintly and said, "You must understand how extraordinary she was, yes?" Sirius nodded, remembering her like the first blooms of spring, cherishing only the most beautiful memories. In the confines of Azkaban, he had fought to shield his mind from thoughts of their joyous times, lest the Dementors consume those cherished recollections. Now, dredged from the depths of his mind by Dumbledore, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, tears glistening in Sirius's eyes as he felt the corners of his mouth twitch, recalling his happiest moments. Dumbledore smiled gently. "Do you believe Merlin would bless a special witch, granting her rebirth?" Though years in prison had dulled his thoughts, Sirius quickly grasped the implication, his eyes widening as he turned to Dumbledore. The latter nodded. Last year, when entering the school with Harry, there was a young witch named Jinghe, with black hair and blue eyes, sorted into Slytherin, just as vivacious and gifted as ever. When I inquired of the sorting hat, it decisively affirmed, "It is she, and notably, she bears an identical blue butterfly on her left wrist." Sirius's pupils dilated in shock, his lips quivering as he whispered, "Is it true, sir?" Dumbledore neither confirmed nor denied, silently observing the fervent man before him. Sirius felt a haze enveloping his vision. He raised a hand to wipe his eyes, only to discover that his palm was damp with tears. When had they begun to flow? It seemed they were relentless. With a voice thick with emotion, he implored, "Professor Dumbledore, may I visit her? May I see Jinghe? May I see my godchild? Oh no, I cannot present myself before them in such a disheveled state. I must compose myself." In that moment, Sirius transformed from a man weary from suffering back to the vibrant youth he once was during his halcyon days at Hogwarts. A glimmer returned to his eyes, and his stooped posture gradually straightened. Dumbledore regarded Mr. Black with a gentle demeanor, retrieving a handkerchief from his sleeve and offering it to him to stem the tide of tears. He then placed a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Sirius, you see, everything is on the verge of improvement." Thus, this long-standing miscarriage of justice from years past found its resolution on this day. The following morning at Hogwarts, Owls delivered the latest edition of the Daily Prophet to young witches and wizards who had placed their orders. Upon opening the paper, they gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, come and see. The true culprit of that infamous explosion years ago has been unveiled. It was that wretched Peter Pettigrew." This revelation prompted even those who had not subscribed to the newspaper to lean in for a glimpse. Perhaps for aesthetic reasons, the paper featured a photograph of Sirius Black instead of Pettigrew. Surrounding young witches exclaimed, "Heavens, Mr. Black was wronged. He is so handsome and a great hero. Truly splendid." Hermione, having obtained the Daily Prophet, read the account with disbelief. Shockingly, the Ministry of Magic allowed a hero to languish in injustice while a criminal roamed free. The subsequent details revealed that the arson incident a decade prior was indeed orchestrated by Peter Pettigrew, whose animagus form was an utterly inconspicuous rat. It was reported that this very rat had resided for an extended period in the Weasley household, raising suspicions about Mr. Weasley's knowledge of the affair. The true hero, one of the finest descendants of the Black family, Sirius Black, had been exonerated just yesterday. This striking man had endured a decade of prison torment, and his heartfelt expression moved all to tears. He, the hero of the wizarding world, merely remarked to those weeping for him, "For the sake of justice. This sacrifice is inconsequential." Ron, having seen the newspaper's portrayal of Pettigrew, furrowed his brow even deeper. After the tumultuous events of the previous day, he felt ravenous. Yet the sumptuous feast before him held no allure. Harry, noticing the paper's clarification regarding his godfather, felt a pang of sympathy for Ron's plight. But his heart brimmed with anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with Sirius. As he gazed at the description of his godfather, an unidentifiable discomfort washed over him. He shook his head, thinking, "I'll know when we meet." Jinghe, seated at the Slytherin table, also caught sight of the Daily Prophet's report. Initially, all seemed well. But as she continued reading, she encountered the journalist's effusive praise for Sirius. While this adulation resonated with many, garnering sympathy and admiration for the handsome wizard, Jinghe, familiar with Sirius's character, felt a shiver run down her spine. Surely, if he were to see this, he might very well seek vengeance upon the journalist. Nevertheless, the ordeal had concluded, and she recognized that Sirius could now visit her openly, no longer needing to transform into a black dog for clandestine encounters. Soon, when she reached her 3rd year, he would even be able to sign her permission slip for a trip to Hogsmeade. Everything was unfolding towards a glorious future, Jinghe mused. For she had come here to effect change, had she not? On the 3rd morning, as she glanced at her schedule, she lamented the unfortunate reality of having defense against the dark arts class that day. She could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue when Lockhart unleashed Cornish pixies. Yet, change was inevitable, was it not? As she trudged towards the great hall with Ballast, she was astonished to find all the professors seated at the staff table. A rare occurrence indeed. Professor Snape typically avoided breakfast in the hall, yet here he was, albeit with an ill countenance. Then, her gaze fell upon an unexpected figure. With striking features, raven-black curls, and captivating eyes, it was none other than one of the most beloved and enchanting wizards in the realm, Harry's godfather, Sirius Black. At that moment, Sirius had shed the disheveled appearance he bore upon his first appearance in the films. He was now clad in clean, tidy attire, his beard neatly shaven, and his hair impeccably groomed. Despite the trials of imprisonment, his handsome visage remained compelling. Harry had yet to arrive for breakfast, But when Sirius caught sight of Jinghe, his eyes widened in recognition. There she was, unchanged. He sprang to his feet, eager to rush towards her, but was firmly restrained by Snape's grip on his arm. Sirius turned. Irritation etched on his face. "Do not obstruct me, Mr. Snape." With a sardonic smile, Snape replied, "You must understand, she has not yet regained her memories. You would frighten her, Mr. Black." Dumbledore, overhearing their exchange, wore a knowing smile. For the two had matured enough to abandon their previous monikers of snot-nosed brat and that foolish black dog. It was a delightful transformation indeed. Reluctantly, Sirius settled back into his seat, yet his gaze remained steadfastly upon Jinghe, adorned with a radiant smile unlike any she had seen before. As she met his eyes, an expression akin to that of a long-lost friend washed over his face, sending a chill down her spine. What was happening? She did not recognize Sirius. Why did he regard her with such intensity? Jinghe felt a slight ache in her head. Yet soon, Harry entered, immediately noticing the additional figure at the staff table. Upon seeing Harry's bright smile, Sirius's own widened, and he approached Harry, who realized instantly that this was his long-lost godfather. The reunion of godfather and godson was bound to be filled with unspoken words, and at that moment, Dumbledore observed that the young witches and wizards had gathered, prompting him to tap his cup for silence before announcing, "We are honored to welcome the hero, Mr. Sirius Black, to our school as a faculty member, serving as the assistant to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." A resounding applause erupted from the audience, and Sirius, standing beside Harry, elegantly bowed to the crowd, eliciting cheers and even more fervent applause from the assembled wizards. Sirius rose to his feet, casting a smile around the room. As his gaze passed over Jinghe, he made a deliberate nod in her direction. Though puzzled, Jinghe returned his gesture with a smile and a wave of her hand, prompting Sirius's grin to widen even further. Of course, Lockhart also stood up, his face adorned with that self-assured smile, yet only a handful of young wizards acknowledged him. The majority's attention was drawn to the newly arrived Professor Black. Lockhart could only manage an awkward smile towards Snape, whose already foul mood deepened further upon witnessing Lockhart's grin. Once the applause subsided, freed from Snape's constraints, Sirius bounded over like a wild dog, taking a seat beside Jinghe in the Slytherin section. Ordinarily, that spot would have belonged to Draco, but he had just stepped away to retrieve something, inadvertently allowing his seat to be taken. Upon Draco's return, his face flushed with anger at the sight. But as a new professor, he could only roll his eyes dramatically and mutter, "Just wait. I'll tell my father to have you expelled," before sulking into a nearby seat. Jinghe watched, astonished, as the handsome young wizard rushed towards her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Goodness, this man, akin to a dog in his enthusiasm, had nearly collided with her. Was it because his animagus form was a dog that he was so exhilarated? Noticing the furrow in Jinghe's brow, Sirius suppressed his own excitement at their reunion and spoke. "I heard from Professor Dumbledore that it was you who helped capture the fugitive Peter. I am truly grateful. Without your assistance, I may never have found my way out." He extended his hand, and as Jinghe grasped his large hand, she understood the warmth in his gaze from moments before. "It's no trouble at all, Mr. Black. I believe no one would wish to see a true hero unjustly accused." Sirius felt a flicker of warmth at her words, yet the formality with which she addressed him as Mr. Black deepened a sense of disappointment within him. However, having re-encountered the vibrant Jinghe, he resolved not to impose further. Thus, Sirius lost himself in conversation with her, meandering through various topics. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class had acquired a new instructor, Sirius Black, strikingly handsome, wealthy, and once the most celebrated heir of the illustrious Black family. All these traits captivated the attention of the young witches and wizards, even overshadowing Lockhart's presence. While Lockhart enjoyed popularity, his oily demeanor rendered him less favored among many in Slytherin. Conversely, though Sirius had once been a rebellious Gryffindor, the current students admired such defiance, and his surname alone granted him a measure of respect among the Slytherins. Thus, anticipation for the Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons soared. As they eagerly speculated what Professor Black would impart, Jinghe suddenly mused that perhaps the Defense Against the Dark Arts class could indeed be salvaged. Sirius makes a grand entrance, holding a rose, gracefully leaning against the wall, attempts to speak but pricked his lips, hands covered in dust, fleeing in disarray. Stay tuned for the unfolding drama. Chapter 68, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Comedy and Peace. The first official Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson for the second year commenced today. Before the class began, Sirius remained seated beside Jinghe, engaging her in lively conversation. Jinghe felt a twinge of confusion. Why was Sirius not seeking out Harry for conversation? She understood the loneliness he must have endured in prison. Yet why was he so intent on speaking with her? She found it hard to believe that a mere act of saving his life could outweigh the significance of his role as a godfather. However, Jinghe had always harbored a fondness for Sirius, and since he was willing to converse with her, she was more than happy to oblige. Despite his maturity, Sirius retained a delightful sense of humor, making their discussions enjoyable. Thus, they chatted about various subjects, with Sirius seamlessly picking up on whatever Jinghe said, showing no signs of having spent years in confinement. Only Sirius knew how well he and this young lady connected in their youth. Despite being from different houses, their interests had aligned remarkably, even managing to shift his perspective on Slytherin. Meanwhile, Draco and the other two boys nearby cast resentful glances, their gazes almost tangible, as they watched the new teaching assistant monopolize Jinghe's attention. Draco, particularly irked by Sirius's familiarity on his very first day, attempted to interrupt their conversation, only to be met with Sirius's dismissive retort. "Nephew, do you need something?" Draco felt utterly frustrated, cursing himself for forgetting that his mother was the sister of the very Professor Black before him. Blaise and Theodore refrained from intervening, not only because they were unfamiliar with the professor, but also due to their uncertainty regarding his temperament. They reasoned that it would be unwise to risk losing house points over an ill-timed comment, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, it was clear that professors should not sit amongst students during class. As the lesson approached, Sirius reluctantly bid farewell to Jinghe, making his way to the front of the classroom to await Lockhart's arrival. Many young witches had already arranged Lockhart's books and were poised with eager hands, awaiting the entrance of their idol. When the class began, the door at the top of the staircase swung open, revealing Lockhart in a garish blue outfit, descending the steps with a smile showcasing his perfect 8 pearly whites. The young witches erupted into shrill screams, and with a self-important grin, Lockhart raised his hand to quiet them before announcing, "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a proud recipient of the 3rd class Merlin Award, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. I have authored numerous books, including Break with the Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, Vacationing with Vampires, Walking with Giants, Traveling with Werewolves, and A Year with the Yeti, among others. I have been invited by Professor Dumbledore to serve as your defense against the dark arts instructor this year." He gestured towards Sirius, who stood silently with his arms crossed, saying, "And this is my teaching assistant, Sirius Black, assigned to assist me in guiding you through this year's defense against the dark arts curriculum." With that, he flashed his trademark smile, inciting even louder screams from the students below. As Sirius listened to Lockhart's self-promoting introduction, he quickly grasped that this pompous man was nothing more than a superficial buffoon. True heroes never boast of their accomplishments, just as he had never shared the tale of his endurance and suffering during those long years in prison. Dumbledore, too, never paraded his significant contributions to alchemy. Only those lacking substance would incessantly flaunt their trivial accolades. Sirius turned his head away, rolling his eyes where no one could see. Follow. No one dared to suggest that he should follow. Had it not been for Dumbledore's insistence on maintaining decorum, Sirius would have already marched up to the podium, wand in hand, ready to demand Lockhart speak properly. Subsequently, Lockhart produced a stack of papers and, with a smile, proclaimed, "I believe everyone has perused my book. So I wish to conduct a brief quiz to ascertain how well you have grasped its contents." He then turned to Sirius, saying, "Professor Black, you may distribute these quizzes to the young wizards below." Sirius, already rendered speechless by the preceding remarks, merely rolled his eyes at Lockhart's words, crossing his arms and remaining motionless. Noticing Sirius's lack of compliance, Lockhart awkwardly smiled and descended from the platform to personally distribute the quizzes he had assigned. When Jinghe glanced at the quiz, he recognized it to be the same trivial matter. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite food? What is Professor Lockhart's favorite color? Which book does he cherish the most? Such meaningless drivel. Only a few young witches who genuinely enjoyed reading his works could answer these questions. The rest scratched their heads in vain, unable to fathom the professor's preferences for color and food. Ron, exasperated, tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "Who knows what color he likes?" Only Hermione remained silent, diligently answering the quiz. Jinghe hastily filled in some answers and submitted it. Lockhart perused the quizzes before him, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment, until he finally came upon one that made his expression relax. He placed the other papers aside and held up that particular quiz, stating, "It appears that others have not studied diligently, as they seem unaware of my favorite color. Only Miss Granger from Gryffindor has discerned that my favorite color is purple. 5 points to Gryffindor." Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded Lockhart. Following the conclusion of the quiz, Lockhart unveiled a cage covered with a red cloth, announcing, "Today, we shall learn about something both dangerous and powerful, of which I once mentioned a method of defeat in one of my books." After building anticipation to a fever pitch, Lockhart dramatically pulled away the red cloth, revealing a Cornwall pixie within. The young wizards collectively sighed, and Lockhart, noticing their lack of enthusiasm, awkwardly chuckled. Today, we shall learn how to subdue this ferocious Cornwall pixie. He then abruptly opened the cage, causing a swarm of Cornwall pixies to erupt from within, swirling above the heads of the students. These mischievous creatures seized books from the tables, tearing them apart while shrieking loudly and clawing at the faces of the young wizards, who screamed and scattered in panic. Harry, while dodging the chaos, shouted, "Professor, please return this swarm of pixies." However, his plea went unanswered, as Lockhart merely offered encouraging words amidst the turmoil. "Everyone, strive to capture these pixies before class ends. I will award points." With that, he dramatically swept away, leaving even Sirius momentarily stunned, unable to stop him before he departed. Thus, Sirius had no choice but to extend his wand, elegantly waving it, and in the next instant, the swarm of pixies froze mid-air, motionless. He then gestured towards the cage, and the suspended Cornwall pixies obediently flew into it. The scene was utter chaos. Jinghe had taken refuge beneath the table during the initial upheaval, attempting to calm the situation with her wand, but evidently, Sirius was swifter. At that moment, Harry and Ron's clothes were in disarray, while Hermione, although slightly disheveled, remained otherwise composed. Yet, predictably, fate had its course. Neville found himself dangling from the classroom chandelier, helplessly crying out in despair, "Why is it always me?" Observing that Jinghe and Harry were unharmed, Sirius approached to assist Neville, waving his wand to lower him from the chandelier, thus averting what would have been a painful fall. And so, a comedic defense against the dark arts class came to an end. Sirius, both exasperated and furious, declared to the remaining students, "I shall inform Dumbledore of this. He must resign." With that, he hurriedly strode toward the headmaster's office, yet not before waving his wand to restore the scattered books to their rightful places. Gazing at Sirius's retreating figure, Jinghe mused, "At least some things have changed, have they not?" Chapter 69, The Cursed Valentine's Day. Despite Sirius's furious intent to confront Dumbledore and demand the resignation of the utterly inept Lockhart, it seemed that Dumbledore had managed to persuade him with some unfathomable rationale, leading Sirius to refrain from mentioning Lockhart's dismissal thereafter. During class, he merely wore a sullen expression, and when Jinghe and Harry inquired about the cause, Sirius feigned profundity, shaking his head and evading the question. Having learned from the previous chaos involving the Cornwall pixies, Lockhart had become more cautious. However, according to reports from some adventurous young witches, Professor Lockhart was seen being threatened by a fearsome man wielding a wand against his chin. Regardless of the veracity of the tale, it was clear that Lockhart would no longer rely on his ostentatious self-published books for lessons. Instead, he utilized a textbook of unknown origin, reciting its contents verbatim, while Sirius conducted the practical demonstrations. Lockhart's reputation among the young witches had suffered considerably following the last incident, and after being threatened by an unnamed individual at night, he could do nothing but adhere to the script provided, devoid of any personal flair. As Valentine's Day approached, the anticipation in the air was palpable. On this day, all young hearts would muster the courage to express their affections, having prepared heartfelt letters the day before to present to their beloveds. Jinghe reminisced about her past experience with such matters. At her previous school, romance was conducted with the utmost secrecy, with few ever privy to such affairs. She recalled a couple who had been together since the start of their academic journey, only to be discovered at graduation. 3 years of secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone. In that school, engaging in romance required one to submit written reflections. On special occasions, students were allowed to freely express their feelings. A bold declaration was something Jinghe could hardly have imagined in her past life. Rubbing her hands together in eager anticipation, she envisioned the hallways filled with couples enveloped in pink bubbles of affection. However, a sudden realization struck her, causing her expression to shift dramatically. "Oh no, I completely forgot that tomorrow's Valentine's Day is orchestrated by Lockhart." Jinghe rubbed her temples wearily, chastising herself for becoming distracted by that accursed notebook. Each time Moyu spotted her with the diary, he would hover around her, exhaling towards it. Consequently, Jinghe had refrained from retrieving her diary in the dormitory, only daring to take it out in secluded corners during breaks. Indeed, it felt as though her soul was being drained by that notebook, leaving her utterly fatigued. On the morning of Valentine's Day, Jinghe, as per usual, clutched her notebook along with the black diary, preparing to join Ballast in the dining hall for a meal. Despite her mental preparations, it was evident that Lockhart had outdone himself. The school hallways were adorned with mistletoe every 10 meters, surrounded by an array of pink hearts glimmering like stars. Jinghe and Ballast arrived at the dining hall, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of energy. There stood Lockhart, bedecked in an ostentatious pink suit, who, with an air of self-importance, flashed his so-called charming smile at the gathered young wizards and proclaimed, "Today marks the annual celebration of Valentine's Day. Young hearts shall lay bare their feelings, and thus, I have meticulously transformed Hogwarts into a sanctuary of love for this occasion. Additionally, I have enlisted the help of a few house elves to convey messages of affection." Jinghe was utterly taken aback. She had thought the depictions in her books were already wildly extravagant, yet this surpassed even her wildest imaginings. With a flourish, Lockhart summoned a multitude of diminutive cherubs, clad in white cloth reminiscent of Cupid, who swarmed from all directions bearing a plethora of envelopes. Each little angel approached a designated name, stood poised, opened the envelope, and read aloud its contents. Love letters, inherently intimate, contained both sweet sentiments and harsh truths, now announced audibly for all to hear. The authors and recipients of these letters wished fervently to bury their faces in their bowls, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, desperate to silence the elves who continued their recital without pause. Jinghe stood by, stifling her laughter, only to find herself besieged by several elves who approached her in unison, unfurling letters to read aloud. "Miss Jinghe, you are the most exquisite bloom in the garden, a butterfly dancing freely in the spring air. I am utterly captivated by you. I would willingly serve you, longing only for a mere glance." The elves recited with perfect pauses and emotional intonation. Yet Jinghe felt as though her toes were ready to excavate several castles beneath her. Around her, the elves produced more letters, chanting their contents in unison, buzzing like a swarm of bees around her ears. No matter her attempts to thwart them, whether by casting spells to dispatch the little creatures or levitating them away, they persisted, returning to her side to finish reciting the remaining love letters. Upon completing their readings, they presented her with the folded letters, stuffing them into her arms. The dining hall had transformed into a chaotic marketplace. Jinghe's face darkened, and without having eaten breakfast, she hastily took Balast's hand and rushed to class. However, Jinghe had gravely underestimated the persistence and endurance of the elves. Even during class, they disregarded the surroundings, standing before her with blank expressions yet melodiously completing their readings. This particular lesson was Potions with Snape, who, observing the commotion, remarked with a frown, "It appears you are quite the popular one, Miss Jinghe." With no recourse, Jinghe hastily brewed the potion at an accelerated pace and requested leave from Snape, bolting from the classroom. Draco, witnessing her flight, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from submitting his own love letter to that fool, sparing himself from potential embarrassment. Yet, a moment later, he furrowed his brow, pondering how Jinghe had received such an abundance of love letters and resolved to investigate each one, intending to teach the senders a lesson. Theo and Blaise also noted the girl's hasty retreat. Blaise, who had similarly received numerous expressions of admiration, simply smiled, stowed away the letters, and planned to dispose of them discreetly. The typically taciturn Theo had received only a couple of letters, which he returned unopened. As they observed Jinghe's distress, they exchanged glances. Their brows slightly knitted. The girl's popularity exceeded their expectations. Snape, too, had noticed the multitude of letters intended for Jinghe, feeling an overwhelming urge to penalize each boy involved. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at her unwavering appeal. Meanwhile, Jinghe, having escaped, was still enveloped by the incessant recitation of love letters by the elves, her anger escalating. In an attempt to mask her frustration, she clenched her left arm fiercely with her right hand, her nails digging into her flesh, blood seeping forth. Yet she felt no pain, continuing to grasp her arm tightly as the blood flowed, obscuring the blue butterfly mark upon her skin. Without her companion, Moyu, by her side, Jinghe felt her head thrum with noise, her vision blurring. After suppressing her emotions for several minutes, she could no longer contain her fury, brandishing her wand. She sent the surrounding elves tumbling to the ground. Standing at the base of a staircase, she vented her anger, levitating the elves and casting them down the steps. As the very creatures that had recited love letters in her ear fell unconscious, Jinghe gasped for breath, still gripping her arm, crouching down to soothe her tumultuous emotions. Sirius, with his striking appearance, had also attracted countless love letters from young witches, desperately seeking refuge from the pursuing elves. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into his animagus form to evade them. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure crouched at the staircase. It was Jinghe. However, alarm surged through him upon noticing the crimson blood trickling from her left arm. He rushed towards her with urgency. Jinghe, still besieged by the cacophony of voices, heard a distinct call. Assuming it was yet another bothersome elf, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on casting spells. In a panic, she sprang to her feet, fumbling through her bag for something to hurl at the approaching figure. Yet, having skipped breakfast and endured an intellectually taxing potions class, Coupled with the exertion of her magic against the elves, Jinghe was on the brink of a mental breakdown. In an instant, her vision darkened, and before she could react, she collapsed, tumbling down the staircase. Sirius, witnessing her fall, nearly lost his mind. He transformed back into human form, scooped her up, and rushed to the infirmary. Upon arriving, he gently placed her on a bed and dashed back out to summon his former nemesis, Snape, hoping to procure a healing potion. Snape, startled by the news of Jinghe's collapse, swiftly retrieved his finest healing potion and hurried to her side. After Madame Pomfrey's examination, it was determined that Jinghe had fainted due to skipping breakfast and the excessive use of magic, but she would awaken in a few days. Snape exhaled a sigh of relief, handing the potion to Madame Pomfrey and quietly observing the unconscious girl for a moment before striding off to speak with Dumbledore. He resolved that the insufferable Lockhart must be dismissed. As news of Jinghe's condition spread, concern rippled through the student body. To prevent any disturbances to her rest, Madame Pomfrey permitted brief visits of 5 to 10 minutes. While everyone expected Jinghe to awaken in a few days, no one anticipated that her slumber would extend for an entire month. Unbeknownst to them, as Jinghe fell unconscious, the blood streaming from her arm melded seamlessly into the black notebook she had clutched in her hand. On that fateful night, the black notebook was stealthily taken away, unbeknownst to others. Chapter 70, A New Beginning. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Jinghe found herself enveloped in a haze, her mind throbbing with excruciating pain. Yet she was unable to utter a sound. She clutched her head in anguish as a torrent of unfamiliar memories forcefully surged into her consciousness. On December 31st, 1926, at the Rodria Manor, the young master, Kadri Rodria, paced restlessly outside the delivery room, listening to the anguished cries of his wife from within. She had once confided in him, saying that in their culture, childbirth was akin to crossing the gates of the underworld. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Alarmed, Kadri had fervently embraced her, declaring, "Let us not have a child. Life together is splendid enough." His wife, a witch hailing from Huaxia, Xiaoyasi, gently caressed her belly, where a new life was burgeoning. Upon discovering her pregnancy, her emotions oscillated between panic and exhilaration. She could sense the tiny heartbeat within, envisioning the world that awaited after the child's birth. Thus, she resolved to keep the child, and Kadri, honoring her decision, devoted himself to her care throughout her pregnancy. Rather than confining her to the confines of their home for 10 months, he supported her in every endeavor, discreetly accompanying her whenever she ventured out. Ensuring her safety without intruding upon her independence, Kadri paced fervently outside the delivery room, losing track of time, until he noticed the cries of his wife growing faint, replaced by the resounding wail of a newborn. He rushed to the door, eager to enter, but the doctor informed him that his presence would disrupt the proceedings, compelling him to wait patiently. After nearly 10 minutes, the female physician emerged, the room still permeated with a faint metallic scent. His wife lay quietly on the bed, her forehead glistening with sweat. Kadri dashed to her side, grasping her hand, wiping her brow with a handkerchief, and kissing her limp fingers, his voice trembling. "You've endured so much, my love." Slowly, Xiaoyasi opened her eyes and pointed to the child cradled in the doctor's arms. "It's a beautiful little girl." Upon entering, Kadri instinctively moved toward his wife, only to notice the doctor holding their child. Unlike many new fathers, he remained composed, having prepared adequately for this moment, and skillfully took the infant into his embrace. The newborn's hair was damp, yet it was evident that she had inherited her mother's dark locks. As Kadri held her, the infant slowly opened her eyes, revealing irises of a deep sapphire blue, reminiscent of her father's, sensing a familiar presence. She smiled and reached out with her chubby hands, attempting to touch her father's cheek. Kadri leaned closer, and the warm little hands gently caressed his face, melting his heart into a puddle of affection. At that moment, the previously silent doctor spoke. "Sir, your wife has successfully delivered a baby girl, but she will require 1 to 2 weeks of bed rest. We have examined your child, and she is in excellent health. However, there is one detail we must share. Your daughter bears a unique birthmark on her left wrist. We are unsure of its significance, as it exhibits no magical aura, merely a beautiful mark. If that is the case, congratulations, your daughter has received a lovely insignia." Hearing the doctor's words, Kadri quickly took his daughter's delicate hand to inspect. The infant's arm was plump, and upon closer examination, he discovered a clear blue butterfly imprint on her wrist. Being a skilled male witch, he probed the mark, but as the doctor had stated, it possessed no magical properties, only a striking beauty. Kadri nodded in acknowledgement, sending the doctor away before cradling the child back into the arms of his wife, who had regained some strength and leaned against the bed. Xiaoyasi gazed tenderly at her daughter, who was no longer wailing as she had at birth, but peacefully sleeping with her arms gathered against her chest. Kadri embraced his wife and inquired, "My dear, as we agreed, the name of our daughter shall be yours to decide." Indeed, long before Chiyo Yasu's pregnancy, they had discussed that their child would carry the Rodria surname, while the name would be bestowed by her. With a gentle gaze upon her daughter and the enchanting blue butterfly on her wrist, Chiyo Yasu's thoughts flourished. Butterflies are the harbingers of spring. Spring signifies rebirth, a time of flourishing life, coexisting with nature and competing in beauty with myriad blossoms. In harmony and brilliance, spring is upon us. Raising her head to meet her husband's gaze, she declared, "Though our daughter is born in winter, she arrives on the last day, heralding the arrival of spring. In the spirit of renewal, let us name her Jinghe." Kadri nodded unconditionally, and thus, on December 31st, 1926, the sole daughter of the Rodria family, the most exquisite little butterfly, Jinghe Rodria, was born. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated dwelling, a witch was struggling alone to give birth without assistance. In a house that lacked even a fireplace against the biting cold. After enduring the arduous labor, the woman, disregarding her frail condition, hastily cast several warming spells upon her newborn. This was the ancestral home of the Gunter family, and the woman giving birth was the last surviving member, Melop Gunter. At that moment, Melop gazed at her wailing child, overwhelmed and unsure, awkwardly cradling her offspring in an attempt to soothe the infant. Fortunately, the child quickly settled into slumber after being calmed. Melop stared at her child, contemplating the unpredictable nature of life. In her earliest memories, the Gunter family was at the height of its power. The most distinguished patriarch, Sidri Gunter, elevated their lineage to unparalleled heights. Following the untimely death of his fiancée for reasons unknown, he chose not to remarry. Her father had been adopted by Sidri as a potential successor. Yet, even the most exceptional patriarch can misjudge character. Her father's facade of integrity was merely a ruse. When Sidri perceived that his father could shoulder responsibilities, on a night shrouded in obscurity, adorned in a tailored suit and a radiant brooch, he took his own life in his study. His will requested no companionship in death, save for a grave surrounded by blooming roses, inscribed with the poignant question, "How long must roses bloom to attract the splendid butterfly?" Though none comprehended the meaning behind his will, they dutifully adhered to his wishes. Upon his demise, the heads of other noble pure-blood families arrived, each bearing a bouquet of roses to pay their respects. Upon witnessing the colossal burden that had long lain upon him finally dissipate, his father indulged in reckless extravagance, squandering the hard-earned family fortune and making enemies at every turn. Ultimately, on an unremarkable day, he was dealt a fatal blow by a long-repressed adversary. In his final moments, he wore a derisive smile. Melop, a pitiable product of close kinship, had endured years of malnutrition, her frail body a testament to the dwindling lineage that had culminated in her generation. She was unwilling to enter into a union with a fool. Instead, she resorted to enchanting the Muggle man whom she adored excessively. When he awoke to find her, he hastily fled, not even taking the time to dress. Melop was infuriated but ultimately could not locate him again. Later, she discovered that she was with child and in the decaying Gunter family. No one was available to assist her. Thus, she bore the child alone, gazing at the boy peacefully sleeping in her arms. She loved him. Yet, as she looked upon her son, she also felt the inexorable passage of her own life. She would not endure much longer. With her last breath, clutching her child, she made her way to the nearest orphanage, the Wuxi orphanage. Concealing herself in the shadows, she watched as a caregiver opened the door, bent down to her child, and then carried him inside, closing the door behind her. She had placed a note with the name she had chosen for him atop the bundle. Taking one final glance at the orphanage, she turned, donned her hood, and returned to the dilapidated old house, awaiting her demise in silence. She named the child Tom Riddle, just like his father. Chapter 71, The Banquet and Recognition. Jinghe was a remarkably healthy girl, having thrived for 5 months since her birth. Unlike other children, she was not prone to incessant noise and chaos. Her every need was communicated to her parents through specific gestures, which relieved Kadri immensely, for he had learned how to navigate the sensitive phase of order with children during his wife's pregnancy. However, his daughter's exemplary behavior rendered him somewhat superfluous. Perhaps it was the butterfly mark on Jinghe that drew her to butterfly-shaped toys and the scent of roses. The Rodria family, to which Kadri belonged, was merely a minor, inconsequential lineage among pure-blood families, ostracized by others due to his grandfather's marriage to a half-blood grandmother. Furthermore, the Rodria family maintained business interests in the Muggle world, had friendships with Muggles, and even supported orphanages in that realm. Although the Rodria family was inconspicuous among pure-blood circles, their wealth was not to be underestimated. Kadri's exceptional business acumen promised to bring untold riches to the family. His wife, a witch from Huaxia, possessed a unique intellect and formidable talent, prompting envy from others who, despite their disdain for the family, kept a watchful eye, eager to seize upon any weakness. Consequently, to safeguard his daughter, Kadri devoted himself entirely to the household after her birth. Thus, the Rodria estate became fortified like an iron fortress, deterring countless would-be visitors. With the outside world only aware of the birth of a girl and nothing more. This state of affairs persisted until Jinghe reached the age of 2, at which point she could walk and articulate simple words, prompting Kadri to resume his external endeavors. With a daughter now, he felt that his previous means were insufficient to provide for her future. Previously, he and his wife had ample resources, but with the arrival of their daughter, he perceived their possessions as inadequate. Jinghe was an exuberant child. Having just learned to walk, she tumbled about the garden outside the estate. Aya, her mother, devoted herself to caring for her daughter during her 3rd year, for a gifted and capable which would not allow motherhood to confine her. By the time Jinghe was 4, Aya entrusted her care to the house elves, who proved to be exemplary caregivers, tending to every aspect of little Jinghe's needs. Jinghe, in turn, was considerate of her parents, rarely throwing tantrums, save for the occasional moment of sadness. Although both parents worked daily, they returned home each evening to see their child, a significant improvement over their previous nights spent away. As time passed, Jinghe celebrated her 5th birthday with ease. At this point, she had developed her own thoughts, could articulate her ideas fluently, and was enamored with various books, eager to learn all there was to know about the wizarding world. Also harboring a keen interest in muggles due to her parents' influences. By the time Jinghe was a year old, her magical aptitude had manifested remarkably. In a moment of excitement, small objects within a 10-meter radius began to levitate around her, leading her parents to realize that their daughter would undoubtedly become a powerful witch. Before Jinghe turned 5, numerous families sought to invite Kadri and his daughter to noble gatherings, but Kadri declined each invitation, citing her young age as a reason for her absence, even withholding her name from them. At 5, Kadri recognized the necessity of companionship for his daughter. She had only known the company of her parents and house elves. It was essential for children to have peers their own age. Coincidentally, the Malfoy family's next heir had been confirmed, and as one of the foremost pure-blood families, they invited other pure-blood families to foster connections. Naturally, the Rodria family was included on the list, and an owl had delivered the invitation to their estate long ago. After consulting with his wife's opinion, Kadri took the invitation to his daughter's room. At that moment, Jinghe was engrossed in drawing. Her artwork depicting herself surrounded by imaginary friends, hand in hand, twirling under the sun. Kadri felt a pang of guilt, and he placed the invitation before her, saying, "Darling, would you like to meet the heir of the Malfoy family? I hear he is only 2 years older than you." Jinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she turned to her father, exclaiming, "Really, Daddy?" Kadri smiled and nodded, prompting Jinghe to leap onto her chair, embrace him tightly, and plant a fervent kiss on his cheek before bounding off to her wardrobe to select an outfit for the occasion. The day of the invitation soon arrived. Jinghe wore a delicate blue princess dress, its voluminous skirt adorned with a sheer overlay and shimmering stars, complemented by a rose brooch given to her by her father when she was 3. Her hair, styled by her mother into 2 adorable buns, was embellished with lovely butterfly hairpins. This time, the trio traveled by a magically enchanted carriage instead of using flue powder. The moment Jinghe settled into the carriage, she was filled with excitement. As it began to move, she lifted the curtain, watching as the carriage gradually ascended into the sky. Jinghe gazed wide-eyed at the enchanting clouds surrounding her, a peculiar glimmer illuminating her eyes. At this moment, Malfoy Manor was under the stewardship of the current matriarch, Venora Malfoy. Though her face bore the unmistakable marks of age, with pronounced wrinkles, she remained strikingly beautiful. Her silver hair was meticulously arranged, and she adorned herself with a brooch bearing her family's crest, dressed in a deep crimson gown, her expression stern as she observed the house elf preparing the venue. Her thoughts drifted far away. It had been over 40 years since Sideri departed 7 years ago. Only they, the remnants of a bygone era, clung to life, yearning to sustain the family's once great legacy, yet they understood the frailty of their own bodies. A wistful expression crossed Venora's face as her fingers brushed over the brooch, a fond memory surfacing. But soon she composed herself. As the hour approached, numerous families began to arrive at the manor, and she needed to muster her spirits to greet them. Before long, the guests had assembled. The Black family had left their 2-year-old child at home, but present were the current head, Riddle Black, and the aging Carlin Lestrange. The head of the Selwyn family, Adele, had been bedridden for the past year, with the next generation yet to emerge. Jinghe soon arrived at Malfoy Manor, hand in hand with her father, her curiosity piqued by the opulence surrounding them. The manor was a vision of luxury, particularly today, as it was the day of the heir's announcement, adorned with countless roses amidst which butterflies danced freely. Jinghe was immediately captivated, tugging her mother along to take in the splendor before finally following her father inside. Meanwhile, Venora was engaged in conversation with her longtime friends Carlin and Riddle, all three of whom had never married, securing their heirs through various means. As they gathered, their eyes instinctively fell upon the brooches they wore, gifts from that girl of yore. However, there was no time for melancholy. The ceremony was about to commence. Venora regained her dignified composure and approached a door, knocking softly. "Abraxas, you may come out when you are ready." Almost instantaneously, the door swung open to reveal Abraxas Malfoy, the next heir of the Malfoy lineage. With his family's signature golden hair, prominent nose, and steely gray-blue eyes, even at the tender age of 7. His future handsomeness was evident. Seeing him prepared, Venora ascended the grand staircase at the center of the manor, where representatives from various families had gathered below. As Abraxas followed closely behind, the assembly fell silent, gazing up at the woman on the dais. Venora proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the next heir of the Malfoy family will be Abraxas Malfoy." As her words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Jinghe was exploring the culinary delights, startled by the sudden applause. She hurriedly sought her parents, but became disoriented in the throngs of people, only to find herself standing at the forefront. Venora, feigning a smile as she glanced at the others, spotted the exuberant girl who had darted to the front. However, upon recognizing the girl's visage, her eyes widened in astonishment. Abraxas was delivering a speech, articulating his words with remarkable clarity for a 7-year-old. Venora rushed down the staircase, reaching the girl and grasping her left wrist. Upon seeing the intricate design upon it, her breath caught in her throat. The girl's left wrist bore the identical, lifelike blue butterfly. Suppressing her emotions, Venora endeavored to maintain a composed tone as she inquired, "Little one, what is your name?" Jinghe, undaunted by the fervor of Venora, smiled brightly and replied, "Hello, Madame Malfoy. My name is Jinghe Rodria." At that moment, Kadri and his wife, having noticed their daughter was missing, began to search frantically, calling out her name, Jinghe. Meanwhile, Kadri resolved within himself that, upon witnessing the rigidity of the pure-blood family's children, he intended to adopt a child from the orphanage he supported, hoping his daughter might find companionship. Some present heard his amplified voice and turned their eyes forward, witnessing Venora, usually so adept at concealing her emotions, now crouched before a child, her lips trembling with excitement. Their wine glasses trembled in their hands as they steadied themselves, their hearts racing unnaturally fast after decades of steady beats. Chapter 72, Abraxas. When Kadri finally reached the front to reclaim his daughter, he found the leaders of the pureblood families standing in a line before her, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, their eyes reflecting emotions Kadri could not decipher. The warmth in their gazes differed from the love he held for his daughter. Though both contained affection, it was devoid of tenderness. Yet his daughter stood unafraid beside these towering figures, her radiant smile greeting them, quickly transforming their titles from Madame Malfoy and Mr. Black to Aunt Venora, Uncle Carlin, Uncle Riddle. The trio exchanged bittersweet smiles upon hearing the girl address them so familiarly. The sight of the 5-year-old girl was a revelation, revealing a character, visage, and manner of speaking identical to the one they had mourned. They were assured that the promise made in a letter long ago, "Do not grieve for me, we shall meet again," was not a mere jest for consolation but an undeniable truth. They instinctively reached out to touch their own cheeks, aware that despite careful grooming, faint lines marred their faces, a testament to the years spent frantically laboring, which had taken a toll on their health. They realized their time was likely drawing near. Regret washed over them. Had they known they would see her again, they would have sought the elixir of life long ago. Kadri observed the trio before him with growing unease. In his experience, these three were not known for their warmth towards unfamiliar children. Even their own progeny were referred to as the heir in the presence of outsiders. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he called out to his daughter from a distance, "Jinghe, come here to Daddy." At the sound of her father's voice, Jinghe turned and dashed into his embrace. Venora, witnessing the girl who had just moments ago been a beacon of joy in front of her now in her father's arms, struggled to suppress her irritation. She straightened and smiled at Kadri, saying, "Mr. Rodria, I just noticed your daughter had wandered outside, so I took it upon myself to ensure her safety. You have a delightful daughter. I am quite fond of her. If you do not mind, I would be pleased to welcome her to Malfoy Manor frequently." The heads of the Black and Lestrange families echoed similar sentiments, mentioning that they had children of comparable ages who could play together. Kadri, hearing their words, bowed slightly in polite acknowledgement, stating, "Thank you very much for your affection towards my daughter. If time permits, I will certainly bring Jinghe to visit." Venora smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for thanks. However, I do have a question for Mr. Rodria. Why did you name your daughter Jinghe?" I have no ulterior motives. I simply find the name quite melodious. In response, Kadri explained, it is because my wife is of Huaxia descent, and as you have all noticed, she bears a butterfly birthmark. My wife adores spring, and in her native tongue, it is said, Chuanhe Jingming. We have always wished for our daughter to grow up joyfully, hence the name we chose for her. The three individuals present nodded slightly at Kadri's response, their thoughts drifting back to the most joyous days of their school years, recalling a girl who exuberantly explained the significance of her name. Jiue Chuanhe, Supreme Jingming. My mother hopes I will always be a cheerful little witch. It felt as if this memory had transpired just yesterday. Time seemed to pass swiftly, as though propelled by a time-turner, leaving them little opportunity for meaningful conversation, with moments slipping away like grains of sand. Noticing the silence among the trio, Kadri spoke up. I am exceedingly grateful to Ms. Malfoy for looking after my child. If there are no further matters, I shall take Jinghe out to play. Venura interjected. There's no need to rush, Mr. Rodria. The security of Malfoy Manor is unparalleled. My heir, Abraxas, is merely 2 years older than Jinghe. I can summon him to join in their play, as children often share common interests. With that, Venura gestured to Abraxas, who was engaging in friendly conversation amidst the crowd. She called him over, placing her hands on his shoulders and turning his head towards Jinghe. Come, Abraxas, this is Mr. Rodria's daughter, Jinghe Rodria. I am confident you two will become wonderful friends. Jinghe was a strikingly beautiful girl, with a round, egg-shaped face, her nose not the hawk-like variety common in their region, but rather a petite and rounded one, imbued with unique characteristics that rendered her appearance softer. However, her sapphire blue eyes added a vibrant brilliance to her visage. This was Abraxas's first impression of her, and he certainly heard Venura's words. He thought that a girl whom Venura encouraged him to befriend must be of great significance. For aside from those few remarks, Abraxas had also caught Venura's whispered words, intended solely for him. Remember, as the next head of the Malfoy family, one of your duties is to protect this girl perfectly. Thus, Abraxas looked at the girl, who gazed at him with sparkling eyes, and smiled as he extended his hand, saying, Hello, Jinghe. I am Abraxas Malfoy. You may call me Ub. This was Jinghe's first interaction with a child of similar age, and her excitement was palpable. She eagerly extended her delicate hand, shaking Abraxas's with enthusiasm, exclaiming sweetly, All right, brother Ub. The moment Abraxas felt her soft grasp, a warmth spread from his hand to the very depths of his heart. This sensation starkly contrasted with the icy demeanor of the other children he had conversed with earlier. Most of their hands felt as cold as ice, and even those few who were warm had their smiles tinged with an unvoiced desire that rendered them frigid. Yet, the girl before him bore no hint of ambition. Her expression radiated only the joy of making a new friend. Throughout the entire banquet, Abraxas's once anxious heart gradually settled. He sensed that he need not disguise himself so thoroughly in her presence. Seeing the older boy smile so gently, Jinghe wished to lead him to view the roses in Malfoy Manor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was the future head of the family, who had seen all manner of beauty in the estate. Nevertheless, Abraxas allowed her to take his hand, and together they stepped out of the manor under the gaze of onlookers. Once Venura observed the two children vanish from sight, she turned back to Kadri and his wife. Chiyoyasi, smiling as she remarked, It appears Jinghe truly enjoys playing with Abraxas. I am somewhat acquainted with the enterprises Mr. Rodria is involved in and would appreciate a few words of discourse, if you wouldn't mind. The other two nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to establish a connection with the Rodria family. They all understood that the swiftest way to forge bonds with a family was through mutual interests. Meanwhile, the other pureblood families, witnessing the once disparaged Rodria family now surrounded by the leading figures of pureblood society, altered their perceptions of the Rodria family, elevating their status in their minds significantly. Jinghe led Abraxas to the most exquisite rose garden she had seen in the manor, where a pale blue swing awaited, adorned by a myriad of butterflies that twinkled like stars in the night. Turning to Abraxas, she exclaimed, Brother Ub, Aunt Venura just told me I could use this swing. Would you give me a push? Abraxas, surprised by this turn of events, raised an eyebrow at the swing, which had been a fixture in his memory since childhood. It was a swing that only Venura would occasionally sit upon, never allowing anyone else to do so. The fact that Jinghe was now permitted to use it struck him as astonishing. At that moment, the girl had already dashed to the swing and seated herself. Abraxas, witnessing this, approached her slowly and extended his hand to push the swing he had never touched before. The swing began to move gently, causing the roses entwined around the frame to sway in harmony, while the luminous butterflies illuminated the small area around them. Jinghe reveled in the motion of the swing, her laughter ringing out joyfully, and in that instant, all the roses and butterflies became mere embellishments to her delight. Abraxas inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, which differed from that of the roses. It was a scent more potent and pure, drifting into his nostrils with the gentle breeze. The girl turned to him, her radiant smile breaking through his facade, and for the first time, he revealed his true smile, warm and unguarded. He began to understand why Ms. Malfoy urged him to look after this girl. Had she not instructed him, he would still have been drawn to her, he mused. The suave yet cunning Mr. White Fox encountered a bold little blue butterfly, resting on his nose. Chapter 73, First Encounter. Following the banquet, the Rodria family found themselves inundated with a plethora of peculiar invitations to various gatherings, with 3 families expressing their esteem for the Rodria family simultaneously. Kadri swiftly became a sought-after figure within pure-blood society. He became exceedingly busy, with even his wife subtly attempting to foster connections. Due to the circumstances surrounding the previous generation, the Rodria Manor was situated in a rather secluded area. Ever since Jinghe attended that banquet, Abraxas had opened a fireplace connecting their estates, followed soon by the Blacks and Lestranges establishing similar connections. Jinghe was able to see Abraxas almost daily, while numerous other pureblood families sought to create links between their houses, all of which Kadri politely declined. He continued to believe that the children of pureblood families were overly pretentious, and his desire to adopt a companion for his daughter from an orphanage lingered on. Thus, they sought the opinion of their daughter. When Jinghe learned that she could adopt a companion who would be by her side every day, she was filled with immense joy. Although Brother Abu often kept her company, he had his own affairs, and Jinghe did not wish to impose upon him constantly. On a splendid Saturday, Kadri declined all social engagements and work commitments, and alongside his wife, he took their daughter to an orphanage funded by them in the Muggle world to select a companion for their daughter. They had not merely sponsored one institution. Hence, within the orphanages Kadri supported, Jinghe casually chose one. Kadri noticed that the location her daughter pointed to was an orphanage relatively close to the Rodelia Manor, known as the Wusher Orphanage. On this day, the atmosphere within Wusher Orphanage was unprecedented. The children, all without parents, typically wore expressions devoid of joy, spending their days in a state of despondency, with laughter only erupting when they played pranks on the peculiar boy among them. However, today, all the children donned their only clean and tidy garments, which they usually only saw in news broadcasts, and the surroundings of the orphanage had been meticulously cleaned. The meals served were also a departure from the usual meager offerings. Today, each child received not only a bowl of thin porridge and a potato, but also a fried egg and a slice of bacon. The caregivers, attired in neat uniforms, moved about, checking the children's clothing for any flaws and adjusting their appearances. This day was significant because the gentleman who funded their orphanage was due to arrive. He had sent them a letter in advance, stating his intention to adopt a child to accompany his daughter. The caregivers had heard of this gentleman, as news circulated among orphanages, and they were aware that other institutions had also received support from Mr. Rodelia, allowing them to imagine the extent of his wealth. Mrs. Cole, the administrator of the orphanage, was unusually splendidly dressed today, yet she still surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow, searching for any imperfections. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hastily retrieved a set of keys from her pocket and rushed toward a room at the back of the orphanage. Upon finding the door handle locked, she breathed a sigh of relief, yet still, with apprehension, added another lock to the door. Through the rectangular opening in the door, she instructed the boy inside, "You are not to go anywhere today, nor are you to use your peculiar methods to escape." The boy, with half-closed eyes and his head unlifted, merely ignored her. Mrs. Cole, witnessing his indifference, rolled her eyes and inwardly cursed him as a freak before hastily departing. Once the sound of Mrs. Cole's shoes faded, the boy sitting in the room abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of red flashing in his dark pupils. Behind him, a black snake slithered along his arm. He was the infant, Tom Riddle, from 5 years ago. Tom had evidently heard Mrs. Cole's words, but he dismissed them with disdain. He was acutely aware of his own power. As long as he desired to leave, no number of locks could restrain him. He was indeed the anomaly. Simultaneously, he harbored a sense of anticipation for the day's events, curious as to what might transpire that would compel the normally stern Mrs. Cole to specifically caution him. He intended to make a grand surprise appearance at the conclusion of the proceedings. He had learned from the snake that a wealthy family would come to adopt a child today, and should he successfully capture their interest, his future would be nothing short of smooth sailing. Naturally, he planned to disrupt this seemingly joyous adoption ceremony. At this moment, Kadri, along with his wife and daughter, had arrived at the orphanage via carriage. In truth, Kadri's wife had previously discussed the notion of adopting a Muggle child, and they had concluded that once their daughter commenced her studies at Hogwarts, they would send the adopted child away to school and help him secure a respectable job. By that time, their daughter would have made numerous friends and would no longer require a Muggle companion. Jinghe was the first to leap from the carriage, eagerly striding toward the orphanage. Mrs. Cole soon spotted a little girl in a pale blue princess dress, her long black hair trailing behind her, approaching with her parents. She knew that Mr. Rodelia had arrived. Moreover, she understood that the selection process today would not be conducted by the couple, but rather by the radiant and lively girl before her. Only if she favored a child would they be permitted to leave with them. Thus, she signaled to the caregivers, who quickly arranged the neatly dressed children in order of size, ensuring that those who typically flattered them and were deemed exemplary were placed at the forefront. These children had learned of Mr. Rodelia's wealth prior to their arrival and now gazed eagerly, each hoping to be the fortunate one chosen. As Jinghe and her parents entered Wuxia Orphanage, Mrs. Cole greeted them with a beaming smile, saying, "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Rodelia, to our orphanage. The children here pray daily before God, and each child is kind and sincere." Jinghe was, of course, aware that today was the day she would select her companion. She enthusiastically surveyed the children, who, upon making eye contact with her, instinctively straightened their postures, eager to present their best selves. However, for reasons unknown, Jinghe felt an odd sensation. Her intuition led her to this orphanage, yet it also told her that the one she sought was not among them. Kadri knelt beside his daughter, inquiring, "My dear, do you see a companion you like?" Jinghe shook her head, and upon witnessing this, the children felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, their smiles drooping, and their earlier hopes transforming into malicious curses. Just as Kadri was about to suggest they visit another orphanage, Jinghe seemed to sense something and walked toward the back of the orphanage. The couple, puzzled, followed in silence, with Mrs. Cole trailing behind them. Jinghe gradually approached the innermost part of the orphanage. Although her parents were bewildered, they remained wordless as they followed their daughter's lead, while Mrs. Cole's expression displayed a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. She was well aware that the back room housed the peculiar boy in isolation, and she could not fathom why this little girl would come here without uttering a word. Jinghe arrived at the door of the room where Tom Riddle was confined and stood before it, extending her hand to point at the door, saying to Mrs. Cole, "Could you please open this door?" Jinghe, being too short to see inside, relied solely on her intuition to guide her. However, her parents could discern the figure of a young boy through the rectangular window at the top of the door. Mrs. Cole wiped the sweat from her brow, replying to Jinghe, "The boy inside has committed a minor infraction. He is rather unruly, which is why we have confined him today. Perhaps we should select another child." "Miss Jinghe?" Jinghe shook her head, stubbornly insisting that Mrs. Cole open the door. Reluctantly, Mrs. Cole fumbled through her pocket for the keys, but Jinghe, growing impatient with the slow pace, snatched them from her hand. Unsure which key was correct, she began to try them one by one. Mrs. Cole wished to reclaim the keys, yet she was acutely aware that this young lady's father was a long-time benefactor of their orphanage. She could not act in such a manner, thus she could only stand awkwardly by, smiling as she watched Jinghe open the door, her heart silently praying that the 5-year-old girl would be unable to unlock it. Yet, it was evident that her pleas had not reached the heavens. Tom, of course, heard the voices outside, particularly the little girl's stubborn insistence for Mrs. Cole to open this very door. A sudden wave of curiosity washed over him regarding the girl outside. He pondered whether she would regret opening the door if she were to discover his true nature. Nevertheless, he reluctantly concealed the dark serpent within, awaiting the girl's entrance. Tom Riddle, from the moment he could remember until the age of 5, had never been unequivocally chosen by anyone. The phrase he heard most frequently throughout his childhood was a monster abandoned by God. After hearing it countless times, Tom merely scoffed lightly, dismissing it from his mind. God? Could God provide him with sustenance? No. While there were those who sought to adopt him for his endearing visage, they were invariably frightened away by his peculiar abilities within a week, hastily returning him to the orphanage. Thus, when he had resigned himself to the belief that he would forever be misunderstood and unchosen, today, a small girl exerted all her might to unlock the barrier that imprisoned him, forcefully pushing open the heavy iron door like a firecracker. She cast but a fleeting glance at him before extending her hand, pointing decisively at him, and turning to her parents to declare, "I want him."